National Broadcasting Company presents The Adventures of Sam Spade, Detective.
Detective Agency.
This is Miss Bergamot.
Oh, Miss Bergamot, I'm so sorry, but Mr. Spade isn't in. He ought to be back any moment, however. That is, if you wish to employ him. This is his secretary, Miss Perrine.
Well, as a matter of fact, Miss Perrine...
Oh, he'll be available, I know. The matter he's attending to is purely routine. What he calls a humdrum number.
Humdrum?
Well, it's the private detective version of babysitting. You see, all Mr. Spade had to do was sit on a chair for 24 hours. And that's why I say he'll be back any minute. His last words to me were, take anything. So if you desire services...
I do not desire Mr. Spade's services. As a matter of fact, he's using mine.
What?
I'm his nurse at the Harbor Emergency Hospital.
Nurse, another shot. Please, this time, bourbon.
Lie quietly, Mr. Spade. He's coming along quite nicely. The bullet didn't enter the cranium at all.
Bullet? Cranium?
Both. Mr. Spade wants to...
But I
Now, Mr.
refuse,
Spade,
nurse. I refuse. But, Miss Nightingale, I am. F.F. Wonder Girl.
Sam.
Oh,
Sam.
Dry those big brown eyes, Cherub. Fluff up the sofa and spread out some lamp for me to lay my poor bullet-ridden head on. In practically no time at all, I'll be staggering in to gasp out a humdrum report on the Kimberley Cross caper.
For NBC, William Spear, radio's outstanding producer-director of mystery and crime drama, brings you the greatest private detective of them all in The Adventures of Sam Spade.
Hospitals, milk. Enough to break down your whole constitution, give you fits.
Sam?
Who else?
Oh, Sam. You look like the drummer man in the Spirit of 76.
Nothing. As you know, Angel, no profession is without its hazards, least of all this tawdry one of ours. Now, sit down now.
Oh, yes, Sam.
Now, may I put my poor wounded head in your lap?
Oh.
Comfy?
Mm-hmm. Oh, poor Sam.
They're stupid, too, honey. Let's see now. Hey, new feeling. High twos, huh? Date, fill it in to G.J. Runcible, claims manager, Sunset Indemnity Company, from Samuel Spade, license number 137596. Subject, the Kimberley Cross caper. Dear Mr. Runcible. It's just as well for private investigators that we have no way of knowing, by the way a job starts, how it's going to end. I remember once I went beating the bushes for a mad dog killer and ended up playing Monopoly with him in a hotel room for 6 hours. And I remember, too, the time I agreed to take a box of homemade candy to an old lady, wound up with a double murder and a case of arson. Yours, Mr. Runcible, belong to this species. Spade.
G.J. Runcible, Sunset Indemnity. You available?
Maybe. What'd you have?
Are you or are you not available, Mr. Spade?
Answer yes or no?
Yes.
Yes.
How much?
$50 a day.
Expenses,
and...
right,
yes.
right. Got a job for you next 24 hours. All you got to do is sit on a chair and keep your eyes on something beautiful.
Sounds keen.
Might call it a babysitting job.
Oh, who is she?
Kimberley Cross.
Pretty?
Like $250,000.
Oh, rich, too, huh?
She's on exhibit at the Bergendorf Galleries on Sutter Street.
She's on exhibit?
Get over there right away.
Well, I'd better.
Check with Mr. Bergendorf personally and then see Johnny Stroud, our company man. He'll give you instructions.
Fine. Now, why don't you tell me what we're... Hello? Hello? That always happens on page 6. Mr. Bergendorf! Mr. Bergendorf, you!
Sorry, sir. The exhibit officially does not until 9 a.m. begin. As you see...
It's 8:45. I won't charge you, Mr. Bergendorf. I won't charge you. You can bring out the baby any time now. Mr. Runcible of the Sunset Indemnity sent me. Here's my credentials.
Mr. Spade, you are?
Mr. Spade, I am, yes. Now, what's with this Kimberley Cross?
To a single-horse gallery such as mine comes such an honor only once.
Yes.
Today only Bergendorf's is with Tiffany's in the same class. Here. Here.
Huh?
Is picture of Kimberley Cross.
Yeah?
14 stones, all blue-white. 8 down, 6 across. Total, $268,000 plus 20% tax.
Oh, jewelry.
To call this jewelry is to call Elizabeth Taylor a garden variety tomato.
Yeah.
Is a crown jewel from Thuringia, Mr. Spade.
Really?
Is part of estate of a dead duke. Is price tag $268,000 plus 20%.
Yeah. Where is it?
Involved. Time lock. Comes 9 o'clock on the nose, she opens. Then...
Yeah, the exhibit begins. Yeah, there's a company man here from the insurance outfit, isn't there?
Johnny Stroud.
Oh, where is he?
He's working concealed.
Oh?
This man Stroud undercover. Clever stuff, huh? You see, parked at curb across the street, one autobus.
Oh, yeah. Department of Public Health, City and County of San Francisco. What,
Anti-tuberculosis campaign.
Pardon?
Is giving to public for free gratis 1 X-ray per citizen for chest cavity.
Oh, chest X-ray.
Handily parking opposite the Bergendorf Gallery so inside Mr. Stroud can take for himself a plant. Get it?
Clever. The free gratis autobus for chest X-rays was a square-in job, complete with reception compartment, X-ray machine, and attendant. The latter a sincere type with horn-rimmed glasses and white-starched blouse. I use the word sincere advisedly, since he was at the moment doing a selling job on Johnny Stroud.
You know what I always say, Stroud?
What do you always say, George?
You never can tell about a cough. You never know. Yeah, you see right there.
I got a cold.
Maybe. 8 to 5, it's only a cold. But 5 to 8, let me take the picture now. No charge, no pain.
No dice. Go away. Oh, Spade?
Yeah.
Good. Come on in. The boss said he was sending you up. Plenty of room back here.
You realize you're standing right in front of my X-ray machine?
We'll move when you get a customer.
Customers,
Sorry.
yes. Where are they? Where are those chests? If people only knew that 8 to 5 it may be a cold. Then
Did
again, you never
Runcible
know
brief you on this, Spade?
Yeah, it was brief, all right.
How do you make it?
14 vulgar-sized diamonds looking for a buyer. Sunset indemnity insuring Bergendorf against loss during the 24 hours they're on his hands.
That's 2 for you.
There's 2 against me, too.
Oh?
Like, why does Sunset Indemnity need outside help when they have you? And why are you playing like a movie dick when the sensible thing to do is to sit down next to the exhibit with both eyes open and a rod under your arm?
What are you doing, George?
I'm testing my machine. Don't let me interfere with you, boy.
George doesn't like me.
I see that.
Well, I guess the boss left out one item, Sam.
A tip?
Yeah. Last night, some schmo called him around midnight and got him out of bed.
Oh?
Runcible's a pessimist, you know. When Sunset Indemnity's on the line for $250,000, he tends to get jumpy.
Who had the tip?
Anonymous.
They all are.
Right from the oat bin, the guy says. Somebody's going to take a running jump at the Kimberley Cross while it's at Bergendorf's.
Mm-hmm.
Needless to say, for the balance of the night, Runcible does not sleep. So today we got reinforcements. Georgie?
Yes?
I'm going to leave you now, George, to take my post across the street while Mr. Spade...
Hey, wait a minute, Johnny. Look, in front of Bergendorf's.
The dame?
The dame. To paraphrase Bergendorf, calling her a dame was like calling the Kimberley Cross a hunk of jewelry. But that's not what interested me, at least not right then. She was walking back and forth in front of Bergendorf's like a kid at the dentist door trying to get up the nerve to push the button. Quoting from my notes, it says 9:02 a.m., girl, 5'2", blonde, early 20s, gray tweed suit, spent a few indecisive minutes in front of Bergendorf's, finally went in. She came out almost immediately, started west on Sutter, then evidently saw a patrol officer approaching on same side of street, hurriedly crossed toward our post in Public Health Department Mobile Unit number 2 and entered.
Hello.
Well, good morning.
Am I too early for the...
Oh, you're just in time. First customer of the day. There, let's see now. Name?
Martin.
Martin. First name?
Bernice.
Address?
826...
She wasn't a very good liar. While she was telling him her name was Bernice
25.
Martin, she filled with a leather handbag with the initials PC on it, big enough to read from across the street. George filled the form out, then moved her around to the machine. By now, the cop she was ducking had walked by and turned the corner.
Shall I...
No, it won't be necessary to take off your coat.
Is this all right?
That's good. Stand right there. Hold still now. Take a deep breath. Hold it. There. That's all there is to it. You're doing a wise thing, lady.
You think so?
Certainly. 8 to 5, it's only a cold, but 5 to 8, you never know. Here's your stub with your number on it. We'll notify you in a few days.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Whereupon Miss P.C. hustled down to the corner and into a drugstore. 5 minutes later, she still hadn't come out. Stroud was beginning to champ at the bit.
So what, Sam?
So she's worried. She's ducking cops. She's using a phony name.
Or her girlfriend's handbag. Look, I'm going.
Hey, wait a minute. I'm sure I've seen her somewhere before.
Where?
I don't know, but I think it was around headquarters.
Now who's playing movie, Dick? Look, it's 10 after 9. I'll go over and settle down next to the Vulgar Diamonds, and you make yourself comfy with Georgie.
If I get busy, out you go,
Keep
pal.
your eyes on the customers going in and out. There's a good loud burglar alarm over the door there. You can hear it a block away. You see what I mean? It's good and loud. Holy cow.
Stroud took the gallery, and I set sail for the corner drugstore, pulling up in 20 seconds flat. She was gone, of course. The druggist was at the fountain, mixing a Coke, which he spilled when I reached across and grabbed him by the lapels.
Blonde, you say?
Yeah, young, gray suit. I told you, Jack, she just came in here.
I know. What do you want to know about her?
What'd she do, telephone?
Nope. She was just like you. Asked me about a guy.
What guy?
Larry Galliano, his name is. Wanted to know if I'd seen him come by this morning.
Who's he?
I don't know.
Did she describe him?
Didn't have to. His picture's on page 1 of the morning paper. Here, take a look.
It was no time to dawdle, but I gave it 10 seconds. Larry Galliano, a one-time gas station stick-up artist, had just been released from Quentin after doing 5 years. On the way across the street to Bergendorf's, it came back to me where I'd seen her, standing outside the courtroom, crying when they sentenced him 5 years ago.
Over here, Sam.
Yeah. Oh, no. Bergendorf, huh?
Yeah, shot from behind. The stones, needless to say.
Sure.
Maybe you were right about that day.
No, she didn't have time. Someone was hiding in here waiting for Bergendorf's to open up this morning.
How'd you get out?
Well, there must be a back door in this joint.
I'll check it. The phone's on the desk. Wake up Lieutenant Dendy, huh?
Right. How he'll love it, too. 2 of us holding hands across the street while...
Stroud! Johnny Stroud!
Look, it's me, Bergendorf, Sam Spade.
Stroud!
He's checking the back door. Who did it?
Oh, double-crossed me. Wanted it all.
Who? Who you talking about? It was as plain as a man in his condition could have made it. Obvious to anyone with average intelligence. But for stupid Sam, it was still a long voyage home.
You are listening to the weekly adventure of radio's most famous detective, Sam Spade. Three chimes mean good times on NBC. There's music for you tomorrow on NBC with the distinctive 4-keyboard styling of the First Piano Quartet. This widely acclaimed and unique musical organization brings you a melodic blend of classical and light classical selections in 4-part harmony every Saturday. And tomorrow there's also a 1-hour concert by the NBC Symphony Orchestra under the baton of Walter Duclos. Featured in tomorrow's symphony performance are works by Sibelius and Schumann. It's the best in music every Saturday with the NBC Symphony and the First Piano Quartet. And now back to the Kimberly Cross Caper, tonight's adventure with Sam Spade.
It was a dirty, selfish trick, but I left Johnny Stroud at the Bergendorf Gallery to play Porchese with Dundee and Company, knowing in advance pretty much how the patter was going to run. Then called the Chronicle and found the picture of Larry Galliano had been taken yesterday as he walked out of a flea bag on Mission Street, Call the Aeolian Hotel.
You're, Galliano?
Yeah.
Sure. I know him. Stayed here night before last. Until I found out about him.
Oh, found out what?
That he was an ex-con.
Wow.
This here's a respectable joint, place, a house, mister. We don't cater to felons, misdemeanors, or any other members of the demons.
Demons?
Yes, indeed. So, when I found where Galliano come from, why...
Yeah. Now, look, did he give you a forwarding address?
I don't know. Let me see, son. Yes. Oh, yeah. Christopher Apartments on Jones. See, you're in luck, young man. Yeah, my girlfriend's the landlady over there. Now, looky here. Don't you sweet talk her now.
Out of the way, boy. Out of the way.
Look, all I want, madam, is one moment of your time.
I already told you, boy, I don't know no Galliano.
Yeah.
Never heard of him. Pull up, so I don't want to hear from him.
Yeah, well, wait a minute now. Will you just take a
Not
look
one
at...
side, boy, one side.
I'm
I got
sorry.
four more flights of stairs to sweep. I had no time for
Well,
anything.
Mrs. Landlady, I'm afraid you've lost out.
What?
Yeah, you were in line to win a bagless vacuum cleaner, you know.
Oh, wait a minute, Curly. Wait a minute. What you want to know, bud?
Yes. Well, this Galliano just might be using another name. Now, this is his picture right here.
Oh.
Yes. Now, I will rephrase my question. Has he been around?
Nope.
I see, landlady.
Well, do I win?
Oh, I am sorry, but stand by for the giant jackpot.
Is it electric?
I patted her cheek, made a detour around her, and left, figuring to check with the parole board. But as I was climbing into the cab in front of the building, a stray thought hit me, and I went back to the doorway and cased the nameplates again. This time for someone with the initials I'd remembered seeing on the blonde's handbag, PC. I did better. Patricia Conroy was living in apartment 402. I buzzed 4 times, then tried the door. It was open. I gave the living room and bedroom a fast toss, moved on to the kitchen, and cased a hamper full of laundry on the back porch. Result, nil. I'd about decided I was in the wrong apartment when I noticed something that changed my mind. A crumpled up envelope in a wastepaper basket in the living room with today's date on it, marked Western Airlines, Flight 6 to Los Angeles, passenger L.P. Galliano. I had the phone in one hand and a finger on the dial when...
Put it down.
Huh? Oh.
Are you going to put the phone down, or do I have to shoot?
You mean there's no third choice?
Put it down.
Sure. Now what?
Sit down. You'll be here for a while.
Oh?
His plane lands at Burbank in a half hour. If you have any dates between now and 4:30, forget them.
Mm-hmm. Mind if I smoke?
Go ahead.
Oh. You know, this is pretty heavy-handed stuff for Naj, you know.
I've grown up a lot in the last 2 days.
Not enough, honey, or if you wouldn't be stooging for Galliano. He can't run away from this kind of a rap, you know.
48 hours.
Hmm?
That's how long Larry's been out of the pen.
Well, he didn't waste any time getting back in stride.
Look, what's your name?
Spade.
Spade, what if I told you Larry Galliano had nothing to do with it?
I might give you quite an argument.
And I don't feel like arguing, so I'll just tell you.
Good.
Someone offered him the job at Bergendorf's the day he got out. Larry thought it was legitimate until he heard a couple of things by accident.
Like what?
Like getting hired to play fall guy in a phony robbery.
You mean Bergendorf was in?
Sure, till this morning.
Uh-huh.
They figured Larry'd be a handy guy to have hanging around with his big, fat prison record when the diamonds disappeared. That's what he told me, and I believe him. I love him. Whether or not you believe or love me or him, I do not care. I also do not care what kind of a rap you pin on me when this is all over. All I want is time, enough to do a couple of errands. Now, hoist it out of that chair and put it down in the closet there. You hear what I said?
Yes, ma'am. was wrong. She was no ingenue. Happily, the closet had a light in it, so I settled down on a hat box and read some old copies of Mademoiselle until 5:30 when I heard the door close. What with soundproof outside walls, no window, a double slab door with a lock she thoughtfully filled with gum, it was almost 7 when I got back to my office. The next move, of course, was to call Lieutenant Dundee and wise up the Los Angeles police on Galliano. I picked up the phone and put it down 4 times. There was no use kidding myself. The yarn she told was pretty wild, but there was something about the way she told it. And I believed her.
Spade.
In here.
Mr. Spade.
Yeah.
You remember me this morning?
Oh,
George,
yeah.
the technician from the X-ray mobile unit?
Yeah, George, what's on your mind?
The funny thing, that girl, 34 chest, you remember the blonde?
Oh, yeah, I remember her very well, George. What about the blonde?
Well, I tried to call her. Operator says there's no such number, and the company has no record of a Bernice.
She was using a phony moniker, George. Her name's Patricia Conroy.
Oh, now why would she do that?
Well, a girl's got to be careful, you know.
She does, for sure.
How come?
How come? I kind of took an interest in her case, you know. I rushed the pictures through as soon as we closed up tonight. She's an incipient case.
Oh?
Yes. I wanted to wise her up right away. You see, here. Oh.
This is...
No, this one's Johnny Stroud. I took it when he wasn't looking. Told him I was testing. He was right at that. Nothing wrong with him. But I always say you never...
Yeah. How about the girl? How about the girl?
Cold. Oh, yes.
Yes.
Here now, look. You see this shadowy part here?
Yeah? Hey, wait a minute. I wasn't looking at the shadow part. I was looking at something at the left side of the picture, right where the inside coat pocket would be. The clear black outline of the Kimberley cross.
You mean she had the thing?
Yeah. Give me the phone.
Well, I thought it was one of those clip gimmicks the girls wear on
the phone.
Oh.
Spade?
Johnny Stroud.
Look, I got news for you.
I got news for you, too. I spotted that blonde again.
Where?
In a bar on Kearney Street. Talking to guess who?
You mean Galliano?
Who's he?
Never mind. Who was she drinking with?
Papadopoulos, the biggest jewelry fence on the coast.
Where are you now?
Outside her apartment. Jones near Post. I think the number's...
I'll be up in 5 minutes.
Like I told you, Spade, I don't want to argue.
She says she doesn't want to argue, Sam.
Too bad. I don't mind telling you I'm a little burned up, baby. I fell for that line you handed me this afternoon. I didn't even mind sitting in your closet for 2 hours.
What's that?
Sure, she's got a .32 tucked away here somewhere. Had me looking up the barrel while she dished out
Shut
a lot
up.
of... Who's got the cross, honey? You or Galliano?
We don't know anything about it.
Then what were you doing in that bar with Papadopoulos?
Larry said whoever had it would try to move it through him. I thought I could get to him, but I was wrong. How does that sound?
What do you think?
Look, I walked into Bergendorf's this morning.
Why'd you run out?
The vault was open. Furniture was overturned, and Bergendorf didn't answer when I called. I figured it was a setup for Larry to check in, and he was on his way, so... It does sound phony, doesn't it?
It sure does, honey.
I don't lie, I guess. I could make up a better story than this.
Oh, you're doing great. Why'd Larry blow Tom?
You need a diagram? He was scared. What chance is an ex-convict when it's his story against someone else's?
What did you do with the 32?
In the drawer. Over there.
Now, here's the big question, honey.
I can't tell you anything else.
Where are the diamonds?
How do I know? How do I know?
Look, you're a real modest girl, Patricia. As a liar, you're sensational.
I'm not lying. Oh, believe me.
You had the Kimberley cross in your inside coat pocket when you came into the wagon this morning.
What are you talking about?
I'll get it. The X-ray, baby. Take a look. You asked for a diagram. There it is, in your inside left pocket.
Oh, wait a minute.
Hello?
Mr. Spade?
Yeah?
This is George, the technician again.
This is all wrong.
Hold it, George.
Let me see that.
I don't have any inside pocket. Look, I'm wearing the suit right now.
Hold it. George, what is it?
Well, I got to worrying about that print of Miss Conroy's, the incipient case, 34 chest, you
Yeah,
know.
what about it?
I called the lab, and they checked again. It's a mistake, Mr. Spade. A switch. It belongs to someone else.
Who?
Johnny Stroud.
Oh. Oh, well, George, you won't have to worry about making more extra prints.
What?
The ones you have will do.
Huh?
Yeah, thanks. Thanks a lot, George. George is getting worried.
Extra prints?
Yeah, I had him run off a batch. Evidence, trial, DA's office, you know. Now, let's take her in, huh?
Just a minute.
This is crazy. I have no inside pocket. How
You wouldn't argue with a picture, would you, honey? Give me the gun, Johnny. We'll take her in together.
No, wait. I want to settle something else.
Johnny, you're pointing that thing at me. It might go off.
Yeah, it might have that.
What's eating you, Johnny?
I know what's eating him. He's...
Shut up.
You aren't a very good liar either, are you, Sam? There aren't any extra prints.
Well, there's always George.
In a couple of hours, there won't be any George. No, you don't.
Okay, Johnny, on your feet.
Let me go, Sam. Let me go. We can work out a deal.
Shut up.
Sam, your head. You're shot.
Here, take the gun. Call Dundee. Get it? Dundee. Homicide. And the next voice I heard belonged to cool, brisk Miss Bergamot of the Harbor Emergency Hospital. Period. End of babysitting session.
How intrepid, Sam. What's your wound?
Nothing, sweetheart, nothing. As Hopalong Cassidy always says in Reel 6, don't worry, honey, it was only a scratch. Now...
Wait.
Can't you get up without moving your lap?
No, but Sam, there's one important omission.
Oh?
The Kimberly Cross. What did Stroud do with it?
That, cherub, is an intramural affair between Stroud and Mr. Runcible. While, as you know, this report is an affair between you and the portable. Scoot.
3 chimes mean good times on NBC. There's music and mystery for you tomorrow evening. For music, it's your hit parade bringing you the top tunes in the land with Eileen Wilson, Snooky Lanson, and Raymond Scott's orchestra. For mystery, it's The Man Called X, starring Herbert Marshall as an intrepid adventurer in international intrigue who travels wherever there is mystery, danger, and romance.
Oh, brisk, efficient Miss Perrine. You may lay it on my desk and restore your lap to its original position.
Oh, yes, sir. Comfortable, Sam?
Loving every minute.
Sam?
Yeah?
A girl can't help wondering sometimes.
About what?
Well, the way you described the blonde in your report. Glamorous, like the Kimberly Cross and all.
You like that?
Oh... I just wish sometimes someone else could be your secretary, and I'd be the one you'd meet in a room with velvet draperies and a long cigarette holder and slanting glasses and a black lace negligee.
Hold it, girl, hold it. You've gone quite far enough.
I know, but it's only natural for a girl to want to be glamorous, Sam.
Pardon me. You show up with any of those props, and I'll turn you over my knee.
You like me the way I am, Sam?
Yep.
Why is it always this way? Just when I think I'm getting somewhere, I find myself saying, good night, Sam.
My sweetheart.
The Adventures of Sam Spade are produced, edited, and directed by William Spear. Sam Spade was played by Stephen Dunn. Lorene Tuttle is Effie. Also in the cast were Wally Mayer, Fritz Feld, Georgia Ellis, Sidney Miller, Olin Soule, Alice Wellman, and John Monahan. Script for tonight's adventure by Harold Swanton. Musical scoring by Lud Gluskin, conducted by Robert Armbruster. Join us again next week, same time, for another adventure with Sam Spade. Don't underestimate the danger of tuberculosis. Although great strides have been taken toward stamping out the disease, it still remains a menace. Last year alone, it caused 50,000 deaths in the United States. 50,000 needless deaths, because TB can be controlled and cured if caught in time. The key to the complete defeat of the disease is the chest X-ray. You'll find that in many communities, chest X-rays can be obtained free of charge or at a nominal...
The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. In time of war, certain human instincts come to the fore. The aggressive instinct, of course, and also the instinct for survival. That we must all die eventually is inescapable. That some of us must die prematurely is terrifying. So terrifying that in a moment of grave danger, even the most sober and rational of men can appear to regress and clutch at superstitious omens, like our most primitive ancestors. Is this folly? Or does a person in the extreme moment when death is imminent know something we don't?
Captain, if I volunteer for this mission, will we get back here by midnight?
Well, it shouldn't take you more than 3 hours.
You're sure?
How come you're so skittish all of a sudden?
I just want to know that we'll be back here safely by midnight.
Why? Afraid you might turn into a pumpkin?
No, Captain. Something a lot worse than that.
Our mystery drama, Time Out of Mind, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Percy Granger and stars Russell Horton. It is sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division and True Value Hardware Stores. I'll be back shortly with Act One.
Maybe you've got a neighbor who just bought a new Electra, and he's gotten so smug and self-satisfied lately you can't stand it. Well, look at it this way. If you had just gotten a car with all the luxury and prestige of Electra and a trim European-like design that makes it easier than you might imagine to park and maneuver in city traffic, wouldn't you be a little insufferable for a while? We thought so. The new Electra at your Buick dealers now.
A little science, a little magic, a little science.
We have all experienced that bittersweet longing for the past, known as nostalgia. Most of us have also felt a related sensation of wishing we could return to a specific moment in time to take care of some unfinished business or speak a final word to a loved one. But though this temptation can at times seem unbearable, we should never allow it to become overwhelming.
Dad? Dad?
Huh? What, Scott?
Are you okay?
Oh, sure. Sure.
Would you like me to drive for a while?
Oh, no, I'm fine. Why should you?
Well, you looked like you were drifting off.
No, I was just thinking about something, that's all. I'm perfectly wide awake.
Okay, I was just offering.
What time is it?
Nearly midnight. Dad?
What? Why do you keep bothering me?
Bothering you? All you're doing is driving.
What do you want?
You were getting that look in your eye again.
What look?
Like you're forgetting where you are.
Well, I don't like being watched.
Hey, Dad, you've been driving since supper.
Look, believe me, I'm not tired. I was on the road 10 years for my company. I know about driving.
What were you thinking about?
When?
Just now.
Well, nothing.
Well, you said you were.
I don't remember.
Dad, let's talk, okay? If nothing else, the conversation will keep us awake.
I don't know why, Scott. It's usually put us to sleep before.
I don't get it. You insisted on driving me all the way back to school. When I asked you why, you said it would be a good chance for us to get to know each other better.
Yeah, I know, Scott, but, well, it's late at night now. There's plenty of time to talk tomorrow.
Okay, Dad.
I'm sorry, son. I didn't mean to snap at you. I know we haven't been very close these past few years while you've been drifting about and trying to find yourself.
But now that I'm back in graduate school, you think you can relate to me, is that it?
You see, Even the words you kids use. I mean, relate. Well, what does that mean? In my day, it meant to tell somebody something.
Okay.
What?
Let's begin with that. Let's tell each other something.
Well, why don't you tell me about the courses you're taking?
I mean, what's on our minds, how we feel about things, how you feel about me, how I feel about you.
I don't know why you kids today are so obsessed with feeling.
I feel like I'm driving across the country with a complete stranger.
That's really how you feel, Scott?
Yes. I'm not part of your life, Dad. I never have been. I never know what's on your mind. Half the time, you seem like you're somewhere else.
My brother, Scotty.
What?
Well, you asked me what I was thinking about before. It was Scotty. Your uncle, the one you're named after.
Well, why were you thinking about him now?
And January 17th, the day after tomorrow, is the anniversary of his death. He was killed in the Second World War.
Yeah, at Anzio Beach in 1944.
Of course, you've heard the story.
You know, sometimes I really envy him.
Why?
Because I get the impression he was the only person you were ever close to.
Well, why do you say that?
You mention his death so much.
Well, you asked me to tell you what I was thinking about.
I wasn't trying to criticize. All I meant was that other people lost relatives in the war, but that was 30 years ago. His death obviously affected you very much.
He was killed by a sniper while he was out on patrol near Anzio.
All I know about him is how he died.
Well, there's nothing more to tell. You know, you look a lot like Scotty.
I do?
He was tall, like you.
Really? 6'7"?
Just about.
Did he play basketball?
No, he was a musician. He played the piano.
Classical?
No. Rhythm and blues. Swing. He was also a composer. Do you know that Tommy Dorsey heard him once? And he told Scotty to look him up when the war was over. Yeah. He was going to be great.
I never knew any of this. Well, why haven't you ever talked about him?
And he had a real great sense of humor. A real wise guy. His death was a turning point in my life. It was right after I heard the news that I asked your mother to marry me.
So you were close?
No.
Well, I don't understand.
Well, he looked up to me, but, I always made fun of him, you know. Put him down.
No, a lot of older brothers do that. It doesn't mean anything.
Most brothers have a lifetime to make it up, and we never did. I never had the chance to tell him how I really felt, and sometimes I think I'd be willing to give almost anything to be able to go back and make sure he knew.
Well, you can't, Dad. It's over.
No, that's just it. It isn't over.
Dad, this is 1978.
There was a letter.
A letter?
Yes. What's that?
It sounds like a highway patrol car.
Well, he's not after us, is he?
Well, I don't know. He's still pretty far back, but... Well, I don't see anybody else on the road.
Oh, but that's crazy. Look, I'm only going 60.
Well, it's still 5 miles over the limit.
Any trooper will spot you 5 miles.
Hey, I'd slow down anyway.
Well, no, he must be answering a call further down the highway.
Look, he's signaling for us to pull over.
Hand me my wallet, will you? It's in the glove compartment.
Good evening.
Hello, officer.
Can I see your license?
Yeah, sure, just a sec.
Theodore Pittman, that you?
Yep.
Who's that in there with you?
It's my son.
You live in Pennsylvania?
Yes, sir. Harrisburg. My son's studying physics in California, and I'm driving him back to school from winter vacation.
You drive all the way from Harrisburg today?
Oh, no, from Columbus, officer. Can you tell me what the matter is? I was only going a few miles over 60.
Oh, speeding's not the problem. This interstate can be more treacherous than it looks, Mr. Pittman. It's flat as a board and straight as an arrow for over 100 miles through this part of Kansas. A lot of drivers become lulled or hypnotized. Some even fall asleep at the wheel.
Well, I'm wide awake.
Oh, I've been following you for quite a while. You aware that a few miles back you were weaving?
Well, no.
That's a pretty good sign. A driver's either tiring or his mind's wandering.
Well, I'm okay now.
Does your son drive?
Well, yes, officer, but I'm telling you, there's nothing wrong with me.
You planning to drive all night?
Yes, we're behind schedule. We had some car trouble in Ohio that set us back a day. Well, my son's got to be back in San Francisco in time to register tomorrow, the 17th.
That's a long way to go in 2 days.
Well, we'll make it.
I suggest you stop for some coffee at the next service plaza. There's one about 12 miles up ahead that's got an all-night restaurant.
All right, officer, fair enough. We'll do that.
It's for your own protection, Mr. Pittman.
I understand.
I also suggest you change drivers there.
Yes, sir.
Here's your license.
Thank you. Oh, that was a close call.
Dad, he was only trying to be helpful.
Weaving? I don't remember weaving.
You, started to tell me about a letter?
Well, the last time I ever saw my brother Scotty, we had an argument.
Over what?
Well, I don't remember. It doesn't matter. The point is, that was it. 3 weeks later, he was shipped overseas, and I never saw him again. A couple of months after that, I began to feel apprehensive.
As if you knew something was going to happen?
Well, you always think you have a whole life to talk, so you keep putting it off, and then suddenly something happens, and...
So you wrote to him?
It's amazing what happens when you sit down to do something like that. I mean, feelings you didn't even know you had. Well, everything comes out.
Did you mail it?
3 weeks before he was killed.
So he did know.
But you see, that's just it. I don't know if the letter ever reached him. It wasn't among his personal effects when they were sent home.
3 weeks is a lot of time. He must have gotten it.
It took mail anywhere from 2 to 6 weeks to reach men who were at the front.
Oh.
So I never knew. And I never will know.
I'm glad you told me all this, Dad. I feel like maybe we're a lot closer now. Maybe we'll leave...
Scotty's death wasn't necessary.
What?
He never should have been with the infantry in the first place. I mean, he was a big boy. An inch over the height limit. They were supposed to transfer me. It should have come through.
But it didn't. It's over. Hey, let go of it, Dad. It's been over for 30 years.
No, it isn't over. As long as I don't know whether or not he got my letter, it isn't over.
Well, if that's the way you feel, it can't ever be over then, can it?
No.
Dad, are you watching what... Dad, look out! You're going off
the road! It has been said that time heals all wounds. But there are exceptions. Some wounds never heal, and some seem to grow even more painful as time goes on, and the particular event recedes further and further from the grasp. Usually our desires have their consequences only in the present. But is it possible that a wish, if it were strong enough, could affect what is already past? I shall return in a moment with Act 2. Father and son driving across the Kansas prairie late at night. The father reliving an episode from his past he's not been able to forget for 30 years. Then suddenly, and without warning, a mishap. Theo Pittman loses control, and the car careens and crashes. It is said there are no accidents, that everything which happens is ordained. But if this was not an accident, what else could it have been?
Scotty? Look.
Hey, Scotty.
What happened?
How do you feel?
My head.
Hey, just take it easy. That shell couldn't have landed more than 20 yards from our foxhole.
Foxhole? I was in a car. There was an accident.
Hey, just lie back, pal.
Who are you?
It's Leslie.
Leslie?
Les White.
What's that outfit you're wearing? You a soldier?
Hey, that's what they say about you, too.
What? Hey, what are you doing?
Just putting some water on your face.
Where am I?
Field hospital.
Where?
Near Anzio.
Anzio? You mean Italy?
Yeah, we're about 4 miles inland from the beach. You don't remember what happened at all?
No, I don't.
Well, I'm not surprised. The medic said you might suffer loss of memory for a while.
How did I get here?
Oh, a shell hit near our foxhole. I was lighting a cigarette, and I had my head down. You were up top with the binoculars, and the explosion knocked you cold.
Foxhole, Anzio. What year is this?
1944.
I must be dreaming.
Hey, tell me, how do you feel?
A terrible headache.
Well, you ain't dreaming, Scotty.
But it's incredible. How did I get here?
I carried you.
No, I mean... Well, what did you call me?
When?
Just now, my name. What did you say?
Scotty.
Pittman?
Yeah. Hey, your memory's coming back.
I'm Scotty Pittman?
Boy, I don't understand how you weren't killed.
What do you mean?
Well, there's not even a mark on you. Boy, you must have a charmed life.
I want to try standing up.
Hey, wait a few minutes.
I want to get up.
Okay, but let me give you a hand. Hey, take it slow. There. How's that?
Dizzy, yes. No, don't hold me.
You sure?
Let go. I don't believe this.
Captain Croft. Captain, Scotty's come too.
Well, how do you feel, boy?
Okay, I guess.
You don't look any the worse for wear. You able to walk?
Yeah.
How's your vision? Is it blurred at all?
No.
Les, what's the medic say?
Well, he doesn't know how Scotty survived, but he can't find anything wrong with him except for a mild concussion.
Okay, check out with him and get back to your position.
All right.
That guy doesn't like me, does he?
Well, I'm not surprised. You've been trying to get out of this outfit ever since they stuck you here.
Because of my size?
Yep. Hey, how you feeling now?
I really don't know yet.
How's your memory? You know what's happening?
Yeah. We're at Anzio. The Americans and British landed here with 24 battalions. 21 theirs, 3 were ours. The objective is to draw the Germans away from Cassino and make it possible for the Allies to break through to Rome.
Hey, great, you remember.
Well, I should. I've heard the story often enough.
What?
Nothing. What are we doing? I mean, us, specifically.
Well, our battalion is in the vanguard for the invasion forces. When we landed, we took the Germans by surprise, and we were able to push them back this far, but, boy, now their resistance is stiffening. A lot of our armor and men are still being landed on the beach.
So, we're the front line?
Our unit is on the extreme southern wing. The German counterattack, if it comes, is expected to be further north. So we're relatively peaceful here. About all we're doing for the moment is going out on daily patrols.
Patrols?
Yeah, hey, don't look so worried. We got it easy. The only real danger we face is from an occasional German sniper.
Sniper? Les, what's the date?
January 16th.
This is the day before... when's the next time we're supposed to go out on patrol?
Tomorrow morning.
The 17th.
Hey, is it beginning to sound familiar?
Yeah, you bet.
We better get going. I'll find the medic and get you checked out of here.
Les, wait a minute. Have we gotten any mail since we landed?
Well, yeah. A batch finally caught up with us yesterday. But you haven't forgotten that.
Did I get something?
You got a letter from your brother.
Then it came.
Oh, yeah, you let me read it.
Where is it now?
Well, gee, I don't know. The last I saw it was tucked in the webbing of your helmet there.
It's not here.
Probably got jarred loose and carried off when that shell exploded. Hey, listen.
What?
The German guns have stopped.
What did the letter say?
What?
Well, you said I let you read it. You remember what it said?
Don't you?
No.
You must have read it over 20 times.
I don't remember.
It was a sweet letter. You and he were really close, huh?
No. No, we, hadn't been.
Well, he must have been making a real effort then to say what he did. Hey, what are you doing?
I have got to try to find that letter.
Yeah, but that's my kid.
Sorry.
Anyway, I told you, it's gone. Oh, the captain's coming this way. We better make tracks back to our position.
White, Pittman, hold on.
Yes, sir. I'm sorry, sir. We were just on our way back.
Forget that. I need a couple of volunteers.
Volunteers?
Yes, something's going wrong.
What's happened?
The German guns have fallen silent. That's probably the prelude to the counterattack we've been expecting.
Yes, sir. To the north?
Well, that's just it. Gresham and Hodges and the other outposts are all reporting heavy activity in the hills above their sectors.
Down here? Well, are we getting support?
Well, we still can't get clear radio contact with beach headquarters. The terrain is too rugged.
You want Scotty and me to run back on foot?
Yep, I do. You find out if the 191st Tank Battalion's come ashore yet. Tell them we could sure use some of it.
Yes, sir.
Now, we've seen activity on 3 sides of us, so we're in danger of being cut off.
Well, so we could run into German patrols between here and the beach.
That's right. Otherwise, with luck, you'll be there and back by tonight.
Captain?
Yes, Pittman.
Les says we're scheduled for patrol duty tomorrow.
If we're not being overrun by the Germans, yeah.
Well, if we do volunteer for this trip back to headquarters, will you exempt us from patrol duty for a day?
If you volunteer?
Scotty.
Soldier, you don't understand. You have volunteered.
Captain, he's still a little...
I guarantee no matter what happens, we'll get through to the beach and be back safely by this evening.
Well, that shell must have knocked some spunk into you, Pittman. I haven't heard that kind of enthusiasm from you since you came into this outfit. You keep it up, and I might even be sorry when your transfer comes through. Okay, if you get through to the beach and back by tonight, tomorrow you get a breather.
Thank you, sir.
Oh, Les, you know Colonel Gilpin, don't you?
Yes, sir.
When you get there, report to him. You tell him our situation.
Yes, sir. Well, we're ready to go.
Well, good luck.
What's the matter, Les?
Did you hear something?
No, don't be so jumpy.
It's too quiet.
Now, trust me, we've got nothing to worry about today.
Well, I'm glad one of us is feeling confident.
Hey, Les, is that captain the kind of man to keep his word?
What, you mean about patrol duty tomorrow?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, he's not exactly Mr. Personality, but he's good on his word. I don't know what difference it makes, though. We'll probably be under attack by then.
Just so long as I'm not out on patrol.
Hey, what's that?
Listen.
3 o'clock.
Hey, we'll make it back in time for supper. Boy, that's beautiful, isn't it?
What?
It's somewhere in the middle of this war, nested among these hills, there's a little village. And the Germans are on one side of them and the Allies on the other. Any minute they're going to go at each other. And still, somebody takes the time to toll the hour.
Yeah. You know, for a minute I could have figured I was back in Vermont. Oh, it's going to be real nice, isn't it? When all this is over and we have peace once and for all.
Yeah. Come on, we'd better keep going.
Colonel Gilpin?
Yeah? What can I do for you?
I'm Private White, and this is Private Pittman. We're reporting from Captain Croft.
Croft? Oh, you're down near Natuna, aren't you, on our southern flank?
Yes, sir.
We were beginning to wonder what had happened to you. We haven't had any radio contact from you in 2 days.
I know, sir. That's why we're here in person. We've come to report heavy movement in the hills above our position.
Yeah, the enemy counterattack is expected to hit further north.
I know, sir, but we're here to request immediate relief. We're in danger of being surrounded and cut off.
We're just bringing the last of the 191st tank coal ashore now. We should be able to have you fully supported by morning.
Thank you, sir.
Tell me, did you see any enemy activity between your outpost and here?
Nothing, sir.
Well, that's good. You two boys want something to eat before heading back?
Scotty?
No, I want to get back.
Okay, I guess I'd rather travel while it's light anyway.
Well, now you tell your captains, eh?
Well, get down, sir. Hey, Scotty.
What was that?
Flatten out, will you?
Les, come on, we gotta go.
Through this stuff, are you crazy?
We'll make it. We've got nothing to worry about.
You can if you want. I'm not moving.
You two boys all right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Well, I think you'd better stay here.
Well, with your permission, sir, I'd like to go back.
Be crazy to risk it until the shelling stops.
Well, how long will that be?
Well, that depends on how much the Germans got.
Hey, Scotty, we'll get back in the morning.
No, I have got to get back before midnight.
I'm sorry, son, but you're going to have to stay here until this bombardment stops. And that's an order.
We are taught that recklessness or caution can mean the difference between life and death. But this is all relative. For what would strike Les or the Colonel as reckless to Scott Pittman is nothing more than caution, and something that is absolutely necessary if he is not to die. Yet, are his chances for survival really that great? After all, he's fighting for his life against an unusual opponent. History. I shall return in a moment with our final act.
Why are so many people buying Buick's new Century? Well, it depends on who you ask. Mrs. Marcia Resnick?
It holds the road, and it drives really smooth. It's nice.
And Mrs. Phil Jackson?
I like it because it's roomy.
And Mr. Jackson, he can't even begin to tell you all the reasons why he likes their new Buick Century.
I really wouldn't know where to start.
But then that says a lot about Buick's new Century and why it's drawing a crowd at your Buick dealers.
What is the difference between life and death? That is a question we might well ponder at this point, since we're faced with the unusual situation of a person who may be fighting for a life he no longer possesses. There was an accident. That much seems clear. Yet Scott has certainly had no cause to question the reality of the surroundings in which he finds himself, from Kansas highway to a battlefield in World War II. Scott Pittman sits hunched over in a trench, listening to the shells whistling about his ears. But louder even than the exploding bombs is the ticking of time.
Les, what time is it now?
Well, let's see. 10 p.m.
Only 2 more hours. Isn't this shelling ever going to stop?
Why is it so important to you to get back to our outpost by midnight? I mean, look, the way I see it, we're a heck of a lot safer here. Hey, what are you doing?
I have waited long enough.
Wait a minute, are you crazy?
Let me go.
You wouldn't get 100 yards out there in the open.
I have got nothing to worry about till after midnight.
You think so?
Yes.
Okay. You think you lead a charmed life just because you survived that one shell? Well, go on. Go on, take off.
Yes. I'm dead.
What?
I am as good as dead.
Hey, look, cut it out. Don't talk like that. You've been in combat long enough to know you never talk about it. It's bad luck. This afternoon, you weren't afraid of a thing. What's happened to you?
I don't know. I don't know. Well, everything's been happening so fast. I haven't had time to stop and think. Of course, this can't be real. It isn't possible.
Well, if this isn't real, why didn't you leave this foxhole when I let go of you just now?
I don't know.
Look at the dirt on your face. It's 30 degrees out. Look at the frost on your breath. You think these things aren't real?
Les, are we friends?
What?
I mean, can I talk to you?
Well, of course. I mean, what kind of a question is that?
I've got to try and explain what's happening because I don't understand it.
Hey, Scotty, you're trembling. What is it? You're acting like this was your first time under fire.
It is.
What do you mean?
Les, I was driving across country with my father on my way back to graduate school. There was an accident, I think. Well, anyway, I woke up here.
That's what's got you unnerved?
Well, isn't that enough?
We all have dreams about being back home.
No, this wasn't a dream. I was on my way back to graduate school in San Francisco. We were driving on an interstate.
On a what?
You see? You don't know what an interstate is, do you? It was 1978, the year it was. I mean, is.
1978? Wait a minute. You mean that this is like the Connecticut Yankee in King Arthur's Court?
Yeah, well, sort of, except that I am not Scotty.
Well, you look like Scotty to me.
No, I am Scotty's nephew. The man who wrote that letter that I was looking for is my father. He was telling me the story of Scotty's death just before the accident.
Death?
Scotty was killed on January 17th.
Well, that's tomorrow. Oh, it's no wonder you've been so jumpy.
He was killed by a sniper. You see, that's why I've got to get back before midnight.
Scotty, it was all just a dream.
Look, I am not. You don't believe me, do you?
Look, let's just call a halt, okay? Just try to forget about it.
Then why do I have a complete memory of my life in 1978 and no memory of all this life now?
The explosion obviously affected your mind. Oh, come on, Scotty, relax. We'll get you medical attention as soon as the shelling lets up.
Don't I look any different to you? I mean, Scotty and I couldn't have looked exactly alike.
Hey, underneath all that dirt, you could be Humphrey Bogart for all I know. Scotty, don't worry. I'm not going to let anything happen to you.
I even remember my last thought before the crash. If there was some way I could find out whether or not Scotty had received that letter.
Well, why don't you write him?
Who?
Your brother. Tell him that the letter came.
Would that work?
Well, if you mail it, it will.
Why didn't I think of that?
Here, wait a second. Here, I got some paper and a pencil in my kit.
Oh, maybe this is what it's all about. Maybe this is why I'm here.
Here's the pencil.
Oh, thanks.
What's the matter?
Why, I don't know what to say.
Well, tell him that you got the letter.
Oh, of course. Dear brother... No. Dear Theodore, your letter arrived safely. I have read it many times. It meant more to me than you can possibly imagine. I love you, Scott. No, I mean, Scotty.
Here's an envelope.
Oh, thanks, Les. You have no idea what this is going to mean to him. For 30 years, he's... You think I'm crazy, don't you?
Just write your brother with your father's address on the envelope.
I'm not crazy. I'm really not, Les. I can tell you the day that Berlin is going to fall. I can tell you what happens to Hitler. Did you know that Eisenhower was going to be president?
But write the address. We'll see it gets mailed. What's the matter? Why are you hesitating?
I don't know it.
You don't know your own brother's address?
He's not my...
Think, Scotty, think.
He worked in Harrisburg during the war at the Alliance plant.
Okay. Then just send it care of the plant. They'll see it gets to him.
Are you sure?
Oh, come on. They take good care of servicemen's mail. It always gets delivered.
Hey. Listen.
What?
They stopped shelling us.
Why? It must be a lull.
We can go now.
Why go back at all?
We have to.
But if it's tomorrow you're worried about, why don't we just stay here?
You think I'm stark raving mad, don't you? And soon as you have the chance, you're going to get a couple of medics over here with a straitjacket.
Scotty.
And this letter won't ever be mailed, will it?
I'll mail it, I promise you.
Thanks anyway, Les, but I am going back.
But why, Scotty?
I don't know. Maybe because this is what really happened. Where you go? What are you doing?
Well, no matter what, we're buddies, Scotty. And if I can't stop you, at least I'm not letting you go out there alone.
Hey, Les, stop.
Why, what's the matter?
I thought I saw something move over there in the trees.
Hey, I don't see anything. Come on.
Let's go a little slower, okay?
Like you want to make it back by 12 or not?
Look, Les, there's our battalion.
Oh, just down this hill and over that stream.
Yeah. What time is it?
See, it's only 11:15.
Hey, we made it.
Oh, come on, let's go.
Hey, wait, Les, that can't be right. It's got to be later than that.
What? Oh, hey, you're right. My watch has stopped. It doesn't matter. We still got time.
What's that?
Nothing. Come on.
No, listen. It's that church bell. The one we heard this afternoon. It's midnight. I didn't make it.
Scotty, there's no one out here. Now, come on. We're almost there.
I can't go any further.
But it can't be more than 500 yards.
That doesn't matter. I'd never get there.
Don't be an idiot. There are no Germans, not this close to our own line.
There are. I know there are.
Oh, damn your crazy, stubborn obstinance. Your idiotic stupidity. That was all just a dream. It doesn't mean anything. Oh, why do you insist on taking it seriously? Look, if you weren't so tall, I'd knock you out and carry you the rest of the way myself.
Get away from me, Les. Go on. Go on. What are you waiting for?
Well, that letter to your... That letter. Well, I'll take it if you want.
Would you?
Sure. Well, come on. Give it here.
I can't.
Why not?
Because my dad never got it. It was never mailed. If I gave it to you, you understand?
Yeah. Yeah, I understand. Captain Croft.
Les. Well, you made it back.
Well, we reached Colonel Gilpin. The tanks are ashore. The whole invasion force will be moving inland by morning.
Oh, where's Pittman?
Well, he's still out there.
Where?
On the other side of the stream, about 500 yards.
Why?
He refused to come any further. He's gone crazy, sir. That shell yesterday must have blown every ounce of sanity out of his head. He just stopped making sense. He's convinced there's a German sniper out there waiting to kill him.
We've got to get him in here right away. Now, you lead the detail out. You find Sergeant Hobbs and...
What was that? You don't suppose he...
No. That wasn't one of ours. That was a German field rifle.
Dad, are you all right?
Hey, Dad, can you hear me? What's happened? Everything's so quiet. Your mind's drifting again. Oh, listen. I got something important to tell you. Scotty got your letter. I know. I was there. I spoke to Les. He was Scotty's buddy. He said the letter came 2 days before he died. So he knew how you felt about him. What's that? That's not for us, is it? The highway patrolman again? We're not going over the speed limit. And you're not weaving. You're driving great, Dad. It's almost like we weren't moving at all. You can't even hear the engine. Dad, wake up. Wake up. If they find you asleep at the wheel, they'll take us off to jail. I'll be late for school. Dad, listen. No matter what they do to us, even if they try to separate us, if maybe we aren't ever going to see each other again, just remember, Scotty got your letter. He knew all along. You don't have to feel badly anymore. I found that out for you. I found out.
Holy jumpo.
It's a mess, isn't it? The car's completely totaled.
We got here as quickly as we could.
There wasn't any need to rush. They're both dead.
Were they killed instantly?
Looks that way.
We'll take the bodies into St. Anne and notify the next of kin.
It's a real shame. I'd stopped these folk about 12 miles back. They were going to pull off the road for coffee at the restaurant just over the rise there, not half a mile from here. A real shame.
It is said that which is truly important is ultimately communicated, if not by tongue or pen, then through some other medium. Were Scott and his father killed instantly? Who knows? A lot is said to happen in that final second before death. Perhaps it is best to take our story as a fantasy of wish fulfillment and not question its logic too closely. But there is a more sober note to be sounded as well, which I shall do as soon as I return.
This spring, True Value Hardware stores can help you get off on the right foot when you have a lot of work to do in your yard. Hi, Pat Summerall to tell you they offer lawn and garden equipment to help eliminate a lot of the hard work and give you more time for recreation. Like the Diston cordless grass shears. They can cut around a football field on one charge. And they take charge, handling the trimming around trees, bushes, and fences in your yard. The Diston cordless grass shears are just $11.44. Power pack sold separately at True Value Hardware stores. You can quickly and easily eliminate pests in your garden and around your home with the True Value 2-gallon garden sprayer. The special roto spray nozzle adjusts from a light mist to a 15-foot spray, so you can quickly spray insect and weed killer in a large area, or adjust the spray to reach smaller spots. And right now, the True Value 2-gallon sprayer is anniversary priced at just $14.99 at participating True Value Hardware stores. And remember that True Value is much more than just a name. It's always been our way of doing business. And tell them Pat Summerall sent you.
If there is a lesson to be learned from our story, it is that we must never forget we are born to an eternal present. And it is in this present we must stay. Theodore Pittman would have done better to look to the relationship with his son than continuing to regret his lost chance with his brother. Our cast included Russell Horton, Lloyd Batista, and Ian Martin. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now, a preview of our next tale.
Why do you say that?
Because
I know precisely the kind of help you need.
I'm not sure I know what you mean. I'm not even sure I need any help at all.
Oh, you need all kinds of help. First, you have to be made aware of your problems.
I have a problem.
Oh, rest assured you do. Once you become aware of it, you'll need help in finding and following through the solution.
I really don't know what you're talking about.
Well, that's why I'm so important to you. Believe me, there's one thing that you must do within the next 6 or 8 weeks.
Yeah, what's that?
Well, that is, we must do it.
Yeah. What is it?
We must murder your aunt.
Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by True Value Hardware Stores and Buick Motor Division. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
New York, the makers of Clippercraft clothes for men and 924 leading retail stores from coast to coast present the world's most famous detective, Sherlock Holmes. Our stories are based upon the character of Sherlock Holmes, created by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. Sherlock Holmes is portrayed by John Stanley, Dr. Watson by Alfred SHERLEY, and the dramatizations are by Edith Meiser. Winter's certainly here, Dr. Watson. There are snowdrifts 3 to 4 feet high piled outside your door.
Let me take your galoshes, Mr. Harris, while you warm your feet by the fire.
Boy, this feels good. I think I'll just dig in here for the winter, Doctor.
Well, why don't you?
And hear a Sherlock Holmes adventure every evening. Say, come to think of it, that would have the good old Arabian Nights beat all hollow.
Thank you, Mr. Harris. A very neat compliment indeed.
Well, Dr. Watson, which of your many Sherlock Holmes adventures have you decided to tell us this evening?
Well, to tell the truth, I was in a quandary as to where to begin until I received a communication by this afternoon's post. Oh, here it is.
Thank you. Wedding announcement. Gloria Waverly Pembroke to Juan Fernando Ferguson. Say, that's a strange combination of names. Juan Fernando Ferguson, Doctor?
Yes, Juan Fernando Ferguson was the victim in the case of the Sussex vampire, although he was hardly a year old at the time.
The case of the Sussex vampire. That sounds promising. Just what is a vampire, Dr. Watson?
That's the exact same question that Holmes put to me at the beginning of this case. Oh, but before we go into the subject, suppose you say a few well-chosen words on another subject. A subject we're very pleased to hear about on this program.
I thank you, Dr. Watson. A few words that give you the whole story in a nutshell are these. Clippercraft clothes are the best values in suits, top coats, and overcoats you've ever seen. Now, you have every right to say to me, how do you explain that, Mr. Harris? Tell us what makes it so. Well, explaining Clippercraft's great values is simple as ABC. They're planned values. They take advantage of all the ingenuity their makers can bring to bear. The Clippercraft plan concentrates the buying power of 924 leading stores across the nation, making tremendous savings in manufacturing and distribution costs. You get the savings this brilliant plan makes possible. What's more, you get them at your own local independent store, at the store you can trust.
Until you see them, you wouldn't believe such beautifully tailored suits were possible at only $40 and $45. Such handsome top coats and overcoats at only $40. Clippercraft values are so downright remarkable. We urge you to compare them with clothes selling for many dollars more. And now, Dr. Watson, to return to the case of the Sussex vampire.
It was a blustery afternoon, Mr. Harris. Early in November in the year... let me see. Somewhere early in the 1900s. Well, at any rate, I had returned to our rooms in Baker Street to find Holmes standing before the huge reference books he had compiled for himself. The volume V in his hands and a critical look on his face.
Ah, there you are, Watson. You look a trifle windblown.
Well, it doesn't take any brilliant deduction on your part to ascertain that fact, my dear Holmes. What a gale. It fairly tears the coat off your back. I had to chase my hat almost the entire length of Kensington Gardens. Oh, I'm completely exhausted.
Oh, nonsense. A little strenuous exercise is good for you.
Oh, yes? Then why don't you indulge in it more frequently?
I don't need to. My waistline isn't becoming unmanageable.
Well, there's nothing matter with my waistline. A bit more substantial than yours, perhaps, but it's...
Watson, stop your spluttering. I haven't time to listen. We've something more serious on hand.
Oh, I say, a new case?
I haven't decided. Watson, in your own invaluable opinion, just what is a vampire?
Oh, I thought you didn't have time for any tittle-tattle.
I haven't. My question's entirely serious.
A vampire? Oh, well, a vampire's supposed to be a sort of walking corpse that lives by sucking human blood and can only be held in its grave by a stake driven through its heart. It's a purely legendary figure like werewolves and sea serpents.
Exactly, a childish bugaboo, pure rubbish.
Yes, just the result of a lot of ignorant peasants frightening each other. Their imaginations run away with them. Hocus-pocus like that could never become current in England.
No? Superstition's a difficult thing to stamp out. Read this letter.
Oh, what is it? The hysterical ravings of some neurotic female?
On the contrary, it's a business letter from Morrison, Morrison & Dodd, one of the oldest and most reputable law firms in the city. Read it.
Mr. Sherlock Holmes, in Re Vampires. Sir, our client, Mr. Robert Ferguson, of Ferguson and Muirhead, tea brokers of Mincing Lane, has made some inquiry from us concerning vampires. As our firm specializes upon the assessment of machinery, the matter hardly comes within our purview, and we have therefore recommended Mr. Ferguson to lay the matter before you.
The question now is, does it come within our purview either?
Well, we seem to have been switched into Grimm's fairy tale. We may as well expect a witch on a broomstick to come flying down the chimney.
Oh, well, anything's better than stagnation, eh, Watson? Besides, stamping out superstition's one of my hobbies. Now what? Come in. Oh, good afternoon, Mrs. Hudson.
A letter for you, sir. Came by the light post.
From Mr. Robert Ferguson, Cheesemans, Lamberley. Thank you, Mrs. Hudson, thank you.
Don't mention it, sir.
Well, this Mr. Ferguson, he doesn't seem to have lost any time in getting in touch with you, Holmes.
No, the matter must be fairly urgent. Cheesemans, Lamberley. Where is Lamberley, Watson?
In Sussex, south of Horsham.
Read the letter, there's a good fellow.
Oh, really, Holmes? You're becoming more indolent every day.
Rubbish. Just because I sit here relaxed with my eyes closed doesn't mean I'm not mentally alert. But get on with the letter, get on with it.
Well, wait a minute, can't you? Well, wait till I get it out of the envelope. There we are. My dear Mr. Holmes, I have been recommended to you by my lawyers, but the matter is so delicate I hardly know how to explain it to you. Some 5 years ago, I married a South American lady, the daughter of a Peruvian merchant. She's very beautiful and a most loving wife, but I cannot help feeling that there are sides of her character which I can never explore or understand. A few months ago, she began to show some curious traits quite alien to her ordinarily sweet and gentle disposition. This is my second marriage. I have one son by my first wife, charming and affectionate, but a cripple. Twice my wife was caught in the act of assaulting this poor lad in the most brutal and unprovoked way. That was a small matter, however, compared with her conduct to her own child, a beautiful boy just under 1 year of age. The story, if true, is almost too horrible to mention. One afternoon last week, I heard my older boy screaming upstairs. Almost immediately, the baby's nurse burst into the room and begged me to follow her as my wife was in one of her spells.
Let me go, you're hurting me.
Oh, Mr. Ferguson, sir, come quick. It's your wife. She's took bad again.
What?
She's beating the boy. Oh, hurry, sir, or she'll kill him.
Good heavens, this is dreadful. Come along, nurse.
You're twisting my arm. Oh, stop hitting me. Stop.
I'm coming, Jackie, I'm coming. Tina, let the boy go. I say, let the boy go.
Father, look. Father, she hit me. Look there.
Why, you've raised a great welt on his arm. This is too much, Tina. Are you going crazy?
I hate him, you little beast.
After all, Tina, he is my son and a cripple. How can you be so inhuman?
It is because I love you. Don't you understand? I would sacrifice myself rather than break your heart. You must believe me. You must trust me.
Yes, but what do you want me to believe?
I cannot tell, but you must trust me.
After all, actions speak louder than words. How can I believe you love me when I see you torturing my son?
I hate him. Take him away. I will kill him next time.
Stop it. You're delirious, that's it, you're delirious. Don't you think so, nurse?
It's worse than that, sir. She's possessed of the devil. She and Dolores, that blackguard maid of hers. Dolores practices strange rites up in her room. She's a voodoo, I tell you.
Oh, nonsense, this is going too far. Has the whole house turned into bedlam? Really, nurse, Dolores is from Latin America. Just because she does things you don't understand doesn't make her a witch. It's all quite easily explained.
There's something going on in this house you can't explain so easy, no matter how you try.
What do you mean?
What I saw in the nursery this afternoon, just before she started into beating Jackie. Oh, don't tell. You promised not to. Oh, for the love of heaven, don't tell.
Tina, be quiet. What did you find, nurse?
I was out in the back hall, warming the baby's bottle, when all of a sudden I heard a loud cry, like he was in pain. I ran in to find out what the matter was. And there she was, leaning over the baby. I screamed. She looked up, and there was blood on her face. She's a vampire, that's what she is, a vampire.
Thoroughly unsavory, Watson. Go on with the letter.
Ever since then, the nurse has guarded the child day and night. And day and night, the silent, watchful mother seems to be lying in wait as a wolf for a lamb. For the rest, she confines herself to her own room and will see none of us. I know this will all sound most fantastic to you, Mr. Holmes. Vampirism in the heart of Sussex. And yet I beg of you to take it seriously. If you would only come down and investigate the matter, a child's life and a man's sanity may depend upon it. Yours faithfully, Robert Ferguson.
Well, Watson, what do you make of it?
Well, it all sounds like a nightmare to me. Maybe the man himself is demented.
Possibly, Watson. Possibly. Suppose we visit Lamberley tomorrow afternoon to see if we can get to the bottom of this strange case. I've always wanted to meet a vampire. Ah, yes, that must be our client, Mr. Ferguson, waiting at the other end of the platform.
You mean the long, slab-sided man with loose limbs and a splendid back? Well, he looks prematurely aged.
An experience like this would add years to any man's looks. Ah, Mr. Robert Ferguson, I believe.
Yes, Mr. Holmes. I received your telegram. I can't begin to express my gratitude.
Quite, and this is my friend and colleague, Dr. Watson.
Oh, how do you do, sir?
I believe we've met before, Dr. Watson.
Oh, really?
Aren't you the same Watson who played rugby for Blackheath while I was three-quarter for Richmond?
Bobby Ferguson, why, of course.
Yes.
I'm delighted to see you again, old fellow. I never forget the day you threw me over the ropes into the crowd at old Deer Park.
Yes. Well, time has changed us both. Whoever would have thought we would meet again under such tragic circumstances? But come, the carriage is waiting over here.
So, Watson, you played rugby, eh?
No, indeed he did, and a splendid athlete he was, too.
And see that. You're full of surprises, Watson.
There are unexplored possibilities about you.
Oh, now you're pulling my leg, Holmes.
Ah, here's the carriage. Will you get in first, Mr. Holmes?
Thank you.
Now, Watson.
Righto.
That's right. And tuck this rug in around your knees, will you? The wind is getting rather brisk. Looks as though we'd have a storm before night. All right, Wilson. Let's get along.
Now then, Mr. Ferguson, if you don't object to a few personal questions...
No, anything. What can I do? I can't go to the police with such a story, and yet I must protect the children. Is it madness? Is it something in the blood? Have you ever had a similar case? Oh, for the love of heaven, give me some advice. I'm at my wit's end.
Gently, Mr. Ferguson, gently. Now, just pull yourself together and give me a few clear answers. I can assure you that I am very far from being at my wit's end. First of all, have you spoken to your wife since the discovery?
No, Mr. Holmes. She refuses to see me. Her maid, Dolores, who's been with her since she was a child, is the only person she will see.
I gather that you did not know your wife well at the time of your marriage.
Only a few weeks.
Then your wife's character would be better known to her maid than to you.
I suppose so.
This unhappy lady has appeared to assault both the children, her own baby and your son?
Yes. She attacked Jackie again just day before yesterday.
But the assaults take different forms, do they not? She has beaten your own son.
Once with a stick and once very savagely with her hands.
Is the lady jealous by nature?
Well, she is a Latin American. She has a fiery, tropical nature.
Quite. But the crippled boy, he's 15, I understand, and probably very bright mentally since his body isn't as active as other boys. Did he give any explanation of these assaults?
No, he declared there was no reason.
Were they good friends at other times?
No, there was never any love between them.
And yet you claim he's affectionate.
Well, I've never seen a more devoted son. He's absorbed in everything I say or do.
Most interesting. Were the attacks on the baby and your son at the same period?
In the first case, yes. It was as if she were seized by some frenzy and had vented her rage on both. In the second, it was only Jackie who suffered. Possibly because nurse kept a strict watch over the baby.
I see.
But here we are, Mr. Holmes. Cheesemans. The old houses in this part of the country are still named after their original builders.
Yes, I see a rebus of a cheese and a man on the ancient tiles that line the porch. The middle section of your house is very old, Mr. Ferguson.
Yes, the wings are newer.
Very interesting building with its towering Tudor chimneys and its lichen-spotted roofs.
If you will come in, sir, I can offer you some refreshment.
That will be most welcome. My bones are chilled. The wind's rising. That storm can't be far off. Look at those clouds.
Well, reminds one of the ride of the Valkyries, Ferguson?
Oh, come in, Watson. Come in and shut the door.
All right.
That's better.
Now, if you'll just... Oh, Dolores.
Si, senor.
Dolores, bring some sandwiches, will you? And have the windows shuttered. It looks as though we're in for a storm.
Si, senor. I shut them after I order sandwiches.
That is your wife's maid, I take it.
Yes.
Handsome girl, but a bit primitive, eh? I see your iron fire screen is dated 1670.
Oh, yes. We've got a great mixture of dates in this room. The half-paneled walls may well have belonged to the original yeoman of the 17th century. And the watercolors hung along the lower part are obviously modern.
And the collection of weapons and utensils nailed against the yellow plaster.
Those are the oldest of the lot. Inca Indian relics, I believe. No one knows how old they really are.
I see.
My wife brought them from Peru. This quiver, for instance.
Most enlightening.
Hello, here comes Carlo. Well, how's the boy? Come here, boy.
Nice-looking spaniel, Ferguson.
Hello.
What's the matter with the dog's hind legs?
Oh, that's what's puzzled the vet. It seems to be a sort of paralysis, spinal meningitis, he thought. Come here, boy. Come on. It seems to be passing off. He'll be all right soon, won't you, Carlo? Won't you, old boy?
He knows we're talking about him. Look at him thump his tail.
Did this paralysis come on suddenly?
In a single night.
How long ago?
Several months.
Very remarkable. Very suggestive.
What do you see in it, Mr. Holmes?
The confirmation of my suspicions.
What are your suspicions, Mr. Holmes? It's just an intellectual puzzle to you, but it's life and death to me. My wife's a victim of some terrible curse. My child is in danger. Oh, don't play with me, Mr. Holmes. It's all too horrible.
Calm yourself, my dear fellow. Keep a stiff upper lip. You may have to bear still greater pain, I fear, but I'll try to spare you as much as possible. I hope to have a solution before I leave this house tonight.
No, the storm has broken at last. I say, listen to the rain.
Yes. I got the shutters closed just in time.
Thunder, by Jove, at this time of the year.
It's a thoroughly bad night.
Sandwiches, senor.
Oh, yes. Come in, Dolores, and put them there on the table. Careful, careful. Why, you almost dropped the tray. What's the matter, Dolores? Why, you look as if you'd seen a ghost.
I'm frightened. Listen. You hear that storm? It the great dogs of death howling round this house. My mistress, she very sick. She no take food. I'm frightened to stay with her without doctor.
I should be glad if I could be of service.
Would your mistress see Dr. Watson?
I take him. I not ask leave. She need doctor.
Oh, then I'll come at once.
You're sure you're not afraid? My wife may be really dangerous.
Oh, rubbish, Ferguson. I can take care of myself.
What you've a right to expect in clothes costing many dollars more is yours in Clippercraft at just a fraction of what you'd expect to pay. You get long wear that results from fine materials and good workmanship. You get good taste, correct styling as worn by the world's best-dressed men. And you get comfort and perfect fit from skilled designing and precision tailoring. American production genius applied to the making of clothes makes this possible. That and the unique Clippercraft plan concentrating the buying power of 924 of the nation's leading stores from coast to coast. You get the savings that result from this group buying at your own local independent store, at the store you can trust. Clippercraft suits are only $40 and $45. Clippercraft top coats and overcoats are only $40. Selling expensive clothes at inexpensive low prices at the nation's finest independent stores is the great big idea behind the Clippercraft plan. That's why men who know insist on Clippercraft clothes. So be sure to visit the Clippercraft store in your city.
The leading stores in the metropolitan area that bring you Clippercraft clothes are Saks 34th, Broadway at 34th Street, Manhattan, Abraham and Straus, Brooklyn, the Boulevard Men's Shop, Kresge, Newark, New Jersey, and the B&B Clothes Shop, 16408 Jamaica Avenue, Jamaica. These great, courteous, and friendly stores are proud to add their names to that of Clippercraft in the label of your suit, top coat, sports jacket, and overcoat.
I wish Watson would come back. He's been gone over half an hour.
He's all right. If anything had gone astray, I should have heard it. I've been listening.
Oh, so that's what you've been doing. You were so quiet, I thought you were dozing.
Wait. Something now. Listen.
I can't hear anything but the rain.
It's coming this way. Hear it?
Oh, yes, now I do. That's Jackie's cane, poor fellow. He's coming in here.
It's the spine that's weak. I can tell by the lip. Excitable, too. Shh, here he is.
Oh, Father, I didn't know you were back. I'd have been here to meet you. I thought you were out in the storm. Oh, I'm so glad to see you.
Gently, Jackie, please. Don't hug so tight. There, now, that's better. We have company. This is Mr. Holmes.
Hello, Jackie.
Sherlock Holmes, the detective?
That's right.
Oh.
Now that I've met your eldest son, Mr. Ferguson, may I make the acquaintance of the baby?
Why, certainly, Mr. Holmes, certainly. And just wait till you see him. How anyone could have the heart to hurt him. The most beautiful baby.
So that's it.
What did you say? What's the matter? Why are you looking out the window like that? What do you see?
The solution of this crime.
Yes, but the windows are shuttered.
Quite.
Well, I may say you gave me a start.
I'm sorry.
Oh, not at all. My nerves are a bit on edge. What with this situation and the storm. Jackie, go upstairs. That's a good fellow. And ask Nurse to bring the baby down here, will you?
Yes, Father.
Has it ever occurred to you, Mr. Ferguson, that this story about your wife's peculiarities might have been made up by the nurse to get revenge on her for some slight?
Oh, impossible. In the first place, I saw her beat the boy with my own eyes.
Yes, but the other...
No. Unfortunately, I feel that must be the truth, too. Nurse is a good woman with plenty of common sense. She's always been very fond of my wife and the baby. I'm sure she'd never have told me if she'd not felt it were necessary to protect the child.
Yes, I thought so. However, we were bound to consider every possibility. You never know.
Help! Help! She's killing him!
Hello, what's up?
Hurry, Holmes! Hurry!
Coming, old chap, coming.
Oh, this is terrible.
What's up? What's happened?
Mrs. Ferguson. Her bedroom door was open. She saw the boy go into the nursery. Quick as a flash, she was out of bed and into the other room.
Oh, it's awful. There was Jackie standing beside the crib playing with the baby when she comes in, raging like a tiger, shoves him aside, snatches up the baby, and dashes into her own room before you can wink.
Oh, quick. We must get the baby away from her.
The door's locked. We can't get in.
Break it down, then. Help me, Watson. 1, 2...
Stop!
Get out of the way, Dolores.
You no take one step or I shoot.
Tina, look at her. She's got the baby.
In heaven's name, don't take the baby away from me. Please don't take him.
Stand back, you no touch her.
Go ahead and shoot. I'm going to save my baby.
Easy, Ferguson, easy. Dolores, would you mind pointing that revolver in some other direction? I know your intentions are good, but your nerves are a trifle unsteady.
Look at my wife, the murderess.
Mr. Ferguson, it seems to me that your wife is a very good and a very ill-used woman.
How can you stand there and say that? Look at her. Blood on her lips. She's killing him.
Has it ever occurred to you that a wound may be sucked for some other purpose than to draw blood from it?
What do you mean?
To draw poison from it. Your wife has been risking her own life to save your child.
Poison?
Quite. The South American household has weapons on the walls. When I saw that empty quiver, I was sure. If the child were pricked by one of those arrows dipped in curare or some other devilish drug, it would mean death if the venom were not sucked out.
You mean Tina's not...
I see, of course. Why, it's quite obvious.
And the dog. If one were going to use such a poison, wouldn't it be wise to first try it on the dog to make sure it hadn't lost its power?
Oh, yes. But who could have done it? I don't understand.
If I tell you, I must wound you very deeply in another direction.
Oh, no. No, you must not tell him. You must...
Darling, what does it matter as long as you're cleared? Don't you understand? Nothing else matters.
Oh, Robert.
Why? Why didn't you tell me?
Your wife knew how much you loved your other son. She was afraid it would break your heart.
Jackie? My Jackie.
Oh, Robert, you must not be sad. He's jealous, just a child. You'll get over it.
Yes. Yes, we'll help him. Together. Oh, my darling, I'm so glad it wasn't you.
Oh, I'm so happy.
Oh, there, darling. Don't.
Come, Mr. Sherlock Holmes. Your work is finished. They no longer need you.
Yes, but, Holmes, don't you think we ought to...
And Dolores is right. Come along, Watson. At this particular moment, we're decidedly de trop. That's a pretty harrowing story, Dr. Watson. Did Jackie recover his mental balance?
Oh, yes, indeed, Mr. Harris. They sent him around the world with a good tutor. Sea air, marvelous for adolescent nerves.
Yes, Doctor, but how did Holmes know it was the boy?
You remember his saying he saw the solution of the crime in the shuttered window pane? Well, Mr. Harris, what he really saw was the reflection of the boy's face when his father affectionately mentioned the baby. Holmes caught a glimpse of such jealousy and cruel hatred as one seldom sees on a human face.
Well, Dr. Watson, that certainly is a thrilling story, and you certainly know how to tell it.
To paraphrase my friend Sherlock Holmes, elementary, my dear Mr. Harris. Elementary.
And what story are we to have next week, Dr. Watson?
Well, next week I think I'll tell you how Holmes and I spent the Christmas holidays at Pendragon Castle and became involved with a ghostly lady in white, the honor of the Nevilles, and a Father Christmas who, quite unexpectedly, sang bass.
The makers of Clippercraft clothes and 924 leading stores from coast to coast have brought you another in the new series of broadcasts featuring the world's most famous detective, Sherlock Holmes. Sherlock Holmes is produced and directed by Basil Lochran, with special music by Albert Berman. If you don't know your Clippercraft dealer, write Clippercraft, 200 Fifth Avenue, New York City. Lives are lost needlessly every year when people die of tuberculosis. You do your part to prevent tuberculosis when you buy and use Christmas seals. And be sure to do your Christmas mailing early. Be sure to listen next week to Sherlock Holmes in the Adventure of the Christmas Bride. If you'd like to attend the Sherlock Holmes broadcasts in New York, see your local Clippercraft dealer, and he'll tell you how to obtain your tickets. This is Cy Harris speaking for Clippercraft Clothes. This is the world's largest network, serving more than 450 radio stations, the Mutual Broadcasting System.
What's the matter? What is it?
Another case for Nick Carter, master detective.
Yes, it's another case for that most famous of all manhunters, the detective whose ability at solving crime is unequaled in the history of detective fiction, Nick Carter, master detective. Tonight's curious adventure...
The body on the slab. For Nick Carter and the mystery of the missing husband.
But, Mrs. Wallace, people disappear every day in a big city like this. Such things are really no concern of mine. They're a matter for the police.
But, Mr. Carter, it isn't just anybody who's disappeared. It's my husband. I'll pay you anything to find him.
Well, I suppose it can do no harm to listen to the story. All right, Mr. Burnett. Where was the last place you saw him?
In a sort of saloon gambling house on West Street, down by the waterfront. A two-story house, very run down.
Wait a minute, Burnett. That wouldn't be the place that's run by a one-legged soldier they call Bill.
Oh, so you know it, do you?
Certainly do. By reputation, at least. Here. I want you to look at this picture. You recognize it?
Yes, that's the place I'm talking about.
I thought so. Mrs. Wallace, I'll take the case.
Oh, Mr. Carter, I knew you would.
Yes, I have a score to settle with that old rat with a wooden leg. And this may be my chance to do it. All right, Mr. Burnett. Let me have all the details.
Well, Vernon, that's Vernon Wallace, my friend. Vernon and I had been making a night of it, and we ended up at this Bill's place.
How did you happen to go there?
Well, Vernon had heard that it was a great place for a fast poker game, and he was determined to try it. I'd heard it was a pretty tough place, and I attempted to talk him out of it, but I couldn't do it. So about 1:30 or 2 o'clock this morning, we went down there. We were the only ones there. To make a long story short, Vernon and that old guy who owns the place got into a game, and no matter what the old guy did, Vernon won. I was afraid for him in a dive like that, and I tried to get him to quit and go home with me. But he refused. He told me to get out and leave him alone.
And Vernon hasn't been home since then.
And he hasn't been seen anywhere since then. Afraid that he never left that place alive.
Well, I see. The place to start looking for clues is certainly the Old Soldier's Tavern. I'm going down there tonight. I know enough tricks with cards so that I can be sure of winning. And maybe old Pegleg will try to treat me as he treated Vernon Wallace.
Well, stranger, I gotta admit I'm licked. You broke the bank.
Yes, luck's been with me ever since I sat down here. Well, it's getting late. I've got to be getting home.
How about a drink before you go, stranger? You'll not refuse me that.
Why, no. I'll have a drink with you. but only one.
Sure. One'll be okay. Hey, Mike, 2 beers and make it snappy.
Yeah, coming up.
You won all my money tonight, stranger, but I don't harbor no ill feelings.
Nice of you.
You won fair and square, and that's all there is to it.
Here's your beer.
Here you are, stranger. Drink hearty. Excuse me, stranger. I'll be back before you can shake a stick.
Well, that's all right. I'll enjoy my drink while you're gone.
Stranger, Mike and I've taken a fancy to you. We don't want no harm to come to you. Look, why don't you stay here all night? Mike's got an extra bed upstairs he'd be glad to let you have. Then tomorrow you can go home and nobody'll bother you.
Well, if you let me pay for the use of the room and bed, I believe I will stay.
Good, you're a smart man, but we couldn't take no money for doing you a favor. Here, Mike, show the gentleman his room.
Yeah, sure. Will you follow me, mister?
Sure. Go ahead. I want to get to bed. I'm tired all of a sudden.
Give me your arm, mister.
No. I'm all right. I don't need any help.
Well, I'll come along just to be sociable.
I don't want to be sociable. I just want to go to sleep for this one.
Well, here's your room, mister. I'll leave a candle on the table for you.
Okay. Thanks very much. Good night, sir.
There you are, stranger. Sleep tight.
Yeah.
We'll see you later.
Yeah, we'll see you later.
Yeah, I'll see you later. Good night. I gotta go to sleep. I'm awful tired. Well, got myself into this easy enough. Hope I'll find it as easy to get out again when the time comes. No light, but a candle. One it'll do to give me a look around. Instead of this bed. It doesn't look too comfortable. But... oh. Blood. Let's see. If a man were lying on this bed, that blood is just about where a dagger would go through his heart. If the man were drunk enough or had been drugged, he'd never know what hit him. Well, let's look around here. I wonder what's in this closet. Locked. Well, that won't keep me out long. Not as long as I still have my keys with me. Try this one. Nope. This one does it. Well, this is interesting. Old clothes. Here's a vest with blood on it. And here's a shirt and a jacket. Both of them bloody. Unquestionably, these came from some of the victims. Well, nothing to do now but wait for that one-legged scoundrel and his pal to make the next move. And I guess I'll be safe if I merely sit on the edge of the bed now. Oh, yes, I won't need this candle anymore either. Now to wait for them. Oh, there they come.
Sorry you get there by the
He's asleep, all right. I can hear him snoring.
Well, with the slug I put in his beard, he'd have to be either sleeping or dead.
All right. Easy does it.
Is he still asleep?
Yeah. You hold this light while I...
Get your hands up, both of you.
Well, I'll be...
And drop that knife you got in your hand, Bill.
How can you be awake when we...
Really very simple, Bill. Keep those hands up. I just poured that drink you gave me on the floor instead of down my throat.
What are you going to do with us?
I'm going to turn you over to the police. The evidence of the bloody clothes in the closet and what other evidence they'll undoubtedly find when they search this place, you both should have an interesting time of it.
Why don't you kill us now and be done with it?
Because I want some information first.
Why should we tell you anything?
Because if you do, I shall probably be able to get your sentence reduced somewhat. If you don't...
I got you. What do you want to know?
Last night, a young man won all your money. He hasn't been seen since.
You mean that fellow with the little mustache?
I do. You murder him the way you tried to murder me?
I didn't do nothing with him. Maybe I wanted to, but I didn't.
Isn't it a fact that this chap's friend tried to get him to leave you and go home?
Yeah.
And when he wouldn't go, the friend finally went off without him?
Oh, that's a lie. They left here together.
What? You trying to tell me one of them didn't leave before the other?
No, they went out together.
You know where they went?
How should I know? There was a taxi waiting right outside the door here. Seemed to be waiting for them to come out. Then the guy with the money gets inside, and his friend sits in front with the driver.
Oh. His friend sat in front with the driver, huh? But you know that cab if you saw it again?
Sure, it had a big dent in the back of the body. painted with red lead. I've seen them around this part of the city before.
I see. Well, Bill, as soon as I can turn you and your pal over to the law, I'll have Penny find that taxi with the dent in the back. Trail seems to lead direct to him.
Nick Carter's office.
Oh, hello, Patsy. Is Penny there yet?
Penny? Who's Penny?
Oh, I forgot, Patsy. You were away yesterday when all this happened. Scubby got a rush assignment to cover the Balkan campaign for his paper and had to leave in a boat till it sailed last night.
Scubby gone without saying goodbye to me?
Well, he couldn't, Patsy. You weren't here. He asked me to do it for him.
Oh, Nick, I'm going to miss Scubby.
Of course, Patsy, we'll both miss him. But while he's away, I'm having Penny Eagles work on my cases with me in Scubby's place.
Who's this Penny Eagles? I never heard of him.
Oh, he's an old friend of mine. Very clever fellow. When he was younger, he was an expert forger.
How did you happen to get mixed up with him?
Well, he was accused of a murder he had nothing to do with, and they had me get him clear. Then he got interested in law enforcement, turned over a new leaf, and has gone straight ever since. You'll like him, Patsy.
I hope so.
Well, she'll be any minute now. As soon as he shows up, have him call me at Shermore 31222.
Shermore 31222.
Right. I'll wait here for his call.
You're right, Penny. That's the taxi we're looking for. And I know that driver.
You do?
Yes. John Hagan, ex-convict and confidence man.
Friend of yours?
Hardly. Seen him in court several times, but he's never seen me. What's he been doing since you've been watching him?
Well, all afternoon and the early part of this evening, he's acted like any other cabbie. Taking whatever fares he could get. But the latter part of the evening, he's been fussy about who rides in his cab.
How do you mean?
Well, I've seen several parties try to take his cab. But all he's picked up in the last 2 hours were 2 drunks, and oh, were they pie-eyed.
I see. I think I know what he's looking for, Penny. And I'm going to give him just the kind of a passenger I think he wants. Wish me luck.
But, Nick, what are you going to do?
Well, so long, old fella. I gotta be getting home now. I'll see you tomorrow, maybe, huh?
Okay. So long, but don't take any wooden nickels.
Okay, pal, that's fine. Don't take a wooden nickel. I had to.
Hey, taxi, mister? Huh? Taxi?
Hey,
mister?
what do I want a taxi for? I got a car of my own.
A friend of yours told me to come for you and take you home.
Oh, a friend of mine. Yeah. Oh, well, that's all right. It's okay. Where's the door? I can't find
Hey, what's the address, mister?
The address, it's the corner of 2nd and 5th. And don't bother me anymore, but I gotta get me some sleep. Okay, drive on, McDuff. And now where? I'll wager it won't be towards 2nd and 5th. Wait a minute, what's that smell? Perfume? I know. That's ether. So that's the stunt. Picks up drunks who are too far gone to know what's happening, then doses them with just enough ether to put them soundly asleep. Well, it won't happen to me. If I open one of these windows a little bit, that'll keep the air clear. There. Now, Mr. Hagan, the next move is up to you. Certainly plenty deserted, way out here. Wonder how much further we're going. I better get this window shut again so he won't suspect anything. So we're near the end of our journey, huh? Very well, Mr. Hagan. I'm ready for you.
Sleeping like a babe, ain't you? Well, let's see what you got in your pockets. Then I'll dump
Make
you out.
a move, Hagan, and I'll blow your brains out.
Who the deuce are you?
I'm a detective. See this?
Oh. Well, what you want with me?
I wanted to find out what your scheme was, and I found out. Now I want you to tell me about the man you picked up at Peg Leg Bill's Tavern down on West Street last night about 3 o'clock.
I don't know nothing about it.
Oh, no? Look, you waited for him outside of Bill's place. He rode in back. His companion rode up front with you. During the ride, you gave him ether through that devilish device you've rigged up in this taxi of yours and made him unconscious.
Yeah, if you know all that, why do you ask me, huh?
Because there are 2 things I don't know. And if you want to avoid further trouble, my friend, you'll tell me. Now, first, who was the man who rode up front with you?
I don't know.
No?
No. Well, I've done a few odd jobs for him in the past, but... Yeah, I don't know his name. They call him the captain. He made a deal with me early last night to be outside of Bill's place about 2:30 this morning.
Can you describe him?
He's sort of an ordinary guy. About my size, maybe. Well, he's kind of good looking if he didn't have a hunk out of one ear.
Burnett. Now, what did you do with the man who was in the back?
After I quieted him, we took him to a friend of the captain's, other side of town.
What was the address to which you took the body?
Hey, there wasn't no body. He was just as alive as you or me. Now, he took him to 14 Wanton Place. Left him.
All right. Get back in your cab and drive me to 2nd and 5th. Then I'm through with you, unless you've lied to me. If you have, keep out of my way, or you'll go to jail for life. This is where Mrs. Wallace lives, Patsy. Well, I hope she's home.
But, Nick, what do you expect to find out here?
I don't know, Patsy. The thing that puzzles me about this case is why Burnett wanted to do away with Wallace. The bell, will you?
Mm-hmm.
It wasn't the money that Wallace won that tempted Burnett, as he could have taken that while Wallace was unconscious. No, there's a stronger reason.
You hope Mrs. Wallace can throw some light on it.
I hope so, Patsy. If she can only help me that way.
Oh, hello, Mr. Carter. Won't you come in?
Thank you, Mrs. Wallace. May I present my assistant, Patsy Bowen?
How do you do, Miss
Hello,
Bowen?
Mrs. Wallace.
Please sit down.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Tell me, Mr. Carter, have you found out anything about my husband?
Well, nothing definite, I'm sorry to say. We have learned, though, that he fell into bad hands, but we don't know what happened to him after that.
Oh, Arthur assured me you'd find out the truth if anyone could.
Arthur? Oh, you mean Mr. Burnett?
Yes. Yes, he's been so kind to me. He's done so much to cheer me up. Oh, except for his kindness, I'd have gone crazy.
You've known him long, Mrs. Wallace?
All my life. We were brought up together. And then, too, he and my husband have been business partners for, the best of friends for years.
You think a great deal of him, then?
Yes, indeed. Mr. Carter, at one time, before I met Vernon, I would have married him if he'd asked me. Then I met Vernon and really fell in love with him. But even after I married Vernon, Arthur continued to be my best friend. I think very highly of him.
You're lucky to have such a friend, Mrs. Wallace.
But he could never take my husband's place. You must find Vernon, Mr. Carter.
If it's possible to find him, Nick will do it.
Yes, Mrs. Wallace. You may rely on me for that. Well, shall we be running along now, Patsy? Where did you say you're calling from, Penny?
I'm at a pay station near the house where Hagen left Wallace that night. It's owned by a queer old character they call the Weasel. He works in a crematory about a mile down the road.
I see.
Well, Hagen's story seems to be straight enough. A couple of guys in a saloon near here says they saw the Weasel and another guy carrying a man-sized bundle into the Weasel's place about daybreak a couple of mornings ago. And it hasn't come out again, as far as I can find out.
Well, did you learn anything about the firm of Wallace and Burnett?
Yeah, I picked up a lot of rumors, Nick, but not many facts. Here's how it goes. Burnett ruins the firm and throws the blame on Wallace. And those who know don't think that Burnett lost much money when the firm failed, but Wallace did.
So I was right. What else?
Well, Burnett was the one who started Wallace gambling and drinking. Wallace is a nice guy, but he seems to be the weak sister. But nobody seems to know what Burnett's got against him.
Well, by putting together what Mrs. Wallace told us and what you've learned, Penny, I think I begin to see the answer. I think that...
Hold it, Nick. The guy who looks like Burnett is going into the Weasel's place.
Good. Don't let him get away from you, Penny. I'll meet you there as soon as I can.
Yep. You're right. You're right, Nick. They did bring that casket here to the crematory.
I thought they would. But I wish I could get closer and see what they did with it after they carried it inside.
Look, Nick. That window over there is open a little.
Huh?
Maybe we could hear something from there.
Good idea, Penny. Come on. But quiet.
Yeah.
But, Weasel, are you sure they won't be suspicious?
Not a chance, Captain. That's why we're doing this tonight. The owners of the crematory are going to make a test of a new heating fixture tomorrow morning. And they told me to have the ovens hot by 10 o'clock. I'm just getting them hot a little ahead of time.
What do you use when you make a test like that?
Well, they sent me the body of a dead calf. It's over there in the closet. Yeah, but the test we're going to make tonight will be even better, eh, Captain?
Yes. How does this thing work?
Oh, simple. The body's laid here on this slab and strapped down the way you saw me fix this fella. In the next room, there's a lever attached to the slab. When the lever's pulled, the slab slides into the oven. the door closes behind it, and the destruction of the body begins.
Do we have to watch it burn?
You can't see the slab nor the ovens from the room where the lever is.
How long does it take to reduce the body to ashes?
6 or 8 hours. It'll be all over by daylight.
Even if the body isn't...
You mean even if the body ain't dead yet?
Yes, that's what I mean.
And Wallace is still alive.
Well, it's a little unusual to cremate a live body, but it works just the same. You'll never know what happened. It'll be all over in an instant. Well, we got nothing more to do here. Might as well go in the next room and wait for the ovens to get hot enough. Then you can pull the lever and slide the body.
You mean I have to pull the lever that sends him into...
Sure. He's your friend, ain't he?
Come on, Penny. There's no time to waste. We have to work fast.
Mr. Burnett to see you, Nick.
Oh, yes. Come in, Mr. Burnett.
I just want to take enough of your time to tell you that Vernon Wallace's body was found last night.
Really? Where was it?
Floating in the river. Mrs. Wallace has identified it by a ring and certain other articles found on the body.
Must have been a terrible blow to her.
She's badly broken up, naturally. But I hope to be able to console her, in part at least, for her great loss.
I'm sure you will.
Will this repay you for your trouble?
Oh, amply, Mr. Burnett. And thank you.
Good. Good day, Mr. Carter.
Good day, Mr. Burnett. But if you think I'm going to drop this case now, Mr. Burnett, you're crazy.
Nick, here I am. Over here.
I got here as soon as I could after I got your call, Penny. Brought my new helper, too, as you see.
Yeah, so I see. Hi there, helper.
Hello, Penny. I hope I'm going to be able to help you and Nick.
You'll do all right on this case. Now, what's the dope, Penny?
Well, a couple of hours ago, a taxi pulls up in front of Mrs. Wallace's house.
Mm-hmm.
The driver goes into the house. About 15 minutes later, he comes out again with Mrs. Wallace and her maid. They get in the cab, drive away.
With you after him, of course.
That's right. Well, they drive around and finally end up way out here. There must have been a couple of guys in the cab when the women got in. Because when they got out there, they were both gagged and their hands were tied behind them. Well, they took them in the old house. I found a phone to call you.
Did they hurt them?
Well, not so far as I could tell.
Gee, I wish I could see what they're doing now. I hope they're all right.
Oh, Millie, this is terrible. My mouth is still sore from that dirty old cloth they used for a gag. Where do you suppose we are?
Oh, I don't know, Mrs. Wallace. I've never been this far from town before.
Could you see anything out of the window?
Oh, nothing I recognize.
Oh, I should have known better than to be fooled by such a simple trick. I might have known that old Mrs. Parker couldn't be so sick she had to see us at once. Why, I saw her only the day before yesterday.
No, fooled me all right. I thought...
I hope you're comfortable, ladies.
We are not.
We certainly are not. What's the idea of bringing us here?
Well, I'll tell you. The chap says is how he's going to collect some big dough from you two.
You mean we're being held for ransom?
Yep.
Well, how much money do you want?
Well, the chap says he won't take less than $50,000.
Oh, Mrs. Wallace, we'll never get out of here.
Nonsense. He must be insane to expect me to pay him that amount of money.
Well, he says he won't take a cent less.
Well, he won't get it. Never.
And he's a dangerous man. You better not get him mad at you. I'll be back at 8 o'clock tonight for your answer.
Oh, he'll kill us. I know he will.
Be quiet, Millie. He won't kill us as long as he thinks there's any chance of getting the money out of us.
But what if we get... A man at the window.
It's Mr. Burnett. Oh, Arthur, I hoped you'd come.
Are you safe, Louise? Have they hurt you?
No, Arthur. We're both safe. But how did you ever find us?
I just climbed up the porch to the roof, then over to your window. Have they told you why they brought you here?
Yes, they want ransom. $50,000.
And they'll kill us if you don't save us.
Not while I'm here. I'll see that no harm comes to you.
But what can you do? You're only one against the two of them, and they're both vicious criminals, I know. Do be careful, Arthur.
Louise, If I save you from these rats, do you think that you...
Ask me later, Arthur. Not now, please.
Very well, if you say so. Now tell me, what time are the men coming back again? Do you know?
The man we talked to said they'd be here at 8 o'clock.
That gives us just over an hour. Now, here's my plan. When they come, I'll be here.
Now, you each know what you're supposed to do, don't you?
Sure, Nicky, sure. You know, this ought to be fun. I haven't played cops and robbers since I was a kid.
Same here. This should be good. Well, I hope you two aren't disappointed. But you can't tell about these things. So watch your step, both of you.
Here they are. Leave everything to me.
Well, you made up your mind to pay the ransom the camp wants?
We'll pay you nothing. Not a cent.
You know what that means, don't you?
It means that you better get your hands up, all three of you, if you want to live.
Who are you?
I'm here to save these two ladies from you and your gang.
Oh, yeah? Let him have it, Philip.
Oh, I warned you.
Arthur, you've killed them all.
It's their own fault. I warned them.
Oh, you were wonderful, Arthur.
Arthur, are you hurt?
No, Louise, dear. Fortune was with me. I'm not even scratched.
Oh, Mr. Burnett, I never in my whole life saw anyone so brave as you.
Any man would be brave when defending the woman he loves.
Please, Arthur, you promised.
I'm sorry. I'll take you home now. Just let me drag these bodies out of the way, and I'll...
Not yet, you won't.
Wait, you can't. What's the matter with you men? What's the idea?
Shut up, you.
Arthur, are you hurt?
Mrs. Wallace, the time has come to explain a great many things. First, let me remove this beard. There. You recognize me now, don't you?
Mr. Carter. Nick Carter. Mr. Carter, what are you doing to Arthur? Mr. Burnett.
I'll answer that later. First, I want you to meet my assistant, Penny Eagles.
Your assistant?
Sure. How are you? The other man is an old friend of yours, Mrs. Wallace.
An old friend of mine?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I'm sure I don't
Perhaps
know.
if you took off his makeup, you might recognize him.
There. Do you know me now?
Vernon. Oh, Vernon.
Louise, my darling.
But, Vernon, Arthur told me that you...
That I was dead? Oh, yes. Arthur Burnett told you a great many things that were not true.
But, Vernon, he showed me your ring, your lodge pin. He said he took them off of your dead body that the police found in the river.
Burnett took those articles from your husband's body, right enough, Mrs. Wallace. But it was while your husband was still alive.
And it's no fault of his that I'm not dead now.
You don't mean that Arthur...
That's exactly what I do mean. He's been lying to you for years, Mrs. Wallace. It was he who ruined your husband's business and caused him to lose so much of his money. It was he who first induced your husband to drink and gamble. And it was he who was responsible for your husband's disappearance a few days ago.
But that's a lie.
Oh, no, it isn't. As a matter of fact, Louise, dear, if Mr. Carter hadn't fooled him by putting a dead calf in my place on that crematory slab, Arthur Burnett would have been my murderer.
Oh, no. No, that can't be true.
Furthermore, it was Burnett who arranged for your kidnapping this afternoon.
Oh, but...
He did it so that he could suddenly appear and rescue you from the members of the kidnap gang, who were in reality men in his employ.
But why should he do all these horrible things?
Because he's been in love with you ever since he first met you. And ever since your marriage to Wallace, he's been insanely jealous of him. Everything Burnett's done has been to make you despise your husband and turn instead to him.
That's a lie, Carter.
Oh, no, it isn't, Burnett. I can easily prove it. Penny, let me have the gun with which Burnett shot us during the battle a few minutes ago.
Sure, Nick. Here you are.
Thanks. Now, look here, Mrs. Wallace. This pistol has 8 shells in it. Burnett fired 5 shots at us, but there are still 3 shells left. And here they are.
Why, those are blanks. They couldn't hurt anybody.
Exactly, Mrs. Wallace. And the shells in the pistols that his men were to use in the fights were blanks also. And if I were a beautiful woman in distress and a man came to my rescue with his pistol loaded with blanks, I think I should find it extremely difficult to believe that he was being on the level with me.
That was another strange experience of Nick Carter, Master Detective, called The Body on the Slab, or Nick Carter and the Mystery of the Missing Husband. Another of the curious adventures of Nick Carter, which are brought to you regularly at the same time by WOR Mutual. And now, Nick, How about a few hints on next week's story?
It's a story of a body which was washed up on the beach, tied up in a sack.
And the only identifying mark on the body was one of Nick's cards.
I had to solve that murder to prove I didn't do it myself. And I found that the real culprit was the killer who used a clue that pointed directly to him to prove that he couldn't have done it.
And the killer tried to drown both Nick and myself when the chase got too warm for comfort.
But as you can easily see, he didn't succeed. So long until next week.
So long, folks.
And so long to you and Nick for now. Patsy? In the strange adventure you have just heard, Nick Carter was impersonated by Lon Clark, Patsy by Helen Choate. Original music was played by Lou White. The entire production was written and directed by Jock McGregor. Next week at the same time, listen to another curious adventure of Nick Carter entitled
The Drug Ring Murder, or Nick Carter and the Mystery of the Left-Handed Killer.
This story is a copyrighted feature of Street and Smith Publications, Incorporated. The Return of Nick Carter is produced in the studios of WOR and is broadcast over most of these stations every Wednesday evening at 8:30 Eastern War Time. This is Mutual.
Time now for Rocky Jordan. Not far from the Mosque Sultan Hassan in Cairo stands the Cafe Tambourine, run by Rocky Jordan. The Cafe Tambourine, crowded with forgotten men, alive with the babble of many languages. For this is Cairo, where modern adventure and intrigue unfold against a backdrop of antiquity. Tonight's story, Everything Shipshape.
There's nothing very exciting about the postman's morning visit to my Cafe Tambourine. The usual stack of bills, an ad for a new brand of Bolonacci, maybe, a copy of the St. Louis Post-Dispatch. But this particular mail delivery brought something else. A business-sized envelope bearing a Syrian stamp. The letterhead inside carried the heading, Ship and Shape Enterprises, Beirut, Syria. And below, a curt message. Arrive in Cairo Thursday. Please arrange appointment at your cafe, 3:45 p.m. that day. Signed, Joshua Ship. So I wasn't a bit surprised when at exactly 3:45 p.m. the following Thursday, a little man sporting a cane and waxed mustache darkened the Tambourine's front door. He gave the place a quick once-over, nodded his approval, and he came directly back to my office, put down his briefcase, and wiped the sweatband of his derby hat with a silk handkerchief.
Mr. Rocky Jordan?
Yeah, that's right. How are you, Mr. Ship?
Ah, you are right, Mr. Jordan. Joshua Ship. Excellent, thank you. Wonderful air trip from Beirut.
Hey, you're right on time.
Never keep a man waiting. Policy. Well, now that we're off on the right foot, shall we get right down to business?
It depends on what you're selling.
Selling, my man, selling. I can see you don't realize the importance of my visit.
I suppose we get at it. Sit down, Mr. Ship.
Thank you, Mr. Jordan. 1 moment, please.
Oh, by the way, how's Mr. Shape?
Shape?
Of Ship and Shape.
Oh, the letterhead, of course. Old stationery, Mr. Jordan. Unfortunately, Mr. Shape is no longer with us.
Carry on, Mr. Ship.
Yes, of course. Now, Mr. Jordan, I represent a client, one A.K. Kesak.
Kesak? I don't recognize the name.
Quite true, Mr. Jordan. New in Cairo. I'm sure you will find doing business with my employer most profitable.
Just what does A.K. want?
Now we get to the matter at hand. At A.K. Kesak's authorization, I am commissioned to buy your Cafe Tambourine.
Who said I wanted to sell?
We have discussed the matter with no one.
Sorry, Mr. Ship. Just tell A.K. I like the place. Tambourine's not for sale.
Tut, my good man. You just go ahead and take a thorough inventory, your equipment, spirits, food, tangible and intangible assets, set your price, and then double it.
Just like that?
But we must have your answer quickly. I'll give you 24 hours to think it over, sir. 24 hours.
Not a minute more?
That is my deadline, sir. My address, of course. Joshua Ship. 394 Esbekia Plaza, Bungalow 6. Good day, sir.
Joshua Shipp hoisted his derby, thumped it with his finger, and set sail through the tambourine and out into the street. Well, I figured I'd had my kicks for the day and settled down to some paperwork in the office. It was just a few minutes later when I noticed somebody else coming through the tables toward my office. She could have been pretty, only her thin face was too tight, like a knot that needed untying, and her eyes had that wild look. I knew right then she was the kind of company I didn't want. Chris moved over from the bar.
Hold on, lady. Where you going?
Where did he go? Where is he?
Just take it easy. We don't want no trouble.
Don't you touch me. Keep out of my way.
Okay, Chris, I'll take over. Better watch the bar.
Sure, Rocky. Guess you had one too much.
I have not been drinking. I know what I'm doing. Where is that man?
There are no customers in the office, lady.
I know he came to see you. Tell me where that man is or I'll...
Look, the door stays open.
Now listen to me. You will listen to me.
Hey, what's the idea? Put away that gun.
Don't you dare touch me. Now for the last time, where is he? Where did he go?
It depends on who you're looking for.
Joshua Shipp.
He's not here. What do you want with him?
I'm going to kill him.
Oh, get some sense, will you?
And I'll kill you or anyone else who tries to stop me. I will shoot.
I don't argue with hysterical women holding guns. But suppose you tell me what this is all about.
I followed them all the way from Beirut, and I won't stop till I get them.
You're from Beirut, too?
Yes. Now, do you believe that I know what I'm doing?
Maybe I do. Who are you?
Ask Joshua Shipp who I am. Ask him if he remembers Drina Ritar. And then tell him. Tell him I'm going to kill him. Tell him.
He left here just a few minutes ago.
Where did he go?
I don't know. Now listen, Drina.
Maybe you're no better than he is, and I don't care. But I'll tell you this, Rocky Jordan. No, stay back.
Sorry, Drina.
Give me that gun.
Not a chance.
Give it to me. Oh, please, please.
Yeah, that's better. I suppose you sit down and tell me what this is all about.
Rocky, don't sell the tambourine to that man.
You know a lot, don't you? What's your interest, Drina?
Just don't sell. They'll do the same to you as they did to my husband.
Your husband? All right, let's have it. What are you talking about?
I can't. Jonathan, he's...
What about Jonathan?
Oh, please. I can't talk.
Getting sense out of an hysterical woman is not one of my big points, so I stopped trying. I kept her gun in my pocket, got her address, and put her in a taxi for home. But it made me want some more conversation with Joshua Shipp, so I sat down and figured out a price I was sure no one in their right mind would accept. Then I went over to his place on Esbikia Plaza. It was a real nice setup. Big fountain out in front, acacia trees along the tile walk. I found Bungalow 6, and Shipp answered my buzz.
Well, Mr. Jordan, come in.
Thanks. Say, I've been thinking over your proposition, Mr. Shipp.
Fine, my man, fine. You came even sooner than I expected.
I do lots of surprising things.
Well, now, if you'll name your price for the tambourine...
Just a minute, Mr. Shipp. I'd like to deal directly with the client.
Well, AK is very busy, very busy.
Too busy to swing an important deal like this? And so am I.
Oh, no. Talk, my man. Don't be hasty. AK happens to be waiting in the next room.
And just tell the big boss I want to ask a few questions.
Oh, yes, of course. One moment, Mr. Jordan.
Joshua Shipp stepped into the next room and spoke a few words. I waited just a few seconds. Then I met A.K. Kesak. Naturally, I expected A.K. to be a man. I was never so wrong in my life. She was all woman, from the tips of her lacquered fingernails to the French perfume that rocked the room and Rocky Jordan. She let the doorway frame her sleek figure, and I wondered if she mightn't have been the shape of the firm of Shipp & Shape. Any minute, I expected a Rye Crisp sign to light up over her head. She looked me over like a champ looks over the contender in the first round.
Rocky Jordan. Oh, this is a pleasure.
Unexpected pleasure, Miss Kesak.
Yes, isn't it? Oh, please, sit down.
Thanks. After you, lady.
Now that we've met, Rocky, I'm quite sure we can do business.
Yeah. We ought to get along real cozy.
Yes. Now then, my dear, shall we get on with the deal? Mr. Jordan has...
Joshua, there's no hurry.
But I'm sure there is, my dear, you see.
By the way, Rocky, Joshua told me you were not interested in selling your cafe. Why did you change your mind?
A lot of reasons, maybe. including a couple of people named Drina and Jonathan Rittar.
Friends of yours?
I was about to ask the same question.
Well, neither here nor there. Now, Mr. Jordan, your price for the tambourine.
£10,000, cash.
Well, my dear?
Write him a check, Joshua.
Wait a minute, I said £10,000. That's 40,000 American dollars.
You add very well, Rocky. What else can you do?
I will prepare a bill of sale. We want to take possession of the tambourine immediately.
Why the hurry?
Oh, don't be surprised, Rocky. Your cafe is ideal for our purpose. Your price is high, but we'll make it back quickly. On the dice tables alone.
Dice tables?
Of course. Don't tell me you object to the tambourine being used as a gambling casino.
Oh, not especially, as long as I'm out of it.
Out of it, Rocky? Oh, but surely you told him, Joshua.
Hey, wait a minute. Told me what?
Perhaps I didn't make myself clear, Mr. Jordan. A necessary part of the deal is that you remain at the tambourine.
We supply the money and the know-how. You supply your good name, Rocky.
You mean I front for your gambling setup? Not in your life.
At a good salary, of course. Say, £100 a week?
It's no deal.
Not so fast, Mr. Jordan. Refuse and you get nothing.
Okay, let's keep it that way.
We do not like our time wasted, Mr. Jordan.
Wait, Joshua. Rocky changed his mind once. I think he will change it again.
I wouldn't count on it, lady.
As I said, I'm quite sure you and I can do business. Goodbye, Rocky.
She said it like she expected to see me again real soon. I walked out to the street wondering if she actually thought I was a sucker for that sort of a deal. I wondered something else. Neither Joshua Shipp or Miss Kesak had batted an eye when I mentioned Drina and her husband's name. But I still wasn't sure. I couldn't go back to the tambourine till I'd satisfied my curiosity about Drina. So I dropped in on Captain Sam Sabaya at Cairo Police Headquarters to see what he knew.
Jordan, how do you manage to pick up such unusual friends?
What have you got on her, Sam?
Only what the Beirut police authorities have told me.
The police? What's their interest?
A dispatch from Beirut arrived this morning. They suggest that we keep an eye on her. She is a wild one.
What else do they say?
Jordan, what possible interest do you have in this case?
Just curious, Sam.
Curious. Very well. This Drina Rittar became involved in serious trouble in Beirut. Her husband is now in prison.
For what?
Murder.
What's the lowdown?
They didn't go into detail. It seems that Drina and her husband Jonathan ran a cafe on the Beirut waterfront. There was some talk of gambling in connection with it.
Gambling? What else?
Well, there is little more. There was a fight there. A man was killed. Jonathan Rittar was convicted and sent up for several years.
Who'd he kill?
Well, the dispatch does not say. But be that as it may, we suspect that Drina is in Cairo to make trouble. She is being watched.
If that's all you have, Sam, thanks.
Jordan, one moment. Could it be that you are in danger from this lady?
What gave you that idea?
Well, Jordan, it is most unusual for you to be carrying a gun. That bulge in your coat pocket.
Oh, sure, yeah. It's a gun. I've got a permit.
Oh, yes, of course. Please let me see it.
Sure, yeah. I'll look it over.
Rather light for you, Jordan. Italian make. Where'd you get it?
Why, Sam, is this a shakedown?
I, too, am a curious man, Jordan. Yeah. Needs oiling.
So does that chair of yours, Sam. How about the gun?
Yes, here you are.
Thank you.
And about this Drina, Jordan, remember, if she makes trouble, the police will take care of her.
Well, Sam didn't give me much, just enough to help me decide to drop Drina, Kesak, Shipp, and the whole business. I had a few things to do at the tambourine, so I wandered back that way. When I got there, a side of Turkish beef stood blocking the entrance.
You will stay outside, Mr. Jordan.
Move the body, mister.
I warn you, I am a very mean man.
I'd get tough someplace else.
I am instructed to get tough right here, so don't try to go in.
That's right, Tonoff. We don't want Jordan around the tambourine.
Oh, Joshua Shipp. This knuckle boy working for you?
Quite right.
Then get him out of my doorway.
Not your doorway, Jordan. You driving at? You just sold the tambourine to A.K. Kessack and me. You don't live here anymore. We don't want you around.
Look, I told you the deal was off. Now get this overgrown camel out of my door.
Stop it, Thomas.
I will do. I'm very dangerous. Man.
No, Jordan. Get it straight. The deal's closed. We deposited the £10,000 in your bank account, and the bill of sale is complete with your signature.
Oh, a reasonable facsimile.
It'll do for now. So give me a forwarding address, and I'll send you your clothes.
What makes you think I'm going anywhere?
I took care of that, too. Here's a bonus, Jordan. A plane ticket to Rio de Janeiro.
For me?
That's right. They say it's wonderful there this time of year.
Supposing I like Cairo better.
Cairo can get hot, Jordan. Extremely hot.
You are listening to Everything Shipshape, tonight's adventure with Rocky Jordan. The Accused is coming to CBS listeners Monday night. Loretta Young, Robert Cummings, and Wendell Corey will bring this unusual psychological drama to life in all its stark reality. Don't miss the hour-long absorbing story on CBS Radio Theater at 6 Monday night. Now we return you to Cairo and tonight's adventure with Rocky Jordan, Everything Shipshape.
After I refused to front for a gambling setup in my cafe, a couple of characters from Beirut named A.K. Kessack and Joshua Shipp got real busy. They faked a bill of sale for the tambourine, deposited a lot of money to my account in the bank, and planted a big Turk in front of my place to keep me out. To top it off, Shipp handed me a plane ticket to Rio de Janeiro, told me to clear out. Ordinarily, that'd be a nice, juicy job for the police. But first, there were a few angles I wanted to handle myself. So I got moving. Not to Rio, but to see Drina, the girl who had warned me not to sell the tambourine. Sabaya had given me part of her background, but I wanted the rest from her. She had a clean room in a little hotel along the Sharia Najim. When I knocked, she cracked the door and then opened it.
Oh, Rocky, come in.
Who are you hiding from, Drina? The police?
I know they're following me, but I'm not hiding from them. Let them wonder what I'm doing in Cairo.
I'd like to know myself.
I told you to kill Joshua Shipp and that woman with him.
Why?
Didn't I explain?
Well, you never got around to it. Suppose you cut out the dramatics this time and set a few things straight, huh?
What are you trying to find out, Rocky?
Who did your husband kill?
He killed no one. Jonathan is no murderer.
The Beirut police could give you quite an argument.
Get out, Rocky. Go on, sell the tambourine to whoever you like. See what happens. Oh, I'm sorry I tried to warn you.
Wait, Drina. Why not give it to me your way?
Oh, you wouldn't believe me.
Maybe I would. Let's have it.
Very well. Well, Jonathan and I had a little restaurant near the Beirut waterfront. One day he was approached by this Kessack woman and her two associates, Joshua Shipp and Aaron Shape.
Shipp and Shape?
Yes. Shape was the #1 man with her then. They offered my husband a large sum of money for our cafe, for a gambling setup. Jonathan was well known and liked in Beirut, so he was to front for the syndicate. Does this all sound familiar, Rocky?
Yeah. Go on, Drina.
Well, a short time later, Aaron Shape was killed in our cafe, but not by my husband.
Who did it?
A.K. Kessack. I'm sure of it, Rocky.
Only they planted it on your husband, right?
Yes. Yes, both the woman and Shipp testified that they saw my husband fire the gun. Well, he didn't have a chance.
Why would Kessack want to get rid of her top man?
He was getting a little too big. Besides, she was tired of him. You see, she always gets tired of him. After that, Joshua Shipp moved in.
And you're out to get them both. You think that'll help get your husband out of prison?
All I know is I've been able to think of nothing but killing them. Oh, now I don't know what to do.
Look, Drina, I've got some things to settle with them, too. The best way I can check on them is to go along with the deal.
But I told you what would happen.
Not if I keep ahead of them. Now, you better stay right here. I'll let you know how it's going. She put up some more argument, but she agreed to my plan when she learned how Shipp had moved in on the tambourine. Sam Sabaya might have worked out my end of the deal without too much trouble, but not Drina's. So I went back for another chat with A.K. at her bungalow on Esbikia Plaza. Somebody must have expected me because the side of beef wearing a fez was right outside the door.
So, Mr. Jordan, you not smart and fly to Rio.
Delayed takeoff, Turner. Look, you're still in my way.
I stay in your way. You not go in.
Want to take bets on that?
You find out I'm very dangerous man.
Well, we compare muscles sometime. Move over, Man Mountain.
I not. So now we make big fight. I get me.
Turn off. Let him come in.
Mr. Ship say keep this kelp out.
I wish him to come in. Run along now, Tarnoff. Imshi.
Listen, AK, my dear. Do you think this is best?
I have no objection to Rocky's visits, Joshua.
Yeah, you're here too, Mr. Ship. That's fine. Now we can all talk.
Everything is settled, Jordan. You wanted out of the organization. We left you out. Why did you come here?
To return the plane ticket.
Plane ticket? What is this, Joshua?
Why, I didn't think it necessary to tell you, my dear.
Save the cover-up, Ship. Anyhow, you got me convinced. I'm ready to team up with you.
It's too late, Jordan. You had your chance.
Wait, Joshua, let me decide. So now you want in, Rocky. I think you are very smart.
Yeah, smart. Okay, I'll front for your racket. But get this. I'm no patsy for either of you, the way Jonathan Rattar was.
Mr. Jordan, what are you talking about?
Cut it, Ship. You know who killed your partner, Shape, just as much as I do. And it wasn't Jonathan. Just don't try setting me up the same way.
Tut, my man. If you are in...
Joshua, Rocky's only being frank. I like him that way. Now run along like a good boy. I have a few private things to discuss with Rocky.
Now look here, my dear. I see no
Don't forget your gloves and cane, Joshua, and hurry along.
Very well, my dear. I'll see you later, Mr. Jordan.
Well, AK?
I just thought we might drink to our new partnership. Bourbon?
Straight. But easy on the knockout drops.
Are they necessary, Rocky?
I wouldn't know.
Now, to you and me.
Just where does your ship come in?
He doesn't. Not anymore. Drink, Rocky.
Yeah, beats the liquor at the tambourine.
We'll change that, too. Won't we?
Yeah.
Another?
No, save it till we have more time.
Going so soon, Rocky.
Yeah, a few things to clear up at the tambourine, AK. See you later. When I got outside, just as I expected, Joshua's ship was waiting for me up by the fountain. He stood there tapping his cane on the tile walk till I was alongside. Then Ship tacked to the starboard, full sail, and stood with his feet wide apart.
One moment, Mr. Jordan.
Well, we'll get everything settled, Mr. Ship. Not a thing to worry about.
There's plenty for you to worry about, my man.
Tut,
Enough,
Mr.
Mr. Jordan. I demand to know your intentions toward Miss Kessack.
Well, we all take our turns, don't we? It was your partner, Shape, first, wasn't it? Before she killed him?
I'm quite aware that Aaron Shape held her affections. I'm also aware that A.K. tires quickly, as she did of him.
Why confide in me?
Because I want you to know that I will not give her up so easily.
Look, Joshua, this is all very interesting.
You will keep away from her, Mr. Jordan. This is a warning.
Yeah, maybe this is something for her to decide. Why not go to A.K. and talk it over?
I most certainly shall. I'm going to lay down the law to her immediately. We'll have it out once and for all.
Ah, good boy. And when you talk to her, be sure to take off your hat. I couldn't resist the temptation, so I reached over and thumped his derby with my finger. He grabbed for it and gave me a dirty look. It was just a little insurance to keep him in a fighting mood. Well, I did want to get back to the tambourine, but Drina's place wasn't far out of the way, so I stopped by to keep her posted.
Well, Rocky.
I was hoping there'd be a weak link in the setup, Drina, and I think I've found it.
Oh, Joshua Ship?
Yeah. He's got something in his mind besides gambling. Her name is A.K. Kessack.
Yes, I know. He's insanely jealous of her.
Well, I'm going to go work on that. Sooner or later, he'll do something to break it up. Maybe try to get me out of the way.
Well, what happens then?
Well, we'll just wait and see. So far, my plan seems to be working.
Rocky, do you trust me?
Sure, Drina. Why?
Then perhaps you'd let me have my gun back?
Sure, you can have it.
Well,
wait a minute.
Don't you have it?
It's gone.
Well,
the only way it could get out of my pocket was for somebody to take it out.
But who, Rocky?
A.K. Kessack. See you later, Drina.
Where are you going, Rocky?
Get your gun back. I wasn't willing to concede even the first round to A.K. Kessack, but right then it looked like she'd scored all the points. Why she had slipped the gun out of my pocket was something I wanted to find out quick. This time, no one tried to stop me at the bungalow, and the door was unlocked.
Come in, Rocky. Close the door.
It was A.K. Kessock, waving me in with Dreena's gun. Across the room, against the wall, stood Joshua Shipp, beads of sweat dripping from his wax mustache. From where I stood, my little plan had backfired right in my face.
I knew you'd come back, Rocky.
Don't let me interrupt an argument.
Oh, you won't. We'll settle it, the argument, very shortly.
Jordan, talk to her. Fellas, you can't do this. Please, Jordan.
Stop crying, Joshua.
Better brief me, A.K.
Very simple, Rocky. I'm going to kill him.
No, my dear, no.
Just like you killed Aaron Shape? I think I know why.
I'm through with him. He's getting too big, giving me too much trouble. You see, I don't think he likes you, Rocky.
You don't need much reason, do you? What makes you think you can get away with this? You can't just shoot.
Can't I? You see this gun, Rocky? Only 2 people have any motive to kill Joshua. You and Dreena. This is her gun. You took it from her. Do I make myself clear?
Sure. You can lay the blame on either one or both of us.
Not necessarily. You can both keep quiet. We'll dump Joshua's ship in the Nile.
A.K., my dear, you can't do
And
this
no
to me.
one will be the wiser. Will they, Rocky? Well, make up your mind.
I can't speak for Dreena.
Then bring her here. Go to the phone there and call her. Tell her to come at once, but be careful. I never hesitate when it is necessary to kill.
That an order?
A.K. always gives the orders. Call Drain at once.
Give me Dreena Ritar. Yeah. Hello, Dreena. Rocky Jordan. Listen, I'm at 394 Esbekia Place, Bungalow 6. You got that? Yeah, I've got to see you right away. It's very important. Don't ask questions. Just come right over. Yes, right away, Dreena. Goodbye.
Thank you, Rocky. Now we have a little wait. Then it will be all over.
What then?
Just you and me, Rocky.
Yeah, but for how long?
Until I'm tired of you.
I'm tired of you already.
But there isn't much you can do about it. Is there, Rocky?
You're listening to Everything Shipshape, tonight's adventure with Rocky Jordan. There are more treats for CBS listeners on Tuesday night, when you'll find as many chuckles as clues on the Mr. and Mrs. North program. Meet Jerry and Pamela North at 8:30 Tuesday night. Yes, you'll find mystery better on CBS. Now we take you back to Cairo and tonight's adventure with Rocky Jordan. Everything Shipshape.
A.K. Kessock held the gun with a right hand and an Egyptian cigarette with the other. And we waited for Dreena to arrive. There wasn't much doubt in Joshua Shipp's mind, or mine, what would happen once Dreena got there. A.K. was lighting her 4th cigarette when the buzzer sounded.
Rocky, ask who it is.
A.K., my dear, for the last time, I beg you.
Quiet. Go on, Rocky, quick.
Who is it?
It's Dreena, Rocky.
No. Tell her to come in.
Come in, Dreena.
No! No!
Stand still, Dreena. Don't move.
Rocky, she's killed him.
Surely you're not sorry, Dreena. You wanted Joshua's ship dead, so I took care of it with the last 2 bullets in your gun. Here. Pick it up.
A most charming confession, Miss Kessock.
But...
Come in, Sam.
Thank you, Jordan. I appreciate the opportunity to be on the scene of a murder for a change.
So, Dreena, you brought the police here. You little...
Do not move, Miss Kessock. It is I who hold a gun now. Greco, Ali, take care of this man quickly.
I should have killed Dreena, too.
Let us have it understood, Miss Kessock. I did not bring the police, but I knew they would be following me. And for once, I didn't mind.
I'm quite sure Jordan knew I was following you, too.
That's right, Sam. But it's okay now, Dreena. They won't be tailing you anymore.
Jordan, the next time perhaps you will be kind enough to tell me of these things beforehand. You might have prevented a murder.
You know, Sam, you're absolutely right. Well, the way things worked out, A.K. Kessock figured 2 more murder raps were no worse than 1, so she finally confessed to the killing of Aaron Shape. I now have a standing invitation to visit Drina and her husband at their waterfront cafe in Beirut. Oh, about my tambourine. I decided to let the phony sale stand. Anyhow, the $40,000 in the bank was mine, so I bought the tambourine back from A.K. for half that amount. She didn't care. For me, 20,000 profit for the day wasn't bad. And you know, looking back, it's been quite some time since I made anything out of one of these deals.
It's CBS again at the same time next week for another story of adventure and intrigue when we take you back to Cairo and the Cafe Tambourine run by Rocky Jordan. Jack Moyles plays the title role with tonight's story by Gomer Cool and Larry Roman. Rocky Jordan is produced and directed by Cliff Howell with original music by Richard Arant. Larry Thor speaking. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
From Hollywood, the Screen Directors Playhouse. Screen Directors Playhouse, star Ray Milland, production The Uninvited, director Louis Allen. Hollywood Screen Directors present a tale for troubled midnights. The motion picture drama, The Uninvited, starring Ray Milland in his original role of Rick Fitzgerald.
Skin creeping, my scalp crawling. I listened. I heard the dim surge of the ocean at the foot of the Devonshire cliffs not far from my window. Only 5 o'clock. And then I was sure now. I hadn't dreamed that appalling crying. Could it be my sister Pamela in the next bedroom? There was no electricity in this old house. I lit a candle. I went to the door leading into the upstairs hallway.
Rick!
What? Oh, Pamela.
You heard it too, then?
What in heaven's name is it?
I don't know.
It comes from downstairs.
It comes from everywhere and nowhere.
I'm going down and search the place.
It's no use, Rick. There's never anything there.
You mean this has happened before?
All the time you were still in London while I was getting the house ready for us to live in.
But why didn't you call me or write me about it?
It's our home now. It's all we've got to live in. Sounds so terribly heartbroken.
But there must be some logical explanation.
It'll stop soon now. It always dies away at dawn.
No wonder we got the old place for such a low price. They tell me it stood empty for 10 years before... Oh, the shutter blew open.
It's the dawn breeze. I must have forgotten to latch up.
Listen.
I know. The sobbing is gone.
Oh. Is that all for tonight?
Is that all? It's every night, Rick. And if I don't get some sleep, I'll die.
No. Don't do that. It'll be different tomorrow night. You'll see. Oh, hello.
Aren't you the gentleman who bought this house for my grandfather?
Why, yes. Good evening.
Good evening. I'm Stella Meredith. It was my mother's house.
Well, come in, Stella Meredith.
Thank you. I haven't been in this house since I was 3. And I've wanted to come so many times.
Then why didn't you?
Oh, my grandfather forbids it. He has some silly idea that I'm in danger.
Nonsense. You shall see the house, Stella Meredith, and I shall be your guide.
And this is my old nursery.
Like it?
Oh, how pretty your sister has made it.
That's very pretty perfume you're wearing.
It's mimosa. Do you like it?
Oh, very much.
My mother always used mimosa. She died when I was 3 years old.
Oh.
May I see the studio now where my father painted?
Only it's the studio where I play the piano now. You may even persuade me to play something for you.
Oh, don't stop playing, please.
Very flattering, thank you.
Father painted my mother's picture in this very room.
You don't remember that?
No. But Mother would sit on this platform wearing her soft white dress. Sometimes, of course, he'd paint the other one.
Other one?
He had a model, you know, a Spanish girl. People seem to get awfully hush-hush when I try to ask about her, though. You played beautifully.
It's a serenade to Stella by starlight.
You mean this Stella? Me?
And this candlelight.
Oh, it's the most exciting thing that has ever happened to me.
Is it?
Yes.
What's the matter?
All at once, a cold wind.
Yes. Suddenly it is cold in this room.
And your music's gone so terribly sad. Why?
I don't know. It just came out that way.
And the candles grew dim.
There's a draught.
Oh, Mother was so young and beautiful, and she died so cruelly. Mother!
Stella.
Mother! Mother!
Stella, come back! Stella! I gathered my scattered senses and jumped up and ran after her. I passed Pamela standing amazed at the foot of the stairs.
Rick, what's the matter? What's happened?
There's something evil in her. Stella! But she was out the front door, her dark hair flying, running wildly in the darkness, heading for the cliffs.
Stella!
I shouted after her.
Stella, come back!
Shouted again, pleading with her.
No, Stella, no!
The cliffs, I thought.
Stella, the cliffs!
The cliffs and the boiling sea beneath. Whatever sinister force had driven her out of the house was now driving her to destruction on those killing rocks. The brink was only yards away, a few steps. I reached for her, and my fingers caught in her belt, and I pulled her back. Back from the very edge of that awful precipice. Stella.
What's the matter?
Matter? You were going over the edge.
Was I?
Why did you do it, Stella? What drove you toward death?
Death? Why, nothing. I didn't feel I was in any danger.
Look below you.
Oh, the sea.
Yes.
This is where my mother fell.
Your mother fell here?
By this dead tree. She...
Are you all right?
Help me.
Stella.
Will she be all right, Dr. Scott?
She's resting nicely upstairs, Miss Pamela.
Well, is Stella entirely safe up there alone?
Why not?
Well, in the light of what just happened.
You're the one who sneers when I say this house is haunted.
Well, everybody in the village knows the house is peculiar.
Well, can you tell us anything about it, Doctor?
Do you know about Carmel?
Carmel?
The Spanish model Stella's father painted.
Oh, yes.
Stella's father was in love with Carmel. It was an open scandal.
But didn't Mrs. Meredith know about it?
Well, I suppose she just accepted the situation.
Where's this Carmel now?
She died in this very house a week after Mary Meredith fell to her death from the cliff out there.
Oh, she did fall then.
Ironically, she fell trying to save her rival from committing suicide. Or so they say.
Rick, Dr. Scott, don't you notice a scent in the room?
No.
Yes, I do.
Yes.
It's heliotrope.
No, it's mimosa. Stella's mother was fond of it. Stella tells me that Pam has come back.
What, Rick?
Upstairs. Stella's not alone anymore. I know it. Come on. Stella.
Stella, are you all right?
She's gone.
I'm here,
Stella, darling.
at the window.
Now, don't be frightened.
I'm not frightened. Don't you know who it is in your house? It's my mother.
Your mother?
Did you see her?
No. But when I woke up, I felt her in the room. Her scent, the mimosa, it was all around. I could feel her warm presence everywhere. And I felt something else. Something I've never known in my whole life. The knowledge that someone loved me very dearly.
You'd better take her home, Rick.
No, Mother is here. She wants me with her.
Your mother is dead, Stella.
I know.
But your grandfather will miss you. He'll be furious if he finds you here.
I know, but I love it here. I'll always come back.
Another time, Stella. Another time. Again. Her grandfather was right. There was danger in this house for Stella. In the studio, when we'd first felt its presence, I had not smelled mimosa. But in that moment before dawn, with that awful sorrow in the house, I suddenly knew. I knew that there was a cold, cruel spirit which hated Stella, and a warm, scented spirit that loved her. There was not one ghost.
You are listening to the Screen Directors Playhouse presentation of The Uninvited, starring Ray Milland in his original role of Rick Fitzgerald.
Pamela, I know this. Stella Meredith is in danger in this house. She mustn't come here anymore.
But she loves it, Rick. How can we possibly keep her away?
By holding a seance.
A seance?
Only this seance will be rigged. We've got to fix it so that the ghost of Mary Meredith appears to say, in effect, Stella, I'm your mother. Forget Wynwood House and I shall find peace and happiness. P.S. There is a tall, excruciatingly handsome man named Rick Fitzgerald who wants to marry you.
It's wrong, Rick. I won't agree to deceiving Stella.
We've got to break Stella of this attachment to the dead. We'll rig the seance. That very night, we held the seance. We all sat around a table. Stella, Pam, Dr. Scott, and I. A single candle was burning. On the table, I chalked the alphabet in a big circle, and the words, yes and no, opposite each other. An inverted wine glass stood in the center of the table. My stage was set.
I think the room is dark enough to begin. The important thing is that we should all believe.
Yes, so I understand. So, what now?
Everybody puts a finger on the glass. Now, ask a question, Stella.
Is there anybody here? Is anybody...
The glass is moving.
Yes. The glass is on yes.
Go on, Stella.
Are you my mother? Yes. You don't want me to go away from Wynwood House, do you, Mother? They want me to stay away. Do you? Rick, let go. You're keeping the glass from moving.
I'm not.
Let go, I say.
Better let matters take their course, Fitzgerald.
All right.
No. She said no. She doesn't want me to stay away.
Look, the glass is moving.
I, G, U, A, God. I, God.
Guard me from what, Mother? What?
C, A, R, M, Carmel.
That's enough.
Who smashed the glass against the wall? You, Pamela?
No one, Rick. No one was touching it.
Stella. Stella's in a trance.
Stella.
Don't touch her. It may be dangerous.
May I ask a question?
No.
It might help to try to reach her mind. Yes, try it.
Whoever you are you Mary Meredith, Stella's mother?
No es ella. No le creo nada. No le haga caso, está mintiendo.
Oh, this is awful. I won't ask her anything else.
Es ladrón. Ladrón de mi cariño.
Is that Spanish, Scott?
I don't know.
Ladrón de mi cariño.
Stella.
She's fainted.
I'm afraid this has all been a dreadful mistake.
It was wrong. But she'll never be cured until this house is cured. Until then, Stella must never come here again.
I won't answer it.
I'll answer it. I'll go. It was Stella's grandfather, in a cold, bitter fury over her presence there and her condition.
An outrage, you hear? An outrage.
I'm very sorry, sir. It won't happen again.
I warrant you it won't. My granddaughter will never enter this house again if I have to lock her up somewhere. Come, Stella.
Stella was gone, but my work had just begun. I had to avert a tragedy. I had to solve the mystery of Windward House, but where to start? I went to see Dr. Scott.
Any luck, Fitzgerald? You find anyone with a clue to what really happened here 17 years ago?
No. Everyone who was here with the Merediths then seems to be dead.
The trained nurse isn't.
Trained nurse?
I've been looking through the old case book of my predecessor, Dr. Rudd.
Oh?
At the time of the tragedy, the Merediths employed a nurse for their child, a certain Miss Holloway.
Holloway?
Very, very much attached to Mary Meredith.
Well, is she alive? How can we find her?
She runs a place on Bodwin Moor called the Mary Meredith Retreat in honor of her long-dead mistress.
Hospital?
No, a mental institution. Strange woman. Strange place.
Bodwin Moor. I think I'd better have a serious talk with Miss Holloway.
I shall be happy, Mr. Fitzgerald, to assist in any way I can concerning these manifestations at Windward House.
Well, to begin with, Miss Holloway, I know about the Mary Meredith Carmel triangle 17 years ago.
Yes, it was the delight of the local gossips.
What were Mary and Carmel like?
Extraordinary women, both of them. But Mary Meredith, she was a goddess. Even her talk was lovely and sparkling. Oh, the night we sat before her fireplace, planning our lives.
Yeah.
She met her humiliation and her fate magnificently.
About Carmel.
A Spanish gypsy. Beautiful and crafty and cruel.
Why did Mrs. Meredith stand for the situation?
She felt the decision to end it must come from her husband.
Did it?
Finally. To make it easier for Carmel, they took her to Paris. Found a position for her and left her there. Then they came back here with their infant daughter. For a while, they were almost happy together.
Then?
Carmel came back. She still wanted Mary's husband. Then, one stormy night, Carmel had been told that she must leave, this time for good. Oh, there was a ghastly scene, and finally Carmel, in a rage for revenge, ran to the child's room and snatched her up and ran toward the cliff. Mary raced after her. In the struggle, Mary fell to the rocks below. The baby was unharmed.
What happened to Carmel?
She escaped in the storm. Next morning, she crawled back in the early stages of pneumonia. I had to nurse her.
I see.
And now, please... I must be alone. Please.
What you tell me about Miss Holloway is very interesting, Fitzgerald.
A fanatical, a dedicated woman, Doctor.
Dr. Rudd, before me, disliked her intensely.
Professionally? Personally? How?
Listen to this entry from Dr. Rudd's casebook for December 10th, 1932. Called to Windward House, Meredith's model, Carmel Quesada, double pneumonia.
That tallies with what Miss Holloway told me.
December 12th, Carmel Quesada much worse. No attempt to warm her room. Found traces of snow in her bedroom.
Snow?
Spoke severely to Nurse Holloway. Absolutely criminal negligence.
Well, isn't that a pretty serious charge, Doctor?
When a man of Dr. Rudd's generation used it, it was very apt to mean murder.
Miss Holloway murdered Carmel?
She was very fond of Mary Meredith. Perhaps that's why Stella's grandfather sent her to Miss Holloway's for safekeeping this afternoon.
You mean Stella's there now? In that genteel madhouse?
Well, I venture she's safe with her mother's dearest friend.
Who was also guilty of criminal negligence? Oh, no. Dr. Scott, I must hurry. Be good enough to call my sister Pamela at Windward House. Say I'll pick her up in 15 minutes and call Miss Holloway, will you? Tell her to expect us. I'm on my way. Miss Holloway, when I was here before, why didn't you tell me that Stella was here, too?
The presence of our guests is confidential.
Please take us to her at once.
She's no longer here. I sent her away when Dr. Scott called to say you'd be here.
But why?
She was the happiest person in the world when I told her she might return to Windward House.
Windward House?
But her grandfather sent her here to keep her away from Windward House.
She loves it so.
You knew we'd be away and you sent her there?
Mary will be there.
Oh, you hate Stella. You sent her to her death.
Mary is waiting for Stella.
You're insane. Hurry, Pam. It may be too late even now. We drove headlong through the rain, racing the train to Windward House. We arrived in the early hours of the morning. The house was dark. We were on time. Stella hadn't arrived yet. And then, from the inside of the house...
It's Stella.
The front door flew open and Stella ran out screaming fearfully, running for the cliffs.
Stella!
Come back! Something she'd seen or heard or felt in that horribly sick house of ours was sending her screaming in the darkness toward the windy cliffs. I ran after her, but she was very young and lithe and driven by fear and drawn by demons, and I overtook her slowly, oh, so very slowly, as in a terrible nightmare. And at the very brink of the cliffs, I dove for her and flung her to the ground, the very brink of death, the very edge of darkness.
Nothing but a few bruises, Stella. You'll be fine.
Dr. Scott, Rick, why would my own mother want to drive me to my death?
Darling, whatever drove you from this house couldn't have been your mother.
But it was. I saw her. It was a kind of a mist that glowed softly in the dark, coming toward me, just as my father painted her.
Then why did you run away?
I don't know. Something terrified me, drew me to the cliff.
Could the company endure one more excerpt from the casebook of Dr. Rudd? It's rather worthwhile.
You've the air of a man with knowledge, Scott.
This entry is dated a little more than 3 years before the final tragedy on the cliff. Meredith consultation, my office. Mrs. Meredith afraid she is going to have a child. Assured her she was not. A strange, cold, loveless woman refusing motherhood.
But
Meredith, poor man, wanting a child so desperately.
But there's Stella.
Now, listen. An extraordinary household. Carmel, the Spanish girl, worships Meredith. A lovely, pitiful creature, all love and womanhood.
Pitiful?
What does it all mean? I don't understand.
Stella, where were you born?
In Paris.
Where they took Carmel. They came back with their baby, or at any rate, someone's baby.
Rick.
The Meredith stayed in Paris for a baby to be born, yes. But I think to Carmel, not Mary. They took the baby as their own to avoid a scandal. That's why Carmel came back, to be near her baby, near Stella.
Then it was Mary Meredith who hated Stella, her rival's child.
Mary Meredith, who tried to throw the baby from the cliff and fell to her death.
And that's what Carmel waited here to tell me all these years. That she was my mother, not Mary Meredith. I'm Carmel's daughter. Rick, the mimosa.
She's here.
Oh, Mother, Mother, never weep again, because now I know. Never cry again in this house where Father loved you. Carmel, Mother. She's happy. Mother's happy. She's at peace at last.
Rick, look.
That's the mist I saw.
Mary Meredith. Dr. Scott, Pamela, get Stella out of here. I was alone. Alone with the thing that drifted and floated in menacing, gesturing filaments in the open French doors. A luminous mist becoming a face that undulated horribly. A face filled with hatred and malevolence. And I lifted the candelabrum with its flickering, guttering candles. Come on, you icy fraud. If it's Stella you want, you're too late, Mary Meredith. You've tried enough to destroy Carmel's child. So much for the legend of your saintliness, and you can go along with it.
Rick.
Here, darling.
Oh, are you all right?
All right. I am magnificent.
It's so dark, darling.
Never brighter.
Mary Meredith.
Gone forever.
Oh, and I always thought she was my mother.
What? Good saints preserve me from ghosties and ghoulies and long-legged beasties and a future mother-in-law like that.
Ray Milland will return in just a moment. Next week, as always, another great star recreates one of her most memorable roles on Screen Director's Playhouse. Our story is The Spiral Staircase, and our star, Dorothy McGuire, with Screen Director Robert Siodmak. Now, here again is tonight's star, Ray Milland.
Thank you. The film version of The Uninvited was distinguished by ghosts, gasps, moans, groans, and a very brilliant gent named Lewis Allen. Lou directed the picture, furnishing the assorted horrors out of his bag of tricks. Since then, we've done 3 other films together, and his amazing know-how still has me fascinated. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like you to meet him. My director, Lewis Allen.
But I hardly think I deserve those compliments.
Why not?
Well, The Uninvited was the first picture I ever directed.
But, Lou, you'd been directing stage plays for years.
But when I sat behind those cameras for the first time, I was as scared as the audiences who saw the picture.
Well, how do you feel about cameras after all the pictures you've made since then?
They still scare me.
You know what?
What?
They scare me, too.
Well, at least we weren't scared of the ghosts in The Uninvited.
Well, you know, Lou, you made everything so real, for a while I almost believed in them myself.
But, Ray, there's no such thing as ghosts.
Lou?
Yes, Ray?
What did you just say about ghosts?
I'd rather not talk about it. Good night, Ray.
Good night, Lou. Good night, everyone.
And good night to you, Ray Milland and Lewis Allen. Remember next week, Dorothy McGuire and Robert Siodmak. The Uninvited was presented through the courtesy of Paramount Pictures, whose current release is the William Wyler production, The Heiress, starring Olivia de Havilland, Montgomery Clift, and Ralph Richardson. Ray Milland will soon be seen in the Paramount picture, Copper Canyon. Lewis Allen's current production for Paramount is Chicago Deadline. Included in tonight's cast were Alma Lawton as Stella, Norman Field, Mary Shipp, John Daner, Georgia Backus, June Foray, and Dan Riss. The Uninvited was adapted for radio by Milton Geiger, and original music was composed and conducted by Henry Russell. Screen Director's Playhouse is produced by Howard Wiley, with dramatic direction by Bill Karn. Portions of the program were transcribed. This is Jimmy Wallington speaking, inviting you to listen again at the same time next week, when we present
Screen Director's Playhouse, star Dorothy McGuire,
Production, Spiral Staircase. Director, Robert Siodmak.
Sunday on Hollywood Calling, you may be called by motion picture stars Maureen O'Hara and Dan Daly to win a wonderful prize and crack the Film of Fortune jackpot. Make a note to stick close to your radio and your telephone Sunday for Hollywood Calling. It might be your lucky day. Listen to Hollywood Calling Sunday on NBC.
Stay tuned for Bill Stern and the Sports Newsreel on NBC.
The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Remember when we believed that the kiss of a princess could turn a frog into a prince? That was long ago, of course, when we believed in magic. The years passed and we started calling it luck. Then, pushed, prodded, or plummeted into a confused maturity, we began to speak of problem solving. But even as the magnetic pull of childhood resists all our efforts to grow up, so does the buried belief that the kiss of a beautiful princess will transform the ugly frog into a handsome prince.
You understand? She hates me, Tom.
Oh, I don't think she does.
She's trying to kill me.
Come on now, Bart.
And she will. If I don't kill her first.
Our mystery drama, Death Spell, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Elspeth Eric and stars Ralph Bell and Joan Lovejoy. It is sponsored in part by True Value Hardware Stores and Buick Motor Division. I'll be back shortly with Act One. Magic is and has always been man's frantic effort to control what he fears. Flood, famine, disease, death. In the story we're about to bring you, the dread enemy is none of these. It is a single person. One, you would think, who might be expected to harbor none but the most benign thoughts. Not an enemy at all, but a lover.
Helen, you here?
I'll be right with you, Tom. I'm putting a casserole into the oven.
Oh, not that same old thing again.
Till one of us starts bringing in some money, it's that same old thing.
I got your thingamajig.
You did? Well, why didn't you say so?
I just did say so.
Oh, great. Marvelous. Swell.
I could have bought a steak for what that thing cost.
Oh, but I had to have it. I need it.
Yeah, well, I need protein.
Oh, gorgeous. Fantastic.
What the devil do you want it for?
I have to know if I'm going to get the part in Antigone.
What part? What Antigone?
Sophocles' Antigone. I read for a part in it.
Doing Antigone where? Off Broadway?
Off Broadway. New Jersey, 2 weeks. But they paid equity minimum.
I bought this whatchamacallit so that you could find out about 2 weeks in New Jersey?
This is not a whatchamacallit or a thingamajig. It is a Ouija board.
Whatever.
It's not a whatever either. The Ouija board is as old as astrology. Ouija board goes back to the 4th century B.C.
I'm so impressed.
Where did you get it?
In one of those voodoo shops on Greenwich Avenue.
The Ouija board has nothing to do with voodoo. The Ouija board is an ancient divinatory device.
Yeah, okay.
Now, come on. Put your fingers on the planchette. Tom, come on, now, please. The casserole is going to take an hour, so come on.
Oh, do I have to?
Yes, you do. You have to. If I don't find out about that part in Antigone, I'm going to burst. Just put your fingers very lightly, please.
Okay.
Now, Ouija, tell me, am I going to work soon in a play? Am I? Close your eyes, Tom.
Oh, okay.
Just let it move by itself.
Okay. It is moving.
You can't rush it.
You know, I ran into a guy today. In the voodoo shop.
This is not voodoo.
A guy I hadn't seen for a couple of years, at the very least. Bertram Chillingworth Crowley, commonly called Bart. Ever tell you about him? I knew him in art school. He came to class every day in a Cadillac station wagon. That suggest anything to you?
Money.
Lots and lots of money. Pots of money. Lots of pots of money.
Why don't you shut up and concentrate?
He never did finish art school.
I think the planchette is starting to move.
He was too rich to paint.
It is.
He quit art school and he sank back into his millions.
It's starting, Tom.
I never gave another thought till today when I ran into him in the voodoo place. Oops.
Tom.
You better get the phone.
It was just starting to move.
Hello.
Is this Tom Craven?
Yes, this is Tom Craven.
Tom, how are you?
Well, who's this?
This is Bart. We ran into each other this afternoon. Greenwich Avenue?
Bertram Chillingworth Crowley?
Yes. Listen, we didn't get much chance to talk today, so I was wondering, could we have lunch? Tomorrow, maybe?
I don't eat lunch as a rule.
At my club, I thought.
Oh. Well,
I have something I'd like to talk over with you. Something that might interest you.
Oh? Would it be all right if I brought a girl along, Bart?
Your wife?
No, a girl.
Well, sure. Bring her along. How's 1 o'clock? Meet you in the lobby of the Lancaster Club on Park Avenue. 1:30? That all right?
Yeah, all right. Hey, how do you like that? Just finished talking about the guy. He's on the phone.
Tom, sit down.
That's spooky. That's really spooky.
It's moving.
Is that okay with you? Lunch tomorrow?
Now, relax. Don't press on it.
1:30?
It's spelling out something.
Lancaster
It's
Club.
moving to A.
It's a very snooty joint.
Oh, it's going so fast.
Park Avenue.
N-T-I-A-N-T-I. Antigone. The first 4 letters in Antigone. Why do you like that?
That's spooky.
You'd like it. You really would. It's got 3 rooms besides the studio, and the studio has a skylight.
Oh, that sounds marvelous.
Perfect north light. I had it built to minute specifications. Had it built for myself. I thought someday I might take up painting again, but of course I never did.
Oh, that's a shame.
Oh, I don't know. Never did have much talent, you know. Not like old Tom here.
Yeah, well, old Tom here isn't exactly setting the world on fire.
No, but you will one of these days. And I'd like to help you on your way to fame and all that.
Well, that's awfully nice of you, Bart. Really is.
You'd be doing me a favor if you'd move into the place. Both of you. I really mean that.
Helen?
Is it that you don't want to leave the city?
Oh, Lord, no.
Or maybe Helen doesn't want to move out of New York. Actresses don't, I've heard.
Well, you heard right. Actresses like to be where the action is. I'm up for a part right now.
But my place is only 50 miles from the city. You can get there in an hour.
Oh, there's a train?
No, look, I have a car. Well, actually, I have 5 cars, and I have a chauffeur. Or Tom could drive you, or I could. Think about it, will you?
Sure.
Oh, well, certainly think about it.
And let me know as soon as you can, okay?
You bet.
Anybody want any more coffee?
Not for me, thanks.
I'll get the check. Waiter, check. I'll sign it.
It's a funny thing you phoning me, Bart, when you did. I'd just been telling Helen about you when the phone rang.
He was telling me how he'd run into you.
In the voodoo shop.
Not voodoo.
Oh, they have voodoo stuff there, too. Potions, powders, amulets, all kinds of stuff. Are you interested in magic?
Tom was buying a Ouija board for me.
She was trying to find out if she was going to get a part in a play that she's up for.
And I am going to get it.
Yeah, you hope.
Well, the Ouija board spelled out ANTI, and the name of the play is Antigone. So how about that?
That was right after the phone call from you. You know, everything was getting very spooky.
Listen, if you decide to take the studio at my place, bring the Ouija board along.
Something you're dying to know, Bart?
Something I'm dying to know. Yes.
Well, if we moved in with you, we will come complete with Ouija board.
Bart, why are you so anxious to have us take your studio? Not that I doubt you wanted to help a struggling artist. I don't, but... Well, actually, you and I don't know each other very well. You don't know Helen at all.
I think we'll be very compatible. Don't you think so?
You're lonely, isn't that it?
Lonely.
Well, I mean, living all by yourself in that big house on that big estate.
But I don't live all by myself.
Oh, you don't? I'm sorry, I just assumed
you didn't mention anybody else.
Oh, there are the servants, and then there's my wife.
Your wife? You didn't say... You never mentioned... I didn't know you were married.
Oh, yes, to Rosalind. We've been married for a couple of years.
That's marvelous.
After I left art school, I didn't know what to do with myself, so I started traveling. I went all over the place. 2 suitcases, one packed with clothes, one with maps and books.
All by yourself?
Yes. I'm not really a gregarious person. I don't make friends easily. For somebody like me, travel is really the only answer. You stay in one place till you've exhausted it, then you move on to the next place. You meet people on planes, on ships, in hotels, in bars. You're not completely isolated, but you never make any close friends. It's something I'm not capable of anyway.
But you did make one close friend, didn't you?
What?
I mean, Rosalind.
Oh, yes, Rosalind.
And you married her?
Yes, I married Rosalind.
Where did you meet her, Bart?
In Trinidad. Do you know Trinidad, either of you?
No.
I don't.
Marvelous place. Very polyglot civilization. Been occupied any number of times since the original Arawak Indians. You'd love Port of Spain. That's the capital city. 12 nationalities live there. They have churches, mosques, synagogues. Astounding place.
And that's where you met Rosalind?
Rosalind is the most beautiful woman who ever lived. Part Spanish, part Arawak, part Eurasian, and maybe a little of everything else. Beautiful beyond words.
Well, then, you're not alone.
No.
Living with a woman you love, who loves you, that's the greatest thing in life.
I suppose it is.
You know it is.
Only Rosalind doesn't love me.
Oh. I'm sorry.
She hates me.
Oh, now, Bart.
She's trying to kill me.
Come on, Bart.
And she will. If I don't kill her first.
And God said, "Let there be light." And there was light. And man considered it magic. Not only the creation, but the words that brought it to pass. And when the words were written down, the writing was magic too. Perhaps everything not quite comprehended by the limited mind of man appears to be magic. Perhaps everything is. What a lovely word magic is. It springs from the lips so lightly, like the bursting of the tiniest seed pod showering its contents into the air. In a world which labors so strenuously to explain how and why everything is as it is and not otherwise, what a relief to turn away, even for a moment, and view it all as simply magic.
It's crazy. Simply crazy.
It's a beautiful place.
I may not stay, Tom.
Well, I'm staying. This is a fabulous studio.
And you don't mind if your host is slightly insane?
Well, I've put up with worse things in my time.
You have? Like what?
Being hungry? Not being able to work? Look, Helen, we don't have to see a lot of the Crowleys. They live in a big house. We live here. They've got their problems. We've got ours.
Someone's at the door.
Yeah.
Bringing us a nice little problem.
Good morning.
Hello, Rosalind.
Oh, come in, Rosalind. It's a mess in here. We're unpacking.
I brought you some flowers from the garden.
Well, thanks.
They're lovely. Thank you. We'll get organized after a while. Can you find a place to sit down?
Oh, it's all right. I'll just wander about. I can't stay. Oh. Well, look here. Did you bring this with you?
Oh, what's that? Oh, no. We didn't bring any books.
It's a copy of Malleus Maleficarum, The Hammer of Witches. Bertram must have put it here. 2 Dominicans wrote it in the 15th century. Then people believed in witchcraft and magic.
Have you read it?
I couldn't finish it. I think it's the most boring book ever put together. Well, if there's anything you need...
Not at the moment.
If you find you do need something, please let me know.
Thank you, we will.
She's got to be the most beautiful woman I've ever seen.
Yeah.
I'd like to paint her.
I thought we weren't going to see too much of the Crowleys. I thought we were going to let them have their problems, we have ours, and all that stuff.
Well, I didn't mean that right away. I meant sometime.
Just as long as they don't start being one of our problems.
Helen, don't look for trouble, huh?
I don't think I'll have to. I think it'll come right up to the door. Oh, maybe it's arrived.
Helen, knock it off, will you? Hey. Hiya, Bart. Come on in.
Thanks. Thanks very much.
Hello, Mr. Crowley.
Hello. I've just come from the doctor.
Oh? Something wrong?
The doctor says no. He says I'm fine.
Well, good.
But I'm not.
You don't believe the doctor?
There's something wrong with me. I know it.
Well, Bart, why don't you change doctors?
I've been to all of them. They all say the same thing. I'm in perfect health.
Well, then I think you ought to take their word for it, Bart.
How can I? And I know I'm dying.
Oh, now listen.
Do you know that Rosalind does all the cooking in our house?
No, does she?
She insists on it. She has coconut milk flown up from Jamaica. She says it's the only thing to use in cooking.
Well, maybe she's right.
But things taste peculiar. She could be putting all sorts of things in.
What kind of things?
Powders, potions, things she knows about. I know my blood pressure's gone up, and I think my metabolism's changing. I'm not a well man. I'm getting worse.
Hey, Bart, you know what's wrong with you? Forgive me for saying it, but, you're a bit of a hypochondriac. You think about how you feel all the time.
How can I help it?
When you think about it, because, you got nothing better to do. Take some advice. Find something to do and do it, huh?
That's easier said than done.
Oh, Bart, with all your money...
Money's got nothing to do with it. Look what I found on the lawn this morning.
What is it?
Well, it's just an envelope.
Addressed to me. It's got my name on it.
Well, so what? You dropped it on the lawn sometime. And it, maybe fell out of the trash. So what?
Look there. Look at that.
Yeah, what?
That little hole there. In the middle of the W in Crowley.
It's a little hole. So what?
Made by a nail. A nail driven through my name.
You don't know that.
What else could it be?
Well, I don't know. Could be anything.
But I found the nail. I found it in the grass, 6 inches away from the envelope.
Well, that doesn't mean anything.
Oh, it does. That's one of the oldest ways in the world to put a spell on someone. Don't you know that?
No, I don't know that. I don't believe in those things, Bart. I think that's all superstition. It's all nonsense.
Oh, no. It's real.
Well, I can't go along with you, Bart.
You'll see. She'll get to me. She'll kill me. She's got her mind set on it, and she'll do it. One of these days, she'll do it. She'll get her way.
Look, Mr. Crowley, I'm not sure Tom and I ought to stay here.
You're not thinking of leaving, are you?
I think maybe we should.
Don't go. Don't leave. Don't leave me alone to die. Oh, please.
Oh, take it easy. Easy. Come on, Bart. Take it easy.
If you're here, she won't dare. Don't leave. Promise me you'll stay. Tom. Helen.
I don't know.
Bart, what can I say?
Say you won't go. Say you'll hang around for a little while anyway, till I can decide what to do.
Helen?
Well, I don't think we should.
Don't say that. I don't know what will become of me if you leave. Stay a little while. Don't let me die here all alone.
Oh, we could stay for a while, I guess.
Oh, thank you, Tom. Thank you.
No, I don't know for how long.
You can go any time you want to, but not right away.
Okay. Not right away.
Actually, I have the name of another doctor. I'm seeing him next week. Maybe he can help.
Yeah, maybe he can.
Thank you both. You've taken a load off my mind. Oh, and you will come up to the house some evening for dinner, won't you? We'd love to have you. Rosalind's a very good cook, she really is. And she wouldn't put anything in your food. Just in mine.
Why did you say we'd stay?
Oh, I don't know. He seems so sort of helpless.
Is that the only reason?
It won't hurt us to help him out.
Are you sure he's the one you're interested in? Or is it his wife?
Tom, hold up a minute, will you?
Oh, hi there, Bart.
Taking you a walk around?
Yeah, the work wasn't going too well, so I thought
where's Helen?
Your chauffeur drove her into New York. She's reading for a part in something.
She coming back?
Maybe tomorrow.
She doesn't like me, does she?
Well, I wouldn't say that. Bart, you shouldn't go around thinking people don't like you. You know, it's not good for you. This thing you have about Rosalind trying to kill you. I've gotten to know Rosalind the last couple of weeks. You know, she's really a very nice woman. And Lord knows she's beautiful.
Oh, yes. Beautiful. They all are.
Look, do you think she might pose for me?
Pose? You mean you want to paint a portrait?
Yeah, something like that.
That might not be a bad idea.
You know, I don't get to use models like that. I can't afford it.
It might be a wonderful idea. You might catch it in the portrait.
That particular quality she has?
You might catch the demon.
What are you talking about? What demon?
They say that's possible. That a great artist can catch the demon that lurks in us all. Ordinary people can't see it, but a great artist can see it and put it on canvas. If you could do that...
Bart, I'm not a great artist, and I'm not looking for demons.
But if you should catch the demon in Rosalind, put it on canvas where everyone could see it.
I don't believe there is any such demon.
You don't?
No. No, I don't.
Then look at this.
What is it?
Look at it.
Well, it looks like a piece of pipe.
That's what it is.
Well, Bart, so what? It's a piece of pipe, so what?
I found it on the lawn this morning. And that's not all I found. Look at this. Go ahead, look at it.
All right. It's a sinker, isn't it? The kind you put on a fish line to weigh it down?
That's right. It's a sinker.
All right, so what?
A lead sinker.
Hey, Bart, you know something? You're driving me crazy. Why shouldn't you find a lead sinker on the lawn? People do fish around here. You probably do yourself, don't you?
And a piece of pipe? What about that?
Yeah, well, what about it?
Lead pipe. Lead pipe. A lead sinker and a piece of lead pipe. Doesn't that say anything to you?
No, not a thing. Is it supposed to?
Lead, Tom, is the metal of Saturn.
So what?
Very powerful in a death spell.
But you're driving yourself crazy with this thing, you know that?
Just as copper is the metal of Venus, copper is powerful in a love spell. Oh, yes. Oh, yes, when Rosalind and I were first in love, she gave me a copper bracelet. She said it was for the arthritis in my hands, and it did help, I have to admit that, but that wasn't her real reason for giving it to me. Oh, no. It was to cast a love spell over me. She wanted me then. But now it's lead. The Saturn metal. Lead. The metal of death.
Bart, come up to the studio with me. I'll make you a drink. We'll have a talk, huh?
I have an appointment with the doctor.
Just one drink.
A new doctor. I told you I'd found one, didn't I?
The doctor will wait. Or you can see him some other time. Come on, huh? Just one drink. We'll talk.
Well...
Tom, help me, please.
Who's that? Is that Rosalind?
Tom, please.
Where is she?
She's up there.
Where?
In her room.
Tom, please, Tom.
What does she want? What's the matter?
I imagine she wants you to let her out.
Let her out of her own room?
Yes. I locked her in.
If you think Bertram Chillingsworth Crowley is a madman, take a look around you. Do you find the behavior of your friends and relatives at all times and on all occasions reasonable? Take a look at the people of the world. Are they behaving rationally? Or if your friends and relatives are too close to you and the citizens of the world are too remote, take a look at yourself, if you dare. I'll be back with Act 3 shortly. A young man, sound of body, with a plethora of worldly goods, married to an incomparably beautiful young woman, living in the loveliest of homes, companioned by a solicitous friend, pursues the idea that his wife has cast over him a death spell. Why? Why does he do this? I believe it was John Milton who wrote, "The mind is its own place, and in itself can make a hell of heaven, and a heaven of hell."
Your chin up just a little, Rosalind?
Enough?
That's fine. It's perfect. You getting tired?
Not at all.
Tell me when you want me to stop.
It's an easy pose.
Is any word about Bart?
The same. They're feeding him intravenously now.
Oh, boy. That doesn't sound so good.
That is not good at all. I think he will die.
Oh, come on now. It's not all that hopeless.
I think it is.
Rosalind, let's knock off the sitting for a while. I have to ask you something.
I'm sure you do.
You won't be offended?
Ask me.
Do you know that Bart thinks that you were casting, or that you are casting some sort of a spell over him? A death spell?
Oh, yes. I know.
I wasn't sure if you knew. He really was crazy on the subject.
Quite crazy.
He kept showing me things he picked up on the lawn. An envelope with a nail driven through his name.
Oh, yes.
Things made out of lead.
The metal of Saturn.
Oh. You know about these things, do you?
Of course. Everyone knows.
Well, I didn't. Not till I came here.
People have known for centuries.
Well, what I wanted to ask you...
Yes?
Is it true?
That I cast a death spell over my husband, is that what you want to ask?
Well, yes.
Then why don't you come right out and ask it?
Well, the thing is, I don't really believe in things like that.
You don't?
Well, nobody does, really.
Everybody does.
Oh,
really.
No.
Everybody believes in magic. Oh, they may laugh at it or swear at it or sneer at it, but somewhere In some dark corner. Everyone believes in it.
Do you?
Partly. From time to time.
But you don't, practice it. Do you?
My husband believes I do.
But you don't.
So long as he believes I do. That's all that counts.
You mean if you believe a thing is so, it's so?
I mean, if you believe a thing is so, it works. And that is why my husband is going to die. For all their drugs and their bottles of glucose and their tubes going into his arm, no matter what they do, he will die because he believes he will die. I can't stop it. Nothing can stop it. He believes he will die, and he will die.
I don't think I can go along with that, Rosalind.
It doesn't matter. Oh, look there. Look out the window, your girl, Helen.
Oh, she's back. She went into New York to see about a part. Hi there.
Hello.
Hello. What's going on here?
Well, nothing's going on. Rosalind's posing for me, that's all.
Oh, really?
We just stopped for a minute. We were talking.
We're talking about Bart. The hospital's got him on intravenous feeding. Doesn't look too good.
I'm sorry to hear that.
Yes, it's too bad.
You don't seem too broken up about it.
Oh, now, Helen.
I'm not happy about it.
I think you are.
Helen, you'd better stop, huh?
You know what I found her doing the other day? I went up to the house to borrow something. Do you know what she was doing?
Oh, Helen.
Come on now.
Scrying. That's what she was doing. Scrying.
What's that? What is she talking about?
Scrying is an ancient method used to conjure up spirits.
And foretell the future.
One uses a crystal ball.
Or a glass of water.
Yes. Or a bottle of ink. Anything that reflects. But I have no crystal ball. There was no glass of water, no bottle of ink.
Your fingernails. Your long, pointed, long fingernails. Polished till they were gleaming. You were looking into them. And you were seeing the future in them.
Helen, why would I do that?
To see when your husband would die, when you'd be free of him. And you did see, didn't you? And you started moving in on Tom the very next day.
Helen, that's enough. You don't know what you're talking about.
Oh, yes, I do. Yes, I do.
Somebody get that.
I will.
Thanks.
Yes? Yes, this is Mrs. Crowley speaking. Oh? Oh. Yes, I understand. Thank you for calling me.
Was that, was it,
It was the hospital. He's dead.
Oh, Rosalind.
That's awful.
Can we do anything for you? What can we do?
I don't know.
Anything at all.
Could you stay for the funeral? After all, you were the only friends he had. I
don't know why I am doing this. I didn't even know the man. Not really. I wasn't his friend. You were.
You're doing it because you're a nice girl.
Well, it wouldn't look right if nobody showed up at the funeral.
Well, there are funerals like that where nobody shows up. I've read about them.
If nobody showed up, how did anybody know?
You got a point there.
Well, I'll be leaving right after the funeral.
Oh?
I've got a job.
You didn't tell me that.
I haven't had a chance. When I got back, you were here with her, and then she got the phone call.
What kind of a job?
On the road, bus and truck.
Oh, not Antigone.
Not Antigone. Somebody else got that.
Then the Ouija board was wrong.
No, not really.
The Ouija board spelled out A-N-T-I, you remember?
That doesn't have to mean Antigone. It could mean Auntie Mame.
You're not going out with Auntie Mame.
For 26 weeks. Will you be here when I get back? Are you staying on with the bereaved widow?
For a while.
A long while?
Well, she needs somebody.
Somebody like you.
Maybe.
You're in love with her, Tom. You may not believe that, but you are.
I don't know whether I believe it or not. Rosalind says if you believe something, it's so. Like, Bart believed that she'd cast a death spell over him, so it didn't make any difference if she did or didn't. He believed she did. That's why he died.
Oh, she did, all right.
You don't know that. You have no way of knowing that.
Right from the beginning. She got us down here. She cast a love spell.
Oh, you're nuts.
And I'm getting out before she casts a death spell over me.
She hasn't got a thing against you, Helen. She likes you very much.
Yeah? Then why is she taking my fellow away from me?
She hasn't... She... It's all in your head.
Oh, is that where it is? Then why are you staying on here?
I told you, it's just for a while.
A long while. Like forever?
Oh, no.
I'll tell you what. When I get through touring with Auntie Mame, I'll call you here. If a woman answers, I'll hang up. Meanwhile, we rehearse 2 weeks in New York. I'll be at our old apartment. If you change your mind...
I'll call you.
Now, let's get dressed for the funeral. We don't want to be late. Though I don't think it'll be sold out.
Oh, come in, Rosalind.
I brought you some flowers.
Well, that's very nice of you. Roses, huh?
I arranged them for you. I don't think you have any vases here.
Oh, where'll I put them?
Oh, any place?
How about, here?
Fine. Now, sit down and talk to me.
Okay.
You must be lonely without Helen.
Well, we were together for quite a while. Yes, I miss her. But, she got a job, you know.
Oh, did she? No, I didn't know. She left right after the funeral. I didn't have a chance to. Will she be back, do you think?
Oh, right now she's in New York, rehearsing, and then she's going on the road for 6 months, so, no, I don't think she'll be back.
Pity. I liked Helen.
I always thought you did. Matter of fact, I told her you did.
She didn't believe you.
Well, no, actually, she didn't.
It's very hard for me to convey liking. I don't know why that should be. Some personality lack, I suppose.
Well, do you think maybe you'd feel like posing for me one of these days? There's no rush, of course.
Well, any time. Now, if you like.
Oh, I didn't mean...
Well, why not? The light is very good.
All right.
Are the roses in your way?
Yeah, I'll move them. Now, I'll just set up my easel. You know, this is very nice of you, Rosalind. I really do appreciate it.
It's a relief to me to be doing something. Anything.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
Have I got the pose right?
Stay the way you are. I'm going to start over.
Helen believes in magic, doesn't she?
Kind of.
There's a high magic, you know. And there's a low magic.
Yeah? Would you turn your face a little to the light?
Low magic is concerned with, petty things. Getting a certain part in a certain play, things like that.
Head up, just a trifle. Oh, yes, that's good.
High magic is something quite different.
Mm-hmm.
Make yourself like God in order to understand God. That's the purpose of high magic.
Just stay like that.
Vault from your body and unfold. Unfold.
Don't move, please.
Outrun time and find eternity. Embrace sensation. Exist everywhere and at all times, past, present. Be unborn, be young, be old, be dead and beyond death.
Rosalind.
Embrace all those things. Know all times, all places, all feelings, all persons and things, all quantities, all qualities.
Rosalind.
Then can you know God. Well, Tom? Are you ready?
I was just...
To start the picture, I mean.
Oh, that.
What did you think I meant?
I don't know. I'd forgotten all about the picture.
Well, that's what we're here for, isn't it? Isn't it?
I think I'll just move the roses. I think I'll put them on the table right here next to you. Yes, I'll put them here. Wait a second.
Yes? Something wrong?
You've put them in a copper bowl.
Yes.
Copper is the metal of Venus.
Yes.
Copper is the metal of love.
What's the matter, Tom? What are you doing?
Calling Helen in New York. You don't mind, do you?
I don't mind. No.
I want to tell her something. It'll only take a minute.
Hello?
Helen, this is Tom. I'm coming back to New York.
When?
A couple of days. I want to finish a painting I've just started.
A painting of Rosalind?
Yes. It could be very good if I can just capture something. Capture it and put it on canvas.
Capture what?
I'm not sure. But I think it's a demon. It's very dangerous to believe you are God. It's dangerous to believe that you are like God. It's dangerous even to believe that you can understand God. It's not only dangerous, it's arrogant. I'll be back shortly. The theme of our story has been believing a thing is so makes it so. Well now, will believing that you are handsome, charming, and irresistible make you, in all truth, handsome, charming, and irresistible? I very much doubt it. But if you don't take it too seriously, it could make you more attractive. Try it. I'm going to. Our cast included Ralph Bell, Joan Lovejoy, Gordon Heath, and Terry Keane. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown.
This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
Frontier Town, the saga of the Roaring West. Frontier Town. El Paso, Cheyenne, Calgary, Tombstone. Frontier Town. Here is the adventurous story of the early West, the tamed and the untamed.
From the Pecos to Powder River, Dodge City to Poker Flat, these are the towns they fought to live in and lived to fight for. Teeming crucibles of pioneer freedom. Frontier Town!
If you've ever heard of me, and believe me, there's no reason why you should have, maybe you know that I'm Chad Remington, often referred to as a saddle-stop lawyer. Well, I guess Dos Rios, my hometown, is a saddle-stop, because there's certainly no railroad within 50 miles of it. Just a few stagecoaches that pass through, and most of the time a constant stream of cow ponies. As for being a lawyer, I guess I must plead guilty, Your Honor, because I make part of the living I do make from the practice of law. However, a small cattle ranch is one of my assets. And a few weeks ago, cited by Cherokee O'Bannon, the reformed medicine man who now owns our livery stable, I rode over to another town to buy some breeding stock. And what I'm going to tell you about now hit us like a cannon shot on the way back. We were about, 40 or 50 miles from Dos Rios, jogging along at a lively, sustained clip, and the O'Bannon was matching the rattle of the pony's hooves with the prattle pouring from his lips.
Chad, despite the fact that I own a livery stable, I must admit that I still have no true and lasting affection for horseflesh.
Oh?
Therefore, Counselor, I would esteem it a great favor if you would be good enough to stop for a bit of rest and relaxation overnight at some town between here and Dos Rios.
Or, to put it another way, Cherokee, you're saddle sore.
Sir, it's not my saddle that's sore. It's that portion of me, however, that comes in contact.
Whoa, that's quite enough. You don't have to draw me a physiological blueprint. And as a matter of fact, the same idea had struck me. I'd been thinking of stopping off in Maverick Town, at least for a good meal, and then deciding whether to go on to Dos Rios or not.
Well, a good meal would be more than welcome. Is there any place in a burg they would call Maverick Town where one could obtain a good meal?
One of the best places in the entire state. A little restaurant run by some Mexicans I know. Luis and Teresa Ibarra.
Well, that doesn't sound too appetizing, my boy. No, indeed.
But it is, Cherokee. They make the finest pollo con arroz and chili rellenos you've ever eaten. Of course, the food is hot.
Well, in that case, I'm all for it.
Well, you like hot food?
Indeed I do. Indeed I do. Hot food seems to give me a thirst.
Give you a thirst? Oh, Bannon, when the good Lord assembled you, he might have shortchanged you on scruples. But he certainly gave you a triple dose of thirst. All right, come on. Your tongue is starting to bulge now. Let's prod up these ponies and get into Maverick Town. And I'll introduce you to Luis and Teresa Ibarra mighty soon.
Senor Dallas, why do you all the time make trouble around my little restaurant?
I'll trouble you, you half-breed hash slinger, if you and that woman of yours don't go back where you come from.
We will not go back. We have just as much right to stay here as anybody else. We Americanos now.
The heck you are. We ain't got no room for foreigners like you within 20 miles of Maverick Town, you understand?
But, senor, me esposa and me, we're citizens, just like anybody else.
Why waste time talking to them, Dallas? They ain't going to leave. How about making them entertain us? Come on, let's make them dance. Come on, dance.
Doggone it, that's a good idea, Blinky. All right, you two, let's see you dance. Come on.
You ought to be ashamed of yourself. You have no business picking on the bars.
Well, you think you can stop us, Bobby? Or maybe you think because your uncle owns the bank, you're running Maverick Town.
Bobby, do not mix up with these hombres.
Come on, I want to see you two dance. Now, Who done that? Who's the sidewinder that shot my gun out of my hand? Well, tear him apart.
Well, start tearing, mister. I'm right here, right in front of you.
I'm right behind you, Chad.
What business you got butting in?
Well, let's put it down as the business of any decent citizen. Because from the little I seen of you, I hardly think you qualify.
Well, you ain't gonna see much more of me because I'm gonna close your eyes for you.
Look out, Dallas, look out. Pin him around this way and I'll get it going.
Don't do nothing of the kind. Now just hold it right where you are. All right, Chad, now's your chance.
Thanks, Cherokee. And here goes.
Now, you'd better get up and dust yourself off before I decide to do the dusting for you.
Come on, Blinky. We got other ways of handling jaspers like them, too.
Gosh, mister, you sure gave Dallas what he had coming to him.
Oh, Senor Remington. Senor, when I saw you in the crowd, it made me very happy in my heart.
Well, it didn't make me very happy when I saw you, Louis. And what that he-devil was pulling on you.
Who are those two, anyhow?
Senors, you come inside, and while we fix you something to eat, we will tell you all about them.
Well, there wasn't much that either Luis or Teresa could tell us about the pair who had been picking on them, except that suddenly, for no apparent reason, someone was trying to make Maverick Town so uncomfortable for the Ibarras that they'd pick up and move. However, there was a reason we were to find out soon enough. And while Cherokee was washing down the hot food with glasses of red wine, had we been over at the cafe and dance hall across the street, we might have found out exactly what the reasons were.
Come on, Blinky. Lay off that bottle. Come on back into my office. I want to talk to you.
Sure, Dallas. Although it don't look like you're going to enjoy talking much with your lips split open.
Yeah? Well, before we get through, there's going to be a lot more than split lips around this town. Come on. Come on. Get that office door open.
All right, now take it easy, Dallas.
Well, I found out who that big Jasper was who butted in.
Yeah?
It's Chad Remington, that lawyer from over in Dos Rios. If we let him hang around Maverick Town, we may miss the boat.
Boat? We may miss the train.
Never mind the jokes. But that railroad agent will be back in town Friday. And if we can't deliver that corner the Mexicans have got their restaurant on, along with the acreage behind it for the new freight yard, he'll probably try to do business with them direct himself.
Well, I don't see why Bascom don't pay the Mexicans something and just buy the place from them.
Bascom shell out his own dough? Why, that one's so tight every time anyone walks inside his bank, he locks the vault.
Yeah, that's a banker for you, all right. I guess he's got the first penny he ever made.
Well, we're getting a few of them pennies once we run them Ibarras out of town and Bascom takes over their property. But I got a hunch we're not going to get away with it unless we get Remington out of town, too.
Yeah? Well, how do you figure to do that? You know, from the little I seen of Remington, he's a plenty salty maverick.
He handles himself all right against one man. Do you think he can against 6?
Huh? 6? What do you mean?
I want you to get some of your boys and lay for Remington. As far as anybody else is concerned, I want it to look like Remington picked a fight with you.
Ah, I get you. Well, don't worry, Dallas. If that's what you want, we'll give Remington the full treatment.
You better make sure you do. Because with Bascom ready to pay us $2,000 to get that Mexican's property for him, you may want to live long enough to collect your share.
Well, with the little Louis and Teresa told Cherokee and me, we decided we'd stay in Maverick Town, at least overnight, and maybe for a few days longer. It was pretty obvious that there was something wrong, some new and unexplained reason for the sudden resentment against the so-called foreigners, and we decided to find out what it was. Well, after the biggest and best meal we'd had in weeks, Cherokee and I left the little Mexican restaurant and started down the street towards the hotel. We hadn't walked very far when suddenly 5 men came out of no place, and before I realized it, the meanest looking of the bunch had managed it, so I bumped into him.
what's the matter? Ain't there room enough on the street for you? You have to walk all over my feet?
I wouldn't if you'd keep your feet where they belong.
Oh, one of them smart jaspers, huh? Well, we'll soon...
All 5 of you? Now, unless you're tired of living, keep your hands away from those guns.
Why, you... Come on, get 'em, boys. I got to show you.
They ganged up on us.
Keep those 2 tied up, Cherokee. This one's going for his gun.
Oh, you guys are breaking my arm. Let go.
All right. I'm going to give you a better chance than you gave us. I'm giving you 3 to clear off the street.
Come on.
Billy Blue Blazes, Chad, have you ever been punched in the stomach after 3 portions of enchilada?
You know, it must have been the enchiladas that won the fight for us. The garlic on our breath did more damage than our fists. Besides, what they shook up inside of you was 3 bottles of vino.
Golly, mister. Every time I walk down the block, you seem to be having a fight with Dallas or some of his boys.
Then you know who those highbinders are, son?
I don't know them personal, but I know they all hang out at the Lady Luck Saloon. They're all friends of Dallas Vixen. He owns the saloon.
Any idea why this Dallas person should suddenly take a dislike to Louise and Tracy Ibarra and start making trouble for them?
Gosh, no. Long as I remember, everybody in Maverick Town is like Mr. and Mrs. Ibarra. This is something entirely new.
Well, son, there's only one way to try to get the answer. And that's by going directly to headquarters. What do you say, Cherokee? Let's go into the Lady Luck and see if we can find this Mr. Dallas Vixen.
Let me tell you something, Remington. You're barking up the wrong tree.
I wonder. There are some trees that folks around here might be tempted to use, unless you learn to behave yourself.
Yeah. Well, we got some pine trees around here, Remington. They cut down easy, and a couple of men can build a 6-foot box out of them awful fast.
Well, if they do chop down a pine tree, why not have them build 6 more pine boxes? Because you and your gunslicks might need them, too.
Well, if that's all you got to say, Remington, I'd be very much obliged if you'd be on your way. Having you around may give my place a bad name.
Any bad name this dive might have probably will be cleaned up before this week is over, Dallas. Right along with some of the characters in this town.
We'll return to the second act of Maverick Town, our exciting frontier town adventure, in just a few moments. And now, Frontier Town.
Well, as you know by now, Cherokee wasn't welcome in Maverick Town. And certainly neither was I. Of course, we had no idea what the reasons were for the sudden animosity exhibited toward us. No more than we knew the real reason behind the attempts to railroad the Ibarras out of town. Notwithstanding the set-tos we'd had with Dallas and his men, this stiffened our backbones and increased our resolve to stay in Maverick Town until we had the matter settled, one way or the other. We found out later that not too long after the affair on the street in which Blinky and his friends ganged up on us, Mr. Bascom, the town banker, paid a call on Dallas Vixen, entering his office through a rear private door.
I imagine you men know what I'm doing over here.
Sure, Mr. Bascom. We were just talking about it.
Talk. I'm sick and tired of all this talk. I want action. And by thunder, I'm going to have it. Well, doggone it, Mr. Bascom. Did this shiner I got and that cut on Dallas's lip look like you wasn't getting action? The only thing I'm interested in is results.
And that's just what we're going to get you. Because I've just figured out that we've been playing this game the wrong way.
Oh, you have you?
Yeah, I have. Doing what you told us not only hasn't worked out, but now everybody in town knows we got some reason for wanting to run them Mexicans out of here.
Yeah, and they may be running us out of here before we know it.
Well, the way I got it figured, Bascom, we can get Luis and Teresa out of this town, take over their property, and none of us will have to lift a finger.
You're not even making sense, Dallas.
I sure am. Because what if the folks in Maverick Town got to thinking that this was no place for a couple of Mexicans? They'd run them out of here in fast order.
Yes, and who's going to give them such an idea?
All we got to do is call a meeting. You know how mobs are, just like sheep. Let somebody get up on a platform and tell them the Ibarras are foreigners and un-American. Don't worry, the mob will do the rest.
By Daniel, I think you're right. And the bigger the lies we tell, the easier it'll be to make them swallow them. As a matter of fact, as the banker in this town, I can probably get up on the platform and whip them up into such a frenzy that they'll run the Ibarras out of town tarred and feathered.
You bet you can. And by noon tomorrow, you'll be back laying $2,000 right here on my desk.
Folks, now, please. Please, folks, now, please, if you'll, just let me finish. All I'm saying is, what sort of town are we building? When foreigners can come in here, open businesses, be in daily contact with our wives and children, and then take our hard-earned money and send it back to the country where they came from. Now, I say, if we don't get rid of the undesirable foreign element, your ranches won't be worth a nickel.
All the ridiculous hogwash. Now, you remind me of a herd of spooky cows being stampeded. Now, what sort of a man is this banker of yours that he's trying to turn you against Luis and Teresa Ibarra? Because this is one country where every man has the chance to live, and to live decently, regardless of race, creed, or color. All right. You don't have to throw me out. I can get out of here soon enough if that's the way you feel. Come on, Cherokee. Let's get outside and into the fresh air. I can't wait to get the odor of this place out of my clothes.
Senor Remington, Luis and I, we have talked the whole thing over. We heard about the meeting.
See. We decide we're going to get out of Maverick Town before we cause shootings and trouble.
That's ridiculous. Now you're actually talking like a foreigner.
Cherokee's right. Good Americans don't run away from trouble.
No, senor. We like very much for stay in Maverick Town. This place our home, but, well...
They haven't run you out of town yet. And they're not going to if we can ever find out why Bascom, the banker, suddenly pops up spreading dissension and hatred.
I cannot say, senor. But anything this banker does always has some connection with money.
Why, just looking at that thin, hard mouth of his made me feel like I wasn't looking at a man, but I was looking at a shark.
See. Except that the shark, you can catch him on a hook.
That's only half right, Luis. You can only catch a shark on a hook if you've got the right bait. And I'm willing to wager that by the time we get through, Bascom, Vixen, and their entire crew will be out of water and gasping like fish on dry land. Teresa seemed to have the only possible clue to the whole situation. Bascom wanted the Ibarras out of Maverick Town because of some reason that had something to do with money. There seemed to be no way of finding out what his reason was until I got about the wildest idea that ever entered my head. Remembering that we had met his nephew, Bobby, on the street, Cherokee and I took the advantage of the chance acquaintance to ride out to Bascom's house and see Bobby late that afternoon.
Gosh, I just don't see what you mean, I guess.
Bobby, we're trying to tell you that your uncle's in danger. He's locked up inside that vault.
Locked in the vault?
We've got every reason to think that he is, and that's why we came to see you. We thought if you had a set of keys that would let us into the bank and knew the combination of the vault, well, we might be able to get your uncle out of there before he suffocates.
Whoa. Uncle does keep some papers and things in a little desk in his bedroom.
And that's where the keys are, and the vault combination ought to be. Come on, Bobby. We just haven't got a second to waste.
Left 14.
Left to 14.
Right to 0.
Right to 0.
That should do her, Chad. Try the handle and see if she opens up.
Hurry, Mr. Remington, hurry. If my uncle's in there, he may have suffocated already.
All right, Bobby. Just stand aside till I swing this door back.
Mr. Remington, there's nobody in the vault.
No, Bobby, but I've got a hunch there is something in the vault that I'm looking for.
You mean you talked me into getting you the combination just so you could rob the bank?
The only thing I'm going to remove from the vault won't be something that's valuable to the bank. If it's here, the only value it will have will be to all of Maverick Town.
Wait, you're nothing but a big crook.
Cherokee, grab the youngster and hold him.
Now hold still, Sonny, because I certainly don't want to hurt you.
Get away from me. Leave me alone.
Could be in this drawer. Marked private correspondence.
Hurry it up, Chad. This youngster is worse than a wild catamount.
Doing my best, Cherokee, but there are so many papers in here that... Well... Yeah. Looks like all the risk we've taken aren't wasted. Here's a letter from the railroad saying that they're building a freight yard in Maverick Town and that they need the property the Ibarra's restaurant stands on for their freight depot.
I don't believe it. That'd mean my uncle's the crook.
You just be grateful it's your uncle and not your father.
Uh-oh. That looks like Bascom just pulling up outside in a buckboard.
But he'll come in. He'll catch us here.
Yeah, I suppose he will. But it's a little doubtful as to whether he's catching us or we're catching him.
I can slip out through that window over there, Chad, and do the rest of what you had in mind.
All right, Cherokee, I think you'd better. Now get going.
Now you watch your step, Counselor. Although this is law business, you've broken the law, and you may be up to your neck in trouble.
Now, will you stop talking and get out of that window? Bascom's at the door now. Now, you get behind the vault door, Bobby. When your uncle finds me in here, there's apt to be trouble. Gun trouble. Come on in, Mr. Bascom.
Here, what?
I've got a little business here I want to discuss with you, and I don't think you're going to enjoy it.
How'd you get in here?
Never mind how I got in, but let's discuss why I got in. And to save you worrying about it, I was anxious to get my hands on this letter.
Letter? Why, you unmistakable...
Bascom, you'd make another mistake clearing your holster.
You don't scare me one bit. Besides, I've got you dead to rights.
I'm warning you, Bascom, let your gun alone. You must be 20 years older than I am, and I'm trying to give you an even break.
The only break you're going to get is...
Go on, drop it.
No, let go of me.
I'll let you go right now.
Wow. You really let him have it. He won't wake up for... Mr. Remington, look. Here comes Dallas and his whole gang.
Well, that's exactly what the doctor ordered. I sent Cherokee to tell them that your uncle was absconding with the bank's money. All right, come on, Bascom. You'd better wake up. There's a reception committee coming to call on you.
What'd you say?
All right, come on, Bobby. You and I are going to hide behind the vault door and watch the whole show.
Well, I'll be blamed. So this big rumhound was telling the truth. Cleaning out the bank, was you, Bascom? All ready to make your getaway.
No.
Why don't you stop that lying? Guess we know what we can see.
But I'm telling you, I wasn't clearing out. I didn't open the vault door.
Oh, sure not. You're just trying to frame us into doing your dirty work, running them two poor Mexicans out of town, and all you want's to hog all the money. Well, we'll soon see about that.
Yes, Dallas, we'll see about that. Now, drop those guns.
Look out, Dallas. I got a beat on him.
Cherokee, lend me a hand. I'm going to shove them all into this vault and slam the door.
That's it, Chad. We've got them now. Well, I was glad to help you, Chad, but locking those crooks up inside that vault.
Well, until we get the town marshal and some deputies with handcuffs, can you think of any place better for a crooked banker and his gang to be locked up?
Senors, please. You let me give you a few more tacos and just maybe a little more chicken, no?
Oh, Teresa, as much as I love your food, no fooling. I'm up to here.
But, senor, after all you do to help Teresa and me make sale of land to railroad, you must have just a little more something. Maybe you, Bobby?
Oh, gosh, no thanks. I'm full.
And Luis, I've got to pass. But maybe Cherokee will oblige.
Amigos, I just couldn't hold any more food. However, if you just happen to have a glass of something to wash this down with...
Oh, yes. Here, Senor Cherokee. A whole full bottle of very finest tequila.
Tequila?
See, what is wrong, senor? You do not like tequila?
Well, I'll tell you, my little pigeon. I once had a sip of that Mexican liquor, and the only thing I'd use it for now would be to give a slug of it to some woman I hated.
Give it to some woman you hated, Cherokee? What would you do that for?
Why, Counselor, for a very obvious reason. Tequila, of course.
Frontier Town, starring Reed Hadley and featuring Wade Crosby, is a Bruce Ells production. Story and direction by Paul Franklin. Music written and played by Ivan Ditmar. Be sure to be with us again same time next week for another fine action-adventure story with your favorite young Western star, Reed Hadley. And now this is Bill Foreman to tell you that Frontier Town comes to you from Hollywood.
Theater, starring Joel McCrea and Constance Moore in Smokey. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. William Keighley.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Some 20 years ago, Will James, one of the West's great writers, got out of the saddle long enough to pen a simple yet thrilling story about a horse. As a result, from the rough and tumble country of cattle stampedes and gun-toting cowboys comes Smokey, an epic saga that has gone through many editions and been translated around the world. Tonight we bring you 20th Century Fox's great screen version of that story, and our stars are Joel McCrea and the lovely Constance Moore. The only character missing from our cast, that is, so far as personal appearance goes, is Smokey himself. But I'm sure you can visualize a seal brown stallion, sleek and spirited, his black mane flying against the blazing reds, soft blues, and yellows of the Utah ranges. And I can't imagine a better man to gentle him, as the phrase goes, than Joel McCrea. On to our play, Act One of Smokey, starring Joel McCrea as Barkley and Constance Moore as Julie. As our theater lights are lowered, the curtain rises on Clint Barkley.
I remember the first time I ever saw Smokey. I was traveling then, getting as far as I could from Texas, but heading no place in particular. I reined in when I saw this herd of horses in the valley, cowhands were bringing them in from winter pasture, except Smoky had no intention of being brought in. Suddenly he cut loose from the rest of the herd and made for the canyon. The men tried to head him off, but Smoky was too smart for them and too fast. I guess maybe it was kind of foolish of me to feel the way I did because the horse wasn't mine, but when I saw him proud and wild, I knew he was for me, and so I went after him. A few hours later, at the Rocking R Ranch.
Well, there's the herd, Julie. Well, they seem to be in pretty good shape. It's going to be a job getting those broncs ready for the market by the first of the month.
Oh, fine talk for a gal who knocked Indians off the tailgate of a covered wagon.
Did I say I was worried? About time you brought those horses in, Jeff. Some foreman you are.
They're worth taking time with, Miss Richards. How do they look, Miss Julie?
Fine. Have any trouble with them?
Oh, they're a little skittish, but they're bound to be after running wild for so long.
Now, what about that steel brown stallion? Did you bring him in this time?
No, ma'am.
Outsmarted you again. Looks like I'll have to bring him in myself.
He's all yours, Miss Richards. I'll bet you two.
Wait a minute. What's that over the rise there?
What? Why, it's him, the stallion.
Somebody's driving him in. Who's that rider?
You got me, miss. Not one of our boys.
You sure made a monkey out of you, whoever he is. How'd he find the stallion?
I don't know. Willie!
Yeah, Jeff?
That fella coming in. Tell him we want to see him. Now.
Afternoon.
Nice work, young fella. Bringing in that stallion.
I hope he's worth the trouble you took. He sure looks good to me. Make a fine saddle horse if he's broke right. Oh, you the owner of the Rocking R, ma'am?
No, I am not the boss. Just bossy. Outfit belongs to my granddaughter here. What'd you say your name is?
Clint Barkley.
Well, meet the boss. Mr. Barkley, Miss Richards.
How do you do, Miss Richards?
Hello.
I heard you were hiring some extra wranglers.
Oh, well, I was thinking about it, but I don't believe I mentioned it yet.
Must have been your thinking I heard then.
Maybe we could use an extra man. How about it, Jeff? Oh, this is Mr. Hicks, our foreman.
Where you been working, Barkley?
Texas, Arizona, New Mexico.
I mean, what outfit?
Most all of them, one time or another.
Oh, don't write in one spot for long, huh?
Depends on the spot. Some I like, some I don't. This place I think I like.
Can you break a horse?
I think so.
There's 30 broncs in that corral that'll have to have the rough edges off of them by the first of the month. Think you could handle, say, half of them?
I'd sure like to try.
Okay, Jeff?
Okay. That's the bunkhouse over there, Barkley. I'll give you orders later.
Thanks. And thank you, Miss Richards.
What's the matter, Jeff? Don't you like him?
Oh, I just like to know a little something about the men we hire, Miss Julie. When a man doesn't want to give some reference, there might be something he's trying to hide.
Well, there's room enough around here to hide it. Come on, Graham. Let's go see what we've really got in that corral.
Hey, your new man's sure a worker, Jeff. That's 6 broncs he stopped today.
Yeah, doing all right, Willie. Wonder what's made him drift around so much.
Oh, some of us just can't stay put. We're like flies.
Yeah. Hey, look, it's going to work out that stallion. This is something I want to see.
Got to saddle him in the chute, Clint? No, we don't want to rush this one. I don't think I'll even try to ride him today.
He'll be plenty salty when you do get to him.
Well, here goes. I'll get a rope on him first. Take it easy. Take it easy, Sonny. Nobody's going to hurt you. You're not going to like this, but it's got to be done.
Hang on to that rope, Clint. Hang on.
Yeah, I'm trying to.
Watch it, Barkley. He'll kill you. Put your rope on that stubborn pose. He won't kill me.
That's it. Give it another turn now.
All right. Now fight. Go on. Get it out of your system.
Look at him there.
Easy, boy. Easy now. Sure got your eye on me, haven't you? That's good. The more you watch, the more you'll feel me, and the more you'll learn.
Hey, what's going on there?
He's working on the renegade, miss. Come on, Willie. Now, we got work to do.
You better keep back. You better keep back, Miss Richards. This fellow's not very polite yet.
Oh, I'm used to horses, thanks.
Yeah, but he's not used to humans. He don't know quite what to make of it.
Oh, bad one, huh?
No, not bad. He's just got a mind of his own. It's going to take plenty of time with him.
Why? Think maybe he'll bring a better price than the others?
Well, you're not going to sell him with that bunch of crows, are you?
Oh, decide that when the time comes. After all, that's our business, selling horses.
Yeah, I know, but this one's in a class by himself.
Well, what would you suggest, Mr. Barkley?
Keep him here on the ranch. He'll make one of the finest cow horses in the country if we break him right.
And incidentally, you'd enjoy doing that, wouldn't you?
Yes, ma'am.
Well, right now I think you've got your hands full breaking in the others. Suppose you turn him loose.
You're the boss, miss. But you better get out of the corral before I do.
I told you, I'm used to horses.
Okay. Yep, boss.
Whoa!
Well, I warned you, miss. You all right?
Yes, thanks. I'm fine.
I never saw a man or girl climb a corral fence as fast as you just did.
Phew, what a horse.
Yeah, what a horse. I worked on the horse every spare moment I had. In a week or so, he calmed down enough for me to get him halter broke. And so that day, I led him beyond the south pasture, down by a stream. I'm leaving you here for a while, Smoky. I'm tying you up. But you got plenty of grass and plenty of water and plenty of time to think things over. Just remember, the better you treat this rope, the better it's going to treat you. I'll see you later. The men were playing cards in the bunkhouse when I got back. Willie the cook was singing some song about Laredo.
Cowboy, all wrapped in white linen, man cold as the clay. He said, beat the drum slowly and play the fife lowly. Play the dead march as you carry me along. Take me out of Laredo, then lay the sod over me. For I'm a young cowboy, and I know I've done wrong.
Fine, Willie. Willie, if you can only cook as good as you can sing. Ain't that right, Clint?
You're sure a bird with that guitar, Willie.
Well, thanks, Clint. Say, you ever been in Laredo, Clint?
No, I never have.
I thought you said you worked in Texas, Barkley.
I did.
Well, Laredo's the center of the cow business down there, isn't it?
Yeah. Won't you? Your deal.
Didn't you like Texas?
Oh, I liked it all right.
Then why'd you leave?
Well, I just thought maybe I'd like it better up here.
Want to sit in the game, Clint?
No, thanks. I'm going out and do a little work.
Huh. Ambitious, ain't he? Working on Sunday.
Yeah, he's as jumpy as one of them broncs he's been a-busting.
A man's bound to be a little jumpy when he's hiding something. Maybe. Or maybe he's just tending to his own business like a lot of us ain't.
His hat was thrown back and his spurs was a-jingling. And as he approached, he was singing a song.
Julie here, Miss Richards.
What's the matter? Thought you was playing cards.
I just want to talk to her for a minute.
Can't she even have her Sunday to herself? She was fixing to go swimming. You want to see me, Jerry?
Oh, yes, Miss Julie, as long as I worked for your father, he never had any complaints about the way I manage his ranch.
Well, have I ever complained?
No, ma'am. What about this fellow Barkley? Figure on keeping him here after he gets through with those broncs?
Well, he seems to know his job.
Yes, he does. He's a good hand. But you know, Miss Julie, news has a way of getting around.
Especially if it's bad.
I was talking to a couple of boys in town yesterday, and near as I can figure it out, Barkley was mixed up in a pretty nasty scrape down in Texas.
Some folks would look for a rattlesnake and a bunch of violence. What sort of a scrape, Jeff?
Some money disappeared, a lot of money.
I don't believe it.
Well, the boys wouldn't have any reason for just saying that, Mrs. Richards.
Well, what does Barkley have to say about it?
Well, I keep trying to edge it out of him, but he's always clamming up.
That feller's no jailbird. And suppose he is. Why, there ain't a cowhand on this ranch that hasn't wound up at least one Saturday night in jail. And how do you suppose your father got here, Star Julie? Graham. Well, he just didn't come by that string of horses he swapped for this ranch. Are you trying to say Dad stole those horses? Well, no. No, but he sure got them awful cheap. Excuse me, both of you. I'm going swimming.
All right. I know you've got pretty legs. You don't have to show them off to me.
When the...
Yeah, I guess you don't like school much, Sonny. There's a lot of things more important than kicking up your heels and having a good time. One thing you have to learn is how to get along with people, see? You understand? Sure you do. You haven't got this bump of knowledge for nothing.
Hello.
Oh, Miss Richards. Hello.
For a moment, I didn't know it was a horse you were talking to.
Kind of looks like Smoky and I are trespassing on the swimming hole.
Smoky?
Oh, I hope you don't mind my naming him Smoky. I just figured that, well, where there's smoke, there's fire, and you got to admit he's got plenty of fire.
Oh, it's a good name for him. I see you're still coddling him.
Yeah, but on my own time. You know, today's Sunday.
You think he's something pretty special, don't you?
You bet. Don't you?
Smokey's always been something special. I used to catch glimpses of him when I was out riding. He was an adventurous little cuss, even when he was a yearling. He's wild, though, Clint. Completely
Oh,
wild.
you get over that.
Hello, Smokey. Hiya, boy.
I'm afraid he hasn't developed much of a sociable streak yet.
It's amazing how much you two have in common.
How do you mean?
Well, from what I hear, you're not very sociable yourself.
I guess just doing my job as a wrangler isn't enough for Jeff.
I'm just looking after my interests. Look, I don't like to say this, but he's heard some ugly rumors about you.
Oh? If he believes them, I guess that means I'm through, huh?
Not necessarily. A little explanation would clear up everything.
But it isn't as easy as that. Certain things you can never explain to some people, and the few who would understand don't need an explanation.
I'll buy that.
Thanks.
But if my curiosity ever gets the better of me, I'm going to ask Smokey. See you later.
Sure has got pretty legs. Oh, shut up, Smokey. I don't have to talk about you all the time, do I?
Corn and I don't care, Jim crack corn and I don't care, Jim crack corn and I don't care, old master's gone away.
Hey, Bud.
Well, hello, young fella. Where'd you come from?
Off the road? I'm looking for somebody named Clint Barkley.
A friend of his?
Yeah, a friend of his. Well, they told me in town that he was...
Try the barn there. He's in the blacksmith shop, I think.
Okay, thanks, Bud.
You're welcome, bud. Jim crack corn and I don't care, Jim crack corn and I don't care, Jim crack corn and I don't care, old master's gone away.
Hiya, Clint.
Frank.
Hey, you're a hard man to find.
Maybe you didn't look hard enough. You could have found me at the Laredo jail. That's where I've been the last 8 months.
Yeah, I just heard about that last week. I heard you'd been in jail.
You sure that's the first you heard of it?
Sure, naturally. If I'd known before, I'd have come on back and told him what really happened.
Yeah, I know you would, Frank.
Well, anyhow, I want to thank you for what you did for me.
What I did for you?
Well, at least you didn't squeal on me.
If I had, nobody'd believe me.
Yeah, I guess you're in a pretty tough spot at that. Well, I sure wish I'd known before.
You didn't come here to tell me that. What did you come for?
Well, Clint, I need a job. I was just thinking that maybe you'd put in a good word for me around here.
I wouldn't put in a good word for you again if you never got a job. Now get out of here.
Oh, Clint, now... Oh, you know how I am. Every time I get a job, I just seem to get into some kind of trouble. I don't know. Now, I've been thinking that if I could work along with you, you'd sort of keep an eye on me. Keep me in line. I know you're sore at me. I don't blame you. But I'd sure appreciate another chance. Well, Clint, if you won't help me, who will?
All right. But look, I like my job here, see? I like it better than any job I ever had before. And if you start anything...
No, Clint. I promise I won't. I'll do everything you tell me to do.
Morning, Clint.
Morning.
Hi, Baldy.
Hi.
Hey, don't blame you for liking it here, Clint. I've only been here 2 days, but sure is a good outfit.
Okay, now get to work.
No, Foreman sent me to watch you. Said I might learn something.
I doubt it. Smokey might learn something. I might learn something.
Oh, come on, Clint. Hey, you're saddling the bronc, huh?
That's right.
You want me to ear him down while you put the saddle on?
I'll saddle him. I don't think he's going to be much trouble.
Yeah, but how about when you get on that dog?
He's liable not to like it. You better stand back, Frank.
Well, sure. Okay.
All right, Smokey. Easy, boy. Easy now. Easy.
That's the way I used to break horses, Frank. Easy. One step at a time.
That's the difference between us, Baldy. You don't believe in shortcuts. I do.
Yeah, you would.
That's the boy. Now, easy, Smokey. This isn't going to hurt you. No, it's just a saddle, see? Go on, smell it. That's it. That's the boy. Here we go now. That's the stuff. That didn't scare you now, did it? Okay, we'll tighten the cinch. How's that, huh? Too tight? Easy, Smokey. Easy.
$2 he gets throwed, Frank. What do you say?
No business, Baldy. I'm no sucker.
Stand back, you guys. Yep. later, I rode Smoky out of the corral. A cow pony isn't a pleasure horse. He's a work horse, and he's got to learn how to work. Once he's saddle-wise, the first thing you teach him is neck reining so that he'll turn with the slightest pressure. And he's got to get used to things. To the man on his back, to a coyote hiding in the grass, or a chipmunk scooting across the trail right under his nose. Well, we worked together on my own time before sunup or at dusk, and Smoky caught on fast. He'd gotten used to the rope sailing around his head, but when I shot it past him and caught that bush, it was another story. Come on now. That's just a little old bush, Smoky. You're not going to be scared of that, are you? Oh, now. Oh, Smoky. Oh. I brought the bush in for him to see so that he'd know that no matter what was on the other end of the rope, why, it wouldn't hurt him. And then he had to learn the feel of the weight on the rope. He had to get wise to the sudden shift of the saddle when the weight pulls hard on the horn and jerks against his withers. Later that day, I roped Smoky's first calf. Oh, son. Oh, boy. Oh, now back. Back. That's better. That's it. Yeah. That's all right, Smoky. That's good. Good. He learned fast. And what he learned, he never forgot. And I was mighty proud of him. He wouldn't make a liar out of me, not Smoky. Best cow pony in the country, I'd told Julie. And that's just what he was turning out to be.
Teacher's set today, Clint.
Doing all right, Willie. He's doing fine. I'll let him cool off here in the corral.
Well, he ought to do all right the way you've been nursing him along.
Yeah, it's worth it, Willie. He really catches on to things.
He's just kidding you, Clint. First chance he gets, he'll go hightailing it right back to them hills.
I'm not going to give him the chance.
He sure is a pretty little rascal at that, ain't he? Look at him nuzzling you. Why, this son of a gun, he likes you.
Yeah.
You got those broncs ready up, Barkley?
Yeah, they're all over there in the other corral.
What about him, Smoky?
He doesn't go, Jeff.
Why not?
Well, isn't Miss Richards keeping him here on the ranch?
She didn't say anything about it to me. Run him in with the others, Frank.
Sure, Jeff, sure. Now, look, Jeff. That horse will be worth a lot more to you here than the price you could get for him.
Well, if he's as good as you've been saying, we ought to get plenty.
Well, anyway, you can't send him out with the others. He's not ready yet.
Not ready?
No.
Well, you've been riding him, haven't you?
Get him out, Frank.
You're not getting sentimental over a horse, are you, Clinter? All right, nuthead. Outside. You heard me move.
Look out, Frank.
Smoky, stop it.
Oh, boy. Ooh.
I can handle him.
Yeah, I just saw you try it. I told you he wasn't ready.
I'll ready him. I'll throw him right on his back.
You let that horse alone.
That nuthead's a killer.
I said let him alone.
Okay, Clint. Don't have to get sore about it. I wish I was breaking him, though.
Now, look, Barkley. I don't know what you're trying to do with that stallion, but you take the fight out of him or I'll turn him back to the hills where he belongs.
Okay, Jeff. Sure. Smoky'd have his chance to prove his stuff when we went out on the cattle roundup. We'd be gone for days. And if Jeff wasn't satisfied by the time we'd get back, I'd be willing to turn Smoky back to the hills. I was that sure of him. I wish I was only half as sure of Frank. Frank, who told me that all he wanted was just one more chance.
Boy, Clint, just look at him. What a herd.
Yeah, we'll have our work cut out for us for the next week or so.
No, I wasn't thinking of the work. Now, there's over 1,000 head there. What they can sell cattle for today, I'd settle for a couple of hundred.
One more crack like that and I'll...
What's the matter, Clint? Don't you know when I'm kidding?
I guess I don't. Just remember, Frank, you're punching cattle here, not selling them.
In a moment, we'll continue with the second act of Smoky, starring Joel McRae and Constance Moore.
Many eyes watch the graceful ship sail into the harbor, including the eyes of espionage agents who watch and report. In every world port, they watch the cargo ships and military vessels. Agents find it easy to watch the harbors. A more difficult job is to gather classified information. This is almost impossible unless someone turns traitor, someone gets careless, or there's loose talk. The outcome of wars and the course of world history has changed because people who should have known better talked.
Now, here's Mr. Keeley at the microphone. We continue with Act Two of Smoky, starring Joel McCrea as Clinton Barclay and Constance Moore as Julie.
Well, we were still out on the range rounding up the cattle. And one morning, right after breakfast, Jeff Hicks, the foreman, called me over.
Okay, Barclay. We got to get after the strays this morning. You better ride over to Box Canyon, and Willie, you do the same on Rock Ridge. Take Frank with you. You can... Hey, wait a minute, Barclay. What horse you riding?
The one I'm on, Smoky.
Trust him so, ain't you?
He's earned a chance, Jeff.
Okay, maybe he has. If he does a day's work on those strays, maybe we'll keep him at the ranch after all.
Well, you'll have to take my word for it. I'll be alone.
I'll take your word.
Thanks. What do you say, Smoky?
Let's go.
I guess we were about 10 miles out when it happened. It wasn't Smoky's fault. We'd cornered a stray steer among the rocks. But instead of staying cornered, he charged us. Smoky fell, and me with him. I don't know how long I was unconscious, but when I came to, Smoky was standing next to me, wondering why I didn't get up. Hello, Smoky. It's all right, boy. Wasn't your fault. I guess I got a few busted ribs. Gotta get back to the ranch. Pull up a little, boy. No use, I guess. I just can't make the saddle. I can't get up, and we can't stay here. They'd never find us here. Only one thing to do, Smoky. Just one thing. If I can get my arm through that stirrup, like this, I can tie it tight enough with my bandana, tight enough for you to drag me. Maybe we can... Maybe... It's my only chance, Smoky. It's up to you, boy. It's up to you.
Well, 5 strays is a good morning's work, Willie. Wonder how Clint's doing.
I don't know. Frank, when are you going to pay me that $20 you owe me?
I told you, Willie, next payday.
Yeah, but payday's come and gone.
Oh, there'll always be another payday, Willie. Will you quit worrying?
Hey, look. Ain't that Smoky down there?
Yeah, Ed, he's dragging something.
Well, that's a man. That's Clint he's dragging.
Oh, he's thrown him. Well, that's no good horse. Give me your rifle.
Now, take it easy, will you, and use your eyes. Clint's tied to the stirrup. That's his bandana, ain't it?
Yeah.
He's tied himself to the stirrup.
Well, he'll be dragged to death. What are we standing here for?
Smoky's still half wild. Clint's the only one he'll let come near him. If we ride down on him now, no telling what that horse will do.
Yeah, but we can't stay here.
That's right. We'll follow him. And quietly. Come on.
Well, if I can sneak around and throw a rope on that jughead.
He won't let you get near him. Nobody else either.
Yeah, I guess so. Oh, how far's he dragged him already? Clint may be dead now.
Yeah, maybe. But you can bet your life he will be gone if we don't let Smoky alone, and at least he's heading toward the ranch.
Yeah, and Clint's hanging onto the right stirrup, too.
Son of a gun. Any other horse would have kicked his brains out for that.
Look, I'll get the strays back to camp. You follow Clint, will you? I'll meet you at the stream.
There they are, Miss Julie. In the corral. That horse dragging him all the way back here.
Well, what are you waiting for? Get his arm free of that stirrup.
Miss Julie, stay back. That horse won't let anybody get near him.
But, Clint, look, he's off.
Yeah, I know, miss. He's pretty badly banged up. He's not feeling it, though. Been unconscious most of the way, best as we could tell.
Oh, how are we going to get Clint out of the corral? It's all right, Smoky. It's all right, boy.
Easy, boy, easy. We're not going to hurt you. We're not going to hurt Clint either. No, sir.
Willie, you'll trample him.
Yeah, he's going to fight anything we can do to get Clint away.
I'll get him away. He won't fight this.
No, wait a minute. No rifle yet.
No, why not?
Look, he's moving. Clint's moving.
Yeah.
Clint, can you get your arm loose? Clint, can you get it out of the stirrup?
Sure. I'll try. He's getting it, miss. Clint! Once more, boy. Just once more and you'll have...
That's it, Clint. You're loose now. Now, don't try to move again. Just lie there.
Where's that rope now? Clint! I'll have to throw this rope around you. I'd rope the horse, but there's no telling what he'd do.
Come on. Throw it.
Slowly, Willie. Slowly.
I'm pulling you over to the fence here, Clint. Hey, Frank.
Yeah?
Get around on that other side. Make out like you're trying to climb into the corral or something.
Okay.
Oh, easy, Willie. Easy.
Smokey, over here.
That's it, Frank. Smokey's going after you now. He thinks you're trying to get in.
Well, hurry up, will you, before he busts his corral down.
I got him, Frank. I got him.
Oh, he's unconscious again.
He's alive, though. Okay, Frank.
Close the gate, Willie, and get Clint up to the house. Graham's trying to get the doctor now.
Covered with bruises, miss. I don't think anything's busted, though, except them ribs.
Take it easy, Clint.
Hurts to breathe, huh, boy?
Keep quiet, Willie.
Yeah.
Please don't try to talk, Clint. Just lie still till the doctor gets here.
Smokey?
Oh, he's all right. Frank and Scrubby are out there looking after him right now. Just try not to move, Clint. Try not to.
Get in that stall. Doggone it. I said get.
Just take it easy, will you, Frank?
Take it easy, huh? One-man horse just ain't no horse at all. Get in there, knothead, or I'll... Oh!
Frank, you all right?
Oh, he bit me. Hit me in the shoulder. Oh, he won't get away with that, Scrubby. Hey,
Stop him. Stop him, will you? He's Clint Smart. He's turned up now. Leave him alone.
Okay. I'll leave him alone. But someday, knothead, somebody's going to teach you manners. And that somebody might even be me.
Well, how's the patient this morning?
What patient? I'm getting out of bed this afternoon.
Oh, no, you're not. All right, open up your pajama coat.
Huh? What for?
I'm supposed to retape your ribs today.
That's what I was afraid of.
Dr. Jameson can't get out again till next week.
Oh, well, maybe we better just wait until next week then.
Come on now, come on.
Okay. Now what?
Well, first I'll just have to pull off this old adhesive tape.
Oh, no. Now, don't.
Well, what are you yelling about? I haven't even started yet.
Yeah, I know, but you were going to. Now, look, I think the best way is to work it off bit by bit. See? Like this.
Mm-hmm.
See? See, it's coming off all right.
Slowly, huh? Like this?
Yeah, that's it. Nice and...
Yo! Oh, now, is that so bad? Would have hurt twice as much prolonging it.
You just killed me, that's all. Well, I'm glad we don't have to do this again next week. Hey, what's that?
Ether.
Oh, great. First you murder me and then you bring out the ether. Why didn't you bring out the ether first?
The ether's for your skin, to clean it off.
How do you know there's any skin left?
Come on, you'll have to help me with this. Here, hold that.
Say, this isn't too bad, is it?
Look, I'm just trying to get this fresh tape around you. Now, take a deep breath.
Ow. Be careful.
Hold the scissors, please. That's it. Oh, I saw Smokey today.
You did? How is he?
Fine.
Is Frank Denton still working with him?
No. Oh, well, a blind man could see how you felt about somebody else handling Smokey, so I put him out to pasture.
Oh?
And then when you're well enough, you can pick up the schooling right where you left off. Okay?
You bet it's okay, thanks.
Morning.
Oh, morning, Mrs. Richards.
Did Julie do a good job on those ribs?
She sure did.
Just take a look, Graham. Oh, dear. Oh, dear, dear. Julie, I'm ashamed of you. That's no way to tape a man.
Huh?
Oh, this has got to come off right now. Oh, no. There,
My first day out of bed, a man drove in looking for me. A fellow named Gordon. He owned a gambling house in town. He asked me to step out to the bunkhouse for a minute.
So you're Clint Barkley, huh? Well, you're the wrong Clint Barkley, then.
What are you driving at, Mr. Gordon?
Oh, just this piece of paper. It's an IOU for $200.
It's signed Clint Barkley.
Yeah, except you're not the fellow who gave it to me. I've had it about a month. Thought I'd come up and collect. Got any ideas who could have signed your name?
Yeah, I might have.
Who is it?
Look, I don't like people signing my name to things. You mind if I hang on to this piece of paper?
What for?
If you let me handle it, maybe I can get your money for you.
Well, that's okay, just so I get it. But if I don't, I'll be up to see you again.
Hi, Clinter. What's on your mind, boy?
You're the guy that wanted another chance, huh, Frank?
Yeah, what about it?
Just this IOU.
Oh, you're not getting sore about a little thing like that, are you?
A little thing, huh? Signing my name. That's forgery, isn't it? What did you have in mind? He can't collect from me.
Oh, that's the point, Clint. He can't collect from you, and he's got nothing on me.
You're no good, Frank, and you never will be. Now go draw your pay and get out of here. You've caused me all the trouble you're going to.
Oh, quit worrying. If that's the way you feel about it, I'll pay Gordon.
You bet you'll pay him, because I'm driving you to town right now and see that you do. Now go on, pack your things.
Just a minute. Maybe I'm not ready to quit this job. Besides, you can't fire me. You're not the foreman around here, not yet.
I said go pack your things.
You're making a mistake, Clinter. You wouldn't want me to tell the boss about you, would you? Of course, I think she's a little stuck on you, but she might change her mind if she knew you spent quite a stretch in jail. She might even... Okay. Okay, Clinter. I'll go.
By your outfit that you...
That you, Clint?
Julie? Yeah, I was just putting away the car. Thanks for letting me use it.
When'd you get back from town?
Oh, a half hour ago.
Come on up on the porch. Had your supper?
Yeah, Willie just fixed me a couple of eggs.
You know, Graham is sure you moved back to the bunkhouse because you like Willie's cooking better than hers.
She's wrong about that. It's just that, well, I appreciate your taking care of me while I was laid up, but it's time I started back to work.
You sure you're able to?
Oh, I'm fine now. I stopped in at the doctor's, and he said I can ride again if I take it easy. You know, I thought maybe the first thing in the morning I'd go out and bring in Smokey. How about you riding along?
Oh, I'd love to. I'll fix up a nice lunch and we can...
Hey, now, wait a minute. I'm supposed to be going back to work.
Well, you still have to eat, don't you?
Yeah, I guess. Say, do you suppose maybe we could bring Smokey in if we rode out tonight?
Oh, now, Clint, look, you can wait till morning. Anyhow, how do you expect to find a black horse at night?
Well, it'd be fun to try. Go on, change your clothes, huh?
Well, okay. I won't be long.
Miss Julie! Miss Julie!
Oh, Jeff? What is it?
Scrubby's just come in from the South Meadow, miss. Some of our prize cattle has been stolen.
Stolen? Oh, now, wait a minute.
But I didn't believe it either. Figured they just broke through the fence, maybe, but Scrubby saw them. He rode up just as they were hauling them off in trucks.
Smokey was in the south pasture, Jeff.
Yeah, they got him too, Clint.
Did Scrubby get a look at him?
Not too good, miss. It's too dark for that, but whoever was in charge, Scrubby says he sounded just like Frank Denton. Excuse me, miss. I'm calling the sheriff.
Reach the sheriff, Jeff?
Yeah, he's coming right over. Barkley, what do you know about Frank Denton?
Just about everything, I guess.
And you knew he asked me for his time today?
I told him to.
You told him to. Why?
I had a good reason.
Well, I guess you also had a good reason for talking me into hiring him.
I thought I did.
You know, Barkley, ever since you've been here, I watched you like a hawk. Now, so far, you've been all right. You haven't slipped once. But what I want to know is, where do you fit into this?
Now, just a minute, Jeff. You've no right to accuse Clint. You're not even sure it was Denton. After all, Scrubby didn't see him. He just heard a voice.
I'm as sure as Jeff is that it was Denton.
You are? Why?
Because I know him. He's just crazy enough to try something like this.
Well, if that's the case, why did you recommend him for a job?
Because he's my brother.
Your brother?
Ever since we were kids, I've covered up for him. I even went to jail for him. Then he came here looking for a job. He promised me he wouldn't make any trouble, and I believed him because, well, he knew how much this place meant to me. I guess I made a mistake.
You think you might know where to find him?
No, but I'd sure like to try.
Then take the station wagon, Clint, and get started. We'll follow later on, as soon as the sheriff gets here.
Return with Act 3 of Smokey, starring Joel McCrea and Constance Moore in a moment.
Rumor had it that 20,000 people milled in and around the White House the day of Andrew Jackson's inauguration. The president, trying to escape the mob, was exhausted. Retreating, he stood against the wall of the East Room while friends with linked arms tried to protect him from the exuberant crowd. When the people had been lured outside by promises of lemonade and ice cream, Jackson escaped to a nearby hotel and went to bed. Another page in the White House story.
Mr. Keeley returns to the microphone.
It's time for the curtain for Act 3 of Smoky, starring Joel McCrea as Clint and Constance Moore as Julie.
Months before, when I'd come to the Rocking Hour Ranch, I'd noticed an abandoned ranch not far from the spot where I'd first seen Smoky. And as I drove down the road that night looking for Frank, I knew it would be hard to find a better spot than that ranch for hiding out stolen cattle. But it wasn't an easy place to locate at night, 5 miles anyway from the highway, and if Frank was there, it wouldn't be for long.
All right, you can't hang around here, Bart. As soon as you switch brands...
We're all finished, Brandon, Denton.
Well, then put out the fires. They can be seen for miles.
Relax. Put out the fires, Charlie. Get the steers down to the road and back in the truck.
You heard him, boys. Get going.
Well, as far as I'm concerned, that's it then, Bart. And our deal was cash on delivery.
Yeah, that's right. Here's the money.
Thanks.
From now on, it's my responsibility. Hurry up, boys. Get moving. Hey, what about that black horse? What's he still doing in the corral?
Well, that horse isn't for sale, and if it's all the same to you, I'm going to stick around for a while and gentle him down.
Not afraid of him, are you?
Not now, I'm not. Not the way I got him roped. Poor horse. Just got to stand there and take what's coming to him.
Well, I'll see in a few days. Good thing we got him on tonight. We'll be out of this state in no time.
Okay, Smoky. If you're ready, I am. I've got plenty of room this time. No stall where you can back me into a corner and sink your teeth into me. So you want to learn the hard way, huh? Now, that's good enough for me. Look, here's a cinch. You see this knothead? It's a cinch with steel rings, see? What's it feel like, huh? Yeah, I sure wish old Splinter could see this, Smoky. I sure wish that he was here.
Clint. Yeah, Jeff? You were right. They've been here tonight. Your brother, some others.
How do you know?
Sheriff and I just found something here in the corral, Clint. Used to be a man.
Who is it? Jeff, what have you...
It's him, all right. Frank.
Dead?
That's right, Barkley. Killed by a horse. Near as I can figure from the cinched belt and the broken ropes, he was beating the horse. The horse broke the ropes and, well, just went crazy, I guess.
And then he must have just jumped the fence and headed for the hills. Smoky's probably 20 miles away by now. Well, guess there's nothing more we can do.
I'll go out on the road, Jeff. Get Miss Richards to sign a complaint against those fellows we caught with your cattle. I'll be back in a little while.
I'm going to look for Smoky, Jeff.
Don't you think it'd be better to forget him after what's happened?
No. No, they'll say he's a killer now, and they'll never believe he had a reason for doing what he did. That's why I've got to find him before someone else does.
Sure. Go ahead. I hope you find him.
I spent weeks going from rancher to rancher, glad that no one had caught him yet, but scared to death that sooner or later someone would find him before I did.
Yeah, mister, I heard tell of that horse. He's somewhere around this part of the country. Real killer, ain't he?
He was a 4-year-old. He stood about 16 hands high.
No, I ain't seen him. Some boys went out last month and tried to track him down, but he's too slick for them. He's probably over in Arizona by now.
Well, thanks. Thanks anyway.
I tell you, I seen that horse, Mr. Nelson. I seen him not a mile from this very spot.
Now, look, Peters, I own a rodeo, and I'll give $1,000 for such an animal. But I'm beginning to believe there just ain't no such thing.
You'll believe when we catch him. You're sure going to have the wildest bronc was ever in a rodeo.
I hope you're right. We could use...
Hey, look.
Huh?
Up there on the bluff. It's him. Gee, Hank, there he is.
I didn't know it, Jim.
How do I know that rope? See, it's still around his neck from when he busted loose and killed that guy.
No, mister, all I know is that fellow owns a rodeo, hides the men to go looking for a horse like that. Don't know if they ever found him, no.
Well, when'll they be back?
Who knows? With all this snow, they wouldn't be coming down this side of the mountain anyway. They'd head over through the valley. I probably won't know what happened till next spring.
In
If weather keeps up, we'll be snowed under for sure, Julie.
There's still a lot of our cattle out on Pine Ridge. Willie and Stubby brought in what they could. Almost froze to death doing it.
Willie must have thawed out considerable with all that caterwauling he's a-doing.
Graham, I'm worried. We have another heavy snowfall. We'll never bring that stock in.
Don't worry. Jeff and I'll pick them up the first thing in the morning.
When?
Well, hello, stranger.
Hello, Mrs. Richards. Hello, Julie.
My, it's good to have you back. All these weeks, where have you been?
Everywhere.
Just ran into him riding back from town, Miss Julie.
You find Smoky?
No, ma'am, I didn't. Somebody else may have found him, though. Maybe not.
Well, take your coat off. Sit down.
Thanks.
You wanted a cup of coffee, didn't you, Jeff?
No, ma'am. I had 3 cups of supper.
Then the one I'm getting you now will make 4. Come on, get
Huh? Oh, sure. Hey.
You, had your supper, Clint?
Yeah, I stopped in town on my way here.
Didn't you even find a trace of Smoky?
Traces? Yeah, I followed them into the Antelope Mountains, then into Arizona around the Tonto Basin. They had an early winter down there, and the trails are all snowed in. I just had to give it up.
I'm sorry, Clint.
Well, one way of looking at it. Smoky's probably got his freedom again.
Stop kidding yourself. You'll never be happy until you find him.
He saved my life that time he dragged me back to the ranch. I can't forget that, can I?
No, of course not. Well, when the trails open up next spring, you'll want to start looking for him all over again.
Yeah, I guess I will.
Okay, then. You have a job until the middle of March, and then you're fired.
That's a deal, Julie. Thanks. But that March, when I started out again to look for Smoky, was the same thing all over. Reports, rumors, trails that ended nowhere. But all the while, as I found out long afterwards, Smoky had been captured. That spring, his new owner was Nelson, the man from the rodeo. That spring in Ogden, Smoky was packing him into the grandstand. Cougar, they called him. The world's wildest bucking bronco.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, what you all been waiting for. Cougar, the wildest bucking bronco in all the world. Cougar, the man killer. $500 for any rider staying the limit.
Flagstaff, Klamath, Bakersfield, Reno, cities and towns, while I was searching for him through forests and canyons. Smoky, the sweetest cow pony I ever knew, was building himself a reputation for being the wildest horse who ever lived. And the cash register jingled and the money rolled into Nelson's box office. The crowds came and cheered, and Smoky did his job as he always had. Season after season, Nelson grew richer because Smoky had a great heart and a great spirit. But one day he fell. He was hurt. His bucking days were over. There was news of this that came to me months later. The cowhand at the ranch was talking about horses. He'd once seen this Cougar. Was at the rodeo in Cheyenne the night he got hurt. His description of the horse was enough to take me to Cheyenne to this man called Nelson.
Well, yes, he had a horse like the one you're talking about, Mr. Barkley, except we called him Cougar.
Where'd you first get hold of him, Mr. Nelson?
Up in that Red Rock country. You know, he was the toughest animal I ever had in the show.
That sounds like Smoky, all right. What happened to him after his accident?
Well, I had to get rid of him, naturally.
What does that mean?
Well, he'd made so much money for me that I didn't want to shoot him. I gave him away.
Who'd you give him to?
Oh, some old man that runs a riding academy on Maple Street. He thought maybe you could fix him up. Get some use out of him.
Yes, means I remember that horse. Sort of a red roan, wasn't he?
No, seal brown, nearly black. He got a white star on his forehead and a look in his eyes. Well, if you'd seen it, you'd remember.
Would you be willing to go as high as $100 to get him back?
I'd give a lot more than that. Where is he?
Sure wish I knew. Ain't very often anybody offers me money like that for one of my horses.
Well, Nelson told me he gave you the horse the last time his rodeo played here. Try and remember, will you?
They come to me, they all look pretty much alike. None of them ain't worth much, and when I get through them, they're worth less. I sell them for what I can get, mister. For dog food and sometimes for glue. What kind of a look did you say he had?
If you can't remember, I can't tell you. Thanks. Thanks anyway. Holding Pioneer Days in Cheyenne that week, and Scrubby and Willie had come along with me to see the celebration. That afternoon, we were standing on the street watching the parade.
Hey, look at the billboard, Cliff. The Tornado Rodeo, featuring the world-famous outlaw greater than the Cougar.
As far as I'm concerned, there never was a greater horse than Smoky.
If he'd only known that this Cougar was Smoky.
Hey, look. Did you look at that? The junk wagon's joining the parade.
Hey, look at that magnet. Pull up the rear.
Where'd he come from, anyway?
He was standing by that warehouse at the corner. Boy, is that junkie man.
Stop, gentlemen. No good payback. Come in. Don't let you to run away. I'll beat your brains out.
Take it easy, mister. I said take it easy.
I'll teach him to run away.
Wouldn't yank on his mouth like that. He just wanted to get in the parade.
Why don't you mind your own business? As for you,
Sorry, mister. You're not using that whip on him either.
You bust that whip and I'll...
You what?
Never mind. I got my horse.
Sure. Sure, I'll let go. It wouldn't hurt you to feed him once in a while either.
Come on. Get up there.
Hey, look at him, Cliff. That old nag. He's trying to get another look at you. Looks like you made a hit with him.
Sure does, doesn't it?
Hey, I'm hungry. How about it? Let's go get something to eat.
Well, a beef, gentlemen.
Hamburger, no onions, and Java. Same here. A lot of it.
Say, did you notice before that horse? He had a star.
Huh?
That junkie's horse, he had a star on his forehead.
All right, he had a star. What'll you have?
I'll have the same.
Thanks.
You know, there was something about that old horse.
Cliff. Hey, where are you going?
Oh, never mind. I'll see you later at the hotel.
I'm a junkie, a little bit. I don't know what you're talking about, brother. I ain't got any horse with a star, and I can't see him over here.
Well, somebody must have him. I saw him today. He was trying to get into the parade.
Yeah, he said you've been over at Schultz and Brown's, and they didn't have him, and old lady Barry's got a truck, and like I said before, I ain't got him, so I guess that just about does it, son.
Well, much obliged, anyway.
Hey, wait a minute, Dick. Come to think of it, I did hear of a new man moving in the other side of Crow Creek.
Where's that?
East side of town. I believe they said his name was Mingo or something like that.
Mingo. Thanks. Thanks, I'll find him.
Hey, sure looks like rain, don't it?
What do you want? It's late. I ain't open after 7 o'clock.
You, Mr. Mingo? I sure had a hard time finding you.
Say, you're the wise guy. What do you want here?
I want to take a look at your horse.
What for?
Well, if he's the one I'm hoping he is, I'd like to buy him from you.
Well, that's different, mister. I might sell him at that.
Where is he?
Out there in dark. Wait a minute, I'll get a lantern. That's him, mister. That's the horse.
Give me that lantern. A star on his forehead, yes. Look at him. No. Oh, no, it couldn't. His feet. His eyes. His eyes. Smoky. Smoky. It's me, Smoky. It's me.
Miss Richards, when Clint brought Smoky back last week, I thought we'd have to shoot him.
Well, he's taking him out of the barn today, turning him to the pasture. Look at him, Jeff. He'll be all right. Ain't that a picture now? Look at him. Well, ain't it?
Yeah. Never seen a man so crazy about a horse in all my life. Hope we'll never do again. Maybe now we'll get some work done around here.
The valley.
He just doesn't seem to believe he's home, does he, Clint?
Give him a little time, honey. He will.
Go on, Smoky. Thought you'd be anxious to get out to pasture.
Sure, he's anxious. He's waited a long time for this, Julie. All right, boy. Go on. There it is. It's all yours. Go ahead.
Oh, look at him, Clint. He just can't believe it. He can't believe it.
Go ahead, Smoky. That's it, boy.
ahead.
Well, he believes it now.
Clint, do you think you'll settle down for a while now?
Yeah. Yeah, I think I'll settle down.
Happy?
Awful happy, Julie.
Is home now, home for the same. He spills his night now, contentment his day.
There's a happy postscript to Smoky as our stars appear in answer to your curtain call. Joel McRae and Constance Moore. Joel, I don't know anyone better qualified to play a role like Clint Barkley than you yourself.
Well, Bill, it's true. I just about grew up in a saddle.
Is that how you first got into pictures, Joel?
Well, in a way, you might say my first job was teaching Rudolph Valentino how to ride at $4 a day.
$4 a day?
Yeah, and I had to supply the horses.
Well, I can imagine that was quite a promising association.
Yes, Rudy introduced me to people like Bill Hart and Wally Reed, and the first thing I knew, I was riding in pictures as a double for Greta Garbo.
Oh, come on now, Joel, not Greta Garbo.
That's the truth. Remember, I was only 18 then, and a wig could make an awful lot of difference.
And so, from doubling for Greta Garbo, you became a double for yourself.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night, and our sincerest thanks. This is William Keeley saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Of Clippercraft clothes for men at 924 leading retail stores from coast to coast present the world's most famous detective, Sherlock Holmes. Our stories are based upon the character of Sherlock Holmes, created by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. Sherlock Holmes is portrayed by John Stanley, Dr. Watson by Alfred SHERLEY, and the dramatizations are by Edith Meiser. Well, here we are again in front of Dr. Watson's cheery fireplace. A bitter December wind makes us glad to be inside, toasting our toes and listening to a Sherlock Holmes adventure. What's it to be tonight, Dr. Watson?
Well, now, let me see. Tonight I think I'll tell you how Holmes' arch enemy, the diabolical Professor Moriarty, came close to disrupting the Queen's Diamond Jubilee festivities.
You mean the celebration that marked the 60th year of the reign of Queen Victoria?
Right. On that occasion, London was a mecca for adventurers and thieves, drawn by the many visiting potentates and notables, all wearing their most fabulous jewels and elegant trappings. By the way, speaking of glad rags, as you Yankees call it, aren't you, rather dressy yourself tonight, Mr. Harris?
I wondered how long before you'd notice my new suit, Dr. Watson.
Not bad. Stand up, let's have a look. Yes, not bad at all. Is it...
You mean, is it a Clippercraft suit? You bet it is, Doctor.
Now I know why my friends say Clippercraft means what the well-dressed man will wear if he wants to get his money's worth. Yes, I wonder if I spoke to Santa Claus, I'd find something like that in my stocking, eh?
All I can say is there's nothing the average male would rather find under the Christmas tree than a Clippercraft suit.
But the mystery to me is, how do they manage to turn out that handsome rig at the price?
Well, Dr. Watson, that mystery doesn't take a Sherlock Holmes to solve. Here's how Clippercraft makes it easy for a man to look his best on Christmas morning and hundreds of mornings thereafter. It's through the Clippercraft plan, which concentrates the buying power of 924 leading stores across the nation, making tremendous savings in manufacturing and distribution costs. The plan brings you the finest clothes at prices far less than you expect to pay. at your own local independent store, at the store you can trust. Beautifully tailored Clippercraft suits are only $40 and $45. Top coats and overcoats are only $40. Yes, indeed. The friends who drop in on Christmas Day will think your clothes cost twice as much. For Clippercraft values are so amazing, we urge you to compare them with clothes selling for many dollars more. And now, Dr. Watson, supposing we get back to Her Majesty's Diamond Jubilee and the gentleman who tried to spoil the celebration.
Yes, well, all London was on fete, Mr. Harris. The festivities were endless. Garden parties, concerts, parades. The entire city was in a holiday mood. All but my friend Sherlock Holmes. He had drawn the blinds to shut out the brilliant spring sunshine and lay moping on the sofa, morosely pulling apart the tassels of his ancient dressing gown. Oh, for heaven's sake, Holmes, buck up and stop strewing bits of silk all over the carpet. You look as if you were molting. Everyone else is overjoyed at the celebrations.
Leave me alone. I'm having my own private celebration.
Oh, what are you celebrating in this particularly lugubrious fashion?
Watson, do you realize it's just 6 years since Professor Moriarty and I pushed each other into the Reichenbach Falls? He never came back, poor chap.
Well, you're not going to tell me you're sorry you finally rid society of that monster?
No, I suppose not. But think what an occasion of this sort would have meant to him. Theaters and ballrooms fairly dripping with jewels. Intrigue and cabals on every street corner. What a veritable El Dorado for a master criminal like Professor Moriarty. And what's happened? Nothing. Absolutely nothing.
Well, you might give Scotland Yard some credit. They've been working night and day to protect the holidaymakers.
Scotland Yard? How would Scotland Yard have prevailed against a mastermind like Moriarty? Yes, the one antagonist I ever found who was my mental equal. Army.
Oh, well, you forget if you hadn't finished him, he'd have finished you. You ought to thank your lucky stars he's gone instead of moping about like a dying duck.
See what it is, Watson. That's a good fellow.
Inactivity, that's wrong. What's wrong with you, Holmes? If you're engaged in any normal occupation, you... Oh, yes. Oh, thanks, Mrs. Hudson. There's a letter for you, Holmes. Mrs. Hudson says it was delivered by hand.
Probably some female whose pet poodle has eloped with someone else's spaniel. I'm not interested.
Purple letter paper addressed in a large, scrawling hand. There's a strange sort of crisscross in the upper left-hand corner of the envelope.
What's that? Watson, give me that envelope.
Well, all right, you needn't snatch it out of my hand.
By all that's holy, that's not a double crisscross, it's the letter M. Watson, it's Professor Moriarty's handwriting.
Oh, you're off your head, Holmes. This Moriarty business has become an obsession, an idée fixe. You'd better go out in the fresh air and get some exercise, or you'll be imagining that you see him...
Shut up, Watson, and listen to this. To the world's greatest detective, Mr. Sherlock Holmes, warning. At least he doesn't underrate me, Watson?
Oh, go to blazes.
You will doubtless be astounded to learn I am alive. I managed to survive our little personal encounter in Switzerland, not without sustaining physical damage which kept me in the hospital for over a year. The remainder of the time which has intervened since we last met has been spent in building myself a new organization. You destroyed my last one, if you remember. I shall not soon forgive you for that. You doubtless look on yourself as society's protector. You are wrong.
Oh, I like that.
Don't interrupt, Watson. The more I am thwarted, the greater is my thirst for revenge on society. I have held my hand long enough. From today forward, look out for me. I shall begin this afternoon by staging a daring jewel robbery in the Strand. Tonight, a certain lady at the command performance in Albert Hall will lose her famous emeralds. Tomorrow and the day after, I shall perpetrate some new outrage.
He's ranting like a madman.
And last but not least, you and your colleague, Dr. Watson, will be put out of the way.
What?
I take pleasure in advising you of the fact that your hepatudinous friend, Dr. Watson, will be the first to go. Signed, Moriarty.
So I'm to be the first. It doesn't frighten me, the old babble-headed blowhard. Oh, I say, Holmes, what is hepatudinous?
Hepatudinous, my dear Watson, means rather blunted mentally.
Oh, it does it?
What's happening at Albert Hall tonight, Watson?
I believe it's a concert by Adelina Patti. Everyone will be there. You weren't thinking of attending, I suppose.
Why not, Watson? Why not? You might tell Mrs. Hudson to shake the camphor out of our evening clothes. I wonder if I have a clean, stiff shirt.
Oh, dash dash it all.
Seems to be the difficulty, Watson.
Oh, everything's shrunk. My collar, my waistcoat, even my evening pumps. Why is it when anything's laid away in mothballs for a few months, it inevitably comes out a size smaller?
It couldn't be because you've grown a size larger, I suppose.
Oh, shut up. There, you see? You see what happens when I lose my temper?
What?
I just popped another button.
I suggest you descend to the kitchen and allow Mrs. Hudson to repair the damage.
Oh.
Now what?
It sounds like one of your confounded clients.
Don't worry, I'll get rid of him in short order. Better take the back stairs down to the kitchen, Watson. You don't want to be caught in disarray in case the client is a lady.
Oh, good Lord.
Flowers that bloom in the spring twilight. Come in.
Mr. Holmes, Mr. Sherlock Holmes.
Yes?
I am Hector Pomfret, of Pomfret and Smog. We're the best-known jewelers in London, Mr. Holmes. By appointment to His Highness, the Prince of Wales, no less.
Of course. You have a shop in the Strand and you've just been robbed.
But, Mr. Holmes, how did you know? It happened less than an hour ago.
My dear Mr. Pomfret, I have rather special sources of information.
It's incredible. I haven't informed anyone, not even the police. You see, some of the stolen jewels weren't my property. Lady Biddlesford's pearls, for instance. She said would be restrung. Then, of course, the great Burmese ruby. I had that on consignment. I'd practically sold it to that wealthy Mrs. Tecumseh Jones from Denver. Oh, it'll ruin my business if they're not recovered.
Pity.
Well, it's outrageous that such a thing should be allowed to happen in a civilized country. And in broad daylight.
What's happened in broad daylight?
Lestrade, where did you come from?
And what in thunder do you mean bursting in on us like this?
Mr. Pomfret, I understand you've been burgled. I've come to see about it. I'm Inspector Lestrade of Scotland Yard.
Well, I don't want you. Go away.
You may not want me, Mr. Pomfret, but your partner, Mr. Smog, does. He's the one that sent for me. He told me where you'd popped off to, so I came round to make sure you didn't get any bad advice.
Thank you, Lestrade, for the vote of confidence. And now suppose you sit here quietly while Mr. Pomfret tells me just what occurred.
Well, Mr. Holmes, I was in the shop alone. It was getting late and I was about to lock up when a nice, respectable, youngish man walked in the door. He wore a Prince Albert, carried a silver-headed Malacca stick, a small black satchel, and had just the suggestion of a limp.
Pardon me, you're Mr. Pomfret, I believe.
Why, yes. Is there something I can do for you, sir? I was on the point of locking up, but if there's anything
No, nothing very important, I'm afraid. I've just broken the crystal of my watch. I'm a doctor, you see, and my watch is a rather important bit of equipment in my profession.
Of course, I understand. Well, I'll see if we have a crystal to fit. If you don't mind waiting a moment?
No, not at all. I'd amused myself by looking at the handsome baubles in this showcase here.
They're more than baubles, I assure you, Mr.
Watson, Dr. Watson.
Well, that ruby in the middle is worth a king's ransom, as they say.
Very.
Ah, yes, here we are. This crystal's perfect fit. Just a slight bit of pressure, so, and there we are. Here's your watch, Dr. Watson. The charge will be 2 shillings.
Keep the watch. It served its purpose. I prefer the ruby and the other baubles.
What do you mean?
Stand back or you'll be cut by flying glass.
Wait, Dr. Watson, put down that case. Oh, stop him. I'm being robbed. Stop, thief. Stop. Quick as a flash, he'd snatched the contents of the showcase, ran out the door, and was lost in the crowds.
Showing no signs of a limp, I take it, Mr. Pomfret.
Why, no, Mr. Holmes. The limp certainly wasn't evidence he ran out of the shop.
Leaving his watch behind?
Yes, I brought it with me. I've heard you can deduce a man's entire history from his watch. Well, here it is.
Interesting. Very interesting.
The thing that interested me about Mr. Pomfret's story was the thief's name. Watson. Dr. Watson.
My dear Lestrade, you don't suppose any jewel thief is going to be foolish enough to give his right name?
I'm not so sure. What did he look like, Mr. Pomfret?
Oh, I don't know. Not bad looking. A bit above medium height. Military moustache. Slightly grey at the temples.
Yeah, I think that'll hold if I don't take a deep breath. Oh, I'm sorry.
Well, as a matter of fact, the thief looked very much like... Oh, no, by Jove. He was this gentleman who just came in.
Well, what thief are you talking about now? Oh, good evening, Lestrade. How's the Scotland Yard's prize watchdog, eh? Holmes, my watch. Where on earth did you find it?
Where you left it, Dr. Watson, in my shop, when you smashed my showcase and made off with a Burmese ruby, not to mention Lady Biddlesford's pearls.
Holmes, what's the man raving about?
As if you didn't know. So, you turned thief, eh, Dr. Watson? This association with Sherlock Holmes is responsible, no doubt. I've always suspected you two work both sides of the street.
What's this all about, Holmes? Has everyone gone mad?
I think I can explain the confusion, Watson.
You'll not talk your way out of it this time, Mr. Sherlock Holmes. We've got the goods on your friend, Dr. Watson. Mr. Pomfret has made a positive identification. I've been looking forward to using these handcuffs on you chaps.
For heaven's sake, Lestrade, sit down and try not to be a bigger fool than the Lord intended. It's also perfectly simple. Here, read this letter I received this morning and see if you can comprehend what danger we're really in.
It'll take more than a letter.
Shut up and read it. Now then, Watson, when did you first miss your watch?
Why, let me see it. It was this morning when I wanted to take Mrs. Hilton's pulse. I was positive I slipped it into my pocket when I dressed this morning, but I suppose I left it behind on the bureau. I sometimes do, you know.
No, Watson, you took it with you. Remember you told me the time as you were about to leave?
That's right. So I did, but then how did it get here?
The watch was lifted from your pocket by one of the light-fingered gentry in Moriarty's employ. Later this afternoon, it was used by another gentleman who impersonated you and robbed the jewelry shop of Mr. Pomfret here, leaving the watch behind to incriminate you.
Why, the blackguard, the filthy blackguard. Why, I've been in the entire afternoon. Why, you can give me an alibi, Holmes.
Naturally, he's in coach.
If you won't believe me, Lestrade, perhaps you'll take Mrs. Hudson's word. She spent the afternoon letting out Dr. Watson's dress shirt and fitting it to his person.
But this is incredible, fantastic. The thief was exactly like your friend, Mr. Holmes.
All this hanky-panky about Professor Moriarty and his outfit. I've never even seen the man. How do I know there is such a person?
You'll just have to take my word for it, Lestrade. Incidentally, we shall miss the first part of the concert at Albert Hall unless we hurry.
Oh, good Lord, and I have to rush home and dress. I'm sitting in Mrs. Tecumseh Jones's box, you know.
Who cares? I shall have to go to keep an eye on those blasted tiaras, I suppose. I hate music.
I know, but you wouldn't want to miss the professor's next robbery. Come along, Lestrade. Yes, Watson, I think we shall station ourselves here at the foot of the grand staircase.
Whose emeralds do you think Moriarty's after?
I don't know. It could be the Maharani of Saiba, or the Bolivian millionairess, Senora Boldaro. Ah, here comes Lestrade. He looks agitated. What's up, Lestrade? Anyone purloined the crown jewels?
These stupid women. Already Baroness von Ockfeld has lost an expensive brooch, and two of Madame de Roncesvalles' diamond bracelets are missing.
Sounds as if Moriarty's minions were warming up for the main event.
Rubbish. It's these fool females. Never make sure the catches are properly closed.
By Jove, Holmes, look. Look at that enormous red-headed woman coming in the carriage entrance. She looks like an animated Christmas tree. That's enough to blind you.
Yes, that's Mrs. Tecumseh Jones, the American. She has more jewels than most of the crowned heads of Europe.
Yes, and most particularly she has an emerald necklace that makes the Maharanis and the Senoras look like something at the vicar's tea party.
I see. Look who's beside her, the little pipsqueak.
Yes, it's Mr. Rector Pomfret, so he didn't keep her waiting after all.
Must be a quick change artist, eh, Watson?
She seems to be giving him what for. Here they come.
Lestrade, I suggest you precede them to her box while Dr. Watson and I bring up the rear. Those emeralds certainly deserve a guard of honor.
Yes, and I'm pretty mad at you, Pomfret.
My dear Mrs. Jones.
You knew doggone well I wanted that ruby.
But I assure you, Mrs. Jones, it was stolen.
Stolen in broad daylight. Don't make me laugh. Some other woman offered you a better price, but you're not kidding me.
Dear Mrs. Jones, I assure you the jewel was stolen. Word of honor. Evening, Lestrade.
Good evening.
This is Inspector Lestrade of Scotland Yard, Mrs. Jones. He'll tell you I was robbed.
Look here, Mr. Pomfret. I wonder if you could persuade Mrs. Jones to make sure all her jewel catches are in working order.
Young man, I'm quite capable of taking care of my own affairs. Come on, Pomfret.
Yes, Mrs. Jones.
Hey, get off of my train.
Watson?
I wasn't anywhere near the silly thing.
Well, someone tried to trip me up. Golly, Ned. My necklace! My emerald necklace! It's gone! Somebody stole it! I've been robbed!
Well, how could the dog bring me stolen when everybody was standing around?
Here, hold still, everybody. Don't move.
A hand! I felt someone's hand on the back of my neck. Then the necklace was gone. Where did it go to?
Not very far, I assure you. No one has moved. Whoever took it's within arm's reach. Now, I was on one side of you, Mr. Pomfret on the other, and Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson were directly in back.
In back! That's where I felt his hand. On the back of my neck.
It's that Dr. Watson. He robbed my shop, but I let him talk me out of it. You renegade! You blackguard!
Let go of me, you idiot. I didn't touch the emeralds. The silly things probably fell off.
A likely story.
Well, all right, search me if you don't believe it.
I dashed well will.
That's right, search him. What's that bulge in his left-hand pocket?
The emeralds, and more besides. Would this be your ruby, Mr. Pomfret? And Lady, what's-her-name's pearls? Yes, this is the Orkveld brooch, and the Miss and Diamond bracelets as well.
Quite a haul, Watson. Congratulations.
Does it? Dr. Watson, you're under arrest.
This is preposterous. It's outrageous. Holmes, don't just stand there like a ninny. For heaven's sake, do something.
What is there to do, my dear Watson? Better go quietly. Yes, as things stand, I think jail may be the safest place for you.
Holmes!
Come in. Ah, Inspector Lestrade. Up and about early, aren't you, after last night's festivities? Patty was in excellent voice, didn't you think?
I didn't listen. I was busy seeing no more jewels were stolen.
Even with Dr. Watson safely under lock and key?
As a matter of fact, Holmes, several other pieces did turn up missing. The Duchess of Wentworth's tiara and Lady Moulder's diamond stomacher.
Oh?
Look here, Holmes. You don't think it's possible those jewels were planted on Dr. Watson?
Lestrade, you astonish me. Every now and then you show signs of intelligence. By the way, I had a further communication from Professor Moriarty this morning. Like me to read it to you?
I don't suppose I could stop you.
Quite. My dear Mr. Sherlock Holmes, yesterday's exploits were so successful in spite of my advance warning, I think I shall let you in on my further plans. I rather enjoy watching your feeble attempts to prevent my activities. That's a rap at you too, you know, Lestrade.
Go on.
I shall arise betimes, for this morning I shall rob the Sailors' and Merchants' Bank. At 9, the Merchants' Guild will receive my attention. At 11:15, I shall relieve Lily Langtry of her sapphires. I shall then take 2 hours off for lunch. The music at the Savoy is so refreshing, you know. At 2, Baroness Traphagen's famous cameos will be missing. At 4, Mortimer Brewster, the American millionaire, will find it convenient to pay me £100,000 to cover up a few little irregularities in his shipping business. Then I shall go home for a bit of a nap, a late dinner, and then the grand finale.
Well, what's he got up his sleeve for this evening, the blighter?
I shall spend the evening at Buckingham Palace, where Her Majesty is giving a ball. All the best people will be there. I do hope you can manage to come, my dear Holmes, for at 12 midnight I shall blow the whole place to kingdom come. Until then, au revoir. Signed, Moriarty.
He's joking, of course. He must be joking. Blow up the palace. Good Lord, it's unthinkable. It's a nightmare.
It's worse than that, Lestrade. It could very well be the twilight of the gods for the British Empire.
You're joking, Holmes.
I was never more serious in my entire life. Come in.
Inspector Lestrade, sir. Scotland Yard sent me. They thought you ought to know, sir.
What, Albert? And straighten your tunic.
Yes, sir. The Sailors' and Merchants' Bank, sir, has been robbed, and the Merchants' Guild Hall has been set afire, sir.
You can't very well blame Watson for those calamities, Lestrade.
Maybe we should have locked you up too, Holmes.
But there's something else, sir.
What's that, Albert?
Mr. Pomfret, sir. Mr. Hector Pomfret was found tied up this flat when his charlady come to work this morning, sir.
Good Lord.
The city says he's been tied up since he went home to dress for the concert last night, sir.
But he was at the concert. I saw him with my own 2 eyes.
No, Lestrade. You saw someone who impersonated Hector Pomfret. The same man who earlier impersonated Dr. Watson, I suspect. I was pretty sure it wasn't Pomfret himself when he arrived so promptly. He hadn't had time to change, you know. And then when I saw his ears, I was certain.
His ears? What's that got to do with it?
A good makeup can disguise any feature except ears. The ears on the man who escorted Mrs. Tecumseh Jones were not the ears I'd noticed on Mr. Pomfret earlier in the day.
Whose ears were they, do you suppose?
I rather imagine they belonged to Professor Moriarty. I'm convinced he spent the last few years studying the art of disguise.
But then we wouldn't know him if we ran into him.
I would, Lestrade. I shall be looking for his ears tonight at the ball at Buckingham Palace. Do you think you could manage to release Watson in time to accompany me? I hate to carry my own revolver. It destroys the fit of one's evening clothes, don't you know?
You've seen clothes whose very appearance breathes fine quality, graceful tailoring, perfect fit, rich, long-wearing materials. But unless you've worn Clippercraft clothes, you've never seen that kind of suit at only $40 and $45, or that kind of topcoat or overcoat at only $40. The quality so evident in Clippercraft clothes is made possible by the sensational Clippercraft plan. It concentrates the buying power of 924 leading independent stores across the nation, bringing you the savings that result from this group buying. Yes, even clothing experts are amazed at these remarkable Clippercraft values. Clothes that are truly fine in every way at the price of ordinary clothes. Selling expensive clothes at inexpensive low prices at the nation's finest independent stores is the great big idea behind the Clippercraft plan. That's why men who know insist on Clippercraft clothes. So be sure to visit the Clippercraft store in your city.
These leading stores in the metropolitan area are proud to add their names to Clippercraft in your suit, top coat, and overcoat. In Manhattan, John Wanamaker Men's Stores, Broadway at 8th and 67 Liberty Street. Saks 34th, Broadway at 34th. In Brooklyn, Abraham and Strauss. In Newark, New Jersey, Boulevard Men's Shop, Kresge Newark. And in Jamaica, the B&B Clothes Shop, 16408 Jamaica Avenue.
Quite a bean feast, eh, Holmes? Oh, nothing like a ball at Buckingham Palace. Brings out the flower of the empire, I always say.
Quite a contrast to Bow Street Jail.
Yes, I shan't forgive you for that in a hurry, Holmes. Oh, here comes Lestrade, looking like a mother hen whose ducks have taken to water.
Look here, Holmes. I can't help worrying that someone sneaked in that confounded bomb in an opera cloak or a bustle.
My dear Lestrade, I told you I'd taken care of that. Shinwell Johnson has provided us with the best pickpockets in the business. They're acting as coachroom attendants. I promise you, every guest at this party has been thoroughly, if unobtrusively, gone over. Not a pocket handkerchief has been overlooked.
And I've had my men frisk the staff.
The great danger, of course, is the refreshments.
Well, I've ordered supper served in tents at the opposite end of the grounds, like you suggested. If it's too far for the guests to walk, so much the better. They'll have to get along in the punch and champagne.
And very nice champagne, too, I must say.
Yes, the old widow of Windsor keeps an excellent cellar, God bless her.
And keep her from harm.
Amen.
There's your Albert, Lestrade. What's he carrying in that basket?
Hey, Albert. Come here, lad. What's that you've got in the basket?
I'm taking in a chicken and a bottle of wine to the boys, sir. There's to be no refreshments served here, and the boys are uncommon hungry.
So we, Albert. Suppose you give us that basket.
Very good, sir.
Holmes, you're not going to have a picnic lunch here.
A nice, plump chicken, Albert. And rather heavy. Wait a minute. Where are you going?
Get another chicken for the boys, sir.
Oh, no, Albert. Stay here and share this one with us.
Holmes, that chicken, it's ticking.
Yes, Watson, it contains a very ingenious time bomb. When is it set to go off, Professor Moriarty?
At 12 o'clock, which is in exactly 30 seconds.
You're not, Albert.
Quite. Hang on to me, Lestrade. I'll take care of the bomb.
There's no time. 30 seconds. Holmes, throw that chicken out of the window.
It'll blow him to bits.
Fool. Why didn't he throw the bomb? Why did he have to run with it?
Because you can only throw it about 50 feet. The explosion would be too close. It would start a panic. On the other hand, it's remarkable how far you can run if you've been a sprinter in your youth like Holmes.
Will it never be 12 o'clock? It's the longest 30 seconds of my entire life.
I'm certain something's wrong. I'm sure it is.
Calm yourself, madam. It's just the signal to start the fireworks. Yes, there goes the first Roman candle.
Oh, it's lovely. Oh, it's so beautiful.
Holmes, where did you get rid of that bomb?
I tossed it into the lake. Created quite a splash, but the water deadened the explosion.
One more question, Holmes. How in thunder did you know it wasn't Albert?
By his ears. Albert's ears are what you might call outstanding.
By Jove, of course. Why didn't I think of that?
Well, Dr. Watson, that was certainly a case of never a dull moment with Sherlock Holmes. So that was the end of Professor Moriarty.
On the contrary, he managed to give Lestrade the slip on the way to prison. Secretly, I believe Holmes was so glad to have the scoundrel back, he was both relieved and delighted.
And now, Dr. Watson, I wonder if you'd like to give us a hint about next week's story.
Next week, I think I'll tell you about a friend of mine who married a beautiful young South American lady he had only known a few weeks. It wasn't long after he brought her home to England that his household began to suspect she was a vampire.
A vampire? Good Lord, is there such a thing, Dr. Watson?
But suppose you wait till next week, Mr. Harris, and find out,
The makers of Clipper Craft clothes and 924 leading stores from coast to coast have brought you another in the new series of broadcasts featuring the world's most famous detective, Sherlock Holmes. Sherlock Holmes is produced and directed by Basil Lochran with special music by Albert Berman. If you don't know your Clipper Craft dealer, write Clipper Craft, 200 Fifth Avenue, New York City. Help save lives by buying Christmas seals. These seals support the fight against tuberculosis. Buy and use Christmas seals and mail your packages early. Be sure to listen next week to Sherlock Holmes in the Sussex Vampire. If you'd like to attend the Sherlock Holmes broadcast in New York, see your local Clipper Craft dealer, and he'll tell you how to obtain your tickets. Speaking for Clipper Craft Clothes. This is the world's largest network, serving more than 450 radio stations, the Mutual Broadcasting System.
The Mercury Theater on the air. Columbia Broadcasting System takes pleasure in bringing you the 12th in its series of weekly broadcasts featuring Orson Welles and the Mercury Theater on the air. Tonight, Broadway's and radio's most celebrated theatrical producing company brings to life the best-loved character in detective fiction, the immortal Sherlock Holmes. The play is Orson Welles' own adaptation for radio of William Gillette's enduring melodrama based on the famous stories by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. Before the performance begins, here is the director of the Mercury Theater, the star and producer of these unique broadcasts, Orson Welles.
Good evening. Well, tonight it's back to Baker Street. Back to that unlikely London of the 19th century where high adventure awaits all who would seek it in a hansom cab or under a gas lamp in an Inverness cape. For tonight we pay tribute to the most wonderful member of that most wonderful world. A gentleman who never lived and who will never die. There are only a few of them, these permanent profiles, everlasting silhouettes on the edge of the world. There is first the little hunchback with a slapstick whose hooked nose is shaped like his cap. There is now and always will be the penguin-footed hobo in the derby and the baggy pants, and the small boy with a wooden head, and the long, rusty knight on horseback, and the fat knight who could only procure a charge on foot. There is also the tall gentleman with the hawk's face, and the underslung pipe, and the fore and aft cap. We'd know them anywhere and call them easily by name. Punch and the Charlies, Chaplin and McCarthy, Quixote, Sir John, and Sherlock Holmes. Now, irrelevant as this may seem, we of the Mercury Theater are very much occupied these days with rehearsals for a revival of a fine old American farce. A lot of you will remember, if only for its lovely title, which is Too Much Johnson. Its author was William Gillette, which reminded us, as it reminds you, of Sherlock Holmes. As everybody knows, that celebrated American inventor of underacting lent his considerable gifts as a playwright to the indestructible legend of the Conan Doyle detective, and produced the play which is as much a part of the Holmes literature as any of Sir Arthur's own romances, And, as nobody will ever forget, he gave his face to him. For William Gillette was the aquiline and actual embodiment of Holmes himself. It is too little to say that William Gillette resembled Sherlock Holmes. Sherlock Holmes looks exactly like William Gillette. Sounds like him, too, we're afraid, and hope devoutly that the Mercury Theater and the radio will take none of the glamour from the beloved fable of Baker Street, from the pipe and the violin and the hideous purple dressing gown, from the needle and the cigar on the window ledge, and the dry, final, famous lines. Elementary, my dear Watson, elementary. The mere child's play of deduction.
My name is Watson. I am a doctor. It was in the year 1880 that Holmes and I were introduced by a mutual acquaintance. At the time, we were both looking for a lodging that would suit our moderate means. This we found on the second floor of a house at 221B Baker Street. And it was during the years that we occupied these chambers together that Holmes established his unique international reputation as a consulting detective. During that time, I was privileged to be his daily companion, and I have done my modest share in giving to the world an account of some of his most famous cases. Most famous of these are the ones of which I have written under the names of the Speckled Band, Sign of Thor, Hound of the Baskervilles, and A Study in Scarlet. They represent, however, only a minute fraction of the 643 cases Holmes successfully solved during the years that we shared the lodgings in Baker Street. Other cases I hope one day to give to the world include the Tarleton murders, the sudden death of Cardinal Tosca, the adventure of Ricoletti of the Club Foot and his abominable wife, the case of Mrs. Farintosh, the circus belle, and the case of the royal family of Scandinavia. Each illustrate in their own way the remarkable genius of my friend Sherlock Holmes. Since my marriage 3 years ago, Holmes has continued to occupy the Baker Street lodgings by himself. And here almost every afternoon when my work in the office is finished, I am in the habit of calling on him. The sitting room as you go in is exactly as it has been for the past 13 years. The worn bearskin rug, the huge sofa covered with faded chintz, the mantelpiece cluttered with miscellaneous objects, unanswered letters and piles of loose tobacco. On one side of the fireplace in a deep armchair, his pipe curling forth slow wreaths of acrid tobacco, draped in his hideous purple dressing gown, sits Sherlock Holmes with his violin under his chin.
Come in. Oh, Watson, my dear fellow.
How are you, Holmes?
I'm delighted to see you. Perfectly delighted. Upon my word, I am, but I'm sorry to observe that your wife has left you.
She has gone on a little visit. But how did you know?
How did I? Well, I like that. How do I know anything? How do I know you've been getting yourself very wet lately, that you're an extremely careless servant girl, that you've moved your dressing table to the other side of the room?
Holmes, if you had lived a few centuries ago, they'd have burned you alive.
Such a conflagration would have saved me a great deal of trouble and expense.
Tell me now, how did you know all that?
Too simple to talk about. Scratches and clumsy cuts, my dear fellow, on the inner side of your shoe there, just where the firelight strikes it. Scratches, cuts. Somebody scraped away crusted mud and did it badly. Scraped the shoe along with it. There's your wet foot, my dear Watson, and your careless servant girl all on one shoe. Face badly shaved on the right side, always used to be on the left. Light must come from the other side. Couldn't very well move your window. Must move your dressing table.
Of course. But how the deuce did you know my wife was away?
Well, what the deuce is your second waistcoat button, Watson? And what the deuce is yesterday's buttonniere doing in today's lapel? And why the deuce do you wear the expression of it?
Oh, marvelous.
Elementary, my dear fellow, elementary. The child's play of deduction. I'm only doing it for your amusement before we pass on to more serious matters.
Oh, what is it now, Holmes?
Watson, my dear fellow, the enthusiasm which has prompted you to chronicle, and if you will excuse my saying so, somewhat to embellish my little adventures, you've occasionally seen fit to introduce a certain element of romance which struck me as being just a trifle out of place. Something like working an elopement into the fifth proposition of Euclid. I merely refer to this in case you should see fit at some future time to chronicle a case on which I am about to embark. The strange case of Professor Robert Moriarty.
Moriarty? I don't remember ever having heard of the fellow.
No, Watson, you haven't. It is precisely this quality of invisibility that makes of Professor Moriarty the Napoleon of crime. Sitting motionless like an ugly, venomous spider in the center of his web. But that web having 1,000 radiations and the spider knowing every quiver of every one of them. And within 48 hours, I'll have the lines drawn so tightly around him that he can't move. I'll arrest him and his entire gang.
Why, Holmes, this is a very dangerous
My
thing.
dear fellow, it's perfectly delightful. My whole life is spent in a series of frantic endeavors to escape from the dreary commonplaces of existence. For a brief period, I escaped. Well, congratulate me. The day before yesterday, I received in this room the visit of a certain foreign nobleman who has recently inherited a very considerable title and who is about to be married. Seems that this titled gentleman was so indiscreet as to fall in love with a young English lady by the name of Faulkner, socially his inferior, and to make her a promise of marriage. Later, at his family's insistence, the thing was broken off, and the young lady died shortly after with a broken heart, leaving behind a sister. Also, considerable evidence in the form of letters, photographs, and jewelry with inscriptions. These the sister kept. These, together with the sister, are now being held in a house in St. John's Wood by a pair of blackmailers who go by the name of Chetwood. So far as you see, my dear Watson, a fairly ordinary case of blackmail, hardly worth my attention. Last night, on my inspection, a certain element revealed itself which renders the case far more important than I'd expected.
And that element was?
Professor Moriarty. Come in.
Beg pardon, Mr. Holmes.
Yes, Billy, what is it?
Gentleman to see you by the name of Foreman.
Show him in, Billy. Show him in.
Yes, Mr. Holmes. Come in, Mr. Foreman.
Good evening, Foreman.
Good evening, Mr. Holmes.
Watson, this is Inspector Foreman. Since the day before yesterday, he occupies the position of butler under the name of Judson in the home of Mr. and Mrs. Chetwood, blackmailers of St. John's Wood. Well, Foreman, any news?
Yes, sir. This morning, a little after 9, Chetwood and his wife drove away in a four-wheeler. They returned about 11. Bassett was with them. You know him, though?
Yes. When I last had the occasion to meet Mr. Bassett, he got 2 years for safecracking. Go on, Foreman.
Well, they took this man Bassett into the library. I got a look at him from the outside. And there he was opening up the safe where they'd been keeping the letters.
Go on.
In the end, when they got the safe open, it was empty. The letters were gone. It seems like the Faulkner girl got them back somehow. That got them pretty excited. Bassett went out to send a telegram.
Have you got a copy of it?
Yes. Here it is, sir. It's in code.
Moriarty. I thought so, Watson. This case is taking a most promising turn. Foreman, you return at once to the house at St. John's Wood. Within 10 minutes, I shall be there myself. If I remember correctly, the kitchen is immediately below the drawing room. Yes. When I knock over a chair in the drawing room, you'll overturn a lamp in the kitchen, scatter smoke balls, and give an alarm of fire. All other instructions remain unchanged.
Very good, sir.
Hurry, Foreman.
Yes, Mr. Holmes.
Well, my dear Watson, begins to look like a most interesting evening. Good evening. My name is Sherlock Holmes.
Whom did you wish to see, Mr. Holmes?
Oh, thank you so much, Mr. Chetwood. I had myself announced by the butler on my way up.
Butler? I didn't. Oh, very well. Oh, here he is. Yes, Judson. Miss Faulkner begs Mr. Holmes to excuse her. She is not well enough to see anyone this evening.
Will you please hand this card to Miss Faulkner and say that
I beg your pardon, Mr. Holmes, but it's quite useless, really.
Oh, I'm so sorry to hear it.
Yes, Miss Faulkner is, I regret to say, quite an invalid. She is unable to see anyone. Her health is so poor.
Has it ever occurred to you, Mr. Chetwood, that she might be confined to the house too much?
How does that concern you?
It doesn't. I simply make the suggestion. Might like to think it over. What's your butler's name?
Judson, sir.
Very well, Judson. Go on, take my card up.
Very good, sir.
Well, this is really too good. Why, of course, he can take up your card or your note or whatever it is if you wish it so much. I was only trying to save you the trouble.
Thanks. It's hardly any trouble at all to send up a card.
You know, Mr. Holmes, you interest me very much.
Oh, really?
On my word, yes. We've all heard of your wonderful methods, the astonishing manner in which you gain information from the most trifling details. Now, I dare say in this brief moment or two, you've discovered any number of things about me.
Nothing of consequence, Mr. Chetwood. I've hardly more than asked myself why you were so distressed to see me at this particular moment, and what there can possibly be about the safe in the lower part of that desk to cause you such painful anxiety.
Very good. Very good indeed. If those things were only true now, I'd be wonderfully impressed. It would be absolutely remarkable.
Excuse me, sir.
Judson.
A message for you, Mr. Chetwood.
You'll excuse me, I trust. It's from, Miss Faulkner. Well, really. She begs to be allowed to see you, Mr. Holmes. She absolutely implores it. Well, I suppose I shall have to give way. Judson, ask Miss Faulkner to come down to the drawing room. Say that Mr. Holmes is waiting to see her.
Very good, sir.
Quite remarkable, upon my soul. May I ask, if it's not an impertinent question, what message you sent up that could so have aroused Miss Faulkner's desire to come down?
Merely if that she wasn't down here in 5 minutes, I'd go up.
Oh, that was it.
Yes, quite so. And unless I'm greatly mistaken, I hear the young lady on the stairs. In which case she has a minute and a half to spare.
Alice, that is Miss Faulkner. Let me introduce Mr. Sherlock Holmes.
Mr. Holmes.
Miss Faulkner.
I'm really most charmed to meet you, although it does look as if you'd made me come down in spite of myself, doesn't it?
I thank you very much indeed for consenting to see me, Miss Faulkner, but regret to observe that you were put to the trouble of making such a very rapid change of dress.
Oh, yes. I did hurry a trifle, I confess. Mr. Holmes is quite living up to his reputation, isn't he, Freddie? Come in.
Yes, ma'am.
What are you doing here, Judson?
I beg pardon, ma'am. I was answering the bell.
What bell?
The drawing room bell, sir.
What do you mean, you blockhead? No one rang the bell?
I'm quite sure it was rung, sir.
Well, I tell you it did not ring.
Your butler is right, Mr. Chetwood. The bell did ring.
How do you know?
I rang it.
What do you want?
I want to send my card to the real Miss Faulkner.
The real?
I said the real Miss Faulkner. Judson.
Yes, sir?
Holmes, what right have you to ring for servants and give orders in my house?
What right have you to prevent my cards from reaching their destination? And how does it happen that you and this woman are resorting to trickery and deceit to prevent me from seeing Alice Faulkner? Through some trifling oversight, Judson, neither of the cards I handed to him has been delivered. Kindly see that this error does not occur again.
My orders, sir?
You have orders.
I can't say, sir.
You were told not to deliver my card.
What business is it of yours, I'd like to know?
I shall satisfy your curiosity on that point in a very short time, Mr. Chetwood.
Yes, and you'll find out in a very short time that it isn't safe to meddle with me. It wouldn't be any trouble at all for me to throw you out into the street.
Possibly not, but trouble would swiftly follow such an experiment on your part.
It's a cursed lucky thing for you I'm not armed.
Yes, well, when Miss Faulkner comes down, you go and arm yourself.
Arm myself? I'll call the police. What's more, I'll do it now.
Oh, no, you will not do it now. You will remain where you are until the lady I came here to see has entered this room.
What makes you so sure of that?
Because you will prefer to avoid an investigation of your suspicious conduct, Mr. James Larrabee.
Larrabee?
That is the name under which you are known to Scotland Yard, I believe, Mr. Chetwood. This lady here is your wife. As to you, Judson, you will either deliver that card to Miss Faulkner at once or sleep in the police station tonight. It's a matter of small consequence to me, which you do.
Shall I go, sir?
Go on. Take up the card. It makes no difference to me.
A short time since, Larrabee, you displayed an acute anxiety to leave the room. Pray do not let me detain you or your wife any longer. Take it you prefer to remain while I talk to Miss Faulkner?
We do, Mr. Holmes.
At last, Miss Faulkner.
This is Mr. Holmes.
Yes.
You wish to see me?
Very much indeed, Miss Faulkner, but I'm sorry to see that you are far from well.
Oh, no,
No? Beg your pardon. What does this mark mean?
Oh, nothing.
Nothing?
No.
And the mark here on your neck, plainly showing the clutch of a man's fingers, does that mean nothing also? It occurs to me that I should like to have an explanation of this. Possibly you can furnish one, Mr. Larrabee.
How should I know?
It seems to have occurred in your own house.
What if it did? You'd better understand that it isn't healthy for you or anyone else to interfere with my business.
That is your business. We have that much at least. Pray be seated, Miss Faulkner.
I don't know who you are, Mr. Holmes, or why you are here.
I shall be very glad indeed to explain. My business is this. I've been consulted as to the possibility of obtaining from you certain letters addressed to your sister, which are supposed to be in your possession.
I cannot give up my sister's letters, Mr. Holmes. There are other things besides revenge.
of his punishment.
Believe me, Miss Faulkner.
There is nothing more to say. Good night, Mr. Holmes.
But my dear Miss Faulkner... Oh, I'm so sorry. How clumsy of me to turn over this chair.
Fire! Fire! Oh, help!
Oh, what's that? What's that?
What is
What's going on in your house here?
The lamp, sir. The lamp for the kitchen, sir. It's fell off the table and everything down there is blazing, sir. Quick, sir, come down. We're coming.
Don't alarm yourself, Miss Faulkner. There is no fire.
No fire?
The smoke was all arranged for.
Arranged for? What does it mean, Mr. Holmes?
It means this, Miss Faulkner. Means that I wanted a package of letters, Miss Faulkner, and that by following your eyes just now, when you thought there was a fire, I discovered that you'd hidden them in the upholstery of this chair. Yes. Quite elementary, as you see. And now that they're in my possession, there seems to be no reason for me to remain any longer in this house. Good night, Miss Faulkner. Miss Faulkner.
Yes?
I can't take them, Miss Faulkner. These letters belong to you. I find that I cannot keep them unless you can possibly change your mind and let me have them of your own free will. I hardly suppose you could. I will therefore return them to you and, here's our friend Mr. Larrabee returning from the fire.
Oh, you've got the letters, have you? Now I suppose we're going to see you walk out of the house with them.
On the contrary, you're going to see me return them to their rightful owner. Miss Faulkner, here are your letters. Should you ever change your mind and be so generous, so forgiving as to wish to return these letters to the one who wrote them, you have my address. In any event, rest assured there will be no more cruelty, no more persecution in this house.
Thank you, Mr. Holmes.
You are perfectly safe with your property, Miss Faulkner, for I shall so arrange it that your faintest cry of distress will be heard. And if that cry is heard, it will be very unfortunate for those who are responsible. As for you, Mr. Larrabee, and you, madame, I beg you to understand that you continue your persecution of that young lady at your peril. Good night.
Miss Faulkner. Come here, Miss Faulkner. Now. Are you going to give me those letters?
No, never.
Are you going to give me those letters? Oh. Now then.
Be careful, Jim.
You shut up. Now then, Miss Faulkner. Do you give me those letters, or do I break your arm? What's that?
Someone knocked on the door.
No, it was on that side.
Did you call, madam?
I think someone knocked, Judson.
I'll see, madam. I beg pardon, madam, but there's no one at the door.
Very well, you may go. He's got us watched.
What we want to do is to leave it alone. Let the Emperor have it.
Do you mean Professor Moriarty?
That's who I mean. Once let him get at it, he'll settle it with Holmes pretty quick. Don't you worry a minute. I tell you, Professor Moriarty will get at him before noon tomorrow night. He won't wait long either. And when he strikes, it means death.
Number?
82. 371.
Correct. Moriarty speaking. Come in, Bessie. Your report. Come in, Manning.
The whole thing was a trap, set and baited by an expert.
Manning?
Manning has disappeared.
Disappeared? Sherlock Holmes again. And now this Larrabee job. He's in on that, too. And that's where he's made his mistake. Mr. Holmes is playing rather a dangerous game, Bassick. Inspector Wilson tried it 7 years ago. Wilson is dead. 2 years later, Henderson took it up. We haven't heard anything of Henderson lately, eh?
Not a thing, sir.
We'll see about that. This Holmes is rather a talented man. He doesn't realize there isn't a street in London that'll be safe for him if I whisper his name to Cragen. I might even make him a little call myself, just for the satisfaction of it. Just for the satisfaction of it. Baker Street, isn't it, his place? Baker Street, eh?
Baker Street, sir.
We could make it safe. we could make it absolutely safe for 3 streets in every direction.
Yes, sir, but
we could. We've done it over and over again elsewhere. Police deployed, men in every doorway. Do this tonight in Baker Street. 9 o'clock, call his attendants out on one pretext or another and keep them out. You understand? I'll see this Sherlock Holmes myself. I'll give him a chance for his life. Bassett.
Yes, sir.
Notify the Lascar that I may require the gas chamber at Stepney tomorrow night. And have Craig in there at 10:15 with his crew. Tell Larrabee I shall want him to write a letter to Mr. Sherlock Holmes, which I shall dictate. Meet me here at 7. Bassett, place your men at 9 tonight for Sherlock Holmes's house in Baker Street.
You still go there yourself, sir?
I will still go there myself.
At this meeting tomorrow night, sir, to get him in the gas chamber.
If I fail to kill him in Baker Street, you'll have him in Swandam Lane. Either way, I have him, Bassett. 2 strings to our bow. 2 strings, eh, Bassett?
That evening, Holmes and I dined together at Scott's in Piccadilly Circus. After dinner, we went to a concert at Queen's Hall. I can still see him on this particular night of the Moriarty case, well knowing that his life was in peril, sitting beside me in the stalls, wrapped in the most perfect happiness, listening to Sarasate play the violin, gently waving his long, thin fingers in time to the music. When it was over, he rose, put on his long coat, and started with long steps in the direction of the street.
Come, my dear Watson. Go on to Baker Street. I have an idea that very soon we shall be receiving a most interesting visit.
In front of Queen's Hall, we hailed a hansom, and as we came down Baker Street, we could see that the light was burning on the 2nd floor of 221B. We went up the dark, narrow stairs.
Mr. Holmes.
The boy Billy was waiting for us.
Mr. Holmes.
What is it?
Mrs. Hudson's compliments, sir, and she wants to know if she can see you.
Where is Mrs. Hudson?
Downstairs in the kitchen, sir.
My compliments, and I don't think she can, from where she is.
She'll be very sorry, sir.
Our regret will be mutual.
It was most terrible important, sir, being as she wants to know what you'll have for breakfast in the morning.
The same.
Same as when, sir?
This morning.
But you didn't have nothing, sir. You wasn't here.
I won't be here tomorrow.
Yes, sir. Was that all, sir?
Quite so.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Oh, Mr. Holmes, here's a letter for you, sir, on the table. Delivered 10 minutes ago.
Well, read it, Watson. There's a good fellow. I put on my dressing gown.
Yes. Dear sir.
Who thus addresses me?
Why, James Larrabee.
And what has James to say this evening?
Dear sir.
I hope he won't say that again.
I have the honor to inform you that Miss Faulkner has changed her mind regarding the letters, etc., which you wish to obtain, and has decided to dispose of them for a monetary consideration. If you wish to negotiate, will you be at 9 o'clock at the Guards' Monument at the foot of Waterloo Place? You will see a four-wheeler with wooden shutters to the windows. If you have the cab followed or try any other underhand trick, you won't get what you want. Let me know your decisions. Yours truly, James Larrabee.
Mine truly. Well, later, perhaps.
What does the fellow mean?
Fellow means to sell me a base imitation for a large sum of money of certain letters that he does not possess. I shall probably buy them from him. Now, see if I have the points. Tonight, 11 o'clock, Guards Monument, cab with wooden shutters, no one to come with me, no one to follow. Or I don't get what I want.
Quite right. But this cab with the wooden shutters?
Merely a little device to keep me from seeing where they're taking me. Billy.
Yes, sir?
Give this to the man.
It was a woman, sir.
Oh, young or old?
Looked quite young, sir.
Handsome?
four-wheeler, sir.
Seen the driver before?
Yes, sir, but I can't think where.
Hand this to the lady. Apologize for delay and look at the driver again.
Yes, sir.
But, my dear Holmes, you didn't say you would go.
But I certainly did.
But this fellow means mischief.
This fellow means the same.
I beg pardon, sir. A message come over from the chemist on the corner to say a man has been hit by a bus. Looks like his legs broke. And would Dr. Watson kindly step over and help till the ambulance
Oh, you
comes?
certainly are. Go at once. I'll be back in a minute, Holmes.
Billy.
Yes, sir.
Who brought that message?
Boy from the chemist, sir.
Yes, of course. But which boy?
Must have been a new one, sir. I ain't seen him before.
Billy, get downstairs quickly. Look after the doctor. The boy's gone. There's a man with him. It means mischief. Let me know. Don't stop to come up. Ring the doorbell. I'll hear it. Ring it loud.
Yes, sir. Look out, sir. Look out. Look out. Look out.
Dangerous habit, Mr. Holmes, to finger loaded firearms in the pocket of one's dressing gown.
I give you my word, Professor Moriarty. You'll be taken from here to the hospital if you keep your hand behind you like that. That's better. In that case, please put your revolver on the table.
You evidently don't know me.
I think it's quite evident that I do. Pray have a chair, Professor. I can spare you 5 minutes. If you have anything to say. Careful. What are you about to do, Professor Moriarty?
Look at my watch.
I'll tell you when your 5 minutes is up.
Is your intention to pursue this case against me?
That is my intention. To the very end.
I regret this.
I share your regret, Professor, but...
Do you think that I would be here if I hadn't made the streets quite safe in every respect?
I could never so grossly overestimate your courage as that, Professor Moriarty.
Do you imagine that your friend the doctor and your boy Billy will soon return?
What?
So, it leaves us quite alone, doesn't it, sir? Quite alone. So that we can talk the matter over quietly, Mr. Holmes, and not be disturbed. In the first place, I wish to call your attention to a few memoranda which I've jotted down and which you will find... here they are.
Look out. Don't do that. Put your hands down quickly. A little farther away from that memorandum book you're talking about.
I was merely about to take out a small notebook.
Well, merely don't do it. I don't want it. I've got one of my own. If you want it, we'll have someone get it for you. I always like to save my guests unnecessary trouble.
I observe that your boy doesn't answer the bell.
No, but I have an idea that he will before long.
It may possibly be longer than you think, Mr. Holmes.
What? That boy?
Yes, that boy.
At least we'll try the bell once more, Professor.
Doesn't it occur to you that he may possibly have been detained, Mr. Holmes?
It does, Professor. But it also occurs to me that you're in very much the same predicament, Professor Moriarty.
I beg pardon, sir. Someone tried to hold me, sir.
It's quite evident, however, that he failed to do so.
Yes, sir. He's got my coat, sir, but he ain't got me.
Billy.
Yes, sir.
Billy, the gentleman I'm carefully pointing out to you with this .45 desires to have us gather something of his left-hand inside coat pocket. He's not feeling quite himself today, and the consequence of his trying to do it himself might prove fatal. I suggest you attend to it for him.
Yes, sir. Is this it, sir? This gun?
Quite so. Quite so. Put it on the table. Not there, Billy. On this table, where I can reach it. More like it. That's all, Billy.
Shall I see if he's got another, sir?
Why, Billy, you surprised me. After the gentleman's taken the trouble to inform us that he hasn't.
When, sir?
When he made a snatch for this one. And now, Professor, now that we have your little memorandum book, do you think of anything else you'd like before Billy goes? Any little thing you've got that you don't want? So sorry. That's all, Billy.
Thank you, sir.
Listen, Holmes, to me. On the 4th of January, you crossed my path. On the 23rd, you incommoded me. And now, at the close of April, I find myself placed in such a position through your continual interference that I'm in positive danger of losing my liberty.
Have you any suggestions to make?
No, I have no suggestions to make. I have a fact to state. If you don't drop it at once, your life's not worth that.
I'm afraid, Professor, that in the pleasure of this conversation, I'm neglecting more important business. If you'll excuse me a moment while I get my pipe off the mantelpiece here.
I came here this evening, Mr. Holmes, to see if peace could not be arranged between us.
Quite so, quite so.
You've seen fit not only to reject my proposals, but to make insulting references coupled with threats of arrest. You've been warned of your danger. You don't heed that warning. Perhaps you'll heed this. Up with your hands, Mr. Holmes. Up with them,
Didn't imagine I'd leave that gun loaded, did you, Professor Moriarty? Here are your cartridges. I didn't suppose you'd want to use that gun again, so I took them out while you were talking and put them in my pocket. You'll find them all there, Professor. Billy.
Yes, sir?
Will you please show Professor Moriarty the door?
Yes, sir. This way, sir.
Don't ever say I didn't warn you, Mr. Holmes.
No, Professor Moriarty. No. I never will. Billy, come here.
Yes, sir.
Billy? Billy, you're a good boy.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
You are listening to the Columbia Broadcasting System's presentation of Orson Welles and the Mercury Theater on the Air in Sherlock Holmes, with Orson Welles in the title role and Ray Collins as Dr. Watson. We pause a moment for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
And by God, in 1938, it certainly was CBS, but we're rebroadcasting it for you on Old Radio Theater, heard each week on KPFA and KPFB. I'm your host, Bud Carey. We're playing you the immortal Sherlock Holmes, as heard on the Mercury Theater of the Air. This was a broadcast that was slightly more than a month before the famous War of the Worlds. And, of course, it featured Frank Gallup as the announcer. I say of course because Frank Gallup was also one of the radio pioneers who really announced everything that was around for quite a number of years. Sherlock Holmes was first heard on radio on NBC in 1930. And as Holmes, over the years, various people played him. The first one was Richard Gordon, then Louis Hector, and, of course, I think what most people associate with Sherlock Holmes, Basil Rathbone, then Tom Conway, Ben Wright, and John Stanley. John Stanley, not to be confused with our local fellow who is also interested in old radio. As Dr. Watson, the first one was Lee Lovell, and again, I think what most people associate with as the most famous Dr. Watson, Nigel Bruce, then Eric Snowden, Alfred Shirley, and Ian Martin, who is now writing for the CBS Mystery Theater. And by the way, if you've heard any of those, as I have been following them carefully, they're really very well done, and it's sort of a renaissance of radio. Well, we'll go back now to the immortal Sherlock Holmes, as heard on the Mercury Theater in 1938.
We continue now with this CBS presentation of Sherlock Holmes, played by Orson Welles and the Mercury Theater on the Air.
It was exactly 9 o'clock when Sherlock Holmes left the house in Baker Street. He had given the strictest instructions that no one was to follow him. If there had been no word from him by noon of the following day, we must notify Scotland Yard. I went to the window and looked after him as he went down Baker Street. A tall, thin figure in a gray ulster, walking with long, smooth steps in the direction of Langham Place. There he entered a cab.
What are you doing, lighting matches here?
That's what I'm doing.
Chuck it.
Why should I chuck it?
There might be gas, you fool.
There ain't no gas. It's been 4 days since we had gas in the room.
And I still say there might be gas.
Did you check it?
I will. Here goes. Ready?
Give her a turn. Yeah, that'll do. Turn her off.
5 minutes of that. All your troubles are ended.
Here. What's that?
Bassick? That's right, Cragen. The Jubilee?
Yes, sir.
McCabe?
Yes, sir.
Be careful now, you boys. You've got a tough one tonight. Ain't said who, as I've heard. Sherlock Holmes. Oh. You mean that, sir? God's truth. He's going to count him out. Well, if you don't and he gets away, I'm sorry for you, that's all. Back. The governor's here.
Not the governor himself. Professor Moriarty.
Shut up.
Cragen.
Yes, sir.
Got your full crew?
All here, sir.
No mistakes tonight, Cragen.
I'll be careful of that, sir.
This is Larrabee.
Hello.
He's in on this job.
Hello, Larrabee.
Oh. What's that door, Bassick?
Small cupboard, sir.
No outlet?
None whatever, sir.
That window?
Nailed down, sir.
Man might break the glass?
If he did, he'd come up against the heavy iron bars outside.
We'll have him tied down before he can break any glass, sir.
You've used it before, eh? Of course, you know it's airtight.
Every crevice is sealed, sir.
When the men have turned the gas on him, they leave by this door?
Yes, sir.
We made quite secure?
Heavy bolts on the outside, sir. Solid oak bars overall.
Let me see how quick you can operate them.
They tie a man down, sir. There's no need to hurry.
Let me see how quick you can operate them.
Leary.
Yes, sir.
That's good. Open it up. Now, Cragen, and the rest of you, one thing remember. Whatever happens, no shooting tonight. Not a single shot. It'll be heard in the alley below. First thing is to get his revolver away before he has a chance to use it. 2 of you attract his attention in front. The other come up on him from behind and snatch it out of his pocket. Then you have him. Arrange that, Cragen.
Oh, I'll attend to it, sir.
Mr. Larrabee, you understand? We wait for you.
I understand, sir.
They give you this opportunity to sell him the packet of letters you forged and get what you can for your trouble. A few £100 doesn't interest me, Mr. Larrabee. What I am after is Holmes.
I understand, sir.
When you've finished and got your money, you whistle, and these gentlemen come in. And hear it. You hear that, Cragen? That's right. And Cragen, the proper moment, present my compliments to Mr. Sherlock Holmes and say that I wished him a pleasant journey to the other side. Come on, Bassick. Good night, gentlemen.
Good night.
Good night. Good night, Larrabee.
Good night, sir. Good night. All right, boys. Clear. When you hear the whistle, in you come.
Right you are, sir.
Larry.
Yes, sir.
You get down on the corner below. Let me know when he comes.
I will let you know.
Well, when you see him driving up, come down the alley and whistle 3 times.
Very good, sir.
Here. What's this? How did you get in? What are you doing there in the back? Hey,
what is it, Larry?
A woman here in the back.
Bring her in.
Come on, you. Come on.
Oh, it's you, Miss Faulkner.
It's true, then.
How did you get to this place?
I followed you in a cab.
What have you been doing since I came up here? Informing the police, perhaps?
No. I was afraid he'd come, so I waited.
To warn him, I suppose?
No. To warn him, yes. You're going to swindle and deceive him, sell him a packet of false letters. I know that. What else are you going to do to him?
Wouldn't you like to know?
Where are those men who came up here?
What men?
3 terrible-looking men. I saw them go in at the street door.
You don't mean these men, do you, Miss Faulkner? Hurry up, boys. You can't make a noise. Here you are. Hurry up. Listen. That's him. There he is now. What? Holmes? That's him. That's the signal. You won't have time to get her out. Shut her in there in the cupboard.
Yeah, that'll do. In with her. Into the cupboard. Hey, there ain't no lock to this here cupboard door.
Well, knife something in there.
Here, this knife. This'll do it.
That'll hold her.
Now, get out. Quick, quick.
Good evening, Mr. Holmes.
Ah, Mr. Larrabee. Oh, really? I certainly thought after all this driving about in a closed cab, you threw me something new.
Seen it before, have you, Mr. Holmes?
Oh, well, a time or two. Now to come to think of it, I nabbed a friend of yours in this place while he was trying to drop himself out of the window. Ed Colvin, the cracksman.
Colvin, never heard of him before.
Well, you certainly never heard of him after. Sure of that. Brace of counterfeiters used these luxurious chambers in the spring of '89. Well, one of them hid in that cupboard. We pulled him out with the heels.
Quite interesting. But times have changed since then.
So they have, Mr. Larrabee, so they have. But then it was only cracksmen, counterfeiters, pickpockets, and petty swindlers of various kinds. But now...
Well, what now?
Well, between you and me, Mr. Larrabee, we've heard some not altogether agreeable rumors. Rumors of some pretty shady work not far from here. A murder to a very peculiar kind. I've always had a suspicion... That's it. My surmise was correct. It is.
It is what?
This room is corked, sealed.
What does that signify to us?
Nothing to us, Mr. Larrabee, nothing to us. But it might signify a good deal to some poor devil who's been caught and gassed in this trap.
Well, if it's nothing to us, suppose we leave it alone and get to business. My time is limited.
Yeah, of course. I should have realized that these reflections could not possibly appeal to you.
Smoke? Have a cigar, Mr. Holmes?
Oh, thanks. Well, good cigar, this, Mr. Larrabee. A genuine Havana.
Glad you like it. Now, here is the little packet of letters which is the object of this meeting. I haven't opened it yet, but Miss Faulkner tells me everything is there.
I suppose, Mr. Larrabee, that as Miss Faulkner knows nothing about this affair, we omit her name from the discussion.
What do you mean? Who told you she doesn't know?
You did. Every look, tone, gesture, everything you've said and done since I've been in this room has informed me that Miss Faulkner has never consented to this transaction. It is a little speculation of your own.
Oh, I suppose you think you can read me like a book.
Oh, no, like a trimmer.
Well, let it pass. How much will you give?
£1,000.
I couldn't take it.
What do you ask?
5,000.
I couldn't give it.
Why, I've been offered 4,000 for this little packet.
Why didn't you take it?
Because I intended to get more.
Oh, that's too bad.
If they offered 4,000, they'll give 5.
They won't give anything.
Why not?
They've turned the case over to me.
Oh. Will you give 3,000?
Mr. Larrabee, strange as it may appear, my time is limited as well as yours. I have brought with me the sum of £1,000, which is all that I wish to pay. If it is your desire to sell at this figure, kindly appraise me of the fact at once. If not, permit me to wish you a very good evening. Well?
You can have it. It's too small a matter to haggle over. Give me the money.
Certainly.
I thought you said you'd only brought just 1,000.
I did. This is it.
You brought a trifle more, I see.
Quite so. I didn't say I hadn't brought any more.
Oh, you can do your little tricks when it comes to it, can't you?
It depends on who I'm dealing with.
Here, you give me that money. Come on, quick, hand it over.
Sure. Now, I've got you where I want you, James Larrabee. You've been so cunning and so cautious and so wise, we couldn't find a thing to hold you for, but this little slip will get you in for robbery.
You'll have me in, will you? What are your views about being able to get away from here yourself?
I do not anticipate any particular difficulty.
Robbery, eh? Why, even if you got away from here, you haven't got a witness. You haven't got a witness to your name.
I'm not so sure of that, Mr. Larrabee. Not so sure of that. You usually fasten this cupboard door with a knife.
Come away from that door!
Faulkner! Stand back. Contemptible scoundrel, what does this mean?
I'll show you what it means, catch it quick.
I'm afraid you're badly hurt, Miss Faulkner.
Mr. Holmes, look behind you!
James!
Hold it there, boy. I'll have to ask you gentlemen to wait just one moment, please.
Here there. What's the idea of sitting down and writing? What are you writing? Writing your will, I suppose.
No, only a brief description of one or two of your gentlemen. The police.
Wait a bit. You better listen to me, Mr. Holmes. We're going to tie you down nice and tight to the top of that table.
Why, you surprise me, gentlemen. Thinking you're so sure of anybody in this room. And 3 bars gone out of that window.
Bars or no bars, you're not going to get out of here as easy as you expect.
There are so many ways, Mr. Larrabee, that I hardly know which one to choose.
Well, you better choose quick, I can tell you that.
I'll choose at once, Mr. Cregan. And my choice falls on this chair.
My God! The light! Get away from the chair! Look out! There he goes! Look at his cigar! Drag him by the cigar! Look at his cigar! Look out! He's over the window! He's up on the ledge! He's climbed up! Look at his cigar! Get him quick! After him! There he goes! He's out! By the window!
No, gentlemen, no, not by the window. I'm leaving by the door. By the way, I left my cigar for you on the windowsill. Good evening, gentlemen.
There was no news of Holmes that night. And Billy reported next morning that he had not breakfasted at home. I had a busy morning at my office in Harley Street. It was after 11 before the last of my appointments was over. And still no news of Holmes.
Did you ring Dr. Watson?
Oh, Parsons. Is there anyone waiting? I have to be in Baker Street at noon.
There's one person in the waiting room, Doctor. A lady, sir, and she wants to see you most particular.
Hey, what about?
She didn't say, sir, only she said it was of utmost importance to her if you'd see her, sir.
Oh, very well, I'll see her and call a cab for me at the same time and have it wait. Show the lady in.
Yes, sir. This way, ma'am. This way.
Ah, Doctor, it's awfully good of you to see me. I'm Mrs. H. DeWitt Seaton. Dear me, I didn't bring my card case. Or if I did, I've lost it.
Don't trouble about a card, Mrs. Seaton.
They said you were Mr. Holmes' friend. Several people told me that. Several. They advised me to ask you where I could find him today, this morning. And everything depends on it, Doctor. Everything.
I'd go to Mr. Holmes at once.
But I've been and he wasn't there.
You went to Mr. Holmes' house?
Yes, in Baker Street. That's why I came to you. They said he might be here.
No, he isn't here.
But don't you expect him this morning?
No, there's no possibility of Mr. Holmes coming as far as I know.
But couldn't you get him to come? It would be such a great favor to me. I'm almost worn out with going about him with this dreadful anxiety. If you could get word to Mr. Holmes to come.
I could not get him to come, madam, and I beg you to excuse me. I'm going out myself on urgent business. I have no idea where Mr. Holmes could be. What's that, Parsons?
It sounded like an accident, sir.
Probably nothing more than a broken-down hansom. See what it is, Bud.
That's the bell, sir. Somebody's hurt, sir, and they're wanting you.
Well, don't allow anybody to come in. I have no more time.
Very well, sir.
But they're coming in, Doctor.
Let the young man come in, Sarge. Yeah, to bring him in. There ain't nowhere else for him to go. Can't the doctor's off his business, and he can't come in when he's there.
The doctors can't see anybody.
He's got to come in. We can't leave him out in the street, can we?
All right, help him in, Parsons.
Oh, Doctor, isn't it frightful? Can I be of some use,
None
Doctor?
whatever, none whatever.
But, Doctor, I must see the poor fellow.
Oh, my leg.
Right this way, sir. Be careful of the sill, sir. That's it.
It's a accident. You can't help a accident. Oh, you can't. That's plain enough. He was on the wrong side of the street, he was.
Now, over to this chair.
No, I'll sit here.
No, this is the chair, sir.
Don't you suppose I know where I want to sit down? You'll sit down here. That isn't the doctor. The doctor will have a look at you. Here's the doctor. That isn't the doctor. Yes, it is a doctor. Here, doctor. You just come and have a look at this old bloke, will you? He's hurt himself a little in... are you a cabman? Yes, I'm the cabman. Well, I'll have you arrested for this. Arrested? Arrested! You can't arrest me. No, I can't, but somebody else can. Where's my hat? My hat! Never mind your hat. I will mind my hat. I'll hold you responsible. There's your hat in your hand. Go on, sit down. That isn't my hat. Here, you're responsible. I'll have you arrested. Here, come back. I'll go and stick around here. You know, I got to go and attend to that meeting all. Bring your horse in here. I want to speak to him. Conspiracy. I won't stay in this place. If I ever get out of here alive... There, what are you staring at me for, lady?
Parsons, tell that cab to wait for me. I must see if he's badly hurt.
Yes, sir.
Now, my friend, if you'll sit quiet for one moment, I'll have a look at you. Well, stay still, will you? Well, how can I...
Remarkable weather we're having, eh, Doctor?
Holmes. What on earth?
How about having me remove some of this ridiculous disguise, Watson?
Holmes. Is that you?
Quite so, my dear fellow, quite so.
Holmes.
Watson, don't get out that window. Look out, the blind.
What do you want me to do?
Nothing. It's already been done by Mrs. Larrabee here.
Look out, Holmes. She can get out that way.
I don't think so, Watson. Foreman.
I've got her, sir.
Good work, Foreman. Now take this lady in charge.
Yes, sir.
Very good, Foreman. Wait for me outside.
Yes, sir.
Oh, Watson, my dear fellow, I regret to say that up to the present time, Professor Moriarty himself has not risen to the bait.
Where do you think he is?
In the open streets, under some clever disguise. Watching for a chance to get at me.
And was this woman sent in here?
Quite so. A spy. To let them know by some signal if she found me in the house. Now they know. Pull down that blind, Watson. I don't care to be shot at from the street. I imagine we shall hear from Professor Moriarty very soon now.
Mr. Holmes!
What did I tell you?
He's come, sir.
From where?
The house across the street. He was in there watching these windows. He must have seen something, for he's just come out. There was a cab waiting in front of this house, sir, and he's climbed up and changed places with the driver.
Get out again quick, Billy, and keep your eye on him.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Watson, could you let me have a rather heavy portmanteau for a few moments? I won't do it any harm.
Parsons, my large Gladstone over there in the corner. Bring it here, please.
Yes, sir. Here you are, sir. Here's the portmanteau.
Thank you, Parsons. Put it down there. Thank you so much. Parsons, you ordered a cab for the doctor a short time ago. It's been waiting, I believe.
Yes, sir. I think it has, sir.
Be so good as to tell the driver to come in here and get a valise. When he comes, tell him that's the one.
Very good, sir.
My dear Watson, times like these you should tell your man never to take the first cab that comes on call, nor yet the second. The third may be safe.
But Holmes,
All right, I'm coming.
Here it is, cabby. Here, right in this way.
This bag I want taken down,
Right, you are,
street.
Governor. Right.
All right. Goodbye, Watson. Bye, Watson, old fella. Wait a minute, driver. Pretty heavy, I'm afraid. Let me help you. Watson, I'll write to you from Budapest.
Yes, but
here, driver. Just let me tighten up these straps a bit. There we are, that's right. I'll hold it, driver. You pull the strap. A few little things in this bag that I wouldn't like to lose.
Right, you will, sir.
And it's just as well to make quite sure. Is it not, Professor Moriarty? By means of a simple pair of handcuffs.
Blast you, Holmes. Do you imagine, Sherlock Holmes, that this is the end?
I ventured to dream that it might be.
Are you quite sure the police will be able to hold me?
Professor Moriarty, I'm quite sure of nothing. Take him away, Foreman. And so, my dear Watson, ends the strange case of Miss Alice Faulkner.
Well, what about the letters?
Oh, the letters. They were returned to their rightful owner over an hour ago. I suspected from the start that Miss Faulkner was really a nice girl at heart. Ah, dear.
What is it, Holmes?
I was just reflecting, my dear Watson. With Moriarty out of the way, London, from the point of view of the criminal expert, it's likely to become a singularly uninteresting city. One's morning paper, a veritable wilderness of boredom.
Mr. Holmes, Mr. Holmes.
Yes, Billy?
There's a lady, sir. Been waiting for an hour. Says she's got to see you, sir. Case of murder, she says. She's got a face veiled.
From which I deduce that she is a lady of over 41 and less than 45, of a strange, dark beauty and considerable social eminence. And that she has lived for some years in the Near East. And that she is now wearing a large blood ruby on the second finger of her left hand.
Holmes, how do you know these things? It's amazing.
Elementary, my dear Watson. Elementary. The child's play of deduction.
Again tonight, the Columbia Broadcasting System, through its affiliated stations coast to coast, has brought you Orson Welles and the Mercury Theater on the Air, the 12th production in this unique series featuring Broadway's and radio's most celebrated theatrical producing company. This evening, the play was Orson Welles' own adaptation of William Gillette's Sherlock Holmes. In the cast, Dr. Watson, played by Ray Collins, Alice Faulkner by Mary Taylor, Madge Larrabee by Brenda Forbes, James Larrabee by Edgar Barrier, Inspector Foreman by Morgan Farley, Cragen by Richard Wilson, Brassic by Alfred Shirley, Leary by William Allen, Billy by Arthur Anderson, Professor Moriarty by Eustace Wyatt, and Sherlock Holmes by Orson Welles. The orchestra was conducted by Bernard Herrmann, and the production was supervised for CBS by Davidson Taylor. Your announcer is Frank Gallup.
From Hollywood, the NBC Theater presents
Screen Director's Assignment. Production, Hold Back the Dawn. Director, Mitchell Lyson. Stars, Charles Boyer, Vanessa Brown.
The Hollywood Screen Directors present a story fashioned for the heart. Hold Back the Dawn, starring Charles Boyer with Vanessa Brown, and introducing the director of the film, Mitchell Lyson. some weeks ago, the NBC Theater introduced one of Hollywood's most expert directors of motion picture comedy. Tonight, he is our guest once again, as we present a film story of a quite different character. Thus, an impressive versatility is limelighted by the contrast between comedy and romantic drama, two forms of entertainment vividly directed by the same artist. Ladies and gentlemen, the director of such excellent films as Lady in the Dark, Kitty, To Each His Own, and tonight's story, Hold Back the Dawn, Mr. Mitchell Lyson.
Thank you. Hold Back the Dawn was a rather unusual film which tried to tell a story of how a motion picture is made. And that's how I happened to end up in front of the camera myself, managing somehow to act the part. My job in the opening sequence was to listen as a fascinating rascal down on his luck tried to sell his story to motion pictures. Hold Back the Dawn is the story he told me. And now, Charles Boyer, starring in his original role of George Iscovescu, with Vanessa Brown as Emmy.
On one side of the high wire fence, standing in the desert heat, the stars and stripes flutter in the sunshine. For many waiting on the Mexican side, that flag is the goal, the soil it flies over, the dream. To George Iscovescu, barely within the law, international confidence man, gigolo, it merely means another people to exploit. But in his interview with the American consul on the Mexican side, George Iscovescu has met defeat for the third time in a year. Bewildered, despairing at last, George Iscovescu leaves the office of the consul. A very relaxed, cynical stranger speaks to him as he comes into the waiting room.
Well, how did it go, Iscovescu?
I beg your pardon?
Any luck this time?
Luck? I must wait 7 more years to enter the United States.
The Romanian quota is very small and very crowded.
Yes, I know that. But 7 years in this heat, this filth, with these flies, the prison sentence.
What are your plans?
Oh, I don't know. Find a cheaper hotel. Wait.
Try the Hotel Esperanza. Paint is peeling, the faucets drip. There are no shades on the light bulbs. But what do you expect at $1 a day? If you can get a room.
Is such a wretched place hard to get into?
Yeah, it's crammed with people wanting to get into the States.
The Esperanza.
Yeah, tell him I sent you.
Who are you?
Inspector Hammock.
Inspector Hammock?
Of the United States Immigration Department, yeah. Good luck, Iscovescu.
Why don't you watch where you're driving?
Why don't you watch where you're walking?
You American tourists with your high-powered station wagons.
This isn't a high-powered station wagon, and it isn't mine. I borrowed it from the school.
You don't also deny that you're an American, do you?
I gather you don't like Americans.
Very little.
Well, I'm sorry. Good day. And the next time, watch where you're... Oh, my station wagon!
And the next time, madam, watch where you're going.
Oh, what a mess.
Good day. Bartender, tequila here.
And now we present the dance sensation of the Riviera.
Anita!
And Iscovescu.
Anita! Well, how good to see you again. How on earth? Wait, the last time we were together was in 1939 in Cannes.
Ah, you remember that.
Oh, yes, of course.
Where are you staying, George?
Oh, a charming drain pipe known as the Esperanza.
I served time there.
Oh, how long for your quota?
I don't know. I didn't wait for my quota.
How did you get in?
You see this diamond ring?
Magnificent.
I married an American, a jockey of all things.
And what?
And simple. Marry an American and you get into the country in 4 weeks.
As easy as that?
This town is full of American women, George. Once over the border, you just get a divorce.
Did you?
Of course. In America, we could be wonderful together, George.
Bartender, anything the lady wants. I must go.
No, George, where?
The village garage. I have a sudden definite interest in a wrecked station wagon there. Oh, excuse me, madam.
What? Oh, it's you again.
Yes, I had to come here. You see, I feel partly to blame for your car being here in the garage.
Don't upset yourself about it.
No, please. I'm very sorry to have helped spoil your vacation.
Weekend. I've only the weekend off from school.
A student?
Oh, no, I'm a teacher.
Oh.
In fact, I even borrowed the station wagon from school. And now look at it.
Oh, I'm sincerely sorry.
Well, I'd better make a phone call. My folks at home will be worried about me.
Yes, of course they will. Your parents? And perhaps your husband?
Oh, no, I'm not married.
My name is Iscovescu.
I'm Miss Brown.
George Iscovescu.
Emmy Brown.
That's much better now.
You see, we Americans aren't really so awful.
Miss Brown, would you take off your hat, please?
Why, what an odd request.
Wouldn't the school board approve?
Well, all right. There.
Amazing.
What?
She had the same hair, only it was always blown by the wind that winter at St. Moritz.
Who were you talking about?
Miss Brown, you thought I was bitter when we met today.
You weren't sweet.
It was because I saw another woman in your face. Margot.
Margot?
Yes, Margot. Oh, that's over now. Keep looking at me, please. It's like a clean, fresh mountain breeze on a stifling day.
You're the strangest man.
Perhaps the loneliest.
Well, I think perhaps I'd better be looking for lodgings if I'm not going to spend the night in the marketplace.
Let me try at Esperanza. I have some influence there.
Come in, George.
Anita. What are you doing in my room, Anita?
I took the room next door, and the connecting door was unlocked.
Oh, so you take the only remaining room in the hotel. No wonder Miss Brown must spend the night on a leather couch in the lobby.
Miss Brown.
Well, never mind. What do you want?
I've been thinking about you, darling. How you held me when we danced. Those gigolo eyes of yours. You cold, selfish, scheming, exciting. Oh, George, we could be wonderful together.
Anita, you can help me.
How?
That wedding ring on your finger.
What do you want it for? Miss Brown?
Of course. Time is short. I told you she's asleep on a couch in the lobby. I must speak to her. And I must have the ring. Understand?
Take it.
Thank you.
Any means at all to accomplish our end, George. Good luck with Miss Brown.
Amy. Miss Brown.
Oh, is it morning?
No, but I've been sitting here all night, Miss Brown, watching you sleep on that couch.
Oh, no. You've no right to be here.
No right to be here. No right to sit watching your face, learning it like a poem.
Oh, you must go away, please, right now.
Oh, you mustn't be afraid, Miss Brown. We're alike, we two. Like two trains, halted for a moment at some mysterious station in the darkness, but we're going in different directions. We can't change our course any more than we can hold back the dawn.
It is getting light, isn't it?
Yes, soon they'll be waking up. The shops will open. Your car will be repaired. And you will be gone forever. But to have seen you was to see the sun rise once more. To hear the enchantment of a woman's voice. To feel her nearness. The warmth of her lips.
No, please.
Look at your hand, Emmy. The left one.
A wedding ring.
Yes. I put it on your hand while you slept. It was my mother's.
How sweet.
Amy, I've been so terribly lonesome.
Other people are lonesome too, George. And I've always known deep in my heart that someday there'd be someone waiting for me. Even at the end of the world.
And is this that end of the world, Amy?
And the beginning, George.
Oh, Amy, my darling. See, it's growing light.
Morning. You were right, darling. We couldn't hold back the dawn. For here it comes at last.
Yes, at last.
You are listening to the Hollywood Screen Directors presentation of Hold Back the Dawn, starring Charles Boyer with Vanessa Brown, and introducing the director of the film, Mitchell Lyson.
George, darling, order me another drink and listen to this. It's too precious.
Now, Anita, perhaps I should resent you reading my wife's letters aloud to me in a bar.
Oh, but listen, will you? 4 more weeks, darling, and then you can join me here in California, and we'll be together forever. Lovingly, darling, your wife, Amy.
My wife is wonderful. Never see her? Write her a few letters? Call her up once or twice? And once across the border...
We'll be on our merry way to New York.
With a short stop in Azusa. Half an hour, long enough to tell Amy of a love that was too great to last. A mistake that was too lovely not to have been made.
That she was too good and you were too low.
Half an hour, Anita. She'll brush up like a drop of rain.
Oh, you swine.
Everybody having a good time?
Uh-oh. Inspector Hammer.
Hello, folks. Hello, Escovescu. Remember me?
Oh, of course. The immigration officer.
How's the hotel I recommended?
Pithy?
How are you, Anita? How's your husband?
Fine.
Is he still in the cast?
Cast? What cast?
You mean you don't know he was hurt in a race at Santa Anita?
We are divorced.
No. That beautiful love match? Isn't it a shame how love cools off the minute people get into the United States?
Well, will you excuse me, please? I really must...
From now on, we're going to be very harsh on people who marry for immigration and not for love.
Well, excuse me, I just remembered I must write several important letters in my room. Forgive me, please.
Surprise, George.
Amy.
Surprise.
Amy, but I wasn't expecting you.
I know. I brought you a wedding cake.
Oh, all the way from Azusa?
Mother baked it.
Oh, bless her.
My principal gave me a week off for a honeymoon with you. He gave me the station wagon again.
Bless him, too.
I'm going to stay here a whole week with you.
Stay here? A week? Oh, no.
Well, what's the matter, dear?
Well, I won't let you stay here. You see, it's horrible.
I don't mind.
Oh, this place is for cockroaches, for despair, for hammocks.
Hammocks?
Well, did I say that? It's a kind of scorpion. Yes, this is in every respect no place for us to begin our lives together.
Oh, George.
Darling, you came for a honeymoon? We'll go on a honeymoon. A whole week.
George, darling, listen to the windshield wipers.
Well, they're all right, aren't they?
Listen to their rhythm. They seem to be saying, together, 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 together. Can you hear it?
Yes, I can hear it.
Oh, George. There's a sweet old Mexican church. I'd like to go in for a minute. Please.
All right, if you like.
I'm sorry if I cried in church, George. I was so happy.
I'm very glad.
George, this olive tree beside the walk.
Yes?
Stop here. They say if married couples shake the tree, however many olives fall, they'll have that many children.
That's a foolish legend, Emmy.
Then let's be foolish, George. Shake the tree.
Very well. Very well.
1, 2, 3. 3 olives.
Boys or girls?
Well, this one is Joshua, after my father. This one's Helen because I always wanted to be named Helen. I hate Emmy. And this one? What was your father's name?
Gregor.
He shall be Gregor. George.
Yes, Emmy?
Kiss me.
Oh, in front of the 3 children?
Yes?
So be it, Emmy.
Thank you, George.
You are a curious thing.
I love my husband very much.
It's very strange, but kissing you just now was like kissing fresh snow.
Nice. Sleeping in the station wagon like this.
Well, I'm not sure yet. Romanian I am, but gypsy I am not.
It's a beauteous evening. Calm and free. The holy time is quiet as a nun.
All of these evenings have been lovely.
But tomorrow, our honeymoon's over. I must go back to the States.
Yes, but only 3 more weeks apart.
I wonder how the immigration authorities would like to be without their wives for 3 weeks.
I've seen their wives. They liked it very much.
Good night, darling.
Good night, Emmy.
I love my husband very much. The Esperanza again. Oh, I hate to see this come to an end.
We'll be together again in 3 weeks. Now, you run up to your room and freshen up. You know you've got a 5-hour drive ahead of you. I'll attend to the car for you.
I'll only be a few minutes, George.
All right.
George!
Anita!
Welcome back. Great news, George. We're leaving for New York and the Club Casanova just as soon as you're over the border.
No, I'm not going right on to New York.
The stopover in Azusa will only be a half hour, you said.
It will be however long it takes.
Oh, George, don't tell me you like that girl.
Well, let's say I like her enough not to behave like a complete swine for once in my life. I'll join you in New York when I can.
No, George. I will not stand in Times Square and whistle for you.
Now, listen to me.
I'll buzz and rattle, George, like a rattlesnake.
Anita.
Don't tread on me, George. Don't tread on me. May I come in?
Of course. Who are you?
You are Mrs. Escovescu?
Yes, why?
I'd like you to return my wedding ring.
What would I be doing with your ring?
You're wearing it.
This?
That.
It belonged to my husband's mother.
Isn't George wonderful? He always knows how to pluck a heartstring.
What are you talking about? Tell me.
Darling, it was all my idea.
What idea? Tell me.
About his marrying you just to get across the border.
July.
Read the engraving inside the ring. To Toots for keeps.
Get out.
No.
Sit down, dear. This is going to be all about you and me and just lots of other women. And George and love. And immigration, darling. Immigration.
Emmy, may I come in?
Come in, George.
Well, the car is all ready to go, dear. And I've just come up to tell...
George. Anita was just here.
Yes?
She told me everything.
What did she tell you?
About the ring. About all the other women. About the way you made your living. About marrying me just to get into the United States.
True enough. Are you going to expose me to the immigration authorities?
No.
Thank you, Emmy. Always been full of words. Large, fancy words. Now, just one word. Thanks.
I've always been full of words, too. Not very fancy. Now just one word, George. Goodbye.
George, can't you do anything beside lie on that bed all day and smoke cigarettes and stare at the ceiling?
Please, Anita, quiet.
George, you look strange.
Be quiet.
You're staring at...
Emmy.
Emmy?
Emmy, be careful. Look out.
George, what's the matter? Are you sick or something?
Huh? Anita, something's happened to Emmy on the road. All at once I saw her. The car spinning and skidding. The brakes screaming.
Oh, nonsense.
I wonder.
I'll go, George.
No, I'll go.
Iskovescu.
What, Inspector?
I'm sorry.
My wife? Tell me. My wife?
There's been an accident.
Oh, no.
Where is she?
At General Hospital, Los Angeles.
Must have a car.
You can't cross the border, man.
Who's got a car? Anita, who can lend me a car?
Laura is downstairs at the desk.
Now, get out of my way.
You can't crash the border, man. We'll bring you back and never let you in again.
Get out of my way, I said.
Mr. Iskovescu?
Yes, Doctor. How is she? Where's my wife?
In here, but I must tell you, she has no will to live. There's no fight in her, no spirit. She hasn't spoken since we brought her in.
Oh, is this a room?
Do what you can.
Yes, thank you, Doctor. Emmy, it's George. I'm here, darling. Emmy, you hear me, dearest? I'm here. We're together. Remember? That night, the car, the rain, the windshield wiper speaking to us. Remember? Together. Now try to breathe. Together. Remember, Emmy? George! No. Rest. You must sleep.
Good morning, Mr. Iskovescu.
Good morning, Doctor. I was just going in to see my wife again. How is she?
Your seeing her yesterday worked wonders.
May I go in now?
Certainly.
Thank you, Doctor.
Just a minute there, Iskovescu.
Inspector Hammond.
You crashed the border.
I know.
I came up after you.
Naturally.
You'll never get into the States now.
Good enough.
Unless I forget what I saw. If I can't remember the incident, I can't report it, can I?
Inspector Hammond, you...
Save it. You're the husband of an American wife. You're made for each other. And she's in there. Don't keep an American woman waiting, Iskovescu. They don't like it.
Thank you, Inspector.
Good luck, Iskovescu.
George, we are together.
Yes, my darling. Always and forever.
George.
Emmy, do you know, I love my wife very much.
Our guests will return in just a moment. Next week, the NBC Theater indulges in a little keyhole peeping, all for the sake of laughter. As for the first time on the air, we present the Columbia Pictures comedy, Her Husband's Affairs, and our star will be Lucille Ball. And now, here are tonight's stars, Charles Boyer and Vanessa Brown, and screen director Mitchell Lyson.
Vanessa, you know, one of the most instructive things about working with Mitchell Lyson was seeing a director become an actor.
Did Mr. Lyson really act in Hold Back the Dawn?
Oh, yes, and a very difficult role. He played the part of Mitchell Lyson.
Probably the most abominable casting I've ever done.
Vanessa, as a director, Mitch told us that we must always be prepared to improvise something if we forget our lines.
Certainly, it's the easiest thing in the world.
Certainly. So, when we did the picture, Mitch very carefully memorized his part and then walked in front of the camera for our scene together. And then, do you know what happened?
What?
Nothing.
I forgot my lines.
Well, didn't you improvise something, Mr. Lyson?
Oh, only the most pained expression I've ever seen on a director's face.
So you did the scene again?
Oh, yes, to be precise, 5 times.
Look, I have only one thing to say in my defense.
And that is, Mr. Lyson?
Everything was the director's fault.
No, Mitch, the director was one of the finest in Hollywood. Good night, everyone.
Good night.
Good night.
And good night to you, Charles Boyer, Vanessa Brown, and Mitchell Lyson. Hold Back the Dawn was presented to the courtesy of Paramount Pictures, whose current release is the Technicolor production Streets of Laredo, starring William Holden, William Bendix, and MacDonald Carey, having its world premiere in Laredo, Texas, tomorrow night. Vanessa Brown will soon be seen in the Paramount William Wyler production, The Heiress. Mitchell Lyson's current production is Bride of Vengeance, starring Paulette Goddard, John Lund, and MacDonald Carey. Included in tonight's cast were Raymond Burr, John Daner, and Gene Bates. Hold Back the Dawn was adapted for radio by Milton Geiger, and original music was composed and conducted by Henry Russell. Production was under the supervision of Howard Wiley, associate producer Bill Karn. Your announcer has been Frank Barton. Listen again next week when the NBC Theater presents
Screen Director's Assignment, Production, Her Husband's Affairs, Director S. Sylvan Simon, Star Lucille Ball.
The NBC Theater came to you from Hollywood. This is NBC, the
The makers of Campbell's Soups present the Campbell Playhouse. Orson Welles, producer. Good evening, everyone. This is Edwin C. Hill, and I bring you exciting news. Tonight, Orson Welles takes over the direction of the Campbell Playhouse and offers you as his first production America's bestseller, Daphne du Maurier's Rebecca, with a great star, Margaret Sullivan. Exciting news indeed, for I am here to welcome the white hope of the American stage as the director and star of the Campbell Playhouse, who writes his own radio scripts and directs them and makes them live and breathe with the warmth of his genius. There is no time to adventure into the story of his life, and that's too bad, because it is a tale that combines the best features of Baron Munchausen and Alice in Wonderland. And if ever a boy was born for an actor, he was. At 13, he was directing the troopers in the Todd School for Boys at Woodstock, Illinois, where he produced 30 plays. At 16, he was playing leading parts in Dublin at the famous Gate and Peacock and Abbey theaters. His American career is really too recent and too well known to recount here. He's been the leading man with Catherine Cornell. With John Houseman, he founded the Mercury Theater and has operated it with magical success. He had 4 hits last year on Broadway, which beats Noel Cowell's record From Here to Kalamazoo. And he's generally recognized today as being the most gifted stage director and actor of our time. His radio productions have attracted universal attention. His broadcasts of the War of the Worlds last month, which I dare say you remember, made radio history and a national sensation. Why did a fantastic story of an utterly imaginary invasion from Mars produce this totally unexpected result? The result, Mr. Wells, of course, greatly regretted. It was because, as in all his radio productions, Orson Welles is a master of realism over the air and radio. Unique, exciting. He shocked you. He sent the cold shivers racing up your spine. But that is not the thing he does best, or best likes to do. He loves to tell a story, a great human story, welling up from the heart, brimming with deep and sincere emotion, and lively with comedy. And such are the stories, thrilling, delightful, amusing, he will bring to the Campbell Playhouse. And because of all his gifts, his genius at playwriting, his ambition, his dynamic direction, his amazing character acting, he has been selected by Campbell's as the ideal man to conduct the Campbell Playhouse. And so tonight, Orson Welles makes his bow as the outstanding program director of the air. And I have the very great pleasure of presenting him now, Mr. Orson Welles.
Thank you, Mr. Hill. It's a great big chance for me and a great big challenge. I have faith in radio, and the makers of Campbell's Soups have enough confidence in me to give me the direction of the Campbell Playhouse. Let's hope nobody is mistaken.
Mr. Wells, could you tell us something of your aims, perhaps something of the kind of thing you hope to do with the Campbell Playhouse?
Well, everybody likes a good story, and I think radio is just about the best storyteller there is. The Campbell Playhouse is dedicated to the radio production of good stories. Stories from everywhere, from the stage, from moving pictures, and from literature. Next week, for example, we're doing a comedy, Call It a Day, and then Campbell's annual Christmas present to America, Lionel Barrymore in Dickens' immortal A Christmas Carol. And after that, there'll be Counselor at Law, a very human portrait of present-day people, Aerosmith by Sinclair Lewis with Helen Hayes, William Archer's The Green Goddess, Hector MacArthur's hilarious 20th Century. In other words, all kinds of stories, mostly modern, and all of them chosen for their suitability to this medium. That's about all, except I'm going to try to tell them just as well as I know how.
Oh, I know you'll ring the bell.
You know, the makers of Campbell Soups don't believe in all this talk about the radio audience having the average mentality of an 8-year-old child. They think the radio listeners are the same people that go to the pictures in the theater and read books. They reason that even the most popular radio entertainment should be addressed to the adult citizenry of America. I can only hope that what I do with the Campbell Playhouse will prove how much they mean it and how right they are.
I know it will. And now, just before you ring up the curtain on the first act, will you give us a word or two about the play?
Gladly, Mr. Hill, but if you'll pardon me, it's not a play, it's a story. You see, I think that radio broadcasting is different from motion pictures and the theater, and I'd like to keep it that way. The Campbell Playhouse is situated in a regular studio, not a theater. We have no curtain, real or imaginary, and as you see, no audience. There's only one illusion I'd like to create. The illusion of the story.
But the star, too, is important, Mr. Wells. Is that not so?
Oh, yes, indeed. And I'd like to say how very fortunate I am in having with me tonight the loveliness and the magic gift of Miss Margaret Sullivan. For Miss Sullivan is my first choice for a great part, and a great part it is, too. The most coveted of the season. The Scarlett O'Hara of 1938. The heroine of Daphne du Maurier's best-selling novel, Rebecca. Rebecca is going to be made into a movie by David Selznick. It ought to be one of the 10 best. It's this year's contender for the 5-foot shelf. Your best bet for anything from a weekend to a desert island, and it's a book you should read. The ideal Christmas gift to yourself. Miss du Maurier has flattered me with her confidence in permitting the Campbell Playhouse the great privilege of making for radio the first dramatization of her book. I'm meeting her for the first time tonight, before this broadcast is over, by special shortwave communication. She'll speak to us from London. So, ladies and gentlemen, and Miss du Maurier, the Campbell Playhouse is obediently yours.
The Campbell Playhouse presents Rebecca, starring Margaret Sullivan and Orson Welles.
We can never go back to Mandalay again. The past is still too close to us. The things we have tried to forget and put behind us will stir once more. But sometimes in my dreams I go to Mandalay again. I see the house, the gray stone shining in the moonlight of my dream. The terrace slopes to the lawn, and the lawn stretched to the sea, like a sheet of silver under the moon. Light comes from the windows. The curtains blow softly in the night air. And there in the library, the door stands half open, as if we had left it, with my handkerchief on the table beside the bowl of autumn roses, and the charred embers of our log fire still smoldering against the morning. I wonder what my life would be today if Mrs. Van Hopper hadn't been a snob.
Mandalay, my dear. Why, even you must have heard of Mandalay. That's Max DeWitter at the table next to us, the man who owns Mandalay. They say he can't get over his wife's death, an appalling tragedy. The papers were full of it, of course. They say he never talks about it, never mentions her name. She was drowned, you know, in a bay near Mandalay.
Oh, Mrs. Van Hopper, I know he can hear you.
Nonsense, my dear. Go up to my room quickly and find that letter from my nephew. You know, the one written on his honeymoon with the snapshot? Bring it down to me right away.
Oh, Van Hopper, I don't
Go
really...
on, my dear, do what you're told. Don't argue. Hurry.
When I came down, she had him sitting beside her on the sofa. He looked like no other man I'd ever seen. A man out of a long, distant past.
Oh, there you are, my dear. This is Mr. DeWinter. Mr. DeWinter's having coffee with us.
How do you do?
You know I recognize you, Mr. DeWinter, just as soon as you walked into the restaurant, and I thought, why, there's Mr. DeWinter, Billy's friend. I simply must show him those snapshots of Billy and his bride taken on their honeymoon. Look, here are the snaps. Here they are sunbathing at Palm Beach. He met her at that party where I first met you at Claridge's in London. But I dare say you don't remember an old woman like me.
On the contrary, I remember you very well. Excellent snapshots. Bride's very pretty. I don't think I should care for Palm Beach.
Well, of course, if one had a home like Mandalay, I'm told Mandalay's like fairyland. There's no other word for it. I wonder you can ever bear to leave it. Mr. DeWinter is so modest he won't admit it, but he has one of the loveliest homes in England. They say that the Minstrel Gallery at Mandalay is a gem, and the gardens are simply the most perfect.
The next morning, Mrs. Van Hopper woke up with a sore throat and a temperature. At noon, I went down to the restaurant alone. I expected it to be empty. Nobody lunched generally before 1 o'clock. He was sitting at the table next to ours. I sat down looking straight before me. I unfolded my napkin and knocked over the vase of flowers on my table.
Oh, you can't sit at a wet tablecloth. Come on, get up. Waiter, I said you'll have lunch with me.
No, I couldn't possibly.
Why not?
Well, you're being polite, but really...
I'm not being polite. I'd like you to have lunch with me.
You're very kind.
You don't believe me? Well, never mind. Come on, sit down. We needn't talk to each other unless we feel like it. Tell me your friend. She seems a good deal older than you. What is she? A relation? Have you known her long?
She isn't really a friend. She's an employer. You see, I'm what's called a companion. She pays me £90 a year.
I didn't know one could buy companionship. What do you do it for?
£90 is a lot of money.
How old are you?
19.
And you're not afraid of the future?
No.
Haven't you any family?
No, they're dead.
Well, we've got a bond in common, you and I. We're both alone in the world. I have no companion. I shall have to congratulate Mrs. Van Hopper. You're cheap at £90 a year.
You forget. You have a home, and I have none.
An empty house, my dear, can be as lonely as a full hotel. The trouble is that it's less impersonal.
I remember the feel of the leather seats in his car as we drove in the afternoons along the Mediterranean. I remember still my ill-fitting flannel suit Now the skirt was lighter than the coat. I remember now, glancing at my watch, I would think to myself, this moment now at 20 minutes past 3, this must never be lost. Never.
You're a very silent companion. What are you thinking?
I wish I were a woman of about 36, dressed in black satin with a string of pearls.
You wouldn't be in this car with me if you were.
Mr. De Winter, you're going to think me impertinent and rude, I dare say. But I would like to know why you asked me to come out in the car day after day. You're being kind, that's obvious, but why do you choose me for your charity?
Because you're not dressed in black satin with a string of pearls, nor are you 36.
It's not fair. Everything there is to know about me. That's not much, I admit, because I haven't been alive very long and nothing very much has happened to me, except people dying. But you, I know nothing more about you than I did when we met.
And what did you know then?
Well, that you lived at Mandalay and that you had lost your wife.
Yes. My memories are bitter. I prefer to ignore them. Something happened to me a year ago that altered my whole life, and I want to forget my existence up to that time. Those days are finished. They're blotted out. I want to begin living all over again.
Oh, I'm so sorry. You've been so kind to me. I didn't mean to remind you of...
your puritanical, tight-lipped little speeches and your talk about kindness and charity. I asked you to come with me because I want you in your company, and if you don't believe me, you can leave the car now and find your own way home. Go on. Open the door and get out. Well, what are you going to do about it?
Please, drive me home.
Well, suppose you're young enough to be my daughter. I don't know how to deal with you. Forget all I said to you just now. That's all finished and done with. Don't let's ever think of it again. My family used to call me Maxim. I'd like you to do the same. You've been formal long enough. What do you want? Something the matter?
I've come to say goodbye. We're going this morning.
Come in. Shut the door. What are you talking about?
It's true. We're leaving today. I was afraid I wouldn't see you. I felt I must see you again to thank you.
Why didn't you tell me this before?
Well, Mrs. Van Hopper only decided today. Her daughter sails from New York on Saturday, and we're going with her.
She's taking you with her to New York?
Yes, and I don't want to go. I shall hate it. I shall be miserable.
Well, why in heaven's name go? Sit down with me while I eat my breakfast. Have you had yours?
Yes, I really haven't time. I ought to be downstairs now, getting the tickets.
You can sit with me for 5 minutes.
Oh, I shouldn't.
So, Mrs. Van Hopper's had enough of Monte Carlo. Now she wants to go home. And so do I. She to New York, I to Mandalay. Which would you prefer? Take your choice.
Please don't make a joke about it. It's unfair.
If you think I'm one of those people who tries to be funny before breakfast, you're wrong. I repeat, the choice is open to you. Either you go to America with Mrs. Van Hopper, or you come home to Mandalay with me.
Do you mean you're the secretary or something?
No. I'm asking you to marry me, you little fool.
I don't understand. I'm not the sort of person men marry.
What the devil do you mean?
I'm not sure. I don't think I know how to explain. I don't belong to your sort of world.
What is my world?
Well, Mandalay. You know what I mean.
You think I'm asking you to marry me for the same reason you thought I took you out in the car. To be kind, don't you?
Yes.
One day you may realize that philanthropy is not one of my strongest qualities. Are you going to marry me? My suggestion doesn't seem to have gone too well. I'm sorry. I rather thought you loved me.
I do love you. I love you dreadfully. I've been crying all morning because I thought I should never see you again.
Oh, so that's settled then. Instead of being companion to Mrs. Van Hopper, you become mine. And your duties will be almost exactly the same. I also like new library books and flowers in the drawing room and someone to pour my tea. And... Oh, I'm being rather a brute to you, aren't I? This isn't your idea of a proposal. We ought to be in a conservatory with you in a white frock with a rose in your hand and a violin playing a waltz in the distance. Poor darling, what a shame. Never mind. I'll take you to Venice for our honeymoon and we'll hold hands in a gondola, but we won't stay too long because I want to show you Mandalay.
Mandalay.
Now then, am I going to break the news to Mrs. Van Hopper, or are you?
Oh, no, you tell her. She'll be so angry.
I'll tell her. I'm not afraid. You wait for me here.
When he had gone, I looked around his room. There was a book on the table near his bed. I picked it up. On the title page was a dedication. Max, from Rebecca, May 17. Written in a curious, slanting hand. The ink had run too thick, so that the name Rebecca stood out black and strong. Rebecca. Rebecca.
We pause now on our Campbell Playhouse presentation of Rebecca. In just a moment, we will resume the story. But first, here is my associate of long standing, Ernest Chappell, with an important message.
Thank you, Mr. Hill. The time was, and it was not so long ago, when chicken was a rare and special treat. What magic the words chicken for dinner conjured up in our young minds, and how we looked forward to these great events. With proud gusto, Father would dexterously separate wings and legs and then carve tender white slices from the breast, while each of us silently prayed to be granted his special favorite part. And then on the second day there came another treat. The remaining meat and the carcass went into Mother's soup kettle, to be simmered slowly, seasoned gently, and served forth as a supper-time delight. Today, if you have wistful memories of that glorious old home chicken soup, then Campbell's chicken soup is just made for you. Because Campbell's chefs follow faithfully the good home recipe, only changing it to make an even better soup. They use, for example, all the good meat of the chickens, fine, plump chickens they are, too, such as you'd choose proudly for your own table. Such chicken soup with snowy rice and tender chicken pieces is a special treat indeed, but one you may enjoy on any day. Your grocer has Campbell's chicken soup, and it's yours for the asking. Remember, Campbell's chicken soup.
Now we return to the Campbell Playhouse presentation of Rebecca with Margaret Sullivan and Orson Welles.
We came to Mandalay in early May. There it was, the Mandalay I had expected, lovelier than I'd ever dreamed, built in its hollow of smooth grassland and mossy lawns, the terraces sloping to the gardens, and the gardens to the sea. A servant was standing on the steps waiting, an old man with a kind face.
Well, here we are, Fritz. Feeling well?
Yes, thank you, sir. Glad to see you home, sir, and hope you've been keeping well. And Madam, too.
Yes, we're both well. Thank you, Fritz. All the tired from the drive wanting our tea. Hello, Jasper, old man. Fritz, who are all these people? All the servants. I didn't expect this.
Mrs. Danvers' orders, sir.
Danvers? I might have guessed it. Come on, darling. Mrs. Danvers was Rebecca's housekeeper. She simply adored her. They're all curious to see what you're like. You won't mind, will you?
No.
Soon be over. My dear, this is Mrs. Danvers.
Mrs. Danvers took me to my room. She was a tall, gaunt woman dressed in black, with prominent cheekbones and great hollow eyes that gave her a skull's face, parchment white, set on a skeleton's frame. Her eyes never left mine.
Mandalay is a big place, madam. Not so big as some, of course, but big enough. And a show place. Mr. De Winter lets the public in to see it once a month.
You can't see the sea from here, can you?
No, not from this room. You can't even hear it. You did not know the sea was anywhere near. Not from this room.
I'm sorry about that. I like the sea.
Mr. De Winter gave special orders in his letter that you would have this room, madam.
Oh, then this was not his room originally.
No, madam. He's never used the rooms in this wing before.
Oh, he didn't tell me that. I suppose you've been at Mandalay for many years, Mrs. Danvers, longer than anyone else.
I came here when the first Mrs. De Winter was a bride.
Mrs. Danvers, you must have patience with me because this sort of life is new to me. You must just go on running things as they always have been run. I shan't want to make any changes.
You're here to carry out your orders, madam. I hope I shall do everything to your satisfaction. Can I do anything more for you now?
Oh, no, thank you, no. I am sure I have everything. I shall be very comfortable here. You've made the room so charming.
I only followed out Mr. De Winter's instructions. Of course, the most beautiful rooms are in the west wing, overlooking the sea. The bedroom is twice as large as this, and the windows look down across the lawns into the sea.
I suppose Mr. De Winter keeps the most beautiful rooms to show to the public.
Those rooms are never shown to the public. They used to live in those rooms when Mrs. De Winter was alive. That big room I was telling you about that looks down to the sea, that was Mrs. De Winter's room.
Next morning there was a heavy mist. Poured in through the open window. When I came down to breakfast, Maxim had already gone out.
Mrs. De Winter.
Yes, Fritz.
Mr. De Winter told me to tell you, madam, that he'd gone out with Mr. Crawley. Mr. Frank Crawley is Mr. De Winter's friend who manages the estate. Mr. De Winter said to tell you he'd be back for luncheon at 1.
Thank you. Oh, Fritz.
Yes, madam?
It seems rather cold this morning. I wonder if you'd please light the fire in the library for me.
The fire in the library is not usually lit until the afternoon, madam. Mrs. De Winter always used the morning room. She always did her telephoning and correspondence in there after breakfast. There's a good fire in there. If you should wish to have a fire in the library as well.
No. I wouldn't dream of it. I'll go into the morning room. Thank you, Fritz.
If you will allow me, madam, I will show you the way.
This was a woman's room. Graceful, fragile. The room of someone who had chosen every particle of furniture with great care. That is strange and startling kind of perfection. I opened a drawer at hazard, and there was a letter addressed to Mrs. M. De Winter.
Mrs. De Winter. Mrs. De Winter.
Who is it? What do you want?
Mrs. De Winter.
I'm afraid you've made a mistake. Mrs. De Winter has been dead for over a year.
It's Mrs. Danvers, madam. Mrs. Danvers. I'm speaking to you on the house telephone. It's about the menu. It's Mrs. Danvers speaking, madam.
After lunch, it was still raining. Frank Crawley and Maxim were in the library working. I got a raincoat out of the flower room and started out across the garden down towards the sea. Soon I was in the woods. The dog ran on ahead. The woods came right down to the water. At the fringe was a long, low building, half cottage, half boathouse. There was a buoy anchored there in the cove, but no boat. And there was Jasper wagging his tail at a solitary figure on the beach. As I drew near, I saw that the figure on the beach was a man with the small, slit eyes of an idiot and a red, wet mouth.
Today, dirty, honest.
I'm afraid it's not very nice weather. Jasper, come here.
Digging for shell. No shell here. Been digging all day.
I'm sorry you can't find any.
That's right. No shell here.
Come on, Jasper, good dog. Come on.
He won't go.
Why not?
He ain't your dog.
No, he's Mr. De Winter's dog. I want to take him back to the house. Come on, Jasper. Come along, good dog.
She ain't been here lately.
What do you mean?
The other one. You're not like the other one.
What do you mean, what other one?
Tall and dark, she was. She give you the feeling of a snake. By night she'd come down the cove, I seen it. I looked in on her once here in the boathouse, and she turned on me, she did. I thought she looking at me through the window. She had her put in a silence. She said, I won't say nothing, ma'am. I said, and I touched my cap like this here. She's gone now, ain't she?
I don't know what you mean.
She's gone in the sea, aren't she? She won't come back no more.
No, she'll not come back.
You won't put me in an asylum, will you? I never said nothing, did I? I never said nothing, ma'am. I never said nothing. I never said nothing.
Where did you get that piece of string?
I got it for Jasper. He ran away. I found it in the cottage on the beach.
Is the door open?
I pushed it open. The string was in the other room where the sails were.
Oh, I see. That cottage is supposed to be locked. The door has no business to be open. Did Ben tell you the door was open?
Ben?
Oh, never mind.
Maxim.
Yes, what is it?
I'm sorry I went down to the cove. If you didn't want me to go.
What makes you think I didn't want you to go down there?
Maxim, how should I know? I'm not a thought reader. I know you didn't want me to go. That's all. I could see it in your face.
See what in my face?
I've already told you I can see that you didn't want me to go.
You're quite right. I did not want you to go down to the cove. Will that please you? I never go near the place. If you had my memories, you wouldn't want to go there either, or talk about it, or even think about it. There. I hope that satisfied you.
Please, Maxim, please.
What's the matter?
I don't want you to look like that. Please, Maxim, let's forget all we said. I'm sorry, darling. Please let everything be all right.
We ought to have stayed in Italy. We ought never to have come back to Mandalay. I was a fool to come back.
The weather that May was wet and cold. From the terrace I could hear the murmur of the sea below me, low and sullen. And every morning a heavy fog would come rolling in from the sea. I could not forget that cottage on the beach and the white, lost look in Maxim's eyes. Somewhere at the back of my mind, a frightened, furtive seed of curiosity grew slowly and stealthily. Frank Crawley was in the library taking tea with me, waiting for Maxim to get home. There were things that I had to know.
You'll be down to the cove, then?
Yes, Frank. Frank, in that cottage down there, are those all Rebecca's things?
Yes.
I wondered. Why is the buoy there in the little harbor place?
The boat used to be moored there.
What boat?
Her boat.
Oh. What happened to it? Oh, was that the boat she was sailing when she was drowned?
Yes. It capsized and sank. She was washed overboard.
Couldn't someone have got out to her?
Nobody saw the accident. Nobody knew she'd gone. She often sailed alone at night.
How long afterwards was it they found her?
Oh, about 2 months.
Where did they find her?
Near Edgecombe. About 40 miles up channel.
How did they know it was she? After 2 months, how could they tell?
Maxim went up to Edgecombe to identify her.
Oh. Frank, I know what you're thinking. You can't understand why I ask all these questions just now. You think I'm being morbid and curious, but it's not that, I promise you. Only when I go to call on all these people, his friends, I know they're looking me up and down and thinking, what on earth does Maxim see in her? Always I know that whenever I meet anyone new, they say how different she is from Rebecca. Frank.
Yes?
There's just one more thing, one question I must ask you. Will you promise to answer it quite truthfully?
I'll do my best.
Tell me, was Rebecca very beautiful?
Yes. Yes, I suppose she was the most beautiful creature I ever saw in my life.
Here it is, madam. This is it. One moment while I turn on the light. Come in, madam.
Was this her room, Mrs. Danvers?
Yes, ma'am. This is her room. Now you're here, let me show you everything. I know you want to see it all. You've wanted to for a long time. It's a lovely room, isn't it? The loveliest room you've ever seen. I haven't touched a thing. There are flowers on the dressing table, and that's her bed. It's a beautiful bed, isn't it? Here's her nightdress. This was the nightdress she was wearing for the last time before she died. Would you like to touch it? Feel it. Hold it. I did everything for her, you know. You look after me better than anyone, Danny, she used to say. I wouldn't have anyone but you. See? Here's her wardrobe. What's the matter, madam? Aren't you feeling well?
I'm all right. I didn't expect to see all the things this way.
I believe Mr. De Winter liked her to wear silver mostly. But of course she could wear anything. She looked beautiful in this velvet. Put it against your face. It's soft, isn't it? Scent is still as fresh as though she'd just taken it off. These are her slippers. Put your hands inside the slippers. They're quite small and narrow, aren't they? When they found her, the rocks had battered her to bits so no one could recognize her. You know now why Mr. De Winter doesn't use these rooms anymore. He hasn't used these rooms since the night she was drowned. I come up every day and dust them myself. If you want to come again, you have only to tell me. Sometimes, when Mr. De Winter is away and you feel lonely, you might like to come up to these rooms and sit here. They're such beautiful rooms. You wouldn't think she'd been gone now for so long, would you? You'd think she'd just gone out for a little while and would be back in the evening. Do you think she can see us talking to one another now? Do you think the dead come back and watch the living?
I don't know. I don't know.
Sometimes I wonder if she comes back to Mandalay and watches you and Mr. De Winter, you sitting in her chair in the library before the fire, stroking her dog, talking to her husband.
Stop it!
It's no use, is it? You can't do it. You'll never get the better of her. She's still mistress here, even if she is dead. She's the real Mrs. De Winter, not you. It's you that's the shadow and the ghost. It's you that's forgotten and not wanted and pushed aside. Well, why don't you leave Mandalay to her? Why don't you go?
What do you mean?
Why don't you go? None of us want you. He doesn't want you. He never did. He can't forget her. He wants to be alone in the house again with her. It's you who ought to be dead, not Mrs. De Winter. Come here now to the window. Let me show you something. When the window's open, you can hear the sea down there. Look down there. Look.
Let me go.
Don't be afraid. I won't push you. But there's not much for you to live for here at Mandalay. Why don't you jump now and have done with it? Then you won't be unhappy anymore. Why don't you try? Go on. Go on. Don't be afraid. Go on. Go on. Go on. Go on. Go on.
And so we end the second part of our presentation of Daphne du Maurier's best-selling book, Rebecca, with Margaret Sullivan and Orson Welles. In a few moments, we shall return you to the Campbell Playhouse.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
This is Edwin C. Hill again bidding you welcome to the Campbell Playhouse on behalf of the makers of those fine Campbell suits. In a moment or two, we shall resume our presentation of Rebecca, the best-selling novel by Daphne du Maurier, and starring, as I've said, Margaret Sullivan and Orson Welles. And also, we shall hear from Miss du Maurier herself, direct by shortwave from London. But first, I bring you a message. For many years, I've been interested in the human side of the news. As a newspaper reporter for all those years, I've found that there's a very human side to business. And that is what I want to speak about for just a moment or so. All of us are familiar with businesses which provide us with something to eat or drink or wear, or we buy a radio or a suit of clothes or a can of soup. But the actual thing we buy is about the only contact we ever have with the people who make such goods. But the character of those people is of vital importance. If the manufacturer of a product is honorable in the conduct of his business, his product will be as trustworthy as his word. For in business, as in every walk of life, honesty pays real dividends. Honest enterprise is the only kind which has a chance to win and to hold the patronage of intelligent and discriminating buyers, whether it's a matter of a piano or a spool of thread or a trip to Europe or a can of soup. And that, as I see it, is the human side of business, of the products that last over the years, that serve you well and merit your confidence. I know the Campbell kitchens, the Campbell men, the Campbell soup. The fact that these soups are used more and more every year in most homes and are sold in more than 460,000 grocery stores throughout the land is no accident, believe me. It's due to the human side of this business, its aims, its policies, and its character. And now to the Campbell Playhouse, where we resume our story. Rebecca.
Go on. Why don't you jump now and have done with it? Why don't you try? Go on. Don't be afraid. Jump. Go on.
Mrs. Danvers was close behind me now, her hand on my arm. And before me was the open window and the white mist coming in from the sea.
Go on.
I shut my eyes. The mist lay upon my lips, rank and sour. My head began to swim. Then suddenly the mist had parted. There was a flash in the sky.
Hey there! Get the job! The rocket! Ship ashore! Ship ashore! Ship
Later I went down to the beach. There was a large ship on the reef, half a mile offshore, with her bows pointed towards the cliff. There were a number of small boats around her, and the Coast Guard cutter lying alongside.
I hear the rocket, but what show they want? Most broke the window.
You look like a Dutchman, I'd say.
German or Dutch?
Good thing there's no sea running. That shallow water she's in.
Did you fast?
I don't know yet.
There's a diver come over from Kerry. He be going down to see if she'd broken her back.
She's on a reef. She's a goner.
Have you seen Mr. De Winter?
Up today, man.
Good day,
Have you
ma'am.
seen Mr. De Winter?
Mr. De Winter? Yes, ma'am. He was one of the first down here after the rockets went.
He were down by the cove, had the dog with
Do
him.
you know where he is now?
He went off to Kerry 20 minutes ago with one of the crew that were injured.
Oh, thank you. Good day.
Good day, Mum.
Good day, ma'am.
I went back to Mandalay the long way through the woods. The fog had cleared. I looked down and saw the stranded ship offshore. The diver must have come up, for I saw a little group of people on the deck of the boat alongside, leaning over, staring into the water.
There's a man waiting to see you, madam. He says it's important. He asked for Mr. De Winter first, and then for you. He's in the library.
Who is it, Fritz?
He says his name's Captain Searle, madam, the harbour master from Kerry.
Oh, yes, I'll go in and talk to him.
Yes, madam.
Mrs. De Winter?
I'm sorry my husband isn't back yet.
I know. I can't get hold of Mr. Crawley either. The fact is, I've got some news for Mr. De Winter, and I hardly know how to break it to him.
What sort of news, Captain Searle?
Well, Mrs. De Winter, it isn't very pleasant for me to tell you either. We're all very fond of Mr. De Winter around here. It's hard on him and hard on you that we can't let the past lie quiet.
Yes, go on.
Well, you know, we sent the diver down to inspect that ship there on the reef. Well, while he was down there, he came across something else. The hull of a little sailing boat lying on her side, not broken up at all. He recognized it at once. That boat belonged to the late Mrs. De Winter.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Is it necessary to tell Mr. De Winter? Couldn't the boat be left there as it is? It's not doing anybody any harm, is it?
The cabin door was tightly closed, and the ports were closed, too. The diver broke one of the windows with a stone from the seabed and looked into the cabin. And then he got the fright of his life. There was a body in there, lying on the cabin floor. Now you understand why I have to see your husband, Mrs. De Winter.
happened.
What thing?
The thing I've always foreseen. The thing I've dreamt about day after day, night after night. We're not meant for happiness, you and I.
What are you trying to tell me?
Rebecca has won. I remember her eyes as she looked at me before she died. I remember that slow, treacherous smile. She knew this would happen even then. She knew she'd win in the end.
Maxim, what are you saying? What are you trying to tell me?
Her boat, they found it. The diver found it this afternoon.
I know. Captain Searle was here and he told me. You're thinking about the body the diver found in the cabin.
Yes.
It means she wasn't alone. It means there was someone out sailing with Rebecca at the time, and you have to find out who it was.
There was no one with Rebecca. She was alone. It's Rebecca's body lying there on the cabin floor. The woman I identified wasn't Rebecca. There never was an accident. Rebecca was not drowned at all. I killed her. I shot Rebecca in the cottage down in the cove. I carried her body to the cabin and took the boat and sunk it there, where they found it today. It's Rebecca who's lying dead there on the cabin floor. Will you look into my eyes and tell me that you love me now?
Oh, darling, you can't lose each other now. We've got to be together always. No secrets, no shadows. Please, darling, please.
There's no time. We may have a few hours, a few days. How can we be together now that this has happened? I told you they found the boat. They found Rebecca.
What will you do?
I don't know.
Does anyone know? Anyone at all?
No.
No one but you and me.
No one but you and me.
Oh, why didn't you tell me? Why didn't you tell me? The time we wasted when we might have been together. All these weeks, all these days.
You were so aloof. You never came to me like this. You were strange with me. Awkward, shy.
How could I come to you when I knew you were thinking about Rebecca? How could I ask you to love me when I knew you loved Rebecca still? Whenever you spoke to me or looked at me, I felt you were saying to yourself, this I did with Rebecca, and this, and this.
What are you talking about? What do you mean?
It was true, wasn't it?
You thought I loved Rebecca? You thought I killed her? Loving her? I tell you, I hated her. Our marriage was a farce from the very first. She was vicious, damnable, rotten through and through. We never loved each other. We never had one moment of happiness together. Rebecca was incapable of love, of tenderness, of decency. She knew how I loved Mandalay. She knew how to hurt me most. She stood there that night in the cottage in the cove, smiling at me. I'm going to have a child, she said. It will grow up here at Mandalay, bearing your name. That's a joke, isn't it? And when you die, Mandalay will be his. You can't prevent it. Have you ever thought how hard it would be for you to make a case against me in a court of law, I mean, if you wanted to divorce me? We've acted the parts of a loving husband and wife rather too well, haven't we? They'll be happy, won't they? All those smug friends of yours, all your blasted tenants, thinking it's your child. It's what we've always hoped for, Mrs. De Winter, they'll say. I'll be the perfect mother, Max, just as I've never been the perfect wife. And none of them will ever guess. None of them will ever know. She turned and faced me, smiling. Then I killed her. She was smiling still. I fired at her heart. She didn't fall at once. She stood there, looking at me, that slow smile on her face, her eyes wide open.
You have heard all the testimony in this case, gentlemen. You have heard how the body of the deceased was found in the cabin of her boat. You have heard the testimony of the boat builder. You have heard Mr. De Winter's story. You have heard how on the night of the tragedy, Mrs. De Winter went down to the cottage where she was in the habit of staying. Gentlemen, how do you find?
The verdict is suicide. Suicide without sufficient evidence to show the state of mind of the deceased.
Court is adjourned.
It was almost dark when we started for Mandalay. He held my hand in his. He didn't speak for a long time. I must have dozed, for I woke suddenly with a start and heard the first sound of thunder in the air. The air was hot against my face. No rain fell.
What is it, darling?
Maxim, don't drive so fast.
I want to get home. I'm worried. I have a premonition of disaster.
When everything's over, I don't understand.
I want to get home. I want to get back to Mandalay.
What time is it?
Almost 9.
It's funny. It's almost as though the sun was still setting over there beyond those hills. Can't be, though it's too late.
The wrong direction. You're looking east.
Why, yes. It's funny, isn't it? It's in winter you see the northern lights, isn't it? Not in summer.
That's not the northern lights you're looking at. That's Mandalay.
Maxim, what is it?
I don't know.
Maxim, look! A fire! Maxim, it's Mandalay! It's burning! Mandalay is burning! We have both known fear and loneliness and very great distress. But we have come through our crisis. Of course, we have our moments of depression. But there are other moments, too, when time, unmeasured by the clock, runs on into eternity. And catching Maxim's smile, I know we are together at last. No barrier between us. We can never go back to Mandalay again. The past is still too close to us. But sometimes in my dreams I go to Mandalay. I see the gray stone shining in the moonlight. Light comes from the windows. The curtains blow softly in the night air. And in the library the door stands half open as if we had left it, with my handkerchief on the table beside the bowl of autumn roses, and the charred embers of our log fire still smoldering against the morning.
So ends our story. The Campbell Playhouse presentation of Daphne du Maurier's novel Rebecca. In a moment, I shall bring you Margaret Sullivan and Orson Welles in person, and Daphne du Maurier on the long-distance phone from London. In the meantime, here's a man with a message worth hearing. A man who keeps one eye on the dining table and the other on the pantry. Ladies and gentlemen, my friend, Ernest Chappell.
Thank you, Mr. Hill. May I remind you once again of that grand dish, Campbell's chicken soup? Remember what I told you about it and make it a point to try it soon. Because until you taste your first glorious spoonful, you're really missing something. Imagine a rich golden broth slowly simmered from plump and perfect chickens, simmered with all the patience and skill of the most particular home cook. And imagine an abundance of selective rice, white and fluffy, drifting all through the broth, every grain saturated with its delicious flavor. Then add tender pieces of chicken meat, each a delight to your taste, and you have a picture of Campbell's chicken soup. But only tasting can really tell you how good it is. Why not plan to have Campbell's chicken soup tomorrow? You'll please the family and, incidentally, make a busy day a little easier for yourself.
And now, here's Orson Welles.
Ladies and gentlemen, the star of Rebecca is standing beside me at the microphone. I'd like to tell her that one of my favorite characters in modern fiction was tonight forever endowed with the personality of Miss Margaret Sullivan.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Wells. I hope that the novelist approved of me, too. I want you to know how much I've appreciated playing once more with the Campbell Playhouse tonight, especially in this story, which is one of my favorites.
Yes, it is a grand story, and I do believe the most important factor of radio entertainment is a good story.
I quite agree, too. You know, two things I like very much are good stories and good soup. And when I tell you my idea of a great soup is Campbell's chicken soup, that, Mr. Wells, is no story.
I'm glad you feel that way. It's nice of you to say so.
Oh, by the way, Mr. Wells, I'd like to ask you a question.
Very kind of you.
Can you tell me the name of the character?
Will you repeat that question?
What is the name of the character I just played?
Well, that's the major literary mystery of the year. Seriously, she hasn't any name. And our audience, Miss Sullivan, is probably just as curious as you are. And I haven't the answer.
Well, Mr. Maurier must know it. She's phoning us from London in a few minutes, so we'll ask her.
You know, Miss Sullivan, there's a question I'd like to ask you.
Yes, Mr. Wells?
Until rehearsal started for tonight's performance, I had never, to put it very bluntly, had the pleasure of your acquaintance.
Yes?
And, well, now, in 6½ minutes, Miss Sullivan, you'll have gone out of my life. The point is, I am the director of a theater, the
Mercury Theater.
The Mercury Theater. Thanks. What I started to say was that I'd like to know you better. What are you doing next year?
Are you speaking as a director?
Yes, Mrs. Hayward, as a theater director, if you can be tempted.
Have you a script for me?
I'll bring it to you tomorrow. Excuse me, ladies and gentlemen. I'm sure you'll forgive me for trying to date up one of the nation's most gifted and attractive young actresses. I'm sure you sympathize, and I hope Miss Sullivan understands.
We are ready with London, Mr. Wells.
Thanks. Are you ready, London?
Good evening, Mr. Wells.
Good evening, Mr. Moyer.
It's nearly 3 o'clock here in London. It's not often that an author has the chance of hearing the voices of her own characters speaking to her from across the Atlantic Ocean. I've enjoyed it enormously.
Thank you. And Mr. Moyer, may I present Miss Sullivan?
How do you do, Miss Sullivan? I'd like to thank you and Mr. Wells for your splendid interpretation of Mr. and Mrs. De Winter.
Ah, thank you. It's been a great privilege. Mr. Maurier, there are 2 questions I'd like to ask you. Your descriptions of Mandalay are so vivid that America is curious to know if there is anywhere in England a house on a state like Mandalay.
When you next come to London, Miss Sullivan, get into a train at Paddington Station and travel west. When you've been 250 miles, get out of that train and walk southeast for half an hour. You'll come to some iron gates, a lodge, and a narrow, twisting drive. If you ever find your way to the end of that drive, you may discover Mandalay.
One thing more, Mr. Maurier. Can you tell us the name of the heroine of Rebecca? You haven't named her in the book.
Thank you very much, Miss Sullivan, and thank you, Mr. Wells, for your production of Rebecca. It's been very nice speaking to you both.
Well, Miss Sullivan, I'm afraid that doesn't answer your question. Hello, Mr. Moyer. Mr. Moyer. Mr. Moyer. Is London off the air, Mr. Chapman?
Yes, it is, Mr. Wells.
Pardon me, Miss Sullivan, but all we can salvage from the silence overseas is this cryptogram just brought in to Mr. Chappell by Carrier Pigeon. Would you care to read it?
Inter-office memo from Daphne du Maurier to Margaret Sullivan. The name of the heroine of Rebecca is Mrs. Max de Winter.
Thank you, Miss Sullivan.
Thank you, Mr. Wells.
Next week, Miss Beatrice Lilly interrupts her rehearsals of Noel Coward's new musical to be my wife and call it a day. This is a discreet account by Miss Doty Smith of some indiscretions committed one bonny day in April by a nice family who might just as well be living next door to you, and you, and you. It is a composite case history in 3 stages and 6 symptoms of that perilous and delightful malady known so well to you and me as spring fever. Until then, my sponsor and I and all of us in the Campbell Playhouse remain obediently yours.
Tonight's broadcast was Rebecca by Daphne du Maurier, starring Margaret Sullivan and Orson Welles. Featured were Mildred Natwick as Mrs. Danvers, Ray Collins as Frank Crawley, and George Coulouris as Captain Searle. Frank Reddick was heard as the idiot, Alfred Shirley as Frith, Eustace Wyatt as the coroner, and Agnes Moorehead as Mrs. Van Hopper. Music for the Campbell Playhouse is composed and conducted by Bernard Herrmann.
The makers of Campbell Soups invite you to join us again next Friday evening at this same time, when Orson Welles will present his production of Dodie Smith's delightful excursion into the private lives of a typical suburban family. Call It a Day, one of the most successful comedies of its type, which was originally presented on Broadway by the Theatre Guild. Our guest on this program will be the always charming and amusing Beatrice Lilly, with Jane Wyatt, a young lady who's marching quite swiftly along the road to motion picture fame out in Hollywood, and Gene Dante, who created the part of Anne in the original New York production of Call It a Day. This is Edwin C. Hill speaking for Campbell Soups. I thank you and good night.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
What's the matter? What is it?
Another case for Nick Carter, Master Detective.
Yes, it's another case for that most famous of all manhunters, the detective whose ability at solving crime is unequaled in the history of detective fiction, Nick Carter, Master Detective. Tonight's curious adventure,
The Drug Ring Murder, or Nick Carter and the Mystery of the Left-Handed Killer.
Well, Mr. Nicholas Carter, are you going to answer your telephone, or are you going to take me out to lunch as you promised?
There's no reason why I can't do both, Patsy. Nick Carter speaking.
Dick, this is Riley at headquarters.
Oh, how are you, Lieutenant?
There goes my
What's on your mind?
Murder. And you're right in the middle of it, Nick. Meet me at the city morgue as quick as you can. I'm waiting here.
What's the matter, Riley? Can't headquarters solve this case without me?
Who said anything about your solving the case? You get yourself down to the morgue right away, and that's an order.
An order, Riley? What are you talking about?
The body of a man was washed up on the beach this morning, only he didn't die from drowning. It was murder.
Yes?
There was no identification on the body. None at all. Except one of your business cards. Nick Carter, private detective.
What?
I hid the card in my pocket as soon as I laid eyes on it. But there's a chance one of the reporters saw it before I did. Now, do I have to draw you a diagram?
You've already done it. I'll be there in the double, Riley. Bye.
What's up, Nick?
Plenty. Look, Patsy, hold on the office until you hear from me. I'll call you within an hour.
I knew you shouldn't have answered that phone.
Business before pleasure, Patsy, and right now I've got business at the city morgue. you got him, Riley? On a slab out here?
He's on ice, in the box at the end of the room there. And I'm telling you one thing, Nick Carter. It's lucky for you that I was here when he was brought in.
Now, look, Riley, surely you aren't trying to pull me into this thing just because the fellow was carrying one of my cards. Why, there are probably hundreds of people I never heard of who carry my name in their vest pockets.
Well, if you'd rather be explaining to the captain how your card got on a corpse...
Oh, now take it easy, Riley.
You know what it means for an officer of the law to conceal evidence, Nick. How do I know one of those reporters or photographers isn't telling the captain right now that...
Let's worry about one thing at a time. You said the body was washed up on the beach on the north shore of Long Island?
Yes, it was. Stuffed in a gunny sack with every bit of identification removed. Everything was ripped out except a concealed pocket.
Yes, I know, with my card in it.
Yes. Here we are. Last box here. Now, take a good look, Nick. Yeah, did you ever see him before?
Oh, yes. That's Stanley Phillips.
Huh?
Dr. Stanley Phillips. He's a research chemist. Sort of an eccentric.
Oh, balmy, huh?
No, just strange. He's assisted me in a few investigations. But for the most part, he was pretty much of a hermit. Didn't like to mix with people.
Yeah, that don't make sense. People who mind their own business don't go around getting themselves murdered. Where did he live?
There's a big house out on Long Island Sound, but his laboratory was on his yacht. It was anchored about half a mile or so out from the house, if I remember correctly.
Laboratory on a yacht?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, he was balmy.
Hey, Riley, look. Here in his neck.
What did you expect? I told you he was strangled. The autopsy showed he was dead before he was put into the gunny sack and thrown into the water.
I know, but that isn't what I mean. Here, look at the prints in his neck. Closely, look at them.
Yeah, well?
Unless I miss my guess, Riley, he was murdered by a left-handed killer.
Say, maybe you've got something there, Nick. I'll phone the fingerprint expert.
Now, wait a minute, Riley. Let me hit the phone first. I gotta be on my way.
Hey, now, don't be forgetting you can't take long on this, Nick. The captain will be wanting to question you about your card being found on the body. I can't hold off more than a few hours.
Give me those few hours, Riley, and I'll wrap the murderer up in wax paper.
Nicholas Carter's office.
Oh, hello, Patsy. We got work to do.
Yes, Nick?
I want you to go through the files and dig out all the stuff we have on Dr. Stanley Phillips.
That queer duck who did some work for you once?
Yeah, that's the one. Research chemist. Get all the dope on him and meet me down in front of the office in 10 minutes. I'll pick you up.
All right, Nick.
That's all.
Yeah, where are you headed for, Nick?
The Phillips estate on Long Island Sound. Meet me there as soon as you get the report on the fingerprints of Stanley Phillips' neck.
And apparently neither he nor his sister ever married. After the parents died, they continued to live in the big manor house.
What did you say the sister's name was?
Rose Phillips.
Rose. Go on.
You know all about his laboratory being on his yacht.
Mm-hmm.
It's supposed to be one of the best private laboratories in the country. Used to do a lot of research work for big companies. As a laboratory assistant, Tom Marks, young man. And let's see what else. His hobby was writing. Scientific articles they were. Usually about the effects of habit-forming drugs. He had an article in Popular Research last month entitled Morphine Exposed.
So he wrote about habit-forming drugs, huh? You know, Patsy, this case might turn out to be more than just an ordinary murder.
I guess nobody's home, Nick.
You're wrong about that, Patsy. Saw the curtains at the window move. Pounding on the door isn't going to do any good either. Whoever's in there evidently doesn't want callers today. However...
What are you going to do?
Open the door with this little lockpicker of mine. There it is. All right, come on, Patsy. We're going in.
I don't see anybody.
Stay behind me.
Put your hands up. Over your head.
She's got a gun, Nick.
You're Rose Phillips, I take it, miss?
Keep your hands up. I'm asking the questions. Who are you?
I'm Nick Carter, and this
Nick Carter?
Yes. And this is my assistant, Patsy Boone.
Nick Carter, the great detective. Well, my brother often speaks of you. He thinks you're wonderful.
Nick, she doesn't know yet.
Miss Phillips, I'm sorry to have to tell you like this, but your brother is dead.
He's dead?
Yes. I'm afraid he was murdered.
Murdered. Stanley murdered.
Now, if you'll just put that gun away, Miss Phillips, we'll talk things over.
Of course, Mr. Carter, I'm sorry. This is all such a shock.
It was a fiendish killing, and I'm going to do all I can to bring the criminal to justice. You may be sure of that.
Oh, Rose. Rose.
I'm in here, Richard.
Oh,
Well, who are these people? I thought Stanley told you never to let strangers in the house.
It's all right, Richard. This is Nick Carter, the detective, and his assistant.
Oh, well, that's different. How do you do, Mr. Carter? I'm Richard Coles.
I take it you've already heard about Dr. Phillips.
Yes. Ghastly, isn't it? I can hardly believe it. The police say it was murder. For the life of me, I can't imagine who would want to murder Stanley. He was a strange man, Mr. Carter, very strange. He had a phobia about not letting anyone in the house when he was away.
You seem to manage an entrance all right, Mr. Coles.
Well,
Mr. Cole's a very old friend of the family and has always had a key to the house. He's our lawyer.
Look out, Nick! There's someone at the window. He's got a gun! I can't get over it, Nick. You don't seem to be surprised that you were shot at back there in the house.
I'm not, Patsy. That's why I was standing beside that suit of armor. That protected me by deflecting the bullets.
Nick, your presence on the Phillips case is most annoying to someone.
Too bad that window was frosted glass. Couldn't get a look at the gunman. That tiny crack the window was open. Well, now, did you find what I told you to look for in the cottage occupied by Tom Marks, the lab assistant?
Yes, I found a pair of his gloves.
Good.
I had to go through all his desk drawers to find them, too.
Let me see them. All seems to be adding up. Almost too neatly.
Adds up to a pair of gloves, that's all.
Look, Patsy. Coles told me back there's something about the terms of Philip's will. If he lived to be 50, his estate was to go to a foundation. If he died before that, Rose was to inherit all the estate.
But that makes Rose the...
Oh, no. I don't suspect Rose. Her grief seemed genuine. But there's something else I learned. Tom Marks, Philip's lab assistant's in love with Rose. They've been wanting to get married, but Phillips opposed the marriage.
Now the field is clear, with oodles of money to boot. But that still doesn't make Tom Marks...
Patsy, I'm almost certain Phillips was strangled by a left-handed killer. These gloves of Marks you brought me show that he's left-handed.
Oh. And that leads us where?
Right out to the laboratory and the yacht. I've got to find Tom Marks.
Nick, why in the world do you suppose Dr. Phillips had his laboratory way out here in the middle of the Sound?
There's no mystery to that one, Patsy. He told me why once.
Well, why?
So people couldn't bother him. I'd have used his technical knowledge a lot more often on cases myself if it'd been more accessible. Well, here we are. This is the Phillips yacht. I'll tie up here.
I've never climbed up a rope ladder before.
And you're not going up now either. Not until I look around the boat myself.
Oh, Nick, am I helping you on this case or not?
You are, but I don't want you taking unnecessary chances.
Nick, please.
Now, quiet a minute, Patsy. Let's see if we can raise somebody from here.
Hello up there. Hello aboard the Phillips yacht.
It's funny.
Tom Marks is aboard. He's keeping quiet about it.
Well, we'll find out right now. You better stay here in the motorboat.
And let you solve this case alone? Not a chance.
Okay. But stay directly behind me, remember?
Phew. Climbing this rope ladder's no cinch. I'm glad I'm not a sailor.
Can you make it?
I'm coming. What do you think you'll find, Nick?
Tom Marks, I hope. Here. Let me give you a hand over the rail. All right. Oopsie daisy.
Oh, thanks. Well, there's nobody to lay out the welcome rug on the deck of this floating laboratory.
Well, that doesn't mean we're alone, Patsy. Come on. We're going down this companionway.
Okay.
I'm not mistaken. It leads to Phillips' laboratory. This is the laboratory. All right, Patsy, stay behind me. I'm going to open the door. Hey, Marks. Tom Marks, you in there? All right, Patsy. We can go in.
Tom Marks seems to have vanished, but he's certainly left a mess behind him.
Yes. Overturned retorts. Bunsen burner knocked over. Look here on the floor.
Broken bottle.
Sulfuric acid spilled and eating into the floor. Yes, this is where Dr. Stanley Phillips met his death, all right. And when the killer came at him, he was sitting at this desk writing.
Well, how do you figure that?
That bottle of ink tipped over. Wonder if he has any papers here that'll tell us what we want to know. No. Desk's been rifled. Everything of any value has already been taken.
It still all adds up to Tom Marks, doesn't it?
Yep, seems to. We'll know for sure as soon as Riley gets the report from the fingerprint expert.
Nick. Nick, come here. Look what I found in the sink.
What?
This piece of paper.
Let's see. Now, that's in Dr. Phillips' handwriting.
Well, somebody tried to burn it out. Then they threw it on the drain board of the sink here. Part of it didn't burn.
Let's see if I can figure it out. Like you to know, the man whom I have trusted and worked with these many years is, I have discovered, the head of a giant dope peddling ring. Been using my premises to carry on his business. This man is...
Nick, the lights have gone off! Oh.
Patsy. Patsy, where are you? Patsy.
Nick.
You all right, Patsy?
My head. Somebody hit me.
Stay where you are till I find the switch.
Do you have your flashlight?
Yeah, I'll find the switch in just a second. Oh, the lights won't work. They must have been turned off at the master switch in the engine room. And that means there's more than one person on this boat besides us. One of them turned off the lights, and the other one shot at us in here.
You were right when you said you felt everything wasn't okay on this yacht.
You able to get up, Patsy?
Oh, sure. I'm all right now. Just a big hen's egg on my head, that's all.
Okay. Come on.
Nick, did they take the note?
That's just what I want to find out. Let's see.
Flash a light down in the sink.
Yeah, it's gone. Hey, but wait.
What are you going to do?
Clean up the sink a little. Ashes don't look well scattered around in a white sink. Carefully now. A little bit. There we are. Now we're ready.
Ready for what?
To search this yacht from stem to stern.
What in blazes has been keeping you, Nick? I've been cooling my heels on this dock for the past half hour here.
I hope you'd be here, Riley.
Hello, Lieutenant.
Hello, Patsy. Well, say, you look as if you'd seen a ghost on that yacht.
I did.
Somebody took a shot at us in the dock.
What?
Patsy got knocked down the breakers and got a nasty bump in her head.
Well, say, who did it, Nick?
Whoever it was made a neat getaway. Patsy and I searched the ship afterwards from end to end, but didn't find a soul.
Did you see anybody coming in from the yacht, Lieutenant?
Oh, nary a soul's come in off that boat since I've been here. In fact, the only two people who've been near here was two fishermen.
Are you sure they were fishermen?
Am I sure? Now, look, Nick, don't be giving me that. It was bona fide fishermen, all right. They pulled their little rowboat to shore a ways down the beach, and I saw them bring in their catch. And a nice string of fish it was.
Okay, Riley. So they were really fishermen.
Well, what about your report, Lieutenant?
That. Well, Nick was right. Our fingerprint expert examined the marks on Dr. Phillips' neck and said he was undoubtedly strangled by a left-handed killer. And now all we've got to do is find a left-handed man who had a reason to murder the doctor.
We found him.
What's that?
Dr. Phillips' laboratory assistant, Tom March, is left-handed.
Say, you sure worked fast, Nick. And it's a good thing, too. The captain found out about your card being found on the body. Hey, what kind of a scoundrel is this Tom Marks?
I don't know. Haven't seen him yet. Wasn't at his cottage, and he wasn't in the lab on the yacht.
Now, let's make tracks, Mr. Private Detective, and search the grounds here.
Wait a minute, Riley, wait a minute. There's one thing more you want to know.
Huh?
Whoever killed Dr. Stanley Phillips is the head of a giant dope ring. Phillips was killed because he was about to expose the man.
Hey, that would be the laboratory assistant. He'd have access to drugs.
Mr. Carter! Mr. Carter!
Who in tarnation is that?
Richard Coles, close friend of the Phillips and also the lawyer.
Oh.
O'Reilly,
Yeah?
put this envelope in your pocket. Careful of it. It's a piece of evidence I picked up in the boat.
Okay, Nick.
Mr. Carter, I've been hunting everywhere for you.
Oh, Mr. Coles, this is Lieutenant Riley from headquarters.
Oh, I'm glad you're here, Lieutenant. We're up against a dangerous criminal.
Don't worry, Mr. Coles. The law always gets its man.
What'd you want to see me about, Mr. Coles?
Rose Phillips. She's gone.
Gone?
How do you know?
Come up to the house with me. I'll show you. Something has happened to her, I'm sure. Hurry. Here. This is Rose's bedroom, Lieutenant.
Well, somebody was making a fast getaway, all right.
Yes. Just look at the room. Clothes strewn all over. One of her suitcases is gone, and this suitcase, half packed, was left behind.
She and the laboratory assistant must have been in on this together. If she wasn't guilty, she wouldn't have run away.
Oh, she must have been out of her mind. Of course, Rose was in love with Tom, and...
Nick.
What's the matter, Patsy? What are you frowning at?
Rose Phillips didn't run away.
What, didn't run away?
What are you saying, Patsy?
No girl would run away voluntarily and leave all her makeup behind. Well, look at that dressing table. Nothing's been touched.
You're right, Patsy.
Say, do you suppose... Oh, no.
What is it, Mr. Coles?
Do you suppose that Tom could have Forced her to leave?
You mean kidnap her?
Yes.
Well, he won't get away with it. I'll call headquarters and have a cordon thrown around this entire district. We'll catch Tom Marks before he gets to the next town.
Good idea, Riley. Do that. Well, Mr. Coles?
Yes, Mr. Carter.
I guess Lieutenant Riley has his case all sewed up. His men will have Tom Marks and Rose Phillips within the hour.
Well, Mr. Carter, it was nice of you to take such an interest in my friend's death. Would you care for a cigarette?
Oh, no, thanks.
You, Lieutenant?
Why, sure, I don't mind if I do.
Of course. Light?
Yeah, thanks.
Well, good day, Mr. Coles.
Goodbye.
Carter.
Come along, Patsy.
Hey, where's the telephone, Mr. Coles?
There's one right over here on the table.
Hurry up, Patsy. We got work to do.
I thought you said the case was finished.
Not by a long shot. I said that for their benefit. You and I are going over this estate with a fine-tooth comb. I'm not satisfied yet.
You see anything, Nick?
Come on in. Shut the door.
Do you think anyone saw us headed for this boathouse?
I hope not. Oh, be careful here. Don't step off in the water.
Nick, there's a small speedboat in the water. Wouldn't you think they'd put it in dry dock so late in the season?
Depends, Patsy. Look up there. Mounted in the bow.
A machine gun?
Mm-hmm. This boat was used for business.
Gee, who'd ever think a quiet little chemist like Dr. Phillips kept a mounted machine gun on a speedboat?
I believe this setup down here was news to Dr. Phillips, too. Hold on to my arm. We'll look around.
Oh, Nick, don't step on the fish.
String of fish, huh? Oh, dear.
Nick, those fishermen Riley saw must have come in here.
Patsy, his catch isn't fresh.
What?
Those men used the string of dead fish just to fool Riley. And those were the men who made trouble for us on the yacht.
Yeah, they must have been. Well, plenty of life preservers stacked up in here.
Yeah, that's strange. Here, Patsy, take the flashlight and play it on this one.
Okay. Well, what are you doing, taking it to pieces?
No, just examining it. Aha! There we have it.
What?
A small waterproof pocket's been sewn in here. Yes, and it extends all the way around inside this life preserver. Pretty clever. Look, Patsy.
What is it?
These secret compartments are filled with dope. I bet every one of these life preservers is filled with drugs.
Nobody would ever think of looking in a life preserver for evidence.
I think Dr. Phillips did. And that's why he was murdered.
Nick.
Are you okay, Patsy?
Yes, but I can't stop crying.
Well, that's not surprising. Somebody threw a tear gas bomb through the window.
Oh.
That's right, friends. It was tear gas.
Who's there?
Pretty clever of me using the tools of my trade that way, isn't it, Mr. Carter? But Tom Marks is always clever.
So you're Tom Marks, huh? I've been waiting to set my eyes on you.
It's too bad your eyes are filled with tear gas, because now you'll never have that pleasure. Okay, Pete. Come in and get the lady.
Right.
I'll take care of Mr. Carter myself.
Come on, Nick, come on, sister. Come on.
Let her go alone. Here, let her go alone.
You got those iron weights in the bag, Pete?
Sure, both of them. This guy'll never be washed up on a beach like the doc was.
Good. See you tied a bag good and tight.
You know, I think he's passed out. He ain't moving none.
I did a job on him before we put him in the bag.
Listen to that dame, will you? Sounds like a hoot owl with a cold in the head. Shut up.
Oh, tighten the gag, Pete.
Okay.
That'll do it.
Hey.
Say, Carter ain't dead.
What does it take to kill that guy? I choked him like a rat and he's still talking. All right, speak your piece, Mr. Carter, because you don't have much longer.
You're not going to get away with this.
You hear what he said?
I'm telling you.
I doubt it, Mr. Carter. You're going straight down to Davy Jones' locker.
You'll pay for this. I'll have you behind bars within 24 hours.
Listen to him.
What do you fellas think you're going to do with Patsy Bowen?
He's worrying about a dame when he's going to lose his own neck.
Go easy with her, I'm warning you.
Come on, let's get rid of him.
Okay.
It's dark enough now.
All right.
You got him? All right, lift him up. That's it.
I'll get you fellas for this.
2, 3, let her go.
I came as soon as I got your flashlight signal from the shore, Nick. You think the criminals are aboard the yacht here now?
You'll see in a minute. The laboratory's right down this companionway.
Hey, you're dripping wet from head to foot, Nick. What happened?
They tried to pull the same trick on Nick that they pulled on Dr. Phillips. Only it didn't work, because Nick can expand his neck and wrist muscles.
Yes, I had my hands free before I hit the water. There was no trick at all to cut my way out of the sack. And then I clung to the back of their motorboat until it reached the yacht here. I waited for the would-be killers to get aboard, untied Patsy, and here we are.
Ah, you're lucky, Nick.
He's smart, that's all.
Quiet. This is the door. Keep your gun ready.
Right.
Good evening, Mr. Coles.
What? Oh, Nick Carter. Well, come in, Mr. Carter. These two friends of mine and myself were just discussing whether you had found the criminals.
I think we have, Mr. Coles.
Good, good.
There's just one thing more I need to make sure I have the criminals. Riley.
Yeah?
Give me that envelope I asked you to keep for me.
Oh, sure, Nick. Here you are.
Thanks. Now, I'll just take the piece of burned paper out of this envelope.
Are those the pieces you gathered from the drain board?
Yes, Patsy. They were from the note Stanley Phillips wrote just before he was murdered. Now, I'll just use some of these chemicals in the burned paper.
Oh.
You see, gentlemen, even though this piece of paper's been burned, it is possible by using the correct chemical solution to bring out the writing that was on the paper before it was burned. In this case, I expect the writing will give the name of the man Phillips designated as head of the giant drug ring. And his killer.
Ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous.
Yes, here it comes. The chemicals are beginning to act. The writing is beginning to show up. Good. The name is...
Nick, look out!
Oh, you got me! Get out! And I got these two thugs, Nick. Knocked him out cold.
Sorry I had to plug in the shoulder, Coles, but I had to put you out of action. Now, Riley, there's your murderer.
So it was Coles who did it.
You're right, Carter. I killed him.
The powers be praised, Nick. I thought Tom Marks was the killer.
Coles had me fooled too, Riley, until this afternoon when he came running down from the house. And then I noticed his feet were wet, as if he'd been in wading.
Then he was one of the men on the yacht. One of the fishermen Riley saw.
Right, Patsy. And another thing. The man who strangled me in the boathouse claimed to be Tom Marks. But Tom Marks is left-handed. The man who tried to strangle me used his right hand.
And you knew Phillips was murdered by a left-handed man.
That's right. I knew I was after a left-handed murderer. O'Reilly.
Huh?
Did you notice that when Coles lighted your cigarette for you this afternoon in Rose's room, he used his left hand?
By golly, he did. Then he's left-handed, too.
Right. When I saw him do that, I knew he was the killer. But I had to make him prove it.
Oh, you did that all right. That business about making the writing stand out on a piece of paper after it's burned is a new one to me, Nick.
Nick, can you actually do that?
Well, it can be done under ideal conditions, but this time I was just putting on an act for Mr. Coles' benefit.
You mean you didn't actually make any writing appear on the burned paper?
Not a word, Mr. Coles.
And I fell for it like a sap.
Nick. What's that?
Well, I'm not sure, Patsy, but I have a hunch.
It's locked, Nick.
Oh, Patsy, since when did a locked door ever stop Nick Carter?
Quite right, Riley. When did it? This is no time for it to start. So, this one ought to do the trick. There we are.
Nick Carter. Oh, thank heaven. Rose.
This man with you is Tom Marks, Miss Phillips?
Yes, I am.
They were going to kill us, Mr. Carter. They tied us up and threw us in here. We heard them planning to throw us overboard.
Have you been imprisoned in here all this time, Mr. Marks?
No, not quite. I got a telephone call last night summoning me into the city to pick up some chemicals Dr. Phillips and I needed in an experiment. I was slugged as I stepped out of the car. And when I came too late this afternoon, I was in here, and so was Rose.
That Coles was a smart one. Throwing suspicion on you and then trying to get rid of you in order to make it look as if you'd run away.
Smart, but not smart enough for Nick.
Well, Riley, you've got your murderer.
I have that.
And Rose, you and Tom are safe.
Yes, thanks to you.
And I guess that's that.
Oh, no, Nick. You still have to solve my case.
Well, what's that, Patsy?
That luncheon date you promised me.
Oh.
Where are you and I going to have lunch at this hour?
Why, well, say, that's easy, Patsy. I know a swell place in town, right across from the morgue. Come on.
This was another strange experience of Nick Carter, Master Detective, called The Drug Ring Murder, or Nick Carter and the Mystery of the Left-Handed Killer. Another of the curious adventures of Nick Carter, which are brought to you regularly at this same time by WOR Mutual. And now, Nick, what can you tell us about next week's story?
When a young man who was a very good friend of mine arrived in town to claim his bride, he suddenly became aware that she was not the girl to whom he'd become engaged.
You mean she wasn't his fiancée?
That was the question that started off the whole case.
Yes, indeed. Because we couldn't be sure whether the girl he loved was really the girl he loved, we prevented 2 murders and saved a gigantic fortune from disappearing.
But you didn't save me from disappearing, Nick.
Oh, quite true, Patsy, but after all, you weren't gone very long before we found you.
But I'm sure glad you found me when you did, or I might not be here now. So long, folks. Get the rest of the story next week.
Right. So long.
And so long to you, Nick and Patsy. In the strange adventure you have just heard, Nick Carter was impersonated by Lon Clark, Patsy by Helen Choate. The story was written for Nick Carter by Barth Conry. Original music was played by Lou White. The entire production was under the direction of Jock McGregor. Next week at the same time, listen to another curious experience of Nick Carter entitled
The Substitute Bride, or Nick Carter and the Mystery of the Night Ferry.
This story is a copyrighted feature of Street and Smith Publications, Incorporated. The Return of Nick Carter is produced in the studios of WOR and is broadcast over most of these stations every Wednesday evening at 8:30 Eastern War Time. This is Mutual.
Your Playhouse of Favorites. How do you do? This is Robert Anthony Dean, inviting you to your Playhouse of Favorites. Our favorite story for today is The Legend of Sleepy Hollow, starring Will Geer as Ichabod Crane. Written with tongue-in-cheek by one of America's first storytellers, Washington Irving, it's a tale of native superstition, superlatively told. In a moment, Washington Irving's Legend of Sleepy Hollow. From its place on the shelf of immortal classics, we take down Washington Irving's famous tale, The Legend of Sleepy Hollow, as we raise the curtain in your Playhouse of Favorites. I, Dietrich Knickerbocker, being a long-time resident of Sleepy Hollow, hard by the little village of Tarrytown on the Hudson, do vouch for and attest to this story. Known it may be to all and sundry as the legend of Sleepy Hollow, but to me and to my neighbors of that pastoral place, it is as real as the very noses on our faces. And even now in the dark of the night, we hear the hoofbeats of a shadowy horse pounding down the road through Sleepy Hollow. Now, our little valley of Sleepy Hollow is a drowsy and dreamy place, pervaded with magic and mystery, a place of haunting beauty, so to speak. And my neighbors, the good residents hereof, do not take it lightly and speak of it to strangers in hushed and reverent tones.
Sleepy Hollow, Mania? Ah, yeah.
Ah, 'tis bewitched. Thrice and thrice times thrice, 'tis bewitched.
They do say a doctor, dark and evil and versed in heathen West Indy hoodoo voodoo, put the curse on Sleepy Hollow long ago.
An old Indian chief, a black magic medicine man, high prophet and wizard of his tribe, stirred his devil's brew in Sleepy Hollow long before Master Henrik Hudson came. So 'tis said.
Goblins walk in the woods of Sleepy Hollow. Ghosts laugh and groan and talk and sing. Aye, I've heard them myself, and seen them dance in the light of shooting stars, whose earthbound rest is Sleepy Hollow.
These are tales many times told to all strangers who tarry a while in our little village. As to the weirdest of them all, to that I shall presently arrive. It chanced that a newcomer sojourned to Sleepy Hollow. The new schoolmaster he was, Ichabod Crane by name. He was exceedingly tall, lean and lank, with a small flat head and glassy green eyes. And to see him striding along the profile of a hill on a windy day, with his clothes bagging and fluttering about him, one might have mistaken him for the genius of famine descending upon the earth, or some scarecrow eloped from a cornfield. Yet, despite his appearance, Ichabod Crane had a way with the ladies, both old and young, and many a long winter's night he spent before the fire with the old Dutch wives, spinning them many an anecdote and listening to their witches' tales.
'Tis a bitter night outside, Ichabod Crane. Wind and storm and thunder. The goblins sing and beat their drums. Aye, and good folk will do well to bolt their doors tonight. Another roasted apple, Ichabod.
Thank you kindly, Mistress Van Roos. I will.
More honey cake, Ichabod. I made them in particular for you.
Thank you, Mistress Van Voort. These cakes are a triumph to tickle the palate.
Oh, Ichabod Crane, you're an elegant man. So learned and worldly. You turn a neat phrase and sing a sweet song.
True, I'll not deny it. I am a man of parts.
Is it really true, as you've just related, that the earth turns a circle like a spinning wheel?
I'll vouch for it. I've researched it myself.
Then sometimes we stand upside down or topsy-turvy.
Half the time, to be precise.
Heaven help us. Then why do we not fall off the earth like apples from a tree?
Magnetism.
Magnetism? Is this some form of magic?
In a way, I have researched it quite thoroughly, but it is a profound subject on which I shall not expound tonight. Now, good dames, you can answer a question for me.
Speak, Ichabod. Ask us.
'Tis about the headless horseman of Sleepy Hollow.
Heaven help us. The headless horseman?
I've heard the folks hereabouts speak much of him. Who is he, or what was he? I am much interested.
He rides by night, up and down, hither and yonder, through Sleepy Hollow. A black figure without a head, on a black horse. In the gloom of the night, on the wings of the wind he rides, looking for the head he has lost. The ghost of a Hessian trooper, they say he is, whose head had been carried away by a cannonball.
You both believe him actually to exist?
I have seen him, Ichabod Crane. He stables his horse in a grave in the churchyard. I have seen him ride from it. Aye, and I have heard him, Ichabod Crane, galloping by along the road you must take to go home, down across the wooden bridge.
Oh, now, this cannot be true. An old wives' tale, a likely story, I'll wager. A man must have a head to ride a horse.
Hark, Ichabod Crane. Listen. There he goes, the headless horseman. He crosses the wooden bridge now, in the dark of the night, on the wings of the storm.
Bless me. Bless my soul.
Another cup of tea, Ichabod Crane.
Yes, Mistress Van Roos, and if you've got something stronger to put in it, I'd be very thankful.
Now, that was Ichabod's first experience with a ghostly legend. Still, he liked Sleepy Hollow and resolved to stay. He was a poor man, and being human, he sought a way to improve his station. That is to say, He kept his eyes open for material benefits that might someday accrue. The chance came finally when he met a rich old Dutch farmer in the valley, Baltus van Tassel by name.
You are a fortunate man, Baltus.
Yeah, I think so.
Never have I seen farmland so rich, so generous of the good things in life.
Yeah, they are good.
And this farmhouse of yours, solid timber and as big as a church, and that barn of yours, a granary stuffed with corn, and pigs, ducks, turkeys, hens, everywhere so fat they bulge, and everywhere in profusion.
Yeah, Ichabod, I have many.
You're a fortunate man, Baltus, a fortunate man indeed. A happy, contented, well-off man, the kind of man I'd like to be.
Yeah, I'm satisfied.
If I had all this, I'd not ask for more. And who, Baltus van Tassel, will inherit this wealth someday? Have you someone to bequeath it to?
Yeah, Katrinka.
Katrinka? And who is Katrinka?
My daughter.
Oh. She is unmarried?
Yeah.
Oh, 'tis a pretty name, Baltus. Katrinka. Katrinka van Tassel. Katrinka Crane.
You said something, Ichabod? Yeah?
Oh, no, Baltus, nothing at all. Except that you are a fortunate man, and your daughter a fortunate girl.
Now, our little village of Sleepy Hollow to Ichabod Crane was no longer a gloomy place trampled underfoot by such apparitions as the Headless Horseman. Instead, the sun shone, and the birds sang, and all was merry for Ichabod. So merry, in fact, that he resolved to settle there permanently. And his resolve was further strengthened when he met Katrinka van Tassel. Katrinka was a countrified, blooming lass of fresh 18, plump as a partridge, ripe and melting and rosy-cheeked as one of her father's peaches. And Ichabod Crane began to court her, or spark her, as that romantic enterprise was known in Sleepy Hollow. And little did he know what complications would arise.
Ah, beautiful Katrinka. Oh, lovely. Exquisite.
You really think so, Ichabod?
Enchanting. Like the music of masters filtering down through the arch of the universe.
You say such funny things, Ichabod.
Do I?
Yeah, I do not understand them, but I like them.
Tell me, Katrinka, my dear, what do you think of the man that says them?
Oh, I like him.
Just like?
Maybe a little more, Ichabod.
How much more?
Oh, you are the one, Ichabod Crane. Do you expect me to tell you? That's for you to find out.
Yes. Katrinka, listen to me. I am a school teacher. I do not possess material things like the good farmers of Sleepy Hollow, like your excellent father, but I have a different kind of wealth. The wealth of the intellect of the mind. And this richness is far more durable than the other. I invite you to share it with me, lovely Katrinka. I ask you to be...
Katrinka! Oh, Katrinka! Where the devil are you?
In here, Brom.
What the devil are you hiding in here for? I've looked all over for... Oh. Who the devil are you?
I might ask you the same question.
Oh, Ichabod, this is Brom Van Brunt.
Brom Bones, they call me. The pride and terror of Sleepy Hollow. Katrinka, who the devil is this skinny worm?
Brom, this is Ichabod Crane, the new schoolmaster.
Oh, indeed. A bookish fellow, huh? All fine words and no muscle, eh?
Sometimes there is strength in words.
Ah, turkey feathers. Strength, and I have it, see? Look at my muscles when I flex them like this. Like pumpkins they are, see? You better take warning, Ichabod Crane.
Warning?
Look here, schoolmaster. It's warning, I said. I don't like anybody else, in particular a scarecrow like you, sparking my girl.
Your girl? Is this true, Katrinka?
Oh, no, Ichabod. I am beholden to no one yet.
Ah, well, Brom, what do you say to that?
I say that she's mine, that you better stay away from her. I'm Brom Bones, I am. the rough and tumble king of Sleepy Hollow. Not even the headless horseman dares to stand up against me.
Indeed.
Yes, indeed. And if you try to spark a trinket here, schoolmaster, I'll double you up into a knot and stretch you out on a shelf in your own schoolhouse. Now get out of here and make way for Brom Bones.
The curtain falls on Act One of The Legend of Sleepy Hollow by Washington Irving, presented by your Playhouse of Favorites. This is Robert Anthony Dean. We raise the curtain on Act Two of your Playhouse of Favorites, where we present The Legend of Sleepy Hollow by Washington Irving, starring Will Geer as Ichabod Crane. As you remember, a bitter feud developed between muscular Brom Bones and brain-heavy Ichabod Crane for the soft white hand of the farmer's daughter, Katrinka. And since Brom could not match Ichabod when it came to soft words and ready wit, he harried the schoolmaster with boorish practical jokes to get back at him. He stopped up the chimney at the schoolhouse, smoked everybody out, not to mention many other base tricks. Above all, he swore he would run Ichabod Crane right out of Sleepy Hollow. But here is Diedrich Knickerbocker to tell you the rest of it.
Well, one fine autumn afternoon, Ichabod Crane received an invitation to attend a quilting frolic at Katrinka's house. This was an affair of state, requiring a dignified approach, and Ichabod commissioned his landlord to get him a horse.
Fine animal, Ichabod. Fine animal.
You must be going blind, Hansman Ripper. This is naught but a broken-down plow horse.
A plow horse, you say? Fie on you, Ichabod. This is as noble a horse as ever was found in Sleepy Hollow. You cut a fine figure on her.
Yes, I'll warrant I will. Look at her. She's gaunt and shagged with a head like a hammer. Her mane and her tail are rusty and shaggy with burrs. One eye has lost its pupil, and the other has a touch of the devil.
Just the only horse I have.
A fine figure I'll cut on this plug and Katrinka Van Tatzel's eyes. Especially when Brom Bones comes riding up on his favorite steed, Daredevil.
This horse has plenty of spirit, as you'll find out, Ichabod. Oh. Plenty of spirit. Now, go ahead now, mount.
Oh, very well. Now then, what's the name, Hans?
Gunpowder.
Gunpowder? Indeed. Oh, well. Get up, Gunpowder. It's off. We must go to the castle of Katrinka Van Tassel.
And so, Ichabod Crane, a scarecrow figure on a scarecrow horse, set out for the house of his princess like a knight-errant of old. It was toward evening when he reached there to find the house thronged with the pride and flower of the countryside. Old farmers and their dames in their Sunday best, arch maids with coquettish eyes, and brass-buttoned young men. And, of course, Brom Bones was there, huge and arrogant, full of mettle and mischief. Well, now it so happened that a group of men, including Brom and Ichabod, and among them myself, gathered in an anteroom after the banquet, as was the custom, and began to discuss the folklore of Sleepy Hollow.
Yes, and I think... I have heard that the Headless Horseman has been riding again of late, Mynheer.
You're all a pack of old men. This Headless Horseman is no more than an errant jockey.
Brom, you don't know what you're saying.
I'm Brom Bones, Valdez. And I don't give a devil for any man that ghost either. Besides, I've already met this midnight trooper.
What? You met the Headless Horseman, Brom?
Yes, schoolmaster met him and conquered him.
Did you tell us about it, Brom?
Nothing much to tell. I came upon him one night last week. He looked at me, and I looked at him. Looked real ferocious, too, he did. But he couldn't scare Brom Bones.
What happened then?
Why, what do you think, schoolmaster? I offered to race him and his horse for a bowl of punch.
What?
Yeah, and he accepted, too. Well, Mynheers, we had a pretty run of it, I can tell you.
Who won, Brom?
Well, I did, of course. Knew I would all the time. My horse, Daredevil, beat that goblin horse all hollow. Never did get that bull to punch, though. Just as we got to the church bridge, the Hessian shouted something to me, then bolted. Vanished. In a flash of fire.
You said the headless horseman spoke, Rum?
Yeah, that's what I said.
But what did he say?
Well, Nomineers, it's the most remarkable thing. He kept calling a name over and over again. And in a blood-chilling fashion, too, I can tell you.
What name did he call, Brom?
Strange you should ask me that, schoolmaster. He kept calling Ichabod Crane. Ichabod Crane.
You may be sure that this chilled Ichabod Crane no little. Whether Brom was lying or not, Ichabod's way homeward led along the road usually taken by the headless horseman on his nightly patrol, and the shadow of the galloping ghost seemed to haunt Ichabod all during the rest of the party. But he hoped to offset this depressed feeling with some good news from Katrinka Van Tassel. Accordingly, he lingered till the last guest was gone and sought her out.
Katrinka.
Oh, why, Ichabod, you're holding my hand.
Yes, my lovely creature. And a dainty, dimpled hand it is.
Oh, you, Ichabod.
Katrinka, please don't giggle like that. I have something serious to ask you.
Yeah? What is it?
I love you, Katrinka. Will you marry me?
You, Ichabod? Marry you?
Yes, is that so strange?
Yeah, it is strange, Ichabod. Yours is the second proposal I've had tonight.
Katrinka, what do you mean?
Brom Bones asked me to marry him just a minute ago.
And?
And I accepted him. Don't look so serious, Ichabod. After all, you're old enough to be my father.
It was the very witching time of night that Ichabod Crane, heavy-hearted, crestfallen, unhitched his scarecrow steed and began his travel homeward. You can imagine his brooding on the perfidy of the fair Katrinka, the depths of his dark despair. And then, as the dark hush of midnight closed in, a vague and uneasy feeling pervaded him. All the stories of ghosts and goblins that he had heard that evening came to him. And as his horse plodded through the woody road, the road of the headless horseman, he began to hear sights and sounds.
Hey, but it's dark, Gunpowder. And here's a spot where they speak of goblins. Goblins wandering in the woods with eyes like fireflies. Night grows darker. Stars are gone. And what was that? Whoa, Gunpowder. Whoa, 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 whoa. Whoa. Oh. Dog. A dog howling on the other side of the river. For a moment, the hair on my neck stood on end. I thought it was... Gunpowder. Gunpowder, do you hear that? Gunpowder, it must be the... Headless horseman of Sleepy Hollow. Get up, Gunpowder, get up. Faster, Gunpowder, faster, my noble animal, faster.
Ichabod Crane!
He's closer.
Ichabod Crane!
Shouting my name.
Ichabod!
Gunpowder, try to run, please, try to run. His awful head is cradled in his arms. He's coming. Shadows. Listen to the wind.
Run, gunpowder, run! Ichabod Crane!
Be company! He's drawing near. We cannot lose him. He's 6 months himself. Oh, no! He's raising that awful head in his hand. No! I beg you, Hessian. Do not throw the head. Do not throw.
Ichabod tried to dodge the horrible missile, but it was too late. It struck his cranium with a tremendous crash, and he tumbled into the dust. Riderless, Gunpowder headed for the comfort and security of Hans Van Ripper's stable. And as for the headless horseman of Sleepy Hollow, well, who could tell where he had gone? Of course, when Ichabod Crane failed to appear for dinner, or to instruct his class at the schoolhouse the next day, the good people of Sleepy Hollow instituted a search. And finally, they reached the end of the trail.
Hans, Baldus, Brewer. Come here. Near the side of the road. Here is Ichabod Crane's hat.
Oh, yeah. True. Very true.
And what is this next to it?
Why, 'tis a pumpkin. A round pumpkin.
A pumpkin bruised and broken as though it had been thrown against a tree.
Well. A pumpkin. What do you know of that, Mynheer? A pumpkin. Now, who would want to throw a pumpkin out here?
This is no time to laugh, Brombones. What we must find out is, where is Ichabod Crane?
I say he's been carried off by the headless horseman.
No, Mynheer. I have a different idea. Knowing Ichabod Crane as I do, I would say he's still running as fast as his scarecrow legs will carry him.
Ichabod Crane was never found. There were all kinds of rumors as to his whereabouts, but none was ever substantiated. As for Brombones, he married the lovely Katrinka and lived happily ever afterward, as the saying goes. And as for the headless horseman of Sleepy Hollow, he still rides in the dark of the night and on the wings of the wind. And I, Diedrich Knickerbocker, have heard him oft, and many a time.
And so the curtain falls on Washington Irving's Legend of Sleepy Hollow, presented by your Playhouse of Favorites. This is Robert Anthony Dean, reminding you that front row seats are reserved for you the next time our curtain rises on another classic. Presented for your favorite listening pleasure by your Playhouse of Favorites.
National Broadcasting Company presents Radio City Playhouse, Attraction 13. Our play tonight is titled The Dark Hour. It is an original radio drama by Charles Bennett, and one which we like very much indeed. We sincerely hope that after 30 minutes have elapsed, you will share our opinion. The production is directed by Harry W. Junkin and stars John Larkin as Paul. Here is Radio City Playhouse, Attraction 13, The Dark Hour. This is a story about Paul Gallagher. It is a story about Paul when something happens to him. It is the story of the fears and thoughts within him when it happened. And it is the story of the voice that speaks these thoughts. It is not, we think, an ordinary story. Paul won't tell very many people about this. I say won't, because it hasn't happened yet. It is just now beginning to happen.
Paul Gallagher. Wake up, Paul.
Paul is lying on the ground asleep. He is on a summer vacation. This afternoon he went for a walk by himself along a dirt road that winds through the woods, about a mile from his family's summer cottage. It's a lonely road, never much traffic on it, but Paul knows it well. He's been on it dozens of times every summer of his life, except while he was away in the Army.
Wake up, Paul. Open your eyes.
He is stretched out flat on his back, lying still, except for his breathing, which is slow and regular and gentle. Where is he? Well, after walking a while, he stepped off the road through an opening in the brush and into a familiar clearing in the woods. It was warm and peaceful, and he lay down on his back and gazed through the rippling treetops at the patch of blue sky above him. And without meaning to, Paul Gallagher fell asleep. That's where he is now.
Do you hear me, Paul? You are waking up. That's right, Paul. Move. Stretch. Open your eyes. Listen, Paul. Listen deep within you. I am you, Paul. You've heard me before, haven't you? I am you. You'd better wake up, Paul. Do you hear me?
Yes.
Then open your eyes, Paul. Open your eyes. What's the matter?
Where am I?
Dark.
Dark.
Pitch dark.
Pitch dark.
Call out for help.
Where? Oh.
What's the matter, Paul? Frightened?
Oh, only for a moment.
Remember now, Paul. Remember where you are.
Yes, I'm lying on a little patch of grass and moss in the woods.
Right where you lay down this afternoon, Paul?
I remember.
What time did you go to sleep, Paul?
Oh, about 3 o'clock, I guess.
And now it's pitch dark. Black dark, isn't it? Better make very sure where you are. Put your hands out and feel the ground around you.
Yes, it's moss and grass, all right.
Well, at least you know where you are.
Oh, of all the screwball things to do, sleeping all this time.
What time is it, Paul?
I can't see my watch.
Light a match.
I don't guess I haven't any matches.
In summer, the twilight lasts until around 9 o'clock. It's so dark now you can't see a thing, can you?
Boy, this is one for the books.
You must have been very tired, Paul.
Yes, I must have been very tired.
Tired enough to fall asleep accidentally and sleep for 7 hours, maybe more?
Didn't know I was that tired.
When they discharged you from that army hospital, what did they tell you?
Oh, that was a long time ago, 2 years.
What did they tell you, Paul?
Nothing.
What did they tell you?
They said, take it easy, be careful.
Why did they say that? Why, Paul? Why, Paul?
I had a rough trip getting up here for my vacation, that long, hot train ride, sitting up all night for 2 nights. It's very tiring.
Or maybe it's a change of climate. This fresh northern air just knocked you out.
Yes, that must be it. Funny, isn't it?
Paul, get up. You can't just lie there. Sit up.
Yeah, I am.
That's right. Brush the grass and twigs from your sweater. What's the matter?
Nothing.
Why are you rubbing the side of your face, Paul?
Skin is all dented. I slept with my face pressing right into the grass, I guess, and that...
What's the matter, Paul? Why are you rubbing your temple with your finger? What's the matter, Paul?
My scar. Stinging like a needle. A twig must have been digging into it while I was asleep.
You'd better be getting home.
Yes.
Stand up.
Yeah, I'm standing.
What are you waiting for?
I don't know which way to go. It's so dark. I've never known it to be so dark before. Why, I can't even tell where the trees end and the sky begins up there.
Probably it clouded over while you were asleep, Paul.
Yeah, that's it.
You're not afraid of the dark. Think, Paul. Think how often you walked home along that road in the dark when you were a kid. You can do it again.
Of course I can do it again.
The first thing is to get out of the clearing onto the road. Figure it out.
Now, let's see. I came in, went over to the old tree, and then... Well, the opening must be in this direction.
Which way, Paul?
This way.
Go on, Paul. Stretch out your arms in front of you. Step forward. Step, step, step. What's the matter?
I should have reached the edge of the clearing by now, one way or another.
Do you feel anything yet?
No.
Maybe you hit the exit from the clearing right on the button the first time.
Yeah, maybe I did.
Step forward, then. What happened?
I don't know. Something slapped me in the face.
Put out your hand and see what it was.
No.
Go on.
What? Oh. It's only a leaf. A little branch hanging down over my head.
You missed the opening.
Well, how am I going to get out of here?
Suppose a car went by on the road outside the clearing.
Why, then...
Then you would know where the exit is.
Yes.
But how often do cars go by on that road?
It might be hours before one went by. I don't want to wait. I want to get out of here.
Take it easy, Paul.
All right.
Think, Paul. Think.
I know.
What, Paul?
A branch.
Good, Paul. That's right. Grab it. There. Now pull it down. Go on, twist it. Twist. There. Branch broke off right into your hands, didn't it? Now what, Paul?
The twigs.
That's right, Paul. Strip off the twigs and the leaves. All of them.
There. Now.
What have you got now, Paul?
A stick. Now I can feel where I'm going.
Good. Which way are you going to try?
Left, I think. Yes, left.
Is that the opening?
Wait, I'm walking on leaves.
What does that mean?
Well, I must be going into the woods instead of out by the opening.
Then do something.
Back
up. Back out of there. Now go on, Paul. To the left. Keep at it, Paul.
I might go deeper into the woods.
Keep at it, Paul.
Wait.
What, Paul?
Wait, I think
Why are you stopping, Paul?
I've made it. I'm out.
I'm through the opening and out by the road.
How do you know?
I know it. I can feel it. I can feel more space around me.
Better be sure. Use the stick. Step forward, Paul. Slowly. 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 Watch out for the ditch, Paul. Well, Paul, you had to step over that roadside ditch when you entered the clearing before falling asleep, didn't you? Remember now? You saw the water in it and the mud and the wet leaves then, didn't you? Get up. Get to your feet. Go on, Paul. There. You should be standing by the side of the road now. Stop trembling.
That ditch. A lousy, rotten, foul, misbegotten, accursed ditch.
Paul?
I forgot the ditch. That lousy, rotten ditch.
Calm down, Paul. Shake the mud off your clothes. Where is your sense of proportion?
Sure as blazes isn't my night, is it?
You'd better get going.
Yes.
What are you waiting for, Paul?
You know, when I was a kid and walked home on this road at night, even on the darkest nights, the sky was just faintly lighter than the woods. It made a sort of canyon of the road that you could follow easy. You couldn't see the road, but some kind of visual sense let you know what it was.
But not tonight, Paul.
Tonight? Tonight I can't see a blessed thing. The darkest night I've ever seen. It's black. I don't know.
Are you nervous?
Yes. Yes, I am.
In what way?
I don't quite know. I can't quite figure it out.
What do you feel, Paul?
In my stomach. Sick.
Do you feel something strange? Something wrong?
Yes.
Have you ever felt it before, Paul?
No.
Never?
No.
How about the war, Paul?
No.
Remember the war, Paul?
No.
Yes, Paul. You have felt like this before.
No, never.
Oh, yes, Paul. Think about it. Remember it.
No. Stop. Leave me alone.
The war, Paul. The war. The war. The war.
Hey, Mac.
Yeah?
Mac, listen.
Yeah, Paul, I'm listening.
Oh, never mind. It's nothing.
Say, what's eating you? You look like you're ready for your shroud.
Oh, it's nothing.
How can you frame in this lousy trench giving you the willies, huh?
Well,
Say, what is the matter with you?
Well, it's... Look, Mac, do me a favor, will you?
Yeah?
Here's my wallet and some other stuff.
What?
Now, keep them for me, will you? And then if you have to, you'll know what to do with them.
Oh, no. Now, wait a sec, Paul. Sure, I'll keep them if you want, but you're just putting a whammy on yourself.
No, I just got a feeling, that's all. Today is it, the ticket, the one with the label on it, and all that junk. I wish I could be funny about it, but I just feel so rotten, lousy bad.
You want to talk to the chaplain, maybe?
No, I've talked to him. Thanks. Look at me, Mac. Look right at me.
Yeah?
I'm scared. But I'm not just scared. I know it's going to happen. I can feel it all through me. You understand me, Mac? I know it. Know it.
Paul, steady, Paul. You're still standing by the side of the road. Is that the way you feel again?
Oh, leave me alone. I don't remember.
All right, Paul. All right.
I've got to relax.
You'd better get going, Paul.
Yes, but how am I going to stay on the road if I can't see it?
Figure it out. What kind of a road is it?
Why, it's an ordinary dirt road.
And?
Yes, I see. Car wheels throw most of the dirt and gravel to the side. And that leaves hard, bare tracks in the center.
And?
And all I have to do is feel for a hard, bare part with my feet, and it'll be like a track to follow. If I feel myself walking in loose gravel, I'll know I'm getting on the shoulder off the road.
Good for you, Paul.
Yeah, now I'm getting smart. There's a bare track.
Turn to your right, Paul. Start walking. Walk, Paul.
I'm walking.
Soon you won't have to concentrate so hard on feeling the road through your feet. Soon your feet will keep to the road almost automatically. Soon you won't... What is it, Paul?
My wound. The scar, it's stinging again.
Your scar?
Oh, what's the matter with it anyway?
It hasn't bothered you for a long time, has it?
No. Now it's stinging. It goes right through my head.
Is that why you're holding your head in your hands? Steady, Paul. What are you thinking of, Paul? The war again?
Oh, I'm dizzy.
Why are you thinking of the war again, Paul? Can you help it?
Oh, I'm dizzy.
Steady, Paul. Steady, Paul. Steady, Paul.
What time is it, Paul?
3:16.
The 219's supposed to attack that hill over there soon. That should divert some of this fire from us, huh?
Yeah, Mac.
What time did you say it was, Paul?
3:16.
What time is it now?
Look, how many rotten times do I have to tell you?
You all right, Paul? Hey, are you... Paul! Hey, Corey, come here! Paul's hit! Paul's hit bad!
Walk, Paul.
I'm walking.
Are you all right now?
Yes, I'm all right.
What's the matter with your head, Paul?
I don't know, my wound...
What was it?
Shrapnel.
What do you remember about it?
Remember?
Yes. Don't you remember anything about your wound?
No. It's all fixed up now.
Don't you remember the hospital?
The hospital? Yes.
What did they do in the hospital?
Do?
What did they do?
They fixed it up. They fixed up the wound.
Don't you remember?
What?
Where is your wound, Paul?
It's in my head.
Where in your head?
My temple.
Where?
My temple.
Say it again.
My temple.
Is that a bad place to be wounded, Paul? Is that a bad place, Paul? What did they do in the hospital, Paul? Do you remember now, Paul? The hospital. The hospital.
Hello. You're Paul Gallagher, aren't you?
That's right. Every time I turn over comes a new nurse. Are you new on this shift?
No, I'm not on the ward.
Oh. Well, hello anyway.
We're ready for you now, Paul.
You ready for me?
Yes.
For what? What gives?
Why, for your operation, of course.
Operation?
Why, yes. Didn't anyone tell you?
No. No, they didn't. So that's what all that fussing with me was about last night and this morning. Oh, great. Isn't that just like the Army? Not say a rotten thing. Why do they have to operate?
I don't know.
Oh, it's practically healed. I thought it was perfectly all right. What's the matter with it?
Come on, Paul. They're waiting for you. Here, put on your slippers.
Look, isn't it healing properly? What's wrong with it, nurse?
Come on, Paul. We can't keep them waiting.
Well, can't you tell me? What's the matter?
All right, Paul. I'm going to put this over your face. There. Now, breathe deeply. That's right. Take deep breaths.
What's this one, Doctor?
Small piece of shrapnel in the temple. Seemed all right at first. We let it heal without taking it out. Ready, nurse?
Just a minute, Doctor.
So, what's the matter now?
Danger of pressure on the optic nerve. It's going to be a tricky business.
Mm-hmm. Any chance of loss of vision?
Chance, yes. I don't think so, but he could be all right tomorrow and then sometime later. Just can't tell now. Yes, blindness is unlikely, but perfectly possible.
Any chance loss of vision?
Perfectly possible. Perfectly possible. Perfectly possible.
I must have slept back there with my scar pressing on a twig or a small stone or something. Pressed on a nerve, probably. That's what makes it sting so.
That's probably it. Dark, isn't it? Look up, Paul. Look up to the sky. Do you see anything, Paul?
I ought to be able to see something, shouldn't I?
It's uncanny, isn't it?
No, it's clouded over, that's all. It's clouded over.
You're all alone in the dark, and it feels hollow and tight in the pit of your stomach.
Well, that's natural. That's perfectly natural.
Paul.
It's so dark.
It couldn't be any worse, could it, if you were blind? How do you know you're not blind, Paul? How do you know it's a very dark night? How do you know it isn't about 4 o'clock in the afternoon? How do you know you didn't fall asleep with 2 good eyes and wake up blind? What did the doctors say? Why is there a pain in your temple?
Oh, I'm crazy. I'm absolutely crazy.
On the other hand, Paul, why should you be blind?
The doctors...
They said it was possible, didn't they? Did they say it was probable?
No.
Why shouldn't it be a dark night?
It could be.
Why shouldn't you sleep several hours?
I was very tired.
It's not very likely that you're blind, is it?
No, it's not very likely.
Figure it out, then. What haven't you done all this time?
What haven't I done?
Your ears.
My ears?
Yes. Listen. What's that?
Just the breeze in the trees up there.
And that?
Crickets and insects.
What about birds?
Birds?
If you heard birds singing, it wouldn't be nighttime, would it? What was that?
What?
Didn't you hear it? Sounded like a robin, didn't it?
I don't know, maybe.
There.
Was that a crow?
Birds don't sing in the heat of the day. It might still be too hot at 4 in the afternoon. So even if you don't hear birds, it might be daytime. Do you feel the warm sun?
I don't know. Yes.
Are you sure?
Yes. No. No, it's not warm.
Listen. Was that a squirrel?
Where?
Now. There's a robin.
I think so. No, I don't know. I didn't hear anything.
The squirrel chattering, don't you hear it?
I don't know.
You're listening too hard.
I don't know.
You don't know what you hear.
Oh, dear God, please.
Paul.
What?
Pull yourself together.
All right.
You're letting it get you down. Brace up. Paul, whether you're blind or not...
I'm not blind.
You've got to get home.
I'm not blind.
No. But suppose you were, Paul.
I'm not. It's just my imagination.
Then stop thinking about it.
Stop thinking about it.
And start walking.
I'm walking.
You're not blind. Force yourself to stop thinking about it.
Don't think about it.
Your mind is whirling. Stop thinking about it.
Stop thinking.
Stop thinking about it.
Dear God, don't let me be blind. Please don't let me be blind.
Listen.
What is it?
Listen. Do you hear it?
Yes. Yes, I hear it.
Do you know what it is?
Yes, it's a car.
Where is it?
It's way off in the woods ahead of me.
Is it coming this way or going away?
It's coming this way.
Now you'll know.
Yes, now I'll know.
Get off the road.
Yes.
It's coming closer, isn't it?
Yes.
Wait for it.
I'm waiting.
It's coming closer now, isn't it?
Yes. Closer.
What do you expect to see?
Headlights.
Do you see a glare in the sky yet?
No. No glare.
Why not, Paul? Why not?
I don't know.
Why no glare, Paul?
I don't know. Curves. Curves in the road ahead.
When will you see the lights, Paul?
Soon.
Wait?
Yes, wait.
How soon, Paul?
Very soon.
How soon? How soon? How soon?
What is the fool doing driving on a pitch dark night like this without lights? The fool! The idiot! Driving without lights! Idiot! No lights! No lights! No lights! It's still broad daylight, isn't it? All this time, it's been daylight. Please, help me. Please. I'm blind.
And that is the story of Paul Gallagher. You have just heard Charles Bennett's The Dark Hour, Attraction 13 on Radio City Playhouse. John Larkin was heard as Paul, Alan Stevenson as the voice within him. Other players included Eugene Francis, Hedley Rennie, and Helen Choate. With this performance, Radio City Playhouse rings down its curtain for the time being, but we hope to be back on the air again in the near future over most of these NBC stations. So please watch for the announcement of our return. Meanwhile, the staff of Radio City Playhouse, our producer-director, Harry W. Junkin, our composer-conductor, Dr. Roy Shield, sound technician, Jerry McGee, our skillful and resourceful engineer, Monroe J. Lawrence, and our supervisor, Richard P. McDonough, all join in saying thanks to you for your many wonderful letters, telegrams, and phone calls expressing your appreciation of our efforts. You've been very nice to work for. Next Saturday night, Hollywood Star Theater returns to the air. The opening show will star a talented and lovely young Hollywood actress, Marissa O'Brien. She will be introduced to you by her niece, a young lady known and loved by millions of theatergoers, Miss Margaret O'Brien. Hollywood Star Theater will be heard over most of these NBC stations next Saturday night. This is Lionel Rico speaking, and this is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Time now for Rocky Jordan. Not far from the Mosque Sultan Hassan in Cairo stands the Cafe Tambourine, run by Rocky Jordan. The Cafe Tambourine, crowded with forgotten men, alive with the babble of many languages. For this is Cairo, where modern adventure and intrigue unfold against a backdrop of antiquity. Tonight's story, My Quiet Friend.
Things had been rather peaceful around the cafe for the past few days, and I was facing the prospect of another dull evening when the door to my office opened and two well-dressed guys eased in. Both of them were tall and on the rugged side. They were dressed in identical tan gabardine suits and white Panama hats. There was only one difference in their attire. One of them wore a bow tie, the other a four-in-hand tied correctly with a Windsor knot, nestling perfectly in the center of the spread collar of his soft white shirt. He was the one who broke the silence.
You're Jordan, aren't you?
Yeah, but I'm not in the market for entertainers, especially a brother act.
You're wrong on both counts, wise guy. We just dropped in to sell you something.
Sorry, I got all the shoelaces I can use.
Pretty funny guy, ain't he, Maxie?
Yeah. Your friend's not much of a talker, is he?
Only when he has something important to say. My name's Moran. Leo Moran. Jordan, my quiet friend here is Maxie Schultz.
Maxie Schultz? Sounds familiar. You two boys from New York?
Yeah, but we're operating a little real estate service in Cairo now. Personalized service.
Oh, yeah, I've heard about it. On a clear day, you can hear the screams a mile away.
Well, that makes it easy, then.
It depends on what you mean by easy.
We have a client who's interested in your place.
It's not for sale.
We thought you'd say that, so we figured we could sell you on the idea of changing your mind. How about that, Maxie?
Yeah. I thought you only spoke when you had something important to say, Maxie.
Better take it on the slow bell, Speedy. I do other things.
Yeah, I'll bet. Where do you keep your ventriloquist?
Jordan, for your information, you're bandying words with Maxie the mechanic. Expert in death traps.
And your customers never complain, do they, Maxie?
They ain't ever in shape to complain.
Now, about this client of ours, Jordan.
You're wasting your time, boys. Beat it. The joint's not for sale.
Our client will give you $500 cash for your cafe.
$500, huh? That wouldn't buy the furniture in this office.
You hear that, Maxie?
Yeah. Yeah, shame he feels that way, ain't it?
Now, take this little private bar of yours here, Jordan. I don't think it's worth much. And these drapes aren't bad, but they don't go well with the rest of the stuff. You like this mirror over here, Maxie?
Uh-uh.
Why, you dirty...
I wanted you, Speedy. Nah, sit still like a good little boy.
Maybe you shouldn't have hit Mr. Jordan so hard with that sap, Maxie. You might mess up that pretty face.
Oh, yeah, that'd be a shame.
Come on, Maxie. We'll see you later, Jordan. Maybe you'll have changed your mind by then.
I shook my head a few times, but the haze wouldn't clear, and the range was off. A tap on the side of the head hadn't helped my eyesight any. I remember seeing the gabardine boys leave. It was like looking through the wrong end of a pair of field glasses. Then the room started spinning, and the lights went out. When I came out of it, the phone was ringing.
Hello? Hello?
Yeah, who is it?
Jordan, it's Charlie LeBouc.
LeBouc? What do you want?
Look, Jordan, I think it's about time the two of us forget our little differences and have a nice friendly talk, huh?
Why should we?
Well, I don't like it any more than you, Jordan, but it'll be the smart thing to do. It's about this mob that's taking over.
Keep talking.
Well, you and I are just about the only two cafe operators who haven't sold out. If we stay together, maybe we can beat them all. They've looked over this situation pretty well, Jordan. They won't expect us to team up on them.
All right. What's the spread?
Come over to my place, Jordan. I have a man here who can do us some good.
I like names, LeBouc.
It's Nick Spalvo. How about it?
Nick Spalvo, huh? Okay, give me half an hour. Nick Spalvo had owned the Blue Palm Cafe up to a couple of weeks ago. Then, like half a dozen other gin hall merchants, he'd fallen in line with the mob and had moved out without a murmur to the law. Now it looked like Nick had changed his mind. I went out front, hopped a cab, and shortly after 7:30, I piled out in front of Charlie LeBouc's cafe. I pushed my way through the crowd and went up the stairs. At the end of a small, narrow corridor was a door marked private. It was half open. I pushed it the rest of the way. The first thing that caught my eye was the open window and the wind whipping the curtains into the room. Then I saw LeBouc sprawled out on the soft green carpet behind his desk. There were half a dozen bruises on the side of his face and a dark purple crease over the bridge of his nose. LeBouc's company had played a little too hard, and with his weak pump, LeBouc couldn't keep up acting host. He was dead. Then I remembered Nick Spalvo. I went into the room next to the office, but he wasn't around. I started out into the corridor again when I heard voices, and the cigarette girl eased around the corner. Behind her was one of LeBouc's boys with his right hand in his tux pocket. I ducked back into the office and through the open window to the fire escape. I didn't have time to stick around for explanations. And maybe LeBouc's boy wouldn't give me the chance. I had just dropped to the sidewalk when... And then LeBouc's boy suddenly showed up in the window. I was glad then that I hadn't waited. At the corner, I grabbed a hack, and 15 minutes later, I was leaning on the buzzer of apartment 21 at the Sherita house.
Yes, what... Oh, Rocky.
Hello, Nina.
Well, this is a surprise.
I wasn't sure if I'd catch you in.
I don't go to the club till 9. You know that, darling. Come in. Come in.
You, still dancing at the Blue Palm, huh?
Of course, darling. Sit down. Now, fix your drink?
I thought maybe after Nick Spalvo sold out, you might have left the club.
Why should I? Oh, I like Nick a lot, but then a girl has to make a living.
How do you get along with the new boss?
I've only seen him once or twice. He doesn't come to the club much. Now, about that drink, Rocky.
Where's Nick, do you know?
Oh, Rocky, must you always talk about business?
Nick, baby, where is he?
I don't know, Rocky. At his apartment, I suppose. Why?
I went around to check before I dropped into Charlie LeBouc's club. 3 of us were supposed to meet there.
Charlie LeBouc?
When I got there, LeBouc was dead. Nick wasn't around.
Dead? Oh, Rocky.
Oh, relax. I didn't do it. In a room next to LeBouc's office, there was a cot and a few blankets and an ashtray full of cigar butts. They might have been Nick's.
Oh, Rocky, I don't understand. What does it all mean?
Means that Nick could have been hiding out at LeBouc's.
But why?
Look, baby, Nick didn't want to sell his place. The other owners didn't want to either. But they were pressured into it by a couple of strong-arm boys and told to keep quiet about it.
So that's it. I thought it was strange.
Nick couldn't take it. He decided to talk, so he waltzed over to LeBouc's and told him about it. LeBouc had been given the same pitch, and he wasn't happy about it either, so he called me and suggested we get together and fight off the wolves.
That's why you went to Charlie's place.
Yeah, but the pressure boys beat me to it. I don't think they wanted to kill LeBouc. They just played a little too rough.
But Nick, where's he?
Nick might have been in the room next door when LeBouc was killed. He, probably ducked out.
Did you ask anyone at the club if Nick had been there?
I didn't have time. I had to leave rather suddenly. One of LeBouc's boys kind of got ideas that I'd bumped off his boss.
Oh, Rocky, the police, they'll think that you... Rocky, you've got to get away. I'll help you.
Well, thanks, baby, but...
Please, Rocky.
I've got to find Nick.
But with the police looking for you and LeBouc's men, you won't have a chance, Rocky.
Well, it'll take a bit of doing. And that's where you come in.
Of course, anything you say, but I...
Where would Nick go? Any ideas?
Well, let me think.
Girlfriends, relatives?
Celeste Donati, but she's in Port Said for a few weeks.
Okay, where's her place?
The Komar Apartments on Shari Almon.
Where else would Nick hide out?
Well, he has so many relatives. Perhaps his cousin's shop in the square. Or his uncle's house. Wait, there's a brother, too.
Hey, slow down, baby. I'll need some names and addresses first. Then I'm going to go call him. "15 minutes later, I grabbed a cab in front of Nina's place, and shortly before 8:30, I pulled up in front of a small tobacco shop near the old Helwan station. A single light burned in the back of the shop, and beneath it sat a fat-faced Turk, dozing quietly, his feet propped up on the low counter. I went inside. "All right, George, snap out of it. You got a customer." Come on, wake up. The Turk hadn't been asleep. He'd been out cold. And when I shook him, he rolled off the chair and dropped to the floor. I noticed a dark purple bruise over the bridge of his nose, the same mark I'd seen earlier on Charlie LeBouc. I worked on him a few minutes, and then he snapped out of it.
No, please.
All right, take it easy, chum. I'm not going to hurt you. Here, I'll help you up.
My head.
Sure, a couple of boys who dress alike, huh?
Yes, they wanted to know where Nick... Who are you?
The name's Jordan. I'm a friend of Nick's.
Oh, yes, I have heard of you.
Was Nick here tonight?
Not more than 10 minutes ago. These two men came after him, but Nick saw them and went out the back way.
They must have tailed him here from LeBouk's.
Mr. Jordan, what has happened? Is Nick in trouble?
Yeah. He witnessed a murder. Charlie LeBouk's. Those two boys who worked you over did it. Any idea where Nick went to?
No. He had just come in. We were in the back of the shop. He started to tell me what had happened when the two men walked in. Nick went out the back way.
How about Nick's brother? He lives around here. Think he could have gone there?
Perhaps. I do not know.
How much did you tell the boys who worked you over?
Nothing at all. I could not tell them where Nick went because I do not know.
Okay. I'm going around to see Nick's brother. You better fix your face up and close up shop. Those two boys are liable to come back for more. And I don't mean cigarettes. Nick's brother lived in a narrow side street about 3 blocks away. When I got there, the house was dark. The only answer to my knock on the heavy door was a dog howl coming from somewhere inside. I waited for a minute, then went back downstairs and started for the rear of the house. I caught a movement along the wall out of the corner of my eye, but I just kept walking. I went around the side of the house and pulled into a doorway. A few seconds later, I heard him coming along the gravel walk. When he passed me, I reached out. His gun came up, but he didn't have the chance to use it. I flipped on my cigarette lighter and held it to his face. It was Charlie LeBouk's boy, the guy who'd taken the pot shots at me from the window. He was still red hot on the idea that I'd bumped off his boss. I packed him off to my cab, gave the driver an address, and we took off. I had to put this boy on ice before somebody got hurt. Couldn't expect my luck to hold out all night. Well, 10 minutes later, I walked into Madame Farid's little establishment down on the waterfront. For a little silver across the pond, the old girl was always more than happy to kick your fortune around in a teacup or even consult the crystal ball.
Oh, Rocky Jordan. It is a long time I have not seen you. Come in.
Hi, Grandma. Well, how's the future look?
You wish to consult Madame Farid?
Yeah, got a problem. There happens to be a short, dark, and ugly character following me with murder on his mind.
So?
He's got the picture all wrong, but I don't have the time to explain it to him now. He's sleeping off our last engagement in my cab outside.
I see. Oh, it is a problem, Rocky.
Yeah, take a look at my palm, sweetheart. Oh, you'll find it just under this $10 bill.
Yes, I see. Well, I would say there is an old woman who can help you. I can see an empty cellar, an excellent place to put this man till morning, perhaps, until you can explain his mistake.
That's the best advice I've had all day. It's a deal. Now, where can I find this old woman who's going to help me?
Bring him in, Rocky. Bring him in.
At least with LeBouk's boy out of the way, I wouldn't have to worry about his taking a pot shot at me every time I turned around. I still had to find Nick before the Gabardine boys did, and my next stop was Celeste Donati's place at the Comar Hotel Apartments on the Sharia El Mun. Even if Nick's doll wasn't around, he might be using the place as a hideout, and it was worth a try. I was just about to press the buzzer over the nameplate when the door opened suddenly. Framed there was Captain Sam Sabai at Cairo Police.
Hello, Jordan.
Uh-oh. Hello, Sam.
I've been looking for you. Come on in.
Sure. What are you doing here, Sam, if you were looking for me?
I am also looking for Nick Sparrow.
Well, so's everybody else.
What happened to Charlie LeBouk, Jordan?
I'm not sure, Sam. I arrived a little late.
I got there even later. All I found was LeBouk dead. You and Nick had already left. Why?
Nick left because LeBouk's killers got too close to him. I left because one of LeBouk's boys got an idea I'd polished off his boss.
What were you doing at LeBouk's? I have heard you were not very good friends, Jordan.
Oh, just small talk.
Jordan, I have
All right. He called me over to team up with him against the pressure boys who were buying up a flock of joints. Or didn't you know about that?
We know all about it, Jordan.
Then why haven't you done something?
We have nothing to go on. Absolutely nothing. The cafe owners have refused to talk.
Nick changed his mind. He'll sing like a blue jay.
Is that why he was at LeBouk's?
Yeah. He knows who bumped off LeBouk.
Do you?
The Gabardine boys, Sam. It figures.
The Gabardine?
Leo Moran and Maxie Schultz, the super salesman.
Oh, Succamelli's men.
What?
Frank Succamelli. He's behind this scheme, Jordan.
How'd he get here? Thought after they'd booted him out of the States back to his own country.
It is all very legal, Jordan. As long as he stays out of trouble, there is nothing we can do. But he'll slip up here in Cairo just as he did back in the States.
He already has, Sam. I think you can make it pretty hard for Succamelli once you find Nick Spalvo.
Well, Jordan, for your sake, I hope we find him alive.
Don't you like my story, Sam?
Oh, I do. But I am only a captain of police. There are others who may not like it. After all, no one else saw Moran and Schultz at LeBouk's.
Which makes me number one boy, because LeBouk and I never get along too well. Sure, Sam. So instead of standing around here yapping, why don't you go out and find Nick?
I intend to.
All right. Where do we go now?
I'm going to drive you back to the Tambourine, Jordan.
The Tambourine? Oh, now, wait a minute,
Yes,
Sam.
and you're going to stay there till this thing is cleared up.
Sorry, Sam. My foot's in the door. I want in.
This is a matter for the police, Jordan. You'd better stay out of it for your own good. You're not doing very well so far, you know.
All right. Come on. Sam and I piled into the police crate and headed downtown. I didn't put up much of an argument about being herded back to my cafe, because it suddenly dawned on me that doing just that might have been the smart thing to do from the first. Nick must have known about my coming over to LeBouk's to talk about teaming up, and he'd probably make an effort to contact me. The Tambourine would be the first place he'd try. Sam and his boys dropped me off in front of the cafe, and I went in. I pushed through the crowd to the back and opened the office door.
Hello, Jordan. We've been waiting for you. Come on in. Close the door.
The Gabardine boys, Leo and Maxie, were standing in the center of the room. Leaning against my desk with a cigar stuck in the corner of his fat face was a short, heavy-set guy. He had a thick mop of black curly hair, eyes that hit you like a hot iron. In his hand was a fingernail file. When I walked in, he went back to work with it on his short, pudgy fingers. Then, without looking up...
Hello, Jordan.
What are you doing here, Succamelli?
Oh, you recognize me, huh?
No trouble at all. You used to be the favorite pin-up boy of the post offices back in the States.
They were lousy photographs, Jordan.
Don't blame the camera, Succamelli. I've seen better heads than a pin.
There he goes again, Leo. I don't think... All right, Maxie, that's enough. Let Mr. Jordan have his little joke. We have plenty of time.
Well, I haven't, Succamelli. I gotta get this place sprayed. You got no idea the stuff that crawls in here these days.
What do you think of the offer my boys made to you?
I haven't laughed so hard in years.
What's wrong with $500 for this dump?
You're in a wheat field, Succamelli.
All right, Jordan. We can talk about that later. Right now, I'm interested in Spalvo.
Spalvo? What's that? Something you spread on bread?
Where is he, Jordan?
I wouldn't give you the right time, Succamelli.
Where is he hiding?
Get lost, punk. I'm busy.
All right, Maxie. Leo.
Okay, wise guy. This is as far as you go. Hold him, Leo.
Yeah, I got him.
Let him have it.
Now, Jordan, let's start from the beginning.
When the blackjack caught me on the side of the head, my knees started to give out, but Maxie got behind me and held me up. With one hand, he jerked my head back. Leo grabbed my shirt front, pulled the rod out of his pocket, and started tapping the bridge of my nose with a gun barrel. Then I remembered the bruise, that dark purple crease on LeBouk's nose and the Turks. It was a nice, slow, and easy way of driving a guy off his rocker. The first few taps weren't bad. After that, you lost count. It was like a pile driver coming down on your head. The last thing I remembered was Succamelli. He was still leaning against the desk, working the file and blowing in his fingernails. And he was asking me about Nick somebody.
You are listening to My Quiet Friend, tonight's adventure with Rocky Jordan. Tomorrow night, radio's most popular dramatic program, CBS Radio Theater, brings you The Song of Bernadette. This inspiring screen story of a humble girl whose faith elevated her to sainthood will be the Easter week presentation of Radio Theater Monday night at 6. Ann Baxter and Charles Bickford are the stars. Don't miss it tomorrow, Monday night at 6 on CBS. Now we return you to Cairo and tonight's adventure with Rocky Jordan, my quiet friend.
When a character named Frank Succamelli moved to take over the Cairo night spots, gangster style, a couple of gin mill owners and I decided to get together. But just before we kept our date, one of them was murdered, the other, named Nick Spalvo, disappeared. I spent a lot of time looking for Spalvo without any luck. When I got back to the tambourine, Succamelli and his 2 boys were waiting for me and gave me a nice going over with a gun barrel. It was quite a bit later when I finally started to wake up.
Rocky. Rocky.
Oh, go away.
Rocky, it's Nina.
Nina. Great girl, fine dancer.
Rocky, listen to me, please.
Nina. One of the nicest... Wait a minute, what is this?
Not so loud, Rocky. They'll hear you.
Nina.
You're at the Blue Palm Cafe, Rocky. I saw them when they brought you in an hour ago.
Blue Palm?
Yes, one of the upstairs rooms.
Oh, yeah. Kind of comes back now. What happened to my playmates?
Leo and Maxie are out and back. They're loading up the owner's car.
Where's Succamelli?
Succamelli?
The boss.
Oh, in his office. Rocky, I think the 3 of them are getting ready to leave.
Not without me, they don't.
Oh, no, Rocky, they'll kill you. You've got to get away.
Not on your life. They have a score to settle with this crowd. Look, baby, it's a cinch they're not going to take off without making another try to find out where Nick is. I think I can stall them off long enough.
But why, Rocky? Why don't you leave when
Can you get to a phone and fast?
Yes.
Then hop to it, Nita. Give Captain Sabaya a buzz at police headquarters and unload the glad tidings. And tell him to hurry up and get here. Nina eased out the door, and I heard her high heels clicking off down the hall. I made my way across the darkened room to the window and looked down into the parking lot below. A long, gleaming limousine was parked in the driveway. Walking away from it were Leo and Maxie. Maxie was wiping his hands. They passed under my window and went into the cafe. I waited a couple of minutes, then I heard footsteps in the hall. The key turned in the lock.
Turn the light on, Maxie.
Yeah, sure.
Well, look at that, Maxie. Bright boy is up and around again.
Yeah.
How do you feel, Jordan?
Just fine, boys. We go round again?
You don't look so bad for a guy who's had a rough evening.
I'm used to it.
Well, the night isn't over yet. Come on, Succamelli wants to see you. And he doesn't like to be kept waiting.
You two really jumped through the hoop for that punk, don't you?
I wouldn't say that, Jordan.
He orders you around like a couple of zombies.
We're not worried. Not a bit.
You do the dirty work and he rakes in the dough. What's the matter? You scared of the little bum?
And like Leo said, Jordan, we ain't worried. Not a bit, huh, Leo? Now, come on, let's go.
What's your hurry?
Look, wise guy, do you want me to wrap this sap beside your head again?
Well, if you...
What's the matter? Ain't you ever seen a blackjack before?
Yeah, sure. Okay, boys, let's not keep Mr. Succamelli waiting, huh? We walked down the hall to Succamelli's office. He was sitting there at his desk, smiling like a pitcher who had just struck out murderer's roll. He had his hat and coat on, and in front of him, resting on the green blotter, was a briefcase.
Jordan, I see you have recovered.
It's a special favor to you, Succamelli. That's as far as I go.
I've decided to forget about Nick. I'm afraid it's a little too late now to do anything about that.
You're going to pull out, huh?
Yeah. I've decided not to press my luck too far. We've made a neat little pile of dough anyway, haven't we, boys? Yeah, let's get out of here. We can dump Jordan on the road. Good idea, Leo. I'll take care of it.
We can do it, Frank. Me and Leo take Jordan in our car and follow you.
No, I'll take care of it, Maxie. After I've taken care of something else first.
What do you mean?
This, Maxie. Frank, no! Oh, you dirty double cross.
Max had started to get up out of the chair when the first slug hit him and he dropped back. Leo went down right at my feet. The Gabardine boys were through. Succamelli had just done a nice job of trimming the payroll.
All right, Jordan, let's go.
Oh, I don't get it here, huh?
No, I have other plans for you. I think I'll take you along with me. Until I get out of Cairo, anyway.
You won't, Succamelli.
Shut up. Get moving.
Okay. Succamelli prided me in the back with a snub-nosed revolver, and we walked down the back steps into the lot. We crossed the gravel driveway and headed for the long black limousine.
Straight ahead, Jordan. Don't get any ideas. I've handled guys like you before.
Yeah, I can believe that.
Go on.
Okay, you don't have to push that gun through my back. It's sore enough now.
You'll never know it in the morning. All right, Jordan. Now open it.
What's the matter, Succamelli?
Open the door.
Sure.
Now back away. I'm getting in.
I'm not invited, huh?
Sorry. I'm taking off alone, Jordan. I changed my mind.
You'll have to step on it. Sam Sabaya will be here in a minute.
I'm not worried, Jordan. I'll leave you here to meet him with a bullet in your head. When they stop to investigate your corpse, it will give me extra time.
You know, I just thought of something.
What's so funny?
This is going to be close. The law will be here in a minute. Suppose you can't start your car.
Don't worry about that, Jordan. It'll start.
Yeah? Why don't you press the starter button?
Okay, Jordan. Just so you won't die with it on your mind. Watch.
I had a hunch what was coming. As soon as Succamelli's hand went for the starter button, I hit the ground, started to roll. But even so, I caught part of the blast. I was shaking the buzz out of my ears and scrambling to my feet when the police car screeched up to a stop.
Jordan, are you all right?
Yeah, you missed the big blow-up, Sam.
Moran and Schultz, where are they?
Oh, upstairs and out of this world. Succamelli had a surprise for him. He got in some target practice.
And Succamelli, is he?
Yeah, he's in there, in what's left of the car. But don't bother, Sam.
How did this happen?
Moran and Schultz had a little surprise for Succamelli, too. Maxie's favorite trick, a bomb. You press the starter button and... well, that's all, brother.
How did you miss this?
I was scheduled to go along, but Succamelli changed his mind. I was hoping he would.
You knew about the explosives?
I had a hunch from the way Leo and Maxie were talking that they were up to something. And when I spotted grease on Maxie's hand, I figured he'd been messing around with his hobby. Too bad he didn't live to see this. He'd have been proud of the job.
Rocky.
Oh, hi, Anita.
Oh, Rocky, are you all right?
Yeah, sure, I'll make it. Although my face could stand a job of patching up.
Well, I suggest you come with me to the emergency hospital and have...
Oh, skip it, Sam. It's not that bad.
Please, Rocky, you must have those bruises taken care of. Come on, I'll drive you home.
Home? Who wants to go back to the tambourine?
I didn't have that in mind, Rocky.
Oh. Well, see you later, Sam.
Hello?
This is Captain Sabaya. Is Jordan still there?
Yes. Just a moment, Captain. Rocky. Rocky.
Huh?
It's for you, Captain Sabaya.
Oh, thanks, Nina. Hello, Sam.
Jordan, I thought you'd like to know Nick Sparlow was waiting for us at headquarters when we got back.
Mm-hmm.
It was as you said, Jordan. Moran and Schultz came in the booth. He saw them do it. Well? Jordan, did you hear what I said?
Huh? What was that, Sam?
Aren't you listening to me?
Oh, it's a beautiful night, Sam. With a lady's cool hand on my fevered brow. I'll have to admit it's a little distracting. What was that again?
Nothing at all. Good night.
What was that?
I said good night.
Oh, yeah. Good night, Sam.
It's CBS, again at this same time, next week, for another story of adventure and intrigue. When we take you back to Cairo and the Cafe Tambourine, run by Rocky Jordan. Jack Moyles plays the title role, with tonight's story by John Moore. Rocky Jordan is produced and directed by Cliff Howell, with original music by Richard Arant. Larry Thor speaking. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Johnny presents the Philip Morris Playhouse, produced, edited, and directed by William Spear. It's a wonderful, wonderful feeling to wake up fresh with no cigarette hangover. Yes, you'll be glad tomorrow you smoked Philip Morris today. And now we bring you The Iron Man, tonight's production in the Philip Morris Playhouse.
There won't be no crepe hung out for Rodney. No fancy flowers, nor blue serge burying clothes, nor pole bearers from the lodge. Not now. No. No kind of send-off at all. Rodney's taking the big trip all alone. He never had no friends. Nobody cared much about Rodney. Whether he lived or died or had a place to lay his head at night. Nobody, that is, except Doc and Jerry and me. So, I guess now that Rodney has took off for real, it's up to me to write his biology. Doc.
Yeah, Mike?
Give me the blotter. I'm lousing up the whole stinking page. The story of Rodney Donahue is best told, like most stories, from the beginning. But before we start, I must ask you to hold on to your hat, because the whole thing is pretty incredulous. I've been tending bar at the Shamrock Club for 15 years. You know, sherry a dime, rye 2 bits, hold on to your glass when the L goes by. Well, I ain't the worrying kind, and neither are Doc and Jerry, my partners. But this particular winter, business was null and void. A malicious wave of temperance had apparently hit our district. The drinkers was staying away in droves. And it couldn't have happened at a waste time. Mr. Stevens, the guy who held the mortgage on the joint, finally come in one day and laid it on the line.
Get it up.
$1,200 in 2 weeks. Doc came in right after Stevens left. So I told him right away. But Jerry was busy all day driving his taxi cab, so I couldn't tell him that night. We sat around the table in the back room with our chins in our hands, thinking how cold the snow was outside.
$1,200. Sure, it's a cinch. And while you're wrapping it up, throw in the moon.
Listen, Jerry, you're taking in $10 a day driving that taxi, huh?
I ain't prepared to cope with $1,200.
Doc?
Don't look at me. The only $1,200 I'll ever see is in my Social Security number. I knew we shouldn't have done it.
What?
That sure thing at Hialeah. I never knew a horse could run backwards.
Well, that was your idea, putting the grand on him.
Skip it. No use haggling now.
Well, if we could only find somebody looking for a worthy cause.
That's just what the Shamrock is, a worthy cause. A shelter for every stumble bum on the avenue.
What do you mean, stumble bum?
Well, there's one out there right now at the bar.
Compagno?
Yeah, 2 bits worth of sherry, and he stays all night. Why don't you get rid of him?
Well, I don't know, Doc. I can't just...
That's what's keeping our regular trade away, stumble bums. Yeah, maybe that's it. I wouldn't want to sit up the bar if there was a guy at my elbow hitting me for a free ride every 2 minutes, would you?
I never thought of that.
Well, throw him out.
Oh, Doc, it's below zero outside. The poor guy will...
You got his dough, didn't you?
Yeah, I got
Okay, throw him out. Second the motion.
Okay, gents. Out he goes. Well, it was cold outside. A regular blizzard. But I tossed him out. And I guess that's what started the whole thing. Because that's where Rodney comes in. His name was Rodney Donahue. And he was a barfly like Compagno. Only worse. He'd probably lost the longest weekend since the calendar was invented. 90 proof right up to the ears. He was sitting at the bar the next night, just like Compagno was, and I was about to give him the business. Rodney, wake up.
One moment, officer. You've got no right to assume that just because I... Oh, Mike, old boy, when did you come in?
I've been here all night. Look, you want another drink?
Oh, to be sure, I want another drink. Only one difficulty.
Yeah, I know. You're fresh out of money.
how accurately you divine my hidden purpose. But seriously, old man.
Look, the house ain't buying tonight, Rodney, and sleeping quarters is outside. Now, suppose you get yourself off that stool and just...
I couldn't think of going. The night's young.
I'm sorry, Rodney. Look, new policy out...
Michael, aren't you
What?
being...
What? Well, what's the matter, Jerry?
You seen the evening paper?
No, what?
Where's Doc?
In the back room. What's the matter?
Come on.
I got to tend to Rodney here.
No, this is more important.
Okay, lay down. I'll be with you in a minute, Rodney.
Doc, you seen the paper?
No. For God's sakes, what is it?
Oh, now listen.
What?
Man dies of exposure in Central Park. The frozen body of Ernest Compagno, an itinerant, that's Italian, was discovered in Central Park this morning by Patrolman Joseph Roche of the city police.
Compagno?
Now, wait a minute. Condition of the body indicates that the man, a chronic alcoholic, was wandering in a park at a late hour last night and was overcome by the cold.
Well, what's so exciting about that?
Yeah, what's so
I ain't finished yet. Wait. The dead man left an estate of approximately $10,000, made up entirely of a life insurance policy with a daughter living on the Pacific coast as sole beneficiary.
That all?
Yeah.
Too bad. Well, I got to get back to Rodney.
Look, wait a minute, Mike.
Huh?
10 grand.
Yeah.
You know, Jerry, the poor old guy's death was a kind of a blessing in a way.
Yeah, that's it. A blessing.
A slave to demon rum, his life a shambles.
What are you talking about?
You know, maybe we got a mission in life. Maybe we're just what these poor guys need. There's a lot more like Compagno, you know.
Baby, it's cold outside.
Wait a minute now. What?
Do you get it, Mike?
What do you mean? They ain't got no dough.
Well, neither did Compagno. All he had was a nice, fat insurance policy.
Made out to his daughter. Now, maybe we could find one without any daughters. Huh, Doc?
Well, lots of people don't have daughters, but they have insurance policies.
Hey, wait a minute.
He's catching on.
And if he was to become a partner of ours, he'd need an insurance policy to protect us. His beneficiaries.
Yeah. As a matter of fact, all we need is a guy like
Hey, where is everybody?
Uh-huh. All we need is a guy like...
Rodney.
Rodney? Rodney.
You have heard Act One of The Iron Man. In this brief intermission for a smoke in the Philip Morris Playhouse, may we have your attention, please, ladies and gentlemen.
When your cigarette leaves a stale, musty, smoked-out taste in your mouth.
That's cigarette hangover.
When your cigarette leaves your throat tight, dry, uncomfortable.
That's cigarette hangover.
Yes, that's what takes the joy out of smoking. And when that happens to you, it's time to change to Philip Morris.
Remember, Philip Morris is the one, the only cigarette proved definitely less irritating, definitely milder than any other leading brand. That fact is recognized by eminent medical authorities. No other cigarette can make that statement.
Remember, top-ranking doctors, eminent nose and throat specialists actually suggest Philip Morris in cases of irritation due to smoking. That's why we say,
if you're tired of cigarette hangover, join the millions and change to Philip Morris. You, too, will discover in Philip Morris a milder smoke, a fresher, cleaner smoke than you've ever known before.
Yes, you'll be glad tomorrow you smoked Philip Morris today. Philip Morris, America's finest cigarette.
Now, with Sidney Miller as Mike McGovern, we bring you Act Two of The Iron Man, tonight's production in the Philip Morris Playhouse.
I was worried about Rodney a little. He was so weak, so frail and helpless, without no family connections or nothing. And while we talked to him that night, I begun to worry for fear he'd keel over before we got him covered with insurance.
You see, Rodney, what this place needs is a kind of customer's man.
A host. Yeah. That's it, Rodney. A guy who'll make the other customers feel at home. You get it?
Oh, wait a minute now. You mean you want to make me a full partner?
Yeah, just like the rest of us.
Even Steven.
You'll get a quarter interest in the place.
Not so fast.
What's it going to cost me?
Nothing. Not a cent.
You'll get a fourth of the take.
That's 25%.
Of course. And all you want to drink.
Oh, I'm dead.
Huh?
I must be. I'm in heaven. Well, let's tip the flowing bowl.
Not yet. No drinks tonight.
Oh, why?
Why, you got to be in shape for your examination tomorrow for the
What?
insurance policy.
Ah.
Understand, we're giving you a quarter interest in the place, and we got to have protection.
Well, if you must, you must. Now, where do I sign?
Okay, right here,
Yeah,
Rodney.
found the pen
Right
I
here.
got in
Yeah,
my
here's,
hand.
here's a pen. Yeah. $1,800. Now, wait a minute, bro.
You're lucky to get that. There's something fishy about the whole thing anyway. Why are you guys so
I told you why. He's our partner. $1,800. I thought your outfit insured people.
You should have seen the doc when he was going over Rodney.
There's nothing wrong with him.
Nothing a miracle wouldn't cure. A liver you could bounce like a rubber ball. Stomach like a sieve.
Is that all?
Everything's wrong with him. The doc said he never saw kidneys like that in his whole life. Well, here's the policy. Premiums due in advance, $60.
We thought it might look too convenient if it happened right away. So we waited 2 days. I went to work on Rodney Thursday night. And when I let Jerry take over, I had the feeling the money was in the bank. Doc was waiting for me in the back room.
How is it?
Oh, we're getting there. His mother was frightened by a sponge, but we're getting there. Jerry is now guiding the glass to his mouth.
How's the weather?
Oh, lovely. Never saw such a night. 5 below, Doc. A 40-mile wind. Lots of snow.
Uh-huh. Well, he ought to be about ready now. Go check.
Okay.
Now, Rodney, old boy, mustn't spill it. Drink it down, every drop, just like a little man.
Could I have a chaser?
He's getting finicky, Mike.
I'm not complaining. Don't get me wrong, I love my job. I've never been happier in my work. It's just that I want to...
What do you want, Rodney?
Oh, I want to go to bed.
Can you imagine that, Mike? First day on the job, and the guy wants to quit an hour early.
Oh, Rodney, you are a clock watcher.
Please, Mr. McGovern, whatever the cost, let our keyword be harmony. And whatever the task, you'll find a Donahue never quits. Though the path be long, though the way be hard, remember this, I'm with you, pard. I want to go to bed.
Rodney, you ain't doing so well.
Look, how about another drink, huh? Just one more.
A nightcap?
Well, it's about time. Whether you like it or not, I got a contract that says I'm a partner in this business. And when I want a drink, I get a drink.
But that's just...
But me no buts, peasant. Pour me a drink.
Sure, Rodney. Say when.
Yeah. It's full.
Okay, when?
At 11:30, we hustled him feet first out of the Shamrock and into Jerry's cab. Oh, it was a cinch. Nothing to it. We left him in a snowbank in Central Park near where they found Compagno. Then went back to the bar and waited all night for the morning papers. At 7 o'clock, we got one.
Curtis, Davenport, Dillingham, Drake. No Donahue.
Yeah, let me see it, Jerry.
No use, Mike. Rodney just ain't in the obituaries.
He couldn't even walk last night. He's just covered with snow, and they ain't found him yet.
There's an article here about an unidentified drunk who smashed a $300 store window on Fifth Avenue. How do you like that?
What?
Rodney.
Hey, what?
Oh,
in the
just
name
keep your
of-
seats, gentlemen. I didn't mean to startle you, just dropped in to apologize.
Apologize?
Donahue's never afraid to admit he's wrong. No question of it, I partook too freely, and I'm sorry.
Sorry about what?
The window.
Now, wait a minute. What? Are you the guy
Yeah, I'm a little unruly when I'm in my cups. I told him you'd take care of it, being my partners and all. The man will be out this afternoon.
How much, Rodney?
$300.
$300?
Yeah. Well, what's the matter?
Nothing. Rodney.
Well.
Nothing.
Then, partners, how about a little drink, huh?
Holy cow, look at that snow. I can hardly see.
What time is it, Mike?
1:15.
How is he?
I ain't sure, but I think he's in a coma. You know...
Never mind.
Okay. You know...
All right, what is it?
I got a feeling maybe we went too far.
Huh?
Champagne, cream de mint, beer.
Well, what's wrong with that?
Nothing, only I do not approve of the cleaning fluid. We are liable to poison the guy.
Shut up. This time he goes out for keeps. How much farther, Jerry?
We're almost there.
Where we going?
To the fountain. That's where we're going to put Rodney. Ain't a man living can stay alive soaking wet in 10 below.
Give me another aspirin, Doc.
You get it. I got my feet in hot water.
When's that paper going to get here?
Take it easy. These things take time.
We should have hid by now. It's almost noon.
Jerry, drive us over at the park.
The scene of the crime? Doc, caution.
Well, you can't use my cab anyway. I sold the tires.
What for?
For $20. I made a parlay at Hialeah this morning.
You dumb clock. $20 on a horse race. How are we going to pay for Rodney's window?
Oh, shut up.
Well, look here. You get to know it if you think...
Calm, fellas, calm. As the good late Rodney said, let harmony be our keynote, be it ever so...
Is Mike McGovern here?
Yeah, officer. I am him.
Good. Rose from headquarters. These your partners?
Yeah. This here is Jerry Mulvaney, and this is Doc Hablin.
How you doing? Well, I got some bad news for you.
Yeah?
No kidding?
We picked up Rodney Donahue this morning.
Gee.
Oh, that's too bad. Officer.
Yeah. I knew it'd be a shock to you.
Well, we'll just have to carry on, I guess.
Yeah. Well, these things happen, you know.
They sure do.
You had some sort of an arrangement with him, a partnership or something?
Yeah, he was a member of the corporation.
A valued member.
I see.
When'd you find him, officer?
Oh, this morning.
Officer, I hope he had an easy death.
Death? I only wish he was dead. We picked him up for turning in 5 false alarms last night, and it's going to cost you $100 to bail him out. You can pick him up at the station this afternoon.
You know...
Shut up.
Okay. You know...
Okay, what is it?
There's only one conclusion. Rodney is immortal.
Well, it's now or never.
You are right there. It is him or us tonight. I got a slight touch of pneumonia.
Yeah, me too.
Is he still out?
He ain't moved for 15 minutes.
Hey, now, watch it, Jerry. Keep your eyes on the road, will you?
I can't help it. I'm nervous. This thing is getting too big for us, Doc.
Forget it. This one's going to do it, I tell you. Take the next turn to the left, Jerry.
Okay.
Hey, what are we going to do?
Run over him. Lay him out on the road and run over him. That good enough for you?
Well,
what?
That's illegal, ain't it? I guess maybe we'd all lost our faith in Rodney by then. Even Doc, who would not admit it. We did like he said. Laid Rodney out on a road in Central Park and run over him. But our hearts were not in it. Nobody said much as we waited for the paper to come again, sitting in the back room around the table. Then, finally... Yeah, this is Mike McGovern. Yeah, of course. Oh, sure. Oh, I understand. Uh-huh. Yeah, well, those things happen. Yeah, sometimes, yeah.
Huh?
Sure. Shut up. Yeah, well, it takes time, you know. Sure, call me.
Well, who was it?
The hospital. It seems Rodney has a slight concussion. They might have to hold him a week.
Did you sell all the liquor, Mike?
Every drop in the house. Wholesale. And we still owe $60 on Rodney's hospital bill.
Where's Jerry?
He went down to the bookies. his $20 parlay runs today.
Maybe I ought to talk to Stevens about that mortgage.
That wouldn't do no good unless you can talk $1,200.
What's that?
It ain't a customer.
Make fun of me, will you, huh? Give me the old raspberry, huh?
What's eating you?
Give me some space, Doc.
What you got,
Spread
Jerry?
out.
What is it?
Just watch. The hand is quicker than the eye. Now, 500, 600, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, and 12.
$1,200.
And that ain't all. There's another $1,000 in my pocket. So I don't know the horses, huh? So I don't know a long shot when I see one,
The
huh?
parlay.
Sure.
We can pay off.
Christopher, we're in.
Does your mother come from Ireland? Is there something in your iron? Well,
What's that?
Oh, someone at the door.
Oh, don't open it, Jerry. It might be a customer. Let's see.
No. Better go see. Oh, gee, it's good to see you, Jerry.
Rodney.
Well, aren't you going to let me in? It's cold out here.
Hey, Rodney wants to come in. Get out, you stumblebum.
Oh, Doc, I got to have a drink. Listen, I've been in the hospital. Nothing but food for 10 days.
Don't tell us how long, pal. We got the bill. Throw 'em out,
Oh,
Jerry.
you can't, Doc. I got to have a drink.
Doc, maybe we ought to give Rodney a little send-off.
Yeah, give me a
We'll
drink.
send him off all right, that little double-crosser. Toss him out, Jerry.
Now, wait.
Out.
You can't do this. I'm a partner.
That partnership is dissolved, Rodney, as of now. Beat it.
Oh, please, Doc, please.
You heard what the man
Just
said,
a
Rodney.
Out you go. That takes care of Rodney.
It sure does.
Yeah. Well, let's see now. Where were we?
Well, I was singing lead. Let's go.
Does your mother come from Ireland?
Well, it was tough. But that's the way it had to be, I guess. After all, Rodney never played square with us, so I guess we never owed him nothing. Anyway, the next morning, we were sitting in the back room making out an order for a new stock of liquor when the door opened and...
Officer Rhodes.
Hello, officer. Have a chair.
I'd rather stand.
Okay.
Well,
Well, what?
did you collect it?
The bet? Oh, I sure did. 22.
No, not the bet. I mean the insurance.
Huh? The insurance.
On Rodney Donahue.
What are you talking about?
He's dead, you know.
Holy cow, it killed him.
What killed him?
Oh, we should have known that was the one thing. Taking him off the
Shut
stuff.
up, Jerry.
No, go on, Jerry. Go on. This is interesting. You knocked him off, didn't you? Stuck him in Central Park last night in the middle of a snowstorm.
We knocked him off. Now, wait a minute.
The
what
solid food killed him, that's why.
Oh, that's it, huh? But you were sure 10 days ago that he was dead when I came in about the false alarms? How come?
Well, you see...
And how does it happen that the tire tracks in that snow the night he was run down matched yours, Jerry?
Oh, now, wait a minute. You got this thing all wrong.
Yeah, don't give me that. What about the insurance policy? Dan Brody tells me he issued one to Mike the same week it happened. You bought it because you needed $1,200 to pay off the mortgage, right?
I tell you, we had nothing to do with it. He came around last night for a drink, and we threw him out.
Shut up. You killed him and you know it.
Oh, we didn't kill him. We tried.
Mike. Oh, you tried, huh? Well, that's good enough for me. Stick out your hands, all of you. I just happen to have 3 pairs of handcuffs.
Now listen, Chief.
And there's a warrant in my pocket. Now, if you gents will be so good as to stick out your hands, I'll be happy to supply you with the hardware.
Well, good morning, gentlemen.
What? No.
Hi, Rodney.
Hi, Rodney.
Morning, Rodney.
Well, what's the matter with the officer here?
Donahue, you're dead.
He just don't know you as well as we do, Rodney. Partner, what'll you have?
Bourbon. Tall, cool, and tinkling. It's a long, dry walk from the morgue.
And so it is, because we feel the story of Rodney Donahue should be put down for posteriority, I have wrote this account of the pleasant relationship we had with him. Doc and Jerry and me are living together now. and it was quite a joke to hear it was finally taken off. It was liquor finally got him, they tell me. He cashed in on the Shamrock and went hog wild on the money. And it was in some such dude hangout as the Store Club that he bought him some fancy drink with fruit and all. And the toothpick got caught crosswise in his throat, and Rodney choked to death. Rodney was a good and true friend, cheerful and generous to the last, and one of the best drinkers I have ever run across. And while our hopes and plans for Rodney never quite came off, I am sorry to say that the people of the state of New York give us an A for effort. Respectively submitted, Michael J. McGovern, number 34871156.
Tonight, the Philip Morris Playhouse presented The Iron Man, produced, edited, and directed by William Spear. Sidney Miller was Mike, Jerry Hausner Jerry, James Matthews Doc, and Joseph Kearns was Rodney.
It's a wonderful feeling.
It's a wonderful feeling.
It's a wonderful, wonderful feeling to wake up fresh with no cigarette hangover.
Yes, that's something more and more smokers who have changed to Philip Morris are discovering every day. Millions of new smokers now enjoy in Philip Morris a milder smoke, a fresher, cleaner smoke than they've ever known before.
And for a good reason. For in Philip Morris, they enjoy the one cigarette proved definitely less irritating, definitely milder than any other leading brand. Yes, it's actually suggested by top-ranking doctors, eminent nose and throat specialists, in cases of irritation due to smoking.
Doesn't it make good sense for you two to try Philip Morris? Yes, join the millions and see what a difference it makes. What a pleasure it is to smoke America's finest cigarette. Next time you step up to a cigarette counter, call for Philip Morris. And remember, you'll be glad tomorrow you smoked Philip Morris today.
Folks, this is John Holbrook. I just want to say that starting next Thursday over these same stations, Philip Morris is proud to present one of the greatest crime mystery thrillers on the air, the popular Crime Photographer. Make a date to hear Crime Photographer next Thursday night. That's next Thursday, August 4th, 9:30 p.m. Eastern Daylight Saving Time over the CBS network. In the meantime, don't forget to... Smoke a pipe?
You get real solace, comfort, and pleasure from Revelation. Plus...
smooth burning. Plus...
what a swell aroma.
Revelation pipe tobacco is a revelation in smoking pleasure.
Only 15 cents. Try Revelation. Tonight's original radio play was by Harold Swanton. Music on the Philip Morris Playhouse is under the direction of Lud Gluskin. All names and characters used on this program are fictitious. Any similarity to persons living or dead is purely coincidental. This is Art Ballinger saying good night for Philip Morris. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Frontier Town, the saga of the Roaring West. Frontier Town. El Paso, Cheyenne, Calgary, Tombstone. Frontier Town. Here is the adventurous story of the early West, the tamed and the untamed, from the Pecos to Powder River, Dodge City to Poker Flat. These are the towns they fought to live in and lived to fight for. Teeming crucibles of pioneer freedom. Frontier Town!
I'm Chad Remington, and if you've ever heard of me, which you probably haven't, you've heard me referred to as a Cowtown lawyer. Well, I guess you might say I do practice law in Dos Rios, but even on the boisterous and brawling frontier, there's not enough law business to keep a man going. A part of my time, a good part, is spent raising cattle, and what trouble I don't get into for my law business, I certainly ear down with my cattle. Because it's still so fresh in my mind, let me tell you what happened this shipping season. I guess it all started the day I was out checking my stock and keeping my eye out for downed fences with my sidekick, the ex-medicine man, Cherokee O'Bannon.
Chad, my boy, I don't mind saying that these steers of yours look like you've been feeding them nothing but my genuine Cherokee and rattlesnake oil.
Now, wait a minute, Cherokee. They can't look that bad. Besides, my cows don't touch alcohol.
Don't touch alcohol? Then that must account for the expression, dumb as an ox. By the way, you don't happen to have a wee drap on you, do you?
I certainly don't, and even if I did, Cherokee, isn't that someone over there riding through the junipers where we just cut out those heifers?
Juniper? Must be a man after my own heart. A clever gin with juniper berries.
It is someone, Cherokee. Come on. We're going over and find out just who he is and what he's doing trespassing on my land.
By George, you were right, Chad. There is someone there looking over your cattle.
Hey, you! Suppose you just hold it. All right, easy there, boy. Slow now.
Billy Blue Blazes, Chad. See who it is? That packing house fellow who recently came to town. Deuce Zeideman.
Howdy, Remington. Who'd you think it was? A rustler?
If I had thought so, Zeideman, you wouldn't have lived long enough to ask that question.
And believe you me, the counselor's not fooling. Just what are you doing out there anyhow?
I was riding by. Saw your cattle and figuring you'd probably be selling to me pretty soon. Thought I'd save myself a trip by checking them over now.
You represent that new packing house combine, don't you, Zeideman?
Yes, sir. I sure do. United Beef Syndicate. And I'm willing to pay you a mighty good price.
And how much would a mighty good price be?
Oh, let's say 7 cents.
7 cents?
What do you think these are? Range-fed longhorns? These are Herefords, mister, and practically fed by hand.
I might up that a penny a pound.
Fat chance. Chad's always gotten 10 cents and up from Ed McComb.
Yeah, but Ed McComb's dead. You don't think his wife can stay in business at those prices, do you?
Mister, not only is Lizzie McCombs capable of running that packing house, but she's staying in business if I have anything to do with it.
Suit yourself, Remington. But don't come to me when you find out she's not able to pay those fancy prices you want. Because I'll have bought all the beef I need to last me a full season. Now, if I were you, I'd think it over. And fast. Real fast.
There was no question in my mind that Deuce Zeideman had given me a warning. I didn't like it. And most of all, I didn't like Deuce Zeideman. So Cherokee and I wasted no time getting into Dos Rios and paying a call on Lizzie McCombs to find out if Zeideman had been threatening her.
Why, that knot-headed lummox threatened me. He wouldn't dare, Chad. He wouldn't dare.
Well, I thought I'd ask, Lizzie. After all, now that Ed's dead, well, with that kind, you never know.
Well, Deuce Zeideman and the United Beef Syndicate ain't scaring me out of business, with her or not.
Well, I'm glad to hear you say that, Lizzie. Because I thought the way Ed had been found shot so mysteriously, it just might have been Zeideman and his crowd.
You shouldn't say things like that, Cherokee. The coroner's inquest, Deuce Zeideman had an airtight alibi.
Even if he didn't have an alibi, the McCombs Packing Company is still in business, and is going to stay in business. If Deuce Zeideman has got any different ideas, he's going to have a fight on his hands that the whole county won't forget.
Well, Deuce, I guess you were right.
What'd you find out, Pinto?
Plenty. Lizzie McCombs has bought more than a trainload of cattle, and she's getting ready to ship. Most of the cattle are down at the railroad yards now in the loading pens.
Got them all nicely rounded up for us, huh?
What do you mean?
I just had a hunch something like this was going to happen. So I had a little, heart-to-heart talk with one of her men. You know him, Pinto. That big red-faced fella. The one they call Braid.
Braid? Sure. What's he going to do for us?
You get your boys rounded up and back over here for instructions. Once they do their job, Mr. Braid is taking care of the rest.
You getting the cattle loaded all right, Braid?
Doing all right, Mrs. McCombs. Won't be long before some lucky city folks will be licking their chops over some more prime McCombs beef.
Yeah. If nothing goes wrong.
Yeah? Well, what could go wrong now?
Well, that new beef syndicate that Deuce Zeideman's got, I ain't too sure.
Well, you know what they say. Competition's good for business.
Yeah, maybe honest competition's good for business, Braid, but when you're dealing with a weasel face slick-talking...
Suffering Joe, man. What's that?
Why, them filthy sidewinders shooting up the street like that. They're panicking our seers.
Look out, Mrs. McCombs. Come on, get out of here. Here come them local cattle. We'll all be trampled to death.
Well, although at that time there was no way of proving it, Deuce's little scheme to wreck Lizzie McComb's packing company and win a monopoly of the cattle business in our valley certainly was starting to bear fruit. It wasn't bad enough that the cattle had been stampeded all over Patty's half-acre, but Brother Zeideman still had plenty of aces left up his sleeve. The first ace, the black one, he wasn't long in playing.
Blast you, the lot of you. Why don't you men button up your lips and let me do the talking?
What's the use of talking, Mrs. McCombs? The boys are right. It's too bad, but working for you seems to be a sure way of ending up at the doctor's or at the undertaker's.
You nuts! What about me? You all quit like you say you're going to do. Where am I going to end up?
You're not so bad off. You can probably sell out to this syndicated Zeideman. The way things have been going with us, 2 men killed in a stampede today and 3 others hurt. We know when we're well off and we're staying that way. Come on, boys, let's get out of here.
A couple of times, Lizzie, but I guess you didn't. Hello, what's going on here?
Old Braid and the boys are quitting, Chad.
Why, you can't quit on Miss McCombs at a time like this?
Well, we are quitting.
What's she gonna have to do? Go out and hire some men?
She sure will have to hire some men. If you're any sample.
I'm sample enough not to turn yellow like you all have done.
Yellow, huh? Well, does this look like I'm yellow? Come on, you galoot! Lend me a hand! Gang up on me, will you? Well,
Well, aren't you proud of yourselves? 7 of you jumping just 2 men.
You make me sick. Come on, boys. If Remington and O'Bannon want some more when they come to, they can fight us. If they can see anything out of them closed eyes.
Will you quit worrying, Braid? If there's anybody to worry, it's me and Pinto.
You're sure right about that, Deuce. Because Remington ain't going to take this laying down.
What can Remington and O'Bannon do against a lot of us?
Well, one thing he can do is keep Lizzie McComb's backbone up so she'll fight to the nail.
What Remington needs is a good lesson. Something that'll teach him when he tries to cross us up, he's just playing with fire.
Playing with fire, huh? You know, that gives me an idea.
Yeah, it gives me an idea, too. I wonder if we're both thinking about the same thing.
I was thinking that a nice little fire, the right kind of fire, would put Lizzie McCombs so far out of business, Remington or nobody else would be able to do her any good.
Say, that's an idea. And won't a fire burn that two-bit lawyer up?
It sure will burn him up. That's a pretty funny. That's what you might call a hot one.
We'll return to the second act of South of Santa Fe, our exciting frontier town adventure, in just a few moments. And now, Frontier Town.
As a lawyer, I make it a practice to pretty well keep my temper under control. But as a rancher, well, I'm afraid that it blows and blows hard. Not only was I sore inside, but I was sore outside as the result of the beating I'd taken at the hands of Braid and his gang. Well, that night, patched up with court plaster and arnica, Cherokee and I were sitting in my law office, located above Cherokee's livery stable. I was fuming and Cherokee was fuming, but for an entirely different reason.
Blue blazes, Chad. After the beating I took, it's unfair, inequitable, and downright picayune of you to make me sit here with you when I could be over at the Ace of Hearts, the Gold Nugget, or some other worthy tavern imbibing some relaxing fluids.
All right. Go ahead, Cherokee. If a drink means that much to you, I guess I can get along without you.
Oh, now there's no reason for you to be hasty, Chad. I'll stay here with you for a while if you think it'll do any good.
Who knows what'll do any good. Mr. Deuce Zeideman may be too much for me.
You don't honestly mean that, do you?
Well, I'll admit that Stampede engineer down at the railroad yards today wasn't quite as successful as he thought it was going to be. Lizzie said that they got back all but 37 head of the stampeded cattle.
Yes, but he did succeed in getting Lizzie's men to quit as a result of the stampede.
Cherokee, that varmint is about the crookedest crook I've ever seen. Imagine playing both ends against the middle. Tries to argue us ranchers into breaking our contracts with the McCombs Company, at the same time that he's trying to wreck Lizzie and force her into his price-fixing syndicate. He's a rascal, all right, and a clever one.
Well, some folks have called me a rascal, Chad. But my whole trouble has been that the only thing I can't resist is temptation. I'll take drinking liquor. Chad, what are you staring at out the window?
Look, Cherokee. Across the street. See those men heading for the McCombs Packing Company barns?
Well, I'll be reformed. A couple of those fellows look familiar.
I'll say they're familiar, all right. They were in that gang that beat us up this afternoon.
What do you think they're doing, leaving their horses and heading for the stockyard holding pen?
I don't know, Cherokee, but we're sure going to find out.
Keep it quiet. I don't want to make any noise while I'm busting off this lot. Hey, that's it, Pinot. That does it. Come on, boys. Come on. Just don't make too much noise with them kerosene cans.
Yeah. Keep it quiet, boys. Keep it quiet.
Where's the best place to start this fire, Braid? Right here, in the feed. Okay, dump that oil out and get it lit.
Yeah, okay, Pinot. All right, now, keep it quiet, boys. Yeah, get it going there now.
out, Cherokee, and I got there too late. Too late, that is, to stop the fire. But not too late to run those coyotes out of there with lead.
Come on, Chad. There they go.
Hold it, Cherokee. We've got to let them go and try to put out this fire. Go find some buckets while I try to dig up some blankets. We may be able to put this out before the whole place goes up in smoke.
This keeps up, Chad, I won't have any cattle, plant, or business left.
This syndicate of Zeideman's is a horrible thing. He'll eventually have a monopoly and force people to buy meat at his own prices.
You're sure right about that, Cherokee. In fact, I've been reading that there's some talk in Congress of legislating trusts like that out of business.
Oh, well, I ain't got no time to wait for Congress. No, I think what I'm going to have to do is get hold of 50 or 60 cattle cars and ship every head of stock I own to Kansas City or Chicago and take what I can get for 'em.
Well, Lizzie, that's your business. But personally, I'd rather end up 6 feet under than knuckle down to a weasel like Deuce Zeideman.
And, Mr. McCombs, the same goes for yours truly, Cherokee O'Bannon.
Well, since you can't arrest a bunch of men you can't locate, I had no way of tying up the gang who started the stampede and the fire with my friend Deuce. All Cherokee and I could do was wait. Just wait. Meanwhile, Lizzie McCombs sent a telegram requesting 60 cattle cars. And when the answer arrived, she came storming into my office.
Talk about monopolies. Read this telegram I just got back from the railroad.
Every available cattle car reserved for United Beef Syndicate for the next 60 days.
Yes.
United Beef Syndicate? Isn't that Zeideman's outfit?
Your dad blasted right at Zeideman's outfit. No, Chad, there's no two ways about it. He's got me licked.
Of course you're not licked. You don't have to ship your cattle. You can trail drive them to Abilene.
No, not on your tin type. I wouldn't drive a half mile. Life's too short for any more grief than I got now. Oh, Chad. I'm afraid I'm just...
Wait a minute. Hold it, Lizzie. Am I seeing things, or is that Deuce Zeideman coming over here?
It certainly is, Zeideman.
I wonder what he wants.
I hope I'm not butting in. But they told me over at her office that Mrs. McCombs was up here.
Well, you're in, Zeideman. What do you want?
Well, I just heard from the railroad that Mrs. McCombs needs some cattle cars for shipping.
That's right. What'd you do? Come over here to gloat?
Certainly not, ma'am. Since I won't be needing the cars I reserved for another week or two, I'll release them to you, if you'd like.
Oh, wait a minute. Deucey, are you serious?
He's up to something, Lizzie. Leopards don't change their spots, and polecats don't change their stripes.
Look, I came here to talk business with Mrs. McCombs.
All right, Zeideman. How much do you want to charge me for the cars?
Charge you? Why, nothing. You just pay the railroad. All I'm interested in is putting an end to all the talk that's been going around about me trying to put you out of business.
It's talk that's going to backfire on you yet.
Oh,
Zeideman.
now that's enough, Chad. You just keep out of this. Deuce, are you in earnest?
I'd be an awful fool to make you the offer if I wasn't on the level. I'd just be cutting my own throat.
If that's a suggestion, it's the best one I've heard today.
Doggone it, Chad. Enough's enough. I asked you to keep out of this, but you gotta keep running off at the mouth.
But, Lizzie, I was only...
There's some folks in town who say anything Chad Remington's ever mixed up in means trouble. The way you're talking now, I can see that they're right.
Do you mean that you're really going to accept this phony offer that Zeideman's made you about using his cattle cars?
I mean, I'm still running my own business. If I can get railroad cars, I certainly don't need your kind of help.
Deuce, I still don't get the idea of first tying up all the railroad cars and then turning around and letting the old lady use them.
No, Pinto. I'm afraid you wouldn't get the idea. But we've pulled so much rough stuff on the McCombs Packing Company that everybody in town's suspicious.
Well, why shouldn't they be?
That's right. But now, with me lending her the cars to ship her beef in, there ain't nobody, not even a jury, who wouldn't say I'm the best friend she's got in the world.
Sure. And the minute she ships the beef and the cars you're lending her, everything we spent a month doing is knocked right into a cocked hat.
Do you think so? Well, wait till Lizzie McCombs takes off that hat and sees what's really inside of it. Just wait, Pinto. Just you wait.
Although I didn't know that Deuce was laughing, I didn't sleep that night. And along about sunup, I rousted Cherokee out of his bed, made him saddle up 2 of his livery horses, and we went for a ride. I had to think. I had to think hard and mighty fast. I guess you can say it was no accident that I tried to do my thinking riding close by the railroad right away.
Chad, I think you were strictly non-compos mentis if you try to butt into Lizzie McCombs' business any further.
I'd be loco if I didn't follow this hunch. There's got to be a reason why Deuce let Lizzie borrow those cattle cars. And the only reason I can think of is to put her out of business once and for all.
But on the other hand, if you are wrong, the ranchers who have sold to her are going to take you apart. Remember, your luck is wearing mighty thin.
Not half as thin as the city folks will be if Zeideman gets control of the beef market.
I suppose you're right. But what are you going to do way out here in this ungodly hour of the morning?
That cattle train is coming now, Cherokee. It's got to stop for water right down there ahead of us.
So?
So you and I are waiting until the train stops, sneaking behind the coal car, breaking the coupling, and seeing if we can't let the cattle cars roll back down the hill toward town.
By the whiskers of my pet goat, what happens to us if the train crew catches us?
By the whiskers of your pet goat, if they catch us. Make tracks out of there, because that air won't be fit breathing. We'll choke to death on gun smoke. All right. Hold it right here. All right, Cherokee. Down off that horse and let's go. Cherokee, you cover me while I crawl behind that tender and break that coupling.
Okay, Chad. Good luck.
Hey, what's going on there?
Chad, come on!
If you don't want to get ventilated, stop right where you are. We're taking charge of these cattle.
Cattle stealing!
Hey, Brownie! Get that engine started again. They can't get the cattle if we move them out of here.
Chad, stop them. They're getting back in the engine.
Let them go, Cherokee. If they want the engine, let them take it.
That's right. That engine will be back here in a half an hour with a posse.
You mean if that engine gets any further? That's what Deuce planned to have happen to the whole train. A derailment, an accident which he wouldn't be held responsible for. All right, come on, Cherokee. I'll bet we'll find Deuce around here someplace watching to make sure the whole train was wrecked.
But what are we going to do with the cattle?
I'm not worried about the cattle now. What we've got to do is get our hands on the hogs.
I hope you're enjoying your morning constitutional dues. You can't fall off the way Chad's got you tied to the saddle.
Why don't you shut up?
I guess you don't know Cherokee very well, do you, Deuce? He's one man who always keeps his mouth open, ready for any emergency.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. And even though this is the time of the morning I'm generally getting home, I've got my mouth all set now for something slightly stronger than breakfast coffee.
And I think that Deuce here is the one who ought to buy you the drink.
Deuce should? Why do you say that, Chad?
Well, wasn't it his gang who closed both your eyes yesterday?
Yeah?
Well, then, since turnabout is fair play, he's the man who should buy your eye opener.
Frontier Town, starring Reed Hadley and featuring Wade Crosby, is a Bruce Ells production. Story and direction by Paul Franklin. Music written and played by Ivan Ditmars. Be sure to be with us again same time next week for another fine action-adventure story with your favorite young Western star, Reed Hadley. And now this is Bill Foreman telling you that Frontier Town comes to you from Hollywood.
What is it?
Another case for Nick Carter, master detective.
Yes, it's another case for that most famous of all manhunters, the detective whose ability at solving crime is unequaled in the history of detective fiction. Nick Carter, master detective. Tonight's curious adventure,
Dead Witnesses. Or Nick Carter and the mystery of the murder room.
How about having me lunch with me in an hour or so, Pete? I haven't seen you in a dog's age.
Oh, swell, Nick. Where can I meet you?
Well, suppose we get...
Nick, that guy across the street, they got him.
Yes, come on. Maybe he's still alive.
Well, maybe, but he doesn't look so to me. The way he's all crumpled up there.
I'm afraid you're right, Pete. Here, help me turn him over on his back.
Okay. Yeah.
Well, he's dead, all right.
Hey, Nick, will you look at who he is?
Oh, our old friend Louis Morelli, the gangster. Well, he'll never muscle in on anybody's rackets again. He certainly took care of that.
Yeah. Now they can take his name off the blotter at headquarters. But, Nick, did you see who was in the front seat of that death car as it went by us?
Yes, Pete, I did. Slug Barron.
Yeah, Nick, Slug Barron in person. Do you realize what this means? We now have something we've been trying to get for the past 3 years. Evidence against Slug that will let us put him away. Why, every detective on the force, including me, has been trying to get something on that thug ever since he pulled his first job here.
Right, Pete. This should be good news to the whole city.
Pardon me, but is he dead? Yeah, very dead. You know him?
No, I never saw him before, but I did see him shot by someone in that car that went by. And I think it's outrageous that such things can happen in this city.
You say you saw him shot?
Yes. I happened to look up as the car went by. And then I heard the gun shooting, and I saw him fall. You wouldn't be able to identify the man in the front seat of that car, would you? I'm sure I would. He was a mean-looking individual, and that big scar across his cheek was very plain. Why?
Nick, this is too good to be true. Another witness. Hey, look, fella, would you be willing to testify against that guy when we catch him?
I certainly would. Such men should be put away where they can't get out. Here's my card. Let me know when you want me.
Okay, thanks. William T. Fletcher, 46 Main Avenue. Oh, boy, we'll call you all right, buddy. We've waited for this for 3 years.
Nick, that's the best news I've had in this department in years.
Have you picked up Slug yet, Riley?
Oh, but the boys will be in with him any minute now. And then with 3 honest-to-goodness witnesses against him, we'll put him in the chair and strap him down tight. And that'll be a happy day in my life.
I know just how you feel, Riley. That's been...
Yeah?
Just got a report that a man was knocked down and killed by a truck over on the east side. About 2:30 this afternoon.
Huh?
Apparently an accident, although the body was pretty badly smashed up. I thought you'd like to know.
And why did you think I'd like to know?
Because the guy has been identified as William P. Fletcher of 46 Main Avenue.
William P. Fletcher. Nick, that's the fellow who was going to be a witness for us against Slug Barron.
So Slugger's up to his old tricks again.
You think so too, do you?
I don't think there's much question about it. Slug finds there's a witness. If witness can't be intimidated, witness disappears. Simple as 2 and 2.
Hey, you'd better look out for a guy named Nick Carter, then.
I've been doing that for years, Riley. This won't be the first time I've come up against Mr. Slug Barron.
Hey, Chief. Yeah? Look, we've combed this whole town from end to end, including up and down and sideways, and there ain't a guy assigned a slug anywhere.
What do you mean there ain't a sign of him? There's got to be. He ain't left town, has he?
Well, I don't think so, but we can't locate him. Him or the death car, and nobody knows anything about him either. Well, if they do, they won't talk.
Which is nothing new.
Well, if Slug's still in town, Pete, and you guys don't bring him in the next 24 hours, you can turn in your badges.
Okay, Lieutenant, I'll do my best.
Your best ain't good enough. You gotta do better. Can you beat it, Nick? For 3 years, this Slug Barron has been head man in the city. For 3 years, me and him has been at it tooth and nail. He's been the head of every big racket we've had. Why, we've arrested him 20 times, and 20 times we've had to let him go because we couldn't prove nothing on him. And every time we let him out of here, he laughs in my face. Now he kills this Morelli, and 3 witnesses see him do it, and they're willing to testify, and suddenly 1 witness is killed, and we can't find Slug anywhere.
Now, calm down, Riley. Your biggest job right now is to keep your witnesses alive until you do find Slug.
We'll still hang it on him with you and Pete as witnesses, even if he did get rid of Fletcher. Now look, Nick, wouldn't you like to get after Slug yourself?
Why?
You could call it self-protection, Nick. Don't forget you're a witness now, too.
Okay, Riley. Since you put it that way, I'll do what I can to get Slug for you.
But, Nick, Slug Barron is a dangerous killer, and you know it.
Certainly I know it, Patsy. That's why I'd like to see him put where he'd be in the receiving end of a legal killing.
You mean the chair?
I do. And the sooner he gets there, the better I'll...
Nicholas Carter's office.
Put Nick on, quick.
It's Riley, Nick, and is he excited?
Oh, thanks. What's up, Riley?
Pete has just been found dead in his own garage, killed by the exhaust from his car, the coroner says.
How did it happen, Riley?
His wife says he got back to the house about 7:30 this evening. He drove in the garage and shut the doors, and about a half hour later, she suddenly realized that he hadn't come in the house yet. So she went to look and found the body.
Do you believe it was an accident, Riley?
I do not. It was Slug did it. There's no question about it. He's getting rid of the witnesses, and you're next, Nick.
Okay, Riley. I'll get to work right away. I owe it to Pete as well as to myself now.
Good, Nick. But watch your step, lad.
Right, Riley. Oh, and Riley, I'd like to donate $100 to the fund for Pete's widow. He was my friend. So long.
Did he say that another witness had died?
Yes, Patsy. Pete's just been found dead in his car in his own garage with the motor running.
But that could be an accident, Nick.
It could, Patsy, but it wasn't. No more than that truck's killing Fletcher was an accident. That's Slug's specialty, being clever.
He's dangerous, Nick. Do be careful.
Well, Patsy, there's one thing in my favor. I know that Slug will never shoot me down out in the open. He only does that with his fellow crooks. Fletcher's death looked like an accident, Pete's death looked like an accident, and if he can get me, that'll look like an accident too, which makes it easier for me to watch out for him.
You mean he'll set a murder trap for you?
Probably.
Nicholas Carter's office.
I'd like to speak to Mr. Carter, please.
Just a minute. Here, Nick, for you.
Oh, thanks. Hello? Nick Carter speaking.
Mr. Carter, would you care to drop in on me and have a little talk?
Who is this?
That's not important now. The important thing is, would you care to come?
Well, why should I be interested in you?
It might be to your advantage.
In what way?
I know something that you'd like to know. I have some information that would help you in your search.
Oh. Where are you?
I'm in the Cascade nightclub. Will you join me?
Yes. How can I find you?
I shall be at the far right-hand table as you enter the main dining room. I shall look forward to seeing you in, shall we say, about half an hour.
Okay. I'll be there.
Oh, Nick, you mustn't go. This is probably the very trap you were telling me Slug would set for you.
It may be, Patsy. Although I doubt that he'd use the Cascade nightclub. That's a little too well known for him.
But, Nick, people who have legitimate business
Patsy,
with you...
I can't afford to overlook any source of information.
But there are other ways of getting information besides sticking your neck out for it.
This man's voice interests me, Patsy. I think I'd like to see what he looks like. Besides, it isn't often that I get a chance to go to a nightclub like the Cascade. Maybe I can stick him with a check.
Good evening, Mr. Carter.
You sent for me?
Yes. Would you sit down?
Thanks.
Care for something to drink?
No, thank you.
Cigarette?
No, thanks.
Just interested in business, huh? Well, maybe I can help you with some information I happen to have.
Yes?
Mr. Carter, would you like to put your hands on Slug Barron?
I'm afraid I don't understand you.
No? I think you do. Let me put it in another way. If you live long enough to get your hands on Slug Barron, it means the electric chair for him. But I happen to know that your chances of living are none too good right now either. He's left you alone until he got rid of the other 2 witnesses. But now that they're gone, your turn is next.
How do you know all this?
That's not important just now. What is important is that you may die tonight, tomorrow, or next week. But whenever it is, you are going to die. You won't have a chance to do anything about it. You'll probably be dead before you even know what the bullet that kills you feels like.
Well, all this is very interesting. I fail to see where it's leading you, Mr.
The name is Morelli.
Morelli?
Yes. Louis Morelli, the man Slug Barron killed, was my brother. I came to town to kill Slug myself, but I find I can't do it alone. I can't get to him. But I can help the police to get him.
You mean you know where he's hiding out?
No, I don't. But I do know something just as good. I happen to know that he changes his hiding place every other day to make sure the cops don't trace him. The address of his new hiding place is left with one of his henchmen in an old-fashioned safe. I know the house where the safe is located. And I know that for 2 hours this evening that house will be deserted.
And what do you want me to do?
Well, I've had some experience in breaking into houses and opening locked doors as well as locked safes. I'll take you to the house. The safe will be open. You can learn Slug Barron's hiding place, and then the rest to do.
If all that you say is true, why don't you get the address and bring it to me? The result would be the same.
Look, Carter, I'm a safe cracker and a burglar, but I'm not a stool pigeon. I may help the cops, but I don't hand them evidence they can perfectly well get for themselves.
That's a rather fine distinction, isn't it, Morelli?
You have your ways of doing things, Carter, and I have mine. You want to work with me or not?
Very well. Where'll I meet you, and when?
Let me see. It's 5 after 10 now. I'll meet you at 5 minutes past midnight in a doorway at the corner of Perry and Clinton Streets.
I'll be there.
Just one thing. Come alone. I can't afford to have anybody know I work with the cops. If you bring anybody with you, the whole thing is off. Remember, don't bring anybody with you.
Very well, Morelli. I'll be there at 5 after 12. And alone.
Now, wait till I get a pencil here. All right. Go ahead, Nick. What's he look like?
Medium height, black hair, blue eyes, little mustache. Weighs about 135 pounds.
Uh-huh.
Parts his hair way over on the left side. Scar on back of her right hand. Nose has been broken and fixed up.
Yeah.
You know him?
Well, not offhand, Nick. But if he's in the gallery, I'll get him for you. Is there anything else?
Not now, Riley. Meet me in a half hour at Daly's lunchroom.
And where is Daly's lunchroom?
Out on Palmer Avenue near the city line.
But, Nick, that's 3 miles from here.
Right. Daly's is far enough out so that nobody's going to bother us. I'll meet you there in half an hour.
Okay, Nick, okay. I'll be there. I don't know. Sometimes I can't figure that guy Carter out at all.
Come on, I want my... I think we can talk safely here, Riley.
Well, I should hope so. After getting me way out here on the sticks.
Well, what did you find? Did you dig up his picture?
I found him right enough. His name is Lucky Warren. He's one of the big Chicago mobsters, one of the smoothest articles that ever came out of Chicago.
Oh, so that's why he looked rather familiar. He belongs to the East Street gang, if I remember right.
Right, Nick. Hey, what kind of a line did he hand you?
Oh, told me he was the brother of Louis Morelli, the guy Slug Barron killed.
Ah, he's no more Morelli's brother than I am.
And he gave me a song and dance about wanting to get Slug, but not being able to get near him.
And what was his proposition? He had one, of course.
Of course. He offered to open up a safe in a secret apartment and lead me to it if I went alone.
And what did he say was in the safe?
The address at which we could find Barron for the next 2 days.
That's a hot one. What a phony setup that is. Why, that's nothing but a murder trap, Nick. Why, when you walked into that room, you'd be riddled with bullets like a sieve.
You may be right, Riley. Maybe right. maybe I'd never get any further than the door of the room. But on the other hand, we've been chasing Barron for 3 years now. If we should have him cornered...
Cornered me, aye. He's setting a trap to corner you.
You can't be sure, Riley. It might work out.
Work out? Nick, I've fought with you many a time in the past, and if the Lord spares me, we'll fight together many a time in years to come, but I think too much of you to see you walk into a house where you can't live 5 minutes.
5 minutes. I could only be sure that I could live for 5 minutes after I walked inside.
Nick, is there anything the matter with you? Are you nuts or something?
No, Riley, I think not. I think I have an idea. It might work. And it might not.
And you might live and you might not.
Now, don't you see, Riley? That's true even if I don't walk into this trap of his. If it doesn't get me one way, it'll get me another. My only chance to stay alive is to get him first. And this plan of mine may be the answer.
But Nick, you know you can't...
Hold your tongue, Riley, and listen while I tell you my idea, because I'm going to need your cooperation as I never needed it before. Now, here it is.
All right on time, I see, Carter.
Yes, Morelli. Let's get going.
Certainly. The house is not far from here, just around the corner, as a matter of fact. I just come from there. The door to the basement is open, and the safe is in one of the upstairs rooms.
And you think there'll be nobody there for at least 2 hours?
For between 2 and 3 hours, the house will be deserted.
You going to show me the room where the safe is?
I've done all I'm going to do. The door is open and the safe is open. The rest is up to you.
I hope your information's correct. I shouldn't like to be caught in a strange house rifling the safe.
That's the least of your worries. That is, catching Slug Barron is much more important, isn't it?
Oh, yes, of course.
Here. This is the house. It's all red brick. Number 42.
Doesn't look very inviting, does it? Gone already, huh? Didn't take you long to leave, did it? Well, Nick, you're on your own now. Nothing here in the basement to interest me. Yeah, glad I thought to put new batteries in this flashlight tonight. Seems to be nobody here in the first floor. Must be all up on the second floor where he said the safe is. It probably won't bother me until I get up there, which is just as it should be. Must be in the living room. Still furnished. Been a long time since anyone lived here. This'll do well enough for what I want. Have a cigarette, Nick? Yes, thanks. Have another cigarette, Nick? Why, yes, thanks. Won't you have another cigarette, Nick? Why, yes, thanks, I will. Now. Sounds as if they're getting nervous upstairs. Oh, don't worry, friend. I'll be up in just a minute.
Say, Lucky, I thought you said you told him the safe was up here.
I did.
Yeah? And what the deuce is he doing down there?
How do I know? I still think you should have brought some of the boys to help you.
What's the matter? You afraid of him?
He's no pushover, I know that.
You guys are quiet. Here he comes now. Get set.
These are the creakiest stairs I ever heard.
Here's the room. I can see the safe. Oh, this is some room. No windows in it. And look at this door. Solid steel, built like an icebox. It's so heavy. And still no one here to meet me. Well, at least I can look into the safe while I wait. Yeah, the door's open a crack, just as advertised. Wonder why... Uh-huh. So that's it. Very interesting. Well, if that's the setup, I think I'll leave the examination of the safe till later. Now, the chair looks comfortable. I'll wait for my host there, with my gun in hand, just in case. Now, let's see. It's been just 4 minutes since I came up from downstairs. If I can hold out here another 2 minutes at least before they... Oh. So you've come to welcome me at last, have you?
Well, Nick Carter, it's been some little time since we saw each other. Formally.
It's hardly my fault, Slug. I've done my best to find you any number of times in the past year or more.
Slug, let me take a shot.
Oh, yes, of course. You're here, too. Have you managed to avenge your brother yet, Mr. Lucky Warren?
What? How the devil are you?
Quiet, Lucky. Come in and close the door. Don't forget you're only a guest at this party.
But look, Slug, let's get this over with. Fooling around with Nick Carter is dynamite.
I don't really see why you should feel that way, Lucky. Nobody knows where I am, so nobody's going to interfere with you.
You ain't telling us nothing, Carter. We made sure of that ourselves. We had 2 men shadow you from the nightclub to the lunchroom where you talked to Lieutenant Riley. We had 2 men shadow Riley back to headquarters, and 2 more follow you when you came here to meet Lucky. No, Carter. We're sure there ain't no cops following you this time.
You've been to a great deal of trouble, Slug, seems to me, just to get me to walk into a death trap that was corny and as obvious as this one. Well, now that I'm here, what's going to happen?
Carter, I've been waiting 3 years to take care of you, and I'm going to see that you get
I see that you've cut the current off from the safe. If I hadn't heard the hum of the transformer a few minutes ago, I should probably have touched it and been knocked unconscious. Or is that what you wanted?
If you'd have touched that safe, you would have been dead.
Oh. That's what happened to that headquarters cop they found on the 3rd rail of the elevator last winter. I thought it didn't look right at the time. You got him to touch this safe and that electrocuted him. Then you dumped him on the 3rd rail where they found him. Very clever, Slug.
You're learning that a little late, ain't you, Carter?
Too bad it didn't work with me. Now you've got to find some other way to get rid of me. Some less clever way.
Are we going to stand around here all night chewing the rag, or are we going to take care of this guy and now?
Take it easy, Lucky. Now that we're all here together, there ain't no hurry. Carter ain't going nowhere.
And with the door closed the way it is, this room is soundproof, isn't it? Lovely room for a murder. And it probably won't be the first time it's been used for that either.
Let me take him, Slug. My finger's getting anxious.
All right, Lucky. But make it good.
I'll make it good, all right.
Sure, Lucky'll make it good. If he doesn't... Hold still, Lucky. Hold still, Lucky.
What are you doing?
He's got me, Slug. I can't move.
Get out of the way, Lucky. I can't hit him with you standing in front of him.
That's the idea, Slug. And he's going to stay there for now.
Yeah, so you think you're safe as long as you got him held in front of you, do you, Carter? Well, you're crazy.
No, Slug, you can't shoot me. You can't do that.
No, watch me. I waited too long to get this gun. So long, Lucky.
No, Slug, no.
Slug, you killed me.
Yes. You killed him. And missed me. What now?
Lucky's body is pretty heavy for you, ain't it, Carter? Now that he's dead.
Not too heavy, Slug. He's better protection than nothing.
Yeah, but you got no gun. So how long you expect to last?
No, I have no gun, but I do have a weapon. You ever think of that?
Yeah, what is it?
It's Lucky's body. Here!
Harder than you expected, isn't it? I'll show you. All right, that's enough of that, sir. Get your hands up. Get out here. All right, you men, separate them two wild cats, will you? That's all right now. Now put the cuffs on that mug and guard him with your lives. Take him down to the wagon.
Thanks, Riley. I'm about all in. I don't know why I feel so weak.
Are you hurt bad, Nick?
No. Just a scratch on the head. It's nothing.
Oh, nothing, is it? Sure, it's bleeding enough for 2 men. Hey, get the doc up here on the double.
Okay, sir.
How about that hole in your shoulder, Nick? I suppose that's nothing, too.
You almost did for me, Riley. I was afraid I wouldn't be able to hold him for you.
Hold him, did you say? Sure, Nick, you done noble. Nobody could have done better, or even half as good. I'm proud of you. I brought this old hurry-up wagon because I thought we might need to use it as an ambulance or as a hearse. Are you feeling better, Nick?
Oh, yes, Riley, thanks. Very much better.
Sure, Nick, you scared me out of 10 years' growth this night.
Well, you got your killer, didn't you?
Oh, sure, I got him after he almost got you. Oh, what a fool you were to walk into a trap like that, Nick.
Perhaps you're right, Riley. Somebody had to get slugged. I hoped I'd be able to take care of myself once I got in the trap, and as it turned out, I was getting pretty weak from loss of blood. I'm darn glad that you didn't arrive any later than you did.
You're a lucky guy, Carter. I'd have killed you if those guys hadn't have butted in.
Well, you didn't. So that's that.
That's that, he says. Just like that. What a man.
Look, Carter, these guys didn't follow you up to this house. I know that. How did they know where you was?
Curious, huh? All right, I'll tell you. When I was talking to Riley last evening, some fire engines went by. They gave me an idea. We knew that this house of yours had to be in this district somewhere. And we knew that around here, everybody's so afraid of fire they'd report even a suspicion of one. So I had Riley wait with the fire chief at the nearest fire station for the alarm. When they got the alarm, they knew where I was. And they came a-running.
When they got what alarm?
The alarm one of your neighbors sent in when he saw the fire.
What fire? I don't know nothing about no fire.
It was a good fire, Slug, while it lasted. But the boys from the firehouse put it out as soon as they got there.
Where was this fire?
Well, Slug, it was like this. When I stopped in the living room on the first floor of your house tonight, I lighted 3 cigarettes. I put a pack of matches under the curtains in each of the 2 windows and laid a cigarette across each pack of matches so that it would burn for a couple of minutes before it set off the matches. Then I did the same with a 3rd cigarette and a 3rd pack of matches, putting them under some dry stuff I piled up under the desk.
And when the matches went off, they set fire to the curtains and the other stuff and started a nice little conflagration. And within 2 minutes, somebody phoned in an alarm just as we figured they would. It was a grand scheme, and Nick here thought it up all by himself.
Look, Mr. Brains, why didn't you just set fire to the house and not bother with all that trick stuff with the cigarettes and matches?
Oh, if I'd done that, Slug, you and your pals would have smelled the smoke and beat it before we could stop you. But I figured that by having the fire start after you and I got together, you'd be too busy to notice it until it was too late.
Of course, I wasn't there till it was all over, but judging by the results, that's exactly what happened.
Yeah? It's too bad the house didn't burn down with you in it, Carter.
That was one of the chances I had to take. But it was worth anything to get you out of circulation.
Which will be just as soon as we can get the electric chair dusted off for you, Slug, me boy.
Exactly. The murder trap you set for me turned out to be a death trap for you, which is certainly poetic justice.
This has been another of the strange adventures of Nick Carter, Master Detective, which are brought to you regularly at the same time by WOR Mutual. How about a little preview of next week's story, Nick?
Well, next week I want to tell you about an adventure that we had in which Scubby was much more concerned than I was.
Well, that isn't quite true, Mr. Scott. What Nick really means is that while he was doing the detective work that finally solved the case, Scubby was having the real adventure.
You mean that in this case, the solution and the excitement were 2 different things?
Well, yes. We were up against a hijacking gang that stopped at nothing. Scubby set out to help me by getting some information from the inside. But all he succeeded in doing was to get himself in a real man-sized jam.
With Nick getting him out of it, of course.
Oh, of course. Well, if it's exciting, I'll be around listening.
You'll find it plenty exciting, I promise you. So until next week, so long.
So long.
So long to you both. In the strange adventure you have just heard, Nick Carter was impersonated by Lon Clark, Patsy by Helen Choate, Lieutenant Riley by Humphrey Davis. Original music was played by Lou White. The entire production was written and directed by Jock McGregor. Next week at the same time, listen to another curious experience of Nick Carter entitled
Death in the Pines, or Nick Carter and the Mystery of the Murdered Driver.
This story is a copyrighted feature of Street and Smith Publications, Incorporated. The Return of Nick Carter is produced in the studios of WOR and is broadcast over most of these stations every Saturday evening at 7 o'clock Eastern War Time. And don't forget that the adventures of Nick's adopted son, Chick Carter, are broadcast over most of these stations Mondays through Fridays at 5:30 p.m. Eastern War Time. This is Mutual.